Good morning. This school board operational meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. I'll please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and Ms. Bartleman.
Yes, one sec. Are they here yet? Hold on. Good morning, Hawks Bluff. How are you doing today? I am proud to introduce the students of Hawks Bluff Elementary School and their principal, Ms. Cunningham, and they will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Go ahead, guys.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all so much. Oh, wait, we're not done yet.
You see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed, and the twilight's last gleaming, whose stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
You all sounded amazing. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of 2019. Happy holidays. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Hawks Bluff Elementary and Ms. Bartleman for the pledge this morning. In order for us to operate the meeting within an appropriate professional environment at this time, we respectfully request that all cell phones and other electronic devices be turned off or put in the silence mode. Please step out of the boardroom if necessary to answer a cell phone or make a call, as talking on your cell phone is not permitted during the meeting. Ms. Murray has requested a moment of silence for a Sheridan Technical College student. Ms. Murray.
Thank you. I would like everyone to join in me in a moment of reflection in the memory of an adult student who attended Sheridan Technical College, Mr. Stephen Sawyer. Mr. Sawyer was in the surgical technical program, and he leaves behind his wife and a host of family and friends. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of Ms. Rupert's request for a moment of silence in honor of a former Pompano Beach High School musical director, Ms. Bartleman.
Yes, Ms. Rupert and all of us are asking for a moment of silence for Kristen Clark, who was a former music director at Pompano Beach High School. Ms. Clark supervised the band as well as the color guard. She expected the very best from her students, and they always rose to the occasion. This is a sad time for the Tornado family, and she will be deeply missed by all who knew and loved her. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. May the chair please have a motion and a second to approve the minutes for the following meetings: October 15th, 2019, regular school board meeting; October 22nd, 2019, special school board meeting; October 29th, 2019, special school board meeting; and November 6th, 2019, special expulsions.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Good. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The minutes are approved. Are there any changes to the agenda, Mr. Superintendent?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have the following proposed changes to the agenda. Item G3, personal recommendations for non-instructional appointments and leaves for the 2019-2020 school year revised. EE3, recommendation to approve agreement fiscal year 20 for Big Picture Learning revised. EE6, recommendation for additional spending authority, healthcare certification testing revised. EE8, recommendation for additional spending authority, floor machines and supplies withdrawn. EE10, recommendation for additional spending authority, debris monitoring services for natural disasters revised. EE12, recommendation to approve agreement for treasury management software solution withdrawn. EE13, recommendation for $500,000 or less, medical simulator phase 2 revised. EE14, recommendation to approve agreement for iStation dual language program, that's revised. EE16, recommendation of $500,000 or less, emergency preparedness technology and training revised. EE18, recommendation to approve agreement for school resource officer program for 2019-2020 school year revised. Grant application pre-submission, EE20, that's added. EE21, recommendation for fourth agreement and additional spending authority for electronic management system agreement with public consulting group is added. EE22, recommendation to establish a food pantry program at select school locations in partnership with Feeding South Florida is added. EE23, approve the creation of a sharing table program at select school locations in partnership with Feeding South Florida, added. I-8, administrative complaint, Wayman Lee Gresham, special order, 3 p.m. I-9, administrative complaint, Lee Gresham, Wyman Lee Gresham, that's 2, and that's a special order at 3:05. And final I-1, administrative complaint, Mary Coker is an added item. Madam Chair, we have no further proposed changes to the agenda.
Did you read these?
Yes, I did.
Revised.
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. This morning, the board received revised items for EE3 and EE10. Both were just for matters of clarification and a Scribner's error. So the changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for said changes. May the chair please have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Rupert. All in favor of closing the agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The school board will consider agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items. Those are our single-letter items that are on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All the remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider G3, followed by any other G items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After the G items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items, which are the single-letter items, pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items, which are the double-letter items, for that same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond with this order. The next item of business is the consent agenda. This is the time the board advises the chair of those items they wish to address. Subsequent to this, the chair will ask if any members of the public would like to have an item pulled, which has not already been pulled by a board member. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved under the consent agenda. For the following consent items, are there any board members that would like to discuss our G items? G3 is automatically pulled. Seeing none, I'm sorry, Ms. Brinkworth.
Yes. I have a question on G4.
G4.
4.
Okay. Brinkworth has G4. Any other G? Yes, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. G2 and G4 both are congratulations for retirement, so it's a quickie.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Any other G items? Seeing none. E items. Yes, Ms. Holodeff?
E5.
E5. Okay. Any? Yes, Ms. Parlin.
It is E4.
E4.
And, no, that's it, just E4.
E4? Okay. Any F items? Okay, no F items. H, 1. I items? Yes. Good.
I4 and I5?
I4 and I5. Any other I items, Ms. Rupert?
Yes, I3 and I4, please.
Ms. Holodeff?
I4 and I5.
Okay, Ms. Brinkworth?
I-5.
I5, okay. Any other I items? J items?
Madam Chair, could you,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, could you repeat what Ms. Good asked for? I didn't get
Ms.
that.
Good called for I4 and 5.
Thank you.
Yes. Ms. Holodeff, J
I7.
items?
I7.
Oh, I7. Okay, J items, please?
I have J's.
Yes, Ms. Bartleman.
J1 through 3.
J1, 2, and 3 for Ms. Bartleman. Yes, Ms. Brinkworth.
Same for me, 1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, and 3 for Ms. Brinkworth. Ms. Holodeff?
J5.
J5 for Ms. Holodeff. K1? Is there anyone from the audience that would like to pull an item that has not already been requested by my colleagues? At this time, may the chair please have...
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry. Oh, yes, good morning, Dr.
Thank you,
Osgood.
Ms. Corn. I would like to pull I4. Did you only do the single letter items?
Correct.
Okay.
I4?
And that's it, a single letter.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Mr. Moquin?
I just want to make sure that we pull I-8 and I-9 since they're special order items.
Okay. So I-8 and I-9 are being pulled for our special order items. Those are the only 2 special order items that we have today. Okay. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion?
Second?
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Brinkworth. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. At this time, will board members please identify the open items they will be asking questions for staff? This will better manage staff's time, letting them know which open items we intend to address. Any BB items?
Oh, she said B.
B. CC items.
Oh, I have one.
Ms. Brinkworth?
CC5?
CC5. Okay. Ms. Good? CC5 for Ms. Good. Ms. Bartleman?
CC3 and CC5.
CC3 and CC5 for Ms. Bartleman. I'm going to be speaking to CC4. Any others? Okay, DD items. EE items. Ms. Bartleman.
17, 19, and 11.
17, 19, and 11. Just trying to trick us going backwards. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
I wrote it weird.
Ms.
Just
Brinkworth.
ignore it.
I'll try to go in order. EE 11, 14, 17, 20, and 21.
Perfect. Yes, Ms. Holodeff?
EE10 and EE16.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Osgood?
EE20, EE22, EE23.
Thank you. Yes, and I'm going to speak to EE 20, 21, 22, and 23. So the EE items that I have for discussion will be EE 10, EE 11, EE 14, EE 16, EE 17, EE 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. Any others? Yes. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I'd like to comment on EE 22 and EE 23.
EE 22 and 23, thank you. Okay, my colleagues have any comments on FF items? Yes, Ms. Brinkworth?
Both FF1 and 2?
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? HH items? II1?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Rupert
Yes, please.
and Ms. Bartleman, Ms. Brinkworth and Ms. Levinson and Ms. Olidev. Okay. And JJ items. Ms. Brinkworth.
JJ2, please.
JJ2, okay. Any other JJ items? Okay, so we've gone through all of our double letter items. Our speakers are advised to refrain from obscene and vulgar conduct, slanderous remarks, or statements that tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. Our speakers are reminded to demonstrate proper decorum and model the district's 8 character traits: cooperation, responsibility, citizenship, kindness, respect, honesty, self-control, and tolerance. May the chair please have a motion and a second to consider G3.
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Rupert. Is there audience input on G3? Seeing none. Colleagues, is there any board member input? Seeing none, all those in favor of G3, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. G3 passes unanimously. Congratulations to all of our new
Well, I'm going to introduce.
members.
Right?
Okay, and Ms. Bartleman.
Okay, so I'd like to congratulate Daryl Anderson, temporary assignment ship supervisor. Are you here? Thank you. Robert Balio, did I say it right? And he is our officer, economic development and diversity compliance. Harmony Cleland, purchasing agent 4. Kayla Concepcion, Manager, Media and Community Relations. Peter Eschenbrenner, Director, Program Evaluation. And Matthew Fritzzeus, Curriculum Supervisor, Career Technical Adult Community Education. Congratulations, everybody.
Our new coordinator for food and nutrition field services, Jane Landy. Our new manager for employee and labor relations, Charlene Henry Monzo. A temporary assignment for compensation analyst is Angela Peterson. Task assignment for director in compensation and HR support services, Debbie Ann Scott. Our space plan analyst, Sweeta Soni. And our new supervisor for teacher professional learning and growth, Jody Washington.
And I would like to welcome to District 2 and the wonderful Silver Palms Elementary, Julie Cepeda, school-age childcare supervisor. Is Julie here? And last but not least, our new principal at Palm Cove Elementary. I'm super, super excited to welcome Priscilla Ellie as the new principal.
Ms. Korn? If I could just make I wanted to wait until after to make a comment. If my other colleagues have been asked to do so, I will wait.
No, but I think Dr. Osgood has one to announce, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see
I
it
know,
on
it was
the
out of
page.
order, that's
Oh,
why.
okay.
That's why you didn't see it.
I would like to welcome to District 5 the new assistant principal at Oriole Elementary School, Seporia Bolden.
Yes, and Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes, so I would just like to take this opportunity, I know she's not here today, but to thank Jody Washington for her service at Westwood Heights Elementary. She has made great improvements at that school. She is a dynamic leader, and although I am very sad that she is leaving District 3 as a leader at Westwood Heights, I am excited for the opportunity that she has been provided here today. So congratulations to Ms. Washington.
Congratulations on all of your new appointments. Please feel free at this time to step out and head to your new positions unless you'd like to spend the day with us. So, thank you very much. Okay, perfect. So we're going to go ahead and pull items 2 and 4 together.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Which ones are we doing?
G2 and G4 have been pulled by, motion by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Is there audience input on G2 and G4? Seeing none. Ms. Brinkworth, you had a comment on well, let's do G2 first. And if you want to say both your comments, then we'll go to Ms. Brinkworth. So Ms. Rupert?
G2 comments. Congratulations to Chef Rona from ATC on her retirement. She will be missed. She's someone who actually was a terrific teacher, colleague, and really put her heart in her work. So we will miss Chef Rona. Did you want me to wait to
And
come back to
G4?
4 or just say 4?
Yep.
Okay. Congratulations on our retirees, Nell Johnson from Business Support, Linda Lewis from Bus Area Employee Relations, Rose Hall from Compensation, and an AP from Atlantic West, Janice Lewis. Thank you all for your hard work.
And Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes, thank you. This doesn't really require a staff response, but it's just to Mr. Runcie. When I was reviewing the list of people that were separating from employment, there seemed to be a lot of campus monitors, and I don't know if that was unique to this particular item or if it is a trend that we've been seeing, but if we could just maybe get some feedback on that, I would appreciate it. It just, there were more than 10 on this particular item.
Sure, I'll talk to Mr. Katz. You know, there could be a number of things associated with that as we're, you know, hiring a lot of individuals and actually moving them in our whole entire security structure. So there's been a lot of movement there. You know, also our folks are, you know, being hired by other schools outside the system as well. But I'll talk to Mr. Katz, and we'll send something to the board if, you know, we see something that's somewhat unusual or any concern there.
Okay,
All right.
thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood?
Certainly. I also wanted to recognize a phenomenal person who has served the district and has served the district in various capacities and ended up in our business support center. She has been a valuable part of our team, and it is with sadness and joy we are losing her as she is transitioning to do other things. So we certainly wish Nell Johnson and her family well. And can you stand? We appreciate you for your 33 years of service to this district and all that you've done when you served. I wanted to make sure that we honored you today.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Any additional comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. G2 and G4 pass unanimously. Thank you very much. It is now 10:30, and we will take our committee reports. Each report has up to 5 minutes. Are there any reports this morning? Yes, good morning.
Good morning, school board members and Superintendent Runcie. My name is Carolyn Crone, and I am the chair of the District Advisory Council. I would like to take this opportunity today to address some of our past motions that need attention or further conversations. In June of 2018, DAC presented a motion regarding school website improvement, which included providing specific, up-to-date, relevant content in a uniform location on each school's website throughout the district. We provided an easy-to-follow, step-by-step checklist with approximately 60 suggested items that would help improve access to important information for parents and stakeholders. It's been 17 months now, and our school websites do not provide the information that is needed for all stakeholders. I realize that the district is moving forward on this very important initiative, but the extremely slow pace is a serious concern of ours. In December of 18, DAC presented a motion requesting that the district provide a minimum of at least one nurse or a health tech during the entire school day in each of our schools. Currently, 5 schools in our district do not have anyone working to provide health care in their clinics at any time during the school day. We appreciate that the district cannot immediately go from the current deficit to full staffing of an RN in every school. However, we do want to reemphasize the importance of having more coverage than what the district is currently providing. As our motion suggests, we do not currently have even the lowest health level of care, which is a health service tech, much less an LPN or RN at every school for the entire school day, bell to bell. To that end, in response to our motion, we would like to see a plan that closes the gap by providing coverage for the 5 schools that currently do not have coverage, as well as initiating strategies to solve the deficit in the long run. In February of 19, DAC presented a motion requesting that the school board revisit homework policy 6306, which was last updated in 2009. Considering the rapid shift in how technology is being used in our schools, the inequities of computer and internet access at home, and the expectations of digital homework assignments, revisions are long overdue. I provided each of you a copy of the follow-up document with corresponding follow-up number. I am not aware of any discussions regarding changes to the current policy or revisions that may be in the works, which was incorrectly stated in the response provided to us. The response states that the target date of completion is March 11th, 19. There is also a procedural manual that accompanies this policy. I've included an excerpt in my report to you that states that the procedural information will be updated periodically by the Division of Curriculum and the Division of Student Support Services. It also states that you can direct suggestions and questions to district staff, and it lists 4 district directors that either no longer work for the district or no longer work in that department. The manual also incorrectly states that makeup work guidelines can be found in the attendance policy 5.5. It should read that makeup work guidelines can be found in policy 6001 with a link to that policy. DAC and the area advisory chairs take our positions very seriously, and we work hard to plan quality meetings for our members. The speakers we invite and the information that flows to and from our advisory meetings makes for better informed stakeholders. We would appreciate professional courtesy of being properly notified when district staff is unable to attend one of our meetings as a special guest speaker, especially when there are other department members that could attend instead. Parents and district employees go out of their way to get to these meetings that are planned in advance, and we expect to be treated in a professional manner, the same way that they deserve to be treated. Last but not least, your consideration of a day off for the May 13th, 21 Muslim holiday, just in case I can't spend the day here. At our last DAC meeting, we voted unanimously, 34-0, that the district should not include this day as a day off for students and staff. Insufficient secular purpose would be achieved by school closure on this religious holiday. Federal law clearly states that public schools may not close for religious reasons or to accommodate requirements of any faith, not to mention the upheaval that would be caused in FSA, AP, and especially Cambridge ACE testing. And please keep in mind other religious sacred holidays that would have to have accommodations if you allow a day off to coincide with this holiday. There is the Hindu holiday of Holi and Diwali. There is the Buddhism holiday of Enlightenment Day. And there will be others, but to be fair, attendance data should be reviewed from the archives to establish evidence of operational concerns for the 2 Jewish holidays that now coincide with a day off from school. Thank you, and I wish each of you a wonderful holiday season.
Good morning. I'm Laura Marsh, Chair of Gifted Advisory. For several years, a Magnet and Innovative Showcase event has been held. All schools offering a Magnet or Innovative program are invited to attend and showcase what they offer. This is the only time each year that parents and students can come see, all in one place, the wide variety of programs which our district schools offer. This has been a great way for families to learn what options exist and determine which up-and-coming schools, open houses they want to attend. Years ago, the district organized and hosted the showcases in an outside venue. The cost became prohibitive, and the event was discontinued. The then chair of Gifted Advisory, Veronica Newmeyer, knew how helpful this event was for families and wanted it to continue. She got permission for the Gifted Advisory to help organize and host the event at a district school at no cost. Gifted Advisory successfully worked in conjunction with Innovative Programs Department under the direction of Leona Maricola, and the number of families attending the event grew dramatically. In November 2017, attendees overpacked Bear Middle School's cafeteria. In November 2018, we moved it to a larger venue, Plantation High School. Again, the event was overpacked. In fact, thousands attended, but the demand was so high that other families couldn't get onto school grounds. Through Veronica, Gifted Advisory reached out with a request that the district take back responsibility for this important event, and with the suggestion that it might be divided into one night for elementary and middle schools and the second night for high schools. Initially, there was opposition from the district staff, with cost being a deterring factor. Nonetheless, Gifted Advisory was unable to host the showcase this year. The event's flyer stated that it was held in collaboration with Gifted Advisory. In full disclosure, however, that was without our knowledge, and we were given little chance to provide meaningful input. At the year's showcases, the school and family attendance were both down. Because there were 2 elementary and middle school showcases, some schools chose to attend only one. Many parents have complained that they were unaware of the event and hadn't received any communication about it. Only select grade levels were sent a robocall. No information was shared with the advisories, and the announcement of the event on the district's homepage was small. Again, all this without our knowledge. Our district works hard to offer diverse and meaningful choices to students, and we want families to have that information. Gifted Advisory wishes to thank the school district for assuming responsibility for this important event. We feel that with your continued support and increased communication to the public about the event, the showcase will continue to be a very valuable and unique resource for many families. On another note, Gifted Advisory would like to invite all of you to our annual Outstanding Gifted Educator of the Year Awards banquet. The event will be held on April 15th, 6 o'clock at Plantation High School in the Media Center. We look forward to seeing you there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh. I'm the Vice Chair of the Facilities Task Force. You might have forgotten what I look like, but it really is me. So our last meeting was December 5th, and we discussed a number of topics we've been discussing for a few months, not the least of which are, as we try to adhere to training, district-mandated training, there have been some issues. I've sent some emails as far as the person responsible for training being on hand when people can't get into the training. Because these are all volunteers who are spending their time every year going through the same training, and it should be as easy as possible. We also responded to some comments about us getting new members. The task force is comprised primarily of I-zones, and when you have 28 zones and you send out an email asking them to let you know who their reps are to the task force, and you don't get any responses, even though there are people sitting on the task force who believe they represent a zone, you've got a problem. Now, apparently OSPA did send us a director, and they are working on it, and I'm happy to report that we had one zone send a new member. So it's gonna be a long road because we have 27 more to go, and my youngest kid is in 7th grade, so I'll be around for a while unless we don't have a district. So we're working on that. Since it's year end, one of our New Year's resolutions might be to check with your facilities task force reps to make sure they're going. That's if you have one, and not all of you do. So, and some of the people who don't have them might surprise you, so please check. And if you could have them come to our January 9th meeting, that would be great. If you can't scare one up by then, we also meet on the 6th of February. But we've been a little light in board member participation, and those all count. If the seats are filled, they count towards quorum, so we end up as volunteers scrambling to get people to the meeting. And I'm regular as rain, I will always be there, but we need other people. All right, so we also talked about the legislative update. One of the things that we spent quite a bit of time on it, and it was a reminder that the district keeps saying there was $3 billion in need. One of the things we've discussed the past couple of months is when we had staff pull the numbers out of maps, it adds up to just over $2 billion. Now, we may be getting desensitized to billions around here, but the difference between $2 billion and $3 billion is still $1 billion, which is a lot of money. So if we can't justify that $3 billion number, we should probably stop using it, because the only thing we have in writing supports $2 billion. But we keep asking for someone to produce $3 billion. And if it's in deferred maintenance is in maps. And they pulled a report, Atkins pulled a report, it adds up to $2 billion. So where's the other billion? I don't know, and nobody else seems to know. That's kind of scary. It's $1 billion. All right, so we've also been talking about culinary arts and other CTASE programs at the meetings and STEM programs in the sense of, are the facilities equitable? This came up because Western High School used its STEM lab money for the culinary arts lab. And so now they'll have $1 million culinary arts lab, which begs the question for all the other schools that are offering culinary arts, do they have a similar lab or anything close, or are they using pots and pans on a hot plate? So we'll be following up on that. Covered walkways, I will be here all day, so I'll be bringing that up later for J5. However, we did look at the SREF requirement, which says that if you have portables that have been in use for 4 years or more, you have to provide covered walkways. And that's been in existence since at least 2007, which means it was in existence as a rule at the time the needs assessment was done and the bond was being planned for. So why that wasn't part of that larger discussion, I don't know. I have a pretty good idea, but it should have been. So today, you're looking at spending $1.9 million to put covered walkways at a school, and there are plenty of other schools in the district that do not have covered walkways but meet the SREF requirement of been in use for 4 years or more. And that's Chapter 5, page 78 of the most recent SREF. Then we also talked about non-portable related walkways needing repair or replacement. One example was Collins Elementary. We're going to look into whether there were work orders or not there, because there might not have been, but their walkways are leaking. Speakers at MSD was a huge topic, and people would like a solution sooner rather than later. We expect to see Maurice Woods discussing PPO in January, but they're also requesting Brian Katz come because we'd like to discuss the protection walls throughout the district. And thank you, and I'll be back for II and J5.
Good morning, Superintendent, school board members, and school board staff. My name is Easton Harrison. I'm the chair of the Diversity and Equity Committee of Broward County School Board. Just wanted to give a short report for you all today. At our last meeting, we discussed the importance of media centers in our schools, what the media centers can actually do for the child holistically. And we initially had a prior presentation about this topic earlier in the year, and Ms. Nina Grosner actually came back to give an update. And I was very troubled to find that there's a lot of our schools that do not have media specialists within the media centers. It was very disturbing numbers and statistics that we were given. Actually, over 50 Title I schools do not have a media specialist. So today I want to kind of go over what a media specialist is supposed to do for the child and why is it important to have media specialists within our schools. So a media specialist, for one, it helps students to extend their learning from their classroom into the media center. So it's like an auxiliary component of what you're already learning to help reinforce what's going on. Media specialists also instill the love for reading. A part of diversity and equity, we can correlate reading scores to a lot of things such as delinquencies and low grades, which is a big challenge within the school district. The Media Center is the place to learn, explore, and discover and create. In the Media Center, students learn to use digital tools to communicate. The Media Center is also where students learn to use digital and print resources. In this day and age where we're moving into, it's absolutely critical that our students understand how to use digital tools, how to use the technology that they're going to experience later on in life. And the foundation for that has to be in the Media Center. The Media Centers in our schools essentially is the brain of the school. And we all know what happens to the body if the brain isn't working right. So we want to put a stronger emphasis on our media centers. We're currently working to craft a resolution where we can put it in language. Ideally, we'd like to see a media center specialist in every school that has a media center. I think that just makes sense. We also realize that it's up to the principal's discretion based on budgetary reasons if they see fit. I think it's something that should be mandatory if we're talking about our children and what our children are learning. I also wanted to make note with the media centers and the media specialists, what a lot of schools tend to have instead is a media clerk. And they oftentimes think that a media clerk can suffice in the space of a media specialist when it's actually a part of school policy that the media clerk is not to be left alone with the students. So we want to make sure that we have media specialists, certified instructor and media specialists over our students. Second part of our last meeting we also talked about the calendar options that were discussed at the last calendar committee meeting. And we also wanted to bring up a question. There were 3 calendars that were presented at that workshop meeting, and now we've been down to just 1 calendar option without the May 13th date as an option. So I hope that our esteemed school board members can bring this up for discussion and see how we can still consider the May 13th as an option on the school calendar. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Superintendent Runcie, school board members. My name is Myra Roldan. I am the chair for the Human Relations Committee. I'm here to report that on September 25th, the Human Relations Committee motioned to the calendar committee requesting they create a 4th calendar option for the school year of 2020-2021 that included May 13th, 2021 as a day off for Broward County schools. Furthermore, the motion requested a testing waiver from the College Board and the Cambridge AICE for an alternate testing date, being that May 13th, 2021 would fall on a testing day. The Human Relations Committee received a staff follow-up response to that motion, which included 2 attachments. A memorandum to you, addressed to you, the Broward County School Board members. The memo was dated November 5th, 2019, from Esquire Marilyn Batista, Deputy General Counsel. And it also included a copy of the calendar that I think will be coming before you, calendar 2A. The Human Relations Committee's function is to address matters that foster mutual respect and understanding among people within Broward County schools, and to address issues of human relations that promote a positive community within our school system. And that being said, please know that the Human Relations Committee would like to restate that May 13th, 2021 should be a day off for Broward County schools for all employees and students. We found the proposed 2A calendar to be inequitable, and it is not inclusive to all students and employees of Broward County Public Schools. And that's my update for today.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, school board members, Superintendent Runcie. I'm Anna Fusco, elementary school teacher and Broward Teacher Union president. And I'm here speaking on behalf of the Broward Teacher Union members. We represent 18,000 employees in the Broward County Public Schools. And I've noticed throughout these past couple weeks before Thanksgiving break that some of your district directors, your district chiefs, and your district cadres took lots of time, resources to head on an issue with their own self-agendas to direct it to a particular employee that we will be speaking about later today on some severe, harsh discipline without 4.9 due process, which violates a policy. And I heard and I spoke to each and every one of you individually. And some of you told me that you were offended by what this particular employee did. The employee made a poor judgment, has an impeccable work ethic, and I'm not here standing on behalf of that employee. What I'm here standing on behalf of is how Broward Teachers Union and myself as the union president, how we are offended that time was wasted on that when I have teachers and teacher assistants and TSPs that their job descriptions are violated and extra work put on, but you don't make sure they get paid more. I'm offended, and the Broward Teachers Union is offended that we're here sitting in December and don't have a contract negotiated on, and your CFO can't give us the right paperwork to move negotiations, and you have yet to sit down with us to give a proposal. Broward Teachers Union is offended, and I'm offended, that we still have student violence on our teachers and our teacher assistants and other employees. Broward Teachers Union is offended, and I'm offended, that teachers and employees sit in the very least in front of your new HR chief and cadre people and Superintendent Runcie and tell how they're abused for years and nothing gets done. But those resources are wasted on one person, tons of time taken up. I'm offended. Broward Teachers Union is offended that this is still happening, and you can't direct your chiefs, your cadres, your directors to put their resources in better uses of your 15,000 teachers, your 3,000 ESPs, and your 600 TSPs that we represent to be taken care of better, to not be abused by students and by their management. I'm offended. Broward Teachers Union is offended. When are you going to get offended what needs to be offended about? Stop telling your higher-ups to misuse resources. We're offended. We sit here and watch when they do extra work, they get extra pay. I'm offended that every school doesn't have a social worker, that every school doesn't have a guidance counselor that does guidance but does testing. Broward Teachers Union is offended that every school doesn't have a psychologist. I'm offended with the extensive Sun Sentinel report that came out today that shows across the state of Florida the social emotional needs that need to be met, and we can't hire the proper people, but yet your directors, your chiefs sitting here, misuse their resources to take care of frivolous stuff. Why aren't we working to get social workers, psychologists, getting our guidance counselors to be heard, that they want to help our students in social emotional instead of worrying about test taking? And I'm offended, Broward Teachers Union is offended, that they get in trouble because there's a testing impropriety because your management makes sure the narrative fits it. I'm offended. Broward Teachers Union is offended by all of the above. And you 9 sit here, and the superintendent, this isn't your first knowledge of this. So I ask you to redirect your chiefs, your CFO. Oh, by the way, how the ESC department has been drastically cut and the suggested ratio is blatantly ignored. We're offended that we sit in overclass size, teachers buying desks and chairs for kids to sit in, still buying supplies, still don't have books. Can you get offended by that? And do the right thing when that item comes up. It certainly doesn't warrant what this group spent their time on when we're begging for help to get teachers paid, to get our ESPs paid with a lousy 15-cent increase. Get offended by that, please. Broward Teachers Union is offended by the misuse of resources by your top management. Please take care of that.
Thank you, Ms. Fusco. Are there any additional committee reports? So at this time, we're going to have our first special presentation at 10:45, which is now a couple minutes till 11. Ms. Murray. This is our special recognition of Turnaround Arts. And we are lucky enough to have some of our amazing students here this morning.
Let's get our young people all lined up here. But this morning I have with me Dr. Brown, not Dr. Leslie. We have so many Browns. But this morning I have Ms. Brown, who is the leader of this division and oversees all the positive things that go on in our education. But and Dr. Osgood is with me also this morning. But Ms. Brown, I'm going to let you do the introductions. Sure.
So thank you, Board Chair, Mr. Renzi, and the rest of our awesome school board members. We are thrilled to have a couple of our turnaround art schools here this morning. We were approached by an ombudsman a couple of years ago about adding the turnaround arts program to our schools. And we are so fortunate that we have been able to continue this partnership through specialized grants that we've been able to apply for, and we've actually added a couple of more schools this year. As we were exploring this opportunity to have artists come and be a part of how they work with schools to increase student achievement and to give children a passion about something that we provide in our schools, at a lot of our art schools, we actually bumped into Black Violin. Black Violin joined us a couple of years ago at the Broward Center of Performing Arts, and they learned of this awesome opportunity that we have with Turnaround Arts and the Lincoln Center in Washington, D.C. Through our partnership with Broward Center of Performing Arts, I think I see Sharon Brooks and Kelly Shanley come and join us, okay? This has become this triple opportunity to provide these great opportunities through the Broward Center, through our schools, as well as through Black Violin. Black Violin are two students that have actually graduated from Broward County Public Schools starting as a sixth grader at Parkway Middle School, Kevin Sylvester, and also starting in our regular schools, a little moment at Parkway, and then on to Dillard was our awesome Will, and Will and Kev are now Black Violin. They have adopted our schools, and we are just thrilled about them becoming a part of our larger opportunity for our students. So today, we are here to recognize Black Violin as a part of our culture of education, our culture of the arts, and really promoting that passion that we see in them now in a very unique way of orchestrating strings to provide for our students real live role models and real live passion in our schools. So we're thrilled. Okay.
Okay. We have a short video that we'd like to show everyone. It was clips of our very successful performance at the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. So are we ready?
Today we're practicing to go to Washington and perform a Black Violin at the Kennedy Center. I feel very excited because Black Violin are two musicians that are very great and they're very, very famous. So I think a lot of people are going to come and watch us.
The violin is just a little part of it, you know. The violin is just a little part of it for us. I mean, it's our vehicle to think different. So we encourage, kids and adults just, don't look at things the same way. And like the violin, for instance, has been around hundreds of years, yet we make it electric. We put on some fitted caps and some Jordans, and you throw a beat underneath underneath it, and it takes it to a whole other place. So our message isn't just go out and practice the violin. It's like, look at what we're doing with the violin. What can you do with science or art or basketball or skateboarding or whatever? What can you do with it to make it different and do something that no one else has ever done?
We can do anything. We'll shine like the sun, the moon, the stars. We can go anywhere. They'll see us no matter where we are. 'Cause we got the fire. We got the fire. Show the world the impossible is possible.
Okay. Okay.
And now our performance from the Kennedy Center. This is the day I finish the race. I make it somehow, no matter how long it takes. This is the day when I go all the way. I make it my own and say, here's to the dreamers. Cheers to the dreamers.
Okay, at this time, I am. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, at this time, I'd like to invite Ms. Boyd, our outstanding principal at Lake Forest, who was with us and brought her students up to Washington, D.C. Sharon.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to speak and share the talent for all these 4 schools. This is just a small microcosm of the talent that is actually inherent in Broward County, and these 2 gentlemen over here who are absolutely phenomenal with our students to show what we can do when we grow our own in Broward County. The Turnaround Arts program has evolved in such a way that it's allowed us to do so many things at our school. It's increased attendance, it's reduced referral rates, and I know I can speak from my school. We've had 4 consecutive years of overall student achievement throughout the FSA. So we're very impressed by what the students have done and what they can do with people like the Black Violin. These 2 gentlemen, I cannot speak highly enough of what they do with and for our students. Thank you again for allowing us to speak on behalf of what the impact this has for us.
Now I'm going to have you, our students share with their voice. Give you a name first.
Hi, my name is Naima, and I am under the authority of my dance teacher, Miss Francois, and my principal, Mr. Elegon. The Turnaround Arts program and Black Violin have been a great experience. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to go to Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. was a great experience because I got to have fun with my friends and understand how the Kennedy Center worked and operated. The best part about that, I got to perform with a celebrity. Since then, I have made goals for myself for the future. For the future, I want to go to Juilliard or Alvin Ailey. They're the best program I've seen so far. So, the future is far ahead, but I know if I push myself, I will make this happen. Thank you. I attend Walker Elementary.
Hi, my name is Mia Mandeli. And my name is Shriti Gilbert. We both go to North Andrews Gardens Elementary School of the Arts. I play the violin, and I've been playing for 3 years now. I play the violin, and I've been playing for 6 years, but I've focused only on violin for 3 years. Every time I play my violin, it feels like I'm in another dimension. I'm extremely grateful for this opportunity because this has allowed me to travel outside of Florida at the Kennedy Center. Not everybody can say that they have done that. And catch this, we played with Black Violin, a famous violin group. When I learned that I got the opportunity to go to Washington, D.C., I was shocked. I was going to perform at the opening of The Reach at the Kennedy Center. Last night, I actually listened to their album, and it was really good. I knew that it would take a lot of practice and perseverance, and I knew that I would do it no matter what. When I first started playing the violin, I didn't really want to play it, but I stuck to it, and now I'm here at a board meeting with Black Violin and all of you. Yeah. This trip has impacted me as a musician by giving a reason that my violin will take me anywhere, and that everything is possible. So Black Violin is 100% right. Impossible is possible. One time I started crying just out of nowhere. I was so proud of myself and excited for my future. So this has helped me build my path for life. Black Violin Group has also inspired me to see what and how I can be in the future. When I got on the stage, I felt proud that I made it. I'm grateful and thankful to all. Thank you so much to my family and teachers. Thank you so much for my parents for supporting me and allowing me to go on the trip. Thank you, Ms. Duvalier, for choosing me and allowing me to have this opportunity. Ms. Calandra, our magnet coordinator, the visual and performing arts team, for always encouraging us to be better individuals every day. Thank you so, I like to thank my music teacher, Ms. Devalle, my principal, Ms. Duhart, and all my teachers at North Andrews Gardens Elementary. And last but not least, Mrs. Gleek. Oh. Yes. Good. I know I said it wrong. Thank you so much for your time.
At this time, I'd like to invite to the stand Mr. Shanley, our CEO of the Broward Center.
Thank you. Sorry, we're back to adults speaking now. I just want to say briefly that we're truly pleased at the Broward Center to be partners in this program. It's about 5 years ago, I think now, that I first got the call from somebody on the President's Council for the Arts and Humanities, and they were developing the Turnaround Arts program. They'd only rolled it out at 3 schools across the U.S. at that point, but they had seen some really great results, and as they described the program to me, they ended with, do you think anybody at Broward County Schools would be interested in this? I called Superintendent Runcie immediately. It took me describing it for about 30 seconds for him to recognize the value this could have, and that you see here today in the results with these students. So we've really been happy to participate in the program through our partnership with Broward County Public Schools, but we're particularly proud to be here today to help honor these guys with black violin. They are so uniquely qualified to be turnaround artists. They're informed by their own experience of how the arts can transform a student's life. They recognize its value in enhancing academic achievement as well as artistic achievement. And their own experience, sincerity, and passion just comes through in everything they do with the students. They're authentically connecting with students and helping drive the energy that comes into these schools that helps them achieve better. So we couldn't be more proud to be associated with the program and with Kevin Will as they make this big change for students in our school district. Thank you.
Okay, now I have Shanara and Laura. You
That's us.
Okay.
Come on, Shanae. So at this time, good morning. At this time, we would like to honor Black Violin and have them come forward and present them with a little token of our appreciation for all that you do for our kids. We want to thank you. Come on, so you can have a little word.
Thank you guys so much. We are so honored by this award and honored just to see these kids grow. You know, this is the 4th time I think we've seen them perform. They'll be performing with us at the Broward Center at our show on February 20th as well to, you know, let the whole county see what we've been up to. But, you know, we really appreciate this. We are, you know, students from this neighborhood. I went to Dillard Elementary in 5th grade to get into this music program, and I got into Parkway Middle School, got into Dillard High School, and we both went to Florida State Schools. So we are completely products of what happens in this room and how we can take art and open the minds of everyone around us, adults, kids, everybody. And you know, we're so appreciative of the Turnaround Arts. We'd like to thank them for everything that they do. All of the principals at all of the schools, Tori, you've been great, Latosha's been great. Everybody's been awesome at all the schools. So we hope to get even more schools. You know, we have 4, I guess, now. So, you know, we live in Davie, so we can go to every school. We're homegrown. We're right here. So, but really appreciate it. Also, Mr. Runcie, thank you. You know, we had lunch once, and you were really open to everything as far as, you know, making sure that we are, you know, protecting the arts in our schools, because we are a walking billboard of it, and we are also pushing it forward. So, you know, hopefully you can help in every way you can to make sure that this opportunity is here for these kids and for us to be able to make this impact in the community. So we thank you guys, especially these young students. It brings tears to my eyes every time that we get to see them do this. So thank you guys. Thank you to Broward Center. Kelly, thank you so much for doing this, and we really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much.
Man, this is so dope. Anyway, can we give it up to the teachers and the principals real quick? I mean, Because to be honest, you know, we're not doing any, you know, for us, we're just fiddling. I mean, it's not, you know. You guys are the real heroes, man. Thank you guys so much. The faces on these, the looks on these kids' faces just says it all. They, you know, this is something that's going to transform their lives forever. They're never going to forget it. And as much as they're having a good time, as much as it moves them, it moves us even more. I mean, this is, I love this. You know what I'm saying? We love this. So thank you guys so much. Thank you for this. This was, look, got a little weight to it. Thank you so much. We love you guys. Broward County, Lauderdale, you already know. Whatever you guys need from us to just make the kids' lives more impactful, we're here. Thank you.
Okay, you know, they put a clock on us, I see. But I'm going to take the point of privilege to extend my time, just a few more seconds. But there are so many people in this room that we have not recognized that have been a part of this. And this morning I even brought in Attucks Middle School to film all this so we'd have a history and a review later of exactly what happened here today. But you know, I went up with the students to Washington, D.C., and I thought about their energy and everything. Would I be able to keep up with them? And I'm going to tell you something. They energized me that I never lost a step. And I came home just so energized by what I had seen. The reception of these students, when they had the dedication of the new facility, they had a lot of very influential people at Washington, D.C. that came and saw the performance, and the children got a standing ovation. The following night was the performance for the general public, and the place was packed. And when they finished, it was a standing ovation for several minutes. It just is, I was in awe of what happened. And fortunately, there were even parents of some of our students that came up, and we were able to give them VIP seats. And, you know, it was just a moment in time that they will remember the rest of their lives. So for all the students, the faculty are here, the instructors, and I think we didn't acknowledge, where is she? Where's our choreographer over here? Miss Hammy. You know, and she truly has been an inspiration, a coordinator of all this program, because realize we have 4 schools here. These children don't go to school with each other. This has been coordinated. When you could see them perform sort of cold turkey and get on that stage and perform like they had been performing for months together, it was just awesome. And the leadership of Will and Kevin was just such an inspiring moment. But I can go on forever. I hope that everybody takes advantage to go to see students and the violinist play in February 21st. I know I'll be there. Okay, but at this time, I'd like to get everybody together. We'll bring the students and all those that are involved in this program to come up front here, and we'll get a nice group picture of everyone, please.
Oh, and I know, Dr. Osgood,
oh, you know,
did you want to share?
Yes. Wait a minute, you know, it's me, I'm sorry. I know, I didn't want to take any more, no, look at the time. Okay, but with me I have Dr. Osgood, and I invited her up here because she's had Walker Elementary in the program for a long time. So, Dr. Osgood.
It's not my agenda item, so I don't want to speak, but I do want us to get this right. So we have our outstanding kids and the renowned Black violinists. So I need everybody to get on their feet in this place, and let's give them a standing ovation right here, right now, today. Come on, we need to make some noise. This is excellence. This is history. This is renown in this house.
All right, let's all gather together here.
Okay, as we're trying to keep on track for the day, if we could maybe move out to the adjoining room, just so that we can step into our next presentation. Ms. Rupert is bringing forward for us Atlantic Technical College and Technical High School National Blue Ribbon School Award and the Florida Pathways to Career Opportunities grants for our apprenticeship programs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since 1982, the U.S. DOE National Blue Ribbon School of Excellence Award honors the hard work of students, educators, families, and communities aiming for and reaching educational excellence. Designated schools serve as models of excellence in academics, school leadership, and quality teaching practice within a safe, learning environment for all schools to strive for and reach. This year, only 312 public schools and 50 private schools received the special designation of more than 132,000 elementary and secondary schools in the United States. In Florida, only 11 schools were selected and only 1 school from Broward County, Florida. I am proud to announce Atlantic Technical College and Technical High School is our 2019 National Blue Ribbon School of Excellence Exemplary High-Performing School. Atlantic Tech High and Atlantic High School priority is to provide their students an excellent academic educational setting within 21st century career technical skills. The post-secondary career technical programs prepare students for current and future trends in the labor market. A key ATC Magnet High School success is the Fabulous Four, which gives the students the opportunity to achieve the following. 1, a college prep high school diploma. 2, a technical program completion certificate offering technical dual enrollment quality points. 3, industry credentials and licenses. And 4, articulated college credit. With the earned industry credentials and licenses, students develop cutting-edge skills for high-wage jobs while in high school, as well as to be successful in the global workplace. Moving on to me, or no? Your turn? Okay, well, I would love to introduce the director, Bob Crawford. Of course, he doesn't actually need an introduction, but he is wonderful, as well as his team with Vicki Laporte. So, Mr. Crawford, congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. And I just wanted to take a minute to say thank you to the board, to Mr. Runcie, to Dr. Wanza, to Dr. Carly Shaw-Roll. We have a wonderful school, as you all know, and I was so excited that we had the opportunity to even apply for this. They sought us out and asked us, and I want to say thanks to Ms. Brinkworth, who was the chair at the time and signed the application along with Mr. Runcie, site unknown, and I just told him, please sign it so we could get it in. Little did we know that we were going to be chosen. So I just want to say thank you again for allowing us to do what we can do and think out of the box and do wonderful things for our high school kids. We can't sing or dance, and we didn't even bring a harmonica to finish off today, but I have to tell you, we have a wonderful team, and I want to introduce the staff. Vicki Laporte, who's our assistant principal in charge of the high school, and then Vicki's going to talk to the rest.
Good morning. First, I want to thank the students, faculty, and staff at ATC for their everyday excellence which led to this honor. A special thank you goes out to those members of our faculty who spent countless hours working on that application to make sure everything was 100% complete. While at the National Blue Ribbon Schools Conference last month at National Harbor in Maryland, I had the ability to share ideas and best practices with administrators and educators from all over our nation who are also from other high-performing schools. I was also honored to serve as a table host at a networking cafe that was held on the topic of student leadership. During these 3 segments, I spoke with over 30 people who had great ideas on how to enhance student leadership within our schools. Some of the things they put forth is innovative ideas, such as when you do have student leaders, they get elected. Half the time, they just wanted the title. But no, you have to train them. So they brought up ideas on leadership academies, which we'll start implementing with our student leaders. And they also said there's just not enough opportunity for leaders to come forward in schools. So there was ideas such as a leadership in the classroom, so that you'd have more opportunities for students to develop those leadership skills. They also talked about improving school climate. And one of the ways they said to do that is when you have those brand new students, especially at a school like Atlantic Tech, where a lot of our ninth graders, they don't know anybody. It's completely different than regular comprehensive high schools, to set them up with upper class mentors. So we're going to work on a program such as that as well. So at this time, I'd like to introduce Rebecca Miller and Halima Collier, who were with me at the National Blue Ribbon Convention to receive the award.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for having us today. I'm Rebecca Miller, and I have been a teacher in Broward County for 27 years. The last 16, I've been fortunate enough to be at ATC. I am so proud of our school. Earning the recognition as a National Blue Ribbon School draws attention to the hard work and dedication of not only our students, but our staff, and of course, our leadership. While at the conference, one unique experience that we had was being able to network with the other Blue Ribbon schools from all around the nation. We love meeting other dedicated professionals, finding common threads, and learning new ways to better serve our students. What was most inspiring in the individuals we met was their passion for their schools, and like us, a genuine desire to make decisions for the students with their best interests in mind. In our roundtable discussions, we found strategies to increase student engagement, improve scores on our advanced placement exams, and become the heart of the community. And now, over to Ms. Collier.
Hello, I'm Halima Collier. I'm the Magnet Coordinator and Career Dual Enrollment Liaison at Atlantic. It was an honor to represent ATC at the National Blue Ribbon School Ceremony. My experience at the conference was exciting and informative. I learned about how to harness the power that comes with being a National Blue Ribbon School in terms of marketing and finding untapped resources for our students. I learned that by building community relations and informing the public of all the wonderful things that we're doing at ATC unlocks the limits on our potential. We were able to meet Dr. Sheila Harity, the superintendent of Montechusett Vocational Technical High School in Massachusetts. Dr. Harity spoke about life after winning the National Blue Ribbon Award, in which grand ideas can truly become a reality. One takeaway that we learned was not to become complacent in winning such a prestigious award, because at the end of the day, there's always more work to be done, and on the behalf of the students in the community at large. At ATC, we continue to work with ordinary students and make them extraordinary. Thank you.
Part two, sorry. On January 30th, 2019, Governor DeSantis issued the Executive Order 19-31, in which he pledged support to expand apprenticeship programs statewide. To that vision, the legislature appropriated $10 million to jumpstart this initiative. Atlantic Technical College submitted 2 grant proposals, Phase 1 in machining in conjunction with the South Florida Manufacturers Association for $518,000, and one for yacht service technician in conjunction with the Marine Industries of South Florida for $66,000. Both grants were funded. In Phase 2, Atlantic will be submitting 4 proposals for funding consideration by the Department of Education. The first proposal will be for the aviation system technician in conjunction with the City of Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport, and Broward College. The second grant will be with Baker Concrete Company for concrete formwork. Carpentry, the third program, will be with Florida Training Services to expand its general carpentry apprenticeship program, and the fourth will be the Associated Builders and Contractors for low voltage technicians. Now I'd like to introduce Mr. Crawford again as the Director of Atlantic Tech.
Thank you again, Ms. Rupert. It doesn't take much to get me excited. You throw some cash on the table, I get really excited, as you all know. So the next go-around is $2.7 million. We have 4 wonderful proposals. Ruth Torado is here from ABCI, and we're going to do a these unique programs, aviation, low voltage, and 2 in carpentry, we really believe that we have a chance of bringing some additional money into Broward. But I'm so excited, and again, thank you for allowing us to be the #1 apprenticeship program in the whole Southeast United States. And Ms. Korn, you, for sure, all of the things that you're helping us with our district program. I'm just excited about this. And again, I wanted to tell you that we did have the highest number of industry certifications in the whole state, 4 years running. 889, which brought in 889,000. The next closest school district had 500. So we really went out and took care of that, and it's a major component of our programs to have industry certifications in all of our programs, including apprenticeship. So thank you all very much for all your support. Please come and visit. We have lots of exciting things happening. Thank you again.
Okay, so I'm just going to comment. I had the opportunity to have some of our CTASE teachers over to my home for a teacher chat, and Mr. Crawford came and he quietly announced this from the back of the room, and the awe in the teachers' faces to know this type of thing was happening across our district and happening for our students. It just seems like every time you ask Mr. Crawford something, he has come up with some new inventive and resourceful opportunity for our students. And so thank you very, very much for bringing that, continuously bringing things back to the district and thinking outside the box. I know one of your colleagues said that grand ideas become a reality, and it seems like we just need to keep giving you grand ideas because you keep making them a reality. So thank you very much. Okay, so with that, we're going to move on to our next, to our actually last presentation for the day. I don't know if you can see from the back, there's a whole section of seats up front. If anyone is looking for somewhere to be able to sit, there's actually a whole section of seats up front together. This is Miss Good is bringing forward for us a special presentation for Let's Go Walk to School Day 2019.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Again, another exciting day here at Broward County Public Schools. Today's presentation is the Walk to School Day event presentation. As a Deputy Vice Chair of the MPO, I'm super excited to have the opportunity to have the collaboration between the school district and, of course, the Metropolitan Planning Organization that oversees transportation throughout the county. So we get very excited when it comes to transportation, and especially when it relates to safety and walking to school and biking to school. So just real quickly, we have a few people with us. Of course, we have Angel Gomez, and I just want to thank Angel and also John Sullivan for helping us this year once again to collaborate and ensure that everyone gets the word out as far as being able to participate and walk to school. We have Anthea Thomas from MPO, and she'll say a few words as well. And of course, Thomas Carell from Annabelle C. Perry, which K8, I still call you middle. Annabelle C. Perry K8, which they have an exciting announcement of a grant opportunity that they got this year. So again, I think we had over 21 elementary schools participate this year. Several of the MPO members participated within their local schools, and I know that many of them joined my colleagues. I know Ms. Brinkworth and Ms. Levinson and Ms. Bartleman and myself all participated throughout the district. And so it's really exciting to see parents walking with their children to school and biking with their children to school. And sometimes, you know, parents don't have the time necessary to do that. But on this particular day, many of the schools did. And so it's great to be able to share some safety components with our families and let them know that it's okay to walk to school, just be safe. And the students were amazing. So you know that I have students here from AC Perry, K8, and I'll let the principal in a few moments share with you what they got to do, because it was quite special. Again, I want to thank the many electeds that participated, and also with regard to AC Perry, City of Miramar, Commissioner Colburn, who is also an MPO member, was also a large participant in the event, as was Mr. Runcie, who joined Commissioner Colburn over at the school. So there was a lot of excitement that day, and so at the end, after everyone has a moment to say a few words, we'll share a few pictures in a slide presentation so you can see what else happened. So if I can have Thomas Corrales, the principal, speak about what happened at A.C. Perry.
Good morning. Good morning, Board, Superintendent Runcie. It's interesting, it was about a year ago that I was here, and I had the opportunity to talk on behalf of the community connection that Annabelle C. Perry has, and how we find innovative ways to really work collectively with the city on finding, or identifying, I should say, problems and finding solutions. And this is just an example of that. First of all, I've got to thank the school board, the city of Miramar, the MPO for bringing it to our attention, the opportunities that are out there. We were able to get over $1 million grant that's going to allow us to really improve the streets, the sidewalks, the lighting, and everything that allows our students to walk to school. So we have about 60% of our population as a city school that walks on a daily basis. And these improvements are going to help tremendously. So we're excited from a school standpoint about the opportunity that it brings and just the opportunity to work collectively with the stakeholders to really make improvements. So we want to thank you. We want to thank the MPO. Angel, I don't know if I'm turning it over to you at this point. Or Thea. So thank you.
Put this on just a little bit because I'm really short. We just wanted to also thank the school board member because we could not put this on without the support from the school board. So thank you so much. Because Annabelle C. Perry was the only school awarded in Broward, we actually did a tactical urbanism demonstrations around the school. So we painted temporary safety improvements there for the students so that they can see that this is what the improvements could look like once the grant had been completed and administered and everything was constructed. So this is the first year we were doing this. We combined it with our yearly Let's Go Walking event, and it was Let's Go Walking to School. So we thank all the students for participating and for all your support. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And the students actually, the day before Walk to School, were out at the school. The City of Miramar Police Department blocked off the streets, so it was all safe. And the students, along with the principal, myself, Commissioner Colburn, and of course, a tremendous support by the MPO, were out there striping, painting the school's logo right in the middle of the crosswalk. They took it around the corner where the school's located and did some additional logos there. So the community was really able to see what it's all about. And so it's pretty exciting when you see students get so happy about walking to school. So I think we have a short slideshow. If Beacon could help us out and sharing it with everyone here. again, I want to thank the students for your excitement and your energy and your participation this year, and of course to my colleagues that were able to make time in their calendar to do it as well. And again, next year will be bigger and better. So thank you to all of you. And Ms. Korn, would it be okay to take a quick snapshot?
Yes, please.
Okay. So if I can ask the students to just go around and we'll go take a quick picture.
We're going to pull up the other G item. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I thought Mr. Runce was going to do a report, but he just stepped out. So we're going to do the single letter E items. We don't have any. Okay, so we've completed our presentations for the day. So we're going to, at this time, move on with some of our agenda items. The next single letter item that we have to pull is E4. A motion by Ms. Good, second by Dr. Osgood, and discussion, Ms. Bartleman, on E4. I'm sorry, I'm going to take audience participation first. Any audience comment on E4? Seeing none. Ms. Bartleman?
It was EE4.
You said E4. I was doing the single letter items. You wanted EE4 instead?
I apologize, Ms. Korn, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's an open item, so we're going to take it if you'd like it. But are you interested in E4 as well?
I don't even have an issue with
Okay, any of my colleagues on E4? Seeing none, all those in favor of E4, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. E4 passes unanimously. Motion and second on E5, please. Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Aladef, and audience input on E5. Seeing none, my colleagues, I have Ms. Aladef and then Ms. Bartleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what company are we currently using now?
Just give me 1 second. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, board members.
Good morning. We're on E5, Mr. Woods, just so you know. We've moved on from E4.
So the company that we're using now, the original name was Dunbar, and they were purchased by Brinks. So the company is Brinks currently.
So what is the plan moving forward since Brinks is not responsive?
Yeah, so I want to give a lot of credit to the procurement team that's bringing this forward. We have actually went out and did some outreach, and we've also negotiated with the current vendor to extend the contract for 6 months. And within the 6 months, we will be bidding with an anticipation that we will have more providers on the bid moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
I don't want to duplicate her questions, I'm fine.
Okay. Any additional comments on E5? Seeing none, all those in favor of E5, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed say no. E5 passes unanimously. I think what we will do is actually, we finished all of the G items. We'll start with the BB items. So if we could go to BB1 and BB2. I didn't have any comments. Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Any audience input on BB1 and BB2? Seeing none, all those in favor, sorry, to my colleagues, no comments. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. No, BB1 and BB2 pass unanimously. If I could have a motion and second on CC1 and CC2. Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Audience input on CC1 and CC2. Seeing none, to my colleagues, CC1, CC2, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. CC1 and CC2 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on CC3?
So move.
Moved by Ms. Barnum and second by Ms. Brinkworth. Audience input on CC3?
Sure, why not? Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. CC3, the Director of Business Support Center position. For as long as I can remember, I've always asked if this person was required to be a CPA because I couldn't understand why you would have somebody in charge of accounting-like functions that didn't understand accounting. So then I just read the job description, and it's not in there as a requirement. I'm not saying you need to be a CPA, but an accounting degree, finance degree, because they're going to be responsible for implementing bookkeeping and accounting-like functions and implementing curriculum. So I don't know how you get to do that if that's not your background. And the way this thing has been watered down, you could end up putting a principal into that position because they would be qualified. They took out the and/or training related to the field, and that seems to be happening quite a bit. But it's the and/or training that could get you someone that has a bachelor's degree in business. Maybe they minored in accounting, maybe they have an undergraduate degree in business. The 10 years is going to probably eliminate a lot of potentially talented people. It used to, and you have a bachelor's degree and required 10 years. They took out the word training, and there's no accounting requirement. There's no finance requirement. So as you're discussing this, I don't know why they took that out of there, but this job description is so far watered down that you could get somebody scary as your next director. And the 10 years doesn't really add any value because you're taking out the training component. And this person is responsible for making sure all of the schools are doing what they're supposed to do from an accounting standpoint. So just things to think about. I'll be back on CC4 because I read that one too.
Thank you. Any additional audience input on CC3? Seeing none, comments from my colleagues on CC3? Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, I concur with a lot of the points you brought up. Do you have any response to that? But then I have an additional question of my own, but since that just happened.
So I don't have any specific response to the comments that were made, but I could take, if there are specific questions that you have.
Yeah, there were like, why did you take out the?
So I remember I heard her say something about why wasn't there a CPA requirement
Accounting
for this
requirement.
position, accounting requirement.
Uh-huh.
You want to talk a little bit about the bookkeeping and the budget keeping, and if it's necessary to have that depth of experience for this role, based on your experience?
Hi, good afternoon. Nell Johnson, currently Director of the Business Support Center.
And you're leaving. We'll miss you. Thank you.
I know. I'm going to miss you too. I am the Director of the Business Support Center, and I have been of the center over the past 7 years.
Uh-huh.
And this particular job, although it deals with bookkeeping and budget keeping, it is a little bit different than accounting, but not really required. I do have that experience as well as other experience in our district in the auditing area, in finance area. My degree is in finance, and that has been sufficient.
Okay. All right.
And with that said, I'm not against adding that requirement if that's the will of the board, but we know that this function has performed well without that depth of knowledge. And I feel confident that moving forward, we can continue to find candidates within and outside of the district that would be interested in fulfilling this role.
But, Mr. Woods, you might not have had it in there, but she has it. So how can you say you've been performing well without it when the person you hired has it, and that's why you're performing well, and now you're opening it up to somebody who doesn't have it?
I would say that she has a combination of accounting and finance. I think both are as important. Again, if it's the will of the board, I don't have a problem with adding that as part of the minimum requirements.
I think
if that's
the
board's
fact
will.
that you believe she successfully performed her duties, right? So we kind of want to replicate her. And this job description doesn't replicate the qualifications that she even has, correct?
Yeah, and again, she has a CPA, that's correct. I just want to reemphasize that the finance piece is as or more important than the accounting side. Nell does have it. I'm not opposed to adding it, but we could, she's not a CPA, but she has an accounting background.
So I'll put preferred experience in accounting as well. Okay.
We're good with that.
All right.
Preferred experience as a CPA or accounting.
Okay, I'll make a motion to add that. It's preferred. I'm not trying to change the whole thing. I think it's a good compromise.
What is your motion specifically in
Preferred experience as a CPA or in the accounting field.
I'll second for discussion.
But then I still have another question, just so you know, Ms.
Okay,
Warren.
so there is a motion on the floor under the preferred qualifications that would state experience in accounting, in the accounting field, and/or CPA.
Yes.
Okay, and there's a second by Ms. Good. Is there any audience input on the motion?
Accounting or finance? The existing person has finance. Finance would do. I mentioned the word finance multiple times. Accounting or finance will get you the background that you need, that you currently have in place. And a CPA would be an additional nice touch. But to remove all of those and remove the word training, because they're also removing the word training, and that should stay, because then you're looking for they're limiting you to someone with 10 years experience, but someone may also have just gotten multiple degrees in accounting and finance, and maybe they have 5 years experience. They can do the job, and they would have the training necessary to make sure that they didn't drive the chief auditor crazy. So accounting or finance? Thank you.
Thank you. Additional audience input?
Anna Fusco, Broward Teacher Union President. Considering there's all types of financial and money questions out and about in the district, I think you should go forward with the motion and make sure that we have the most credible, most experienced personnel working in any department that deals with anything with money in our Broward County Public Schools, so we can get off the list of having improprieties or any type of discrepancies.
Thank you. To my colleagues on the motion, any additional discussion? Ms. Levinson?
When I'm looking at the minimum qualifications here, it says prior work experience in fiscal, operational, and managerial oversight for diverse operations in a large institutional setting. It also says working knowledge gained from experience in the following fields: auditing, internal accounts, accounting, budget, or payroll. So I'm a little confused as to what we're doing here because it's all in here already.
Based on Ms. Bartleman's comment, I think the request or the motion is to add specifically a certified public accounting certificate.
Okay,
a CPA and or accounting background as a preferred. In my opinion, I'm not sure that that's gonna limit the candidates that we attract to this position. It may even offer.
For me, it's not a
some-
question of limiting. I don't think a CPA is required to do this position, so I do not support it.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Dr. Arskin?
You know, to be consistent, when I looked at this, what I thought about, we did not have under minimum qualifications, that we just set a bachelor's degree from an accredited institution. I think that should at least specify a bachelor's degree in accounting, business administration, or finance. I mean, you have to have some type of academic background in that area to be a business manager. That's where I thought we missed the mark at. If I have a bachelor's degree in nursing, I respect nurses, but it would not give me what I need for this particular position. So that's where I see the inconsistency. In our other job descriptions, we say a bachelor's, a master's degree in certain disciplines. And if we're gonna have a business manager, I think what we should change here is add that they should have a minimum of a bachelor's degree in finance, accounting, and/or business administration or business administration, because that gives them some type of formal business training through an academic curriculum that's going to teach them budget, that's going to teach them finance, that's going to teach them some acumens of management and being able to look at numbers and data in a way to move the organization forward and in a way to notice when things are not in a line and those kinds of things. So I think that's where we missed the mark with this job description.
I cannot withdraw my motion.
Okay, 1 second, Ms. Good.
That one.
Yes, so I had seconded the motion for discussion,
I like
but
her
I'm in
motion
total
better.
agreement with what you
Yep.
just said. So Dr. Osgood, when appropriate, I'll remove my second.
I removed my first because I like her idea better.
And
Okay,
concur.
so we are back to general discussion. We're no longer
Make a motion?
discussing that motion. Dr. Osgood?
So I would like to make a motion that we add that the person has a minimum, has earned a bachelor's degree from an accredited institution in finance, accounting, or business administration.
Okay, it's been seconded. Public comment on the motion.
Through the chair.
I'm sorry, we're going to take public comment first as I asked for it, and then we can have additional. Thank you.
Yeah, that actually goes above and beyond what I was trying to do, so that totally works. Thank you.
Good idea, Dr. Osgood.
Did staff want to weigh in before we had any additional conversation?
Yes, we always like to just also include or related field, just unless you want those 3 specific degrees only.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, because there are some related fields that you get those classes in that training.
Right.
Okay, so as the motion stands, an earned bachelor's degree from an accredited institution in business administration, finance, accounting, or related field. And that's been seconded. Any additional conversation now from my colleagues?
Yes.
Ms. Bartleman?
Okay, so I have an additional comment about the,
But we have to vote on.
oh,
this
the
one
motion,
first.
I'm sorry. Let's
This
do
is on the
motion.
motion specifically?
I apologize.
Any additional
No, it's
comments?
the other one.
Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The motion is approved. Ms. Bartleman?
Okay, so I have a question for our HR director. This week you brought forward CC3 and C35. In past weeks, you continuously bring forward revised job descriptions, and they're always job descriptions for people who work down here. And I have been asking for 2 years about a revised job description for guidance counselors so that they can only do guidance and not everything else. So how do you determine what gets brought on the agenda? How did these make it ahead of like one of our most important jobs right now, impacting children? And this is on a continuous basis that you haven't brought forward those.
Thank you, Ms.
So we're going to limit this conversation to a response, but we're not going to open up to a full conversation. So if you could respond to the question.
The quick response is, Ms. Scott explains to me that they are in conversation with Mr. Aiello to have a meeting to set up to go over that job description that you're speaking of. So it is in the queue and in progress.
And if we could, in a further conversation, the other part of Ms. Bartleman's question was, how is it determined which job descriptions are being looked at? If you could follow up through Mr. Runcie with a memo to give us an idea of how that's accomplished, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
Yeah, and I'll be okay with that. And if Mr. Runcie, I want to just talk to you on the side about how we look at those job descriptions as well, because I think it should be direction from you and the priorities of the board. So I would love to have that further discussion, especially about the guidance counselors. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Additional conversation regarding the now amended motion. Seeing none, all those in favor of the amended CC3, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. CC3 amended passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on CC4?
Second.
It's Been moved by Ms. Brinkworth and second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on CC4.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh. Same issue. So on this one, they struck the earned master's degree from minimum qualifications and made it a bachelor's degree. And then under preferred, they specified an earned master's degree in business administration, engineering, construction management, or related field. Why wouldn't you also put that under the bachelor's degree so that you don't wind up with, say, a nurse applying for the job of all things, the executive director of PPO, which, as we now know from, well, we've known this since 2014, when the RFP said they should be, the executive director of PPO was supposed to be moving from demand asset management to life cycle asset management. That was in the owner's rep RFP back in 2014. Didn't happen. And now 5 years later, Council of Great City Schools said to permanently fill the chief facilities officer position so that they can elevate the physical plant operations to an executive director's position that, once removed from day-to-day activities, can, in tandem with the executive director of capital programs, develop and execute a formalized, predictive, preventative, and routine maintenance program that addresses the large and growing deferred maintenance backload, which why we have that is a whole other discussion, allows buildings to be properly maintained, and safeguards the public capital's investment in these facilities. This is a key position. No, you do not want them to try to fill it with a nurse or a principal or a secretary. It should be someone with the backgrounds mentioned at the master's level. So it's the same problem requiring a similar solution at a minimum. And it reporting to strategy and operations, another huge problem, but a different discussion for a different day. Thank you.
Any additional public input? Seeing none. Board discussion? Yes, Ms. Bartleman.
I did not agree with the chart position changes, and I felt very comfortable with my decision after reading the the Great City School review of what we should look like. But since that decision has already been voted on by this board, to me, it makes sense to have the highly qualified person in this position. And taking out the master's degree and all of those changes, I am incredibly uncomfortable with. And I think I would like to add them back or have them go back to the drawing board and revise this, because there'll be more changes than maybe you want to make at this meeting. But that's my opinion. I didn't support that change, and so now this job description needs to be I have to have someone even more qualified, in my opinion, than this to run PPO, since you don't have that direct supervision as recommended in the review of the Council of Great City Schools, with someone with that background in facilities. So I'll let my board members discuss, and if there's any appetite for a change or not, I'll bring back the motion, so.
Okay, Dr. Osgood?
Yeah, my thought with this one is I would move what we have under preferred qualifications and experience with the master's degree to minimum qualification. And under preferred, I would add a doctorate or a PhD. I would add even a higher level, because the responsibility of this job is on a more significant level. So we need the top of the line. It's not something that you would come in with a bachelor's degree and kind of work your way to it. I think when you look at even the salaries for this, I think that we should have a minimum qualification, what we have here for preferred as a master's degree, and then under preferred qualifications, whatever that postgraduate level, if it's a doctorate or PhD, whatever that degree is. This is not my area of expertise, but I just think the quality and what we're looking for with the person for plant operations, if we keep starting with the bachelor's degree, I think it's appropriate for some jobs, but for this one, I don't think it's appropriate. I think we gotta look, and if we go out and we don't get people to respond, then we come back and we make a decision then. But I think we should start out with what we're looking for on the top of the barrel to get qualified, capable candidates to come and accept these jobs. So that's my addition to the conversation, that we move preferred, where we have preferred and earned masters to the minimum qualification, and then we add the next level of education under preferred qualification. And I'll hear from my colleagues.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson? I'm sorry, Ms. Good and then Ms. Levinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, thank you to my colleague. I think for this particular position, as it relates to physical plant operations and certainly maintenance and minor capital projects, you know, I think for me, a bachelor's and a master's as a preferred is very acceptable. You know, if there was anything that I would tweak, would maybe the years of experience. You're just looking for someone in this field who truly understands what the task at hand is, and especially as it relates to individuals that are typically in this field. You know, you may get someone with a bachelor's degree but has numerous years of experience in, you know, plant operations maintenance, and I think we want an individual who truly understands what the task at hand is. You may have a doctorate, but not have the real hands-on experience or understanding of what's involved in a larger organization such as ours. So, you know, although I was amenable to the last job description, I think with this one, the way staff's handled it, I mean, I'm amenable to many more years of experience than what it's asked, because I think what we were asking for is was it 10 years, Mr. Woods?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
10
Yes.
within the last 15, correct?
15.
So I'm okay the way it is, but if I think we're looking for something more extensive, then I'm amenable to adding additional years of experience. But I think the way we've crafted this particular job description will hopefully give us the most candidates to interview, and then based on those inquiries and from staff, we'll hopefully get someone that understands the vast variety that we have here in this district. So I just wanted to share my comments.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
I would agree as far as the degree, when you're looking at business administration, engineering, construction management, that's a master's degree you get, not a doctorate in those fields. Master's degree gives the level that I think we need, but I would keep as the minimum qualifications a bachelor's degree. Depending on where you go to school, your bachelor's degree could be just as valuable. So I don't think we need to limit it that way. I would keep it the same way. If we wanted to add the business administration, engineering, construction management with the bachelor's degree, I would be in agreement with that to make sure that we do get someone who has that background, because that was the intent of the last meeting. So it really should have been carried over there as well to ensure that we did get someone in that field. So that would be my comment.
Thank you. Ms. Brinkworth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So while I understand that the person that we're looking for this role needs to have the level of experience and confidence to perform in an executive director position, I think one of the difficulties is that you might find in this particular arena that there are individuals with lots of experience that don't necessarily have advanced degrees. And so I think it's equally as important as we find someone who is appropriate for the role. But I do agree with Ms. Levinson that if we wanted to add those qualifications to the type of degree in bachelor's degree, I would be amenable to that. But I don't think adding the master's degree level, I think the experience is more important at this point than the degree. And I can just tell you that there are many people that I know that work in this type of field that don't have advanced degrees that are very good at the jobs that they do. And we don't want to limit our ability to hire someone who does have that type of experience. So, but I would be okay with moving what we have as indicated for the preferred master's degree, those qualifications of which degrees, up to the bachelor's degree, because I do think it's important, if we're going to require a bachelor's degree, that we do have people that have an understanding of the business that we're asking them to perform.
Thank you. I have Dr. Osgood and then Ms. Rupert.
I was going to ask Ms. Good a follow-up question, but the other board members answered it. And a part of intellectual humility is being able to listen and hear from those that have more expertise in a certain area of discipline. And I certainly respect Ms. Good for doing that in this particular area. So I would be okay with moving what we have in the master's to the bachelor's level as well. But when I thought about the doctorate, I thought about our principals in a lot of our other areas where we do require, and most of them have that doctoral level of training. And NOVA has programs that you can get a doctorate in, or DPA or DBA in business administration. So that was my line of thought when I think about our existing structure and many of the people that we have in positions. But I do understand the need for the technical expertise and experience in this level. So thank you.
So is that a motion? Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. And thank you to my colleagues for their insightful words here. I had the same thought with why we were taking the master's out and moving it to the preferred since it had been in there. But I agree that the years of experience and the training should count. The only thing that I would suggest, which I believe Ms. Rich-Levinson did, is if we brought out particular fields on which are majors to actually have that bachelor's. So that's it. Thank you.
I'm going to share some comments and then I can go back around. I definitely think experience is the most important. None of the minimum qualifications serve on their own. Minimum qualifications mean all of them have to be met. And when we look at all of them, I think collectively that really speaks to the type of individual that we need. I actually don't think the area in which you got your bachelor's degree is honestly very relevant in this job specifically. I think that can even, in the sense, be something limiting, because there are some people who get into this career but may have done something very broad in their bachelor's background. And I can tell you my experience in being in commercial real estate, I work all the time with people in this field, and many of them started, when they went into college, they didn't see themselves going down that path, and then they found themselves and they worked up through it. I would be concerned about that limitation. I like it in preferred, because once you've met the minimum qualifications, now you're in the pool, and I think having that in the preferred gives us an opportunity to then really focus. But I like the idea of it being broad with all of the other specific qualifications. Again, collectively and minimum, if you don't meet every one of these minimum qualifications, then you're not eligible to even be looked at for the preferred. So my preference is to leave this one more open regarding the type of, and to be honest, when you look at what the earned master's degree, business administration, engineering, construction management, or related, those aren't related. So I'm not sure how staff is going to be able to discern what related means when those are the three that we've identified. So with that said, I would prefer to leave it as it is in this area, but I certainly can understand. I have other comments, but I want us to finish this conversation before I go on to my other. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, I feel very strongly that there needs to be some, we need to put something in there about what the bachelor's degree is in. I also, and I wish I had it with me, I do not have my Council of Great Cities School report. There was a very specific recommendation as to how we needed a very highly qualified chief facilities officer, which that position is now gone. And part of that position was because someone needed to have the experience and have the background in how to integrate what's happening with the bond and what's happening with the PPO and the deferred maintenance. And this is the 6th largest school district in the nation. And this is a huge responsibility. This job, we have, because of the situation we're in with the bond, PPO is more important than ever because of all the deferred maintenance and how to coordinate. If I had that report, I would pull out some of those, what they had listed of what they were looking for. And I can tell you it wouldn't be bachelor's degree, although I appreciate everybody saying that you can get somebody like that. But part of their comments to us was, you have a problem and you need to fix it. And so I would even be for, and I'm sorry I didn't do this earlier, deferring this and letting us go back and look at that report. We utilize that research at the Council of Great City Schools and see what other PPO managers, what they have that's working. So that would just be me. If there's not an appetite, I'll just vote no on this, that's fine. But this was really highlighted, and that report was very telling. And I feel we got it done, and we should take the recommendations and use them in everything we do now in these departments.
Thank you. Ms. Good?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleagues. I think in this regard, in light of, again, all the comments collectively from my colleagues, I do believe that we should transfer the same type of qualifications similarly with the bachelor's degree that we highlight in the master's preferred category. This position, again, is an executive director over physical plant operations. We need to hire some individual. We can't continue to postpone it. But I believe wholeheartedly that someone of the caliber that I would be looking for would definitely have a bachelor's degree in construction management, engineering, or business administration with the type of training and experience that's going to really make them shine in this role. And leaving it unspecified to me, although I totally understand what the chair indicated, I'm not comfortable with that with this particular position since we have made some changes within the organizational structure. So at this time, I'd just like to make a motion that the minimum qualifications under an earned bachelor's degree from an accredited institution include business administration, engineering, construction management, or related field.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Good, seconded by Ms. Bartleman. Public input.
Natalie Lynch Walsh, that would solve the problem. And as you guys were discussing it, I was thinking about the people that are in facilities right now. To your point, Ms. Good, there are people with construction management bachelors, engineering bachelors, and an architect bachelor's. I'm not sure about the fourth person. So certainly, if you're going to be in a related field, you should be able to have that at a bachelor's level. I believe the PPO director has a master's, but I want to say his undergraduate degree is in one of those related fields as well. So it's really not that far-fetched. And the problems cited in this report by the Council of Great City Schools require a background, a related background, and a lot of this is business related because it's talking about costs that are out of control. That was one of the things we talked about at the task force. One of these pages shows groundskeeping is out of control to the tune of $6,000 versus a few hundred at other districts. The P cards and the amount that people can spend on them was a cause for concern. They were actually concerned about the potential for fraud and said so in this report. But you have a needs assessment and you don't even know if deferred maintenance is $3 billion or $2 billion. That's a problem. They mentioned $3 billion in here, but I'm telling you, as someone who's been the chair and on the facilities task force for 8 years.
So Ms. Liz-Walsh, can we keep it to this conversation? I know you brought those up in your comments.
Okay, but it is related, and it's Dr. Lynch Walsh, because as it turns out, you can get a PhD in business. It's in corporate and organizational management. I know we like to call everybody doctor when they don't have one, and the person that does have one, people struggle with. And it's not because you don't know, it's because I'm a member of the public. But my doctorate is in business, actually, so they do exist. Anyway, so yes, so this Ms. Good's suggestion makes complete sense. Otherwise, you would have to table it and bring it back because it's going to get watered down, and you could be setting someone up for failure because they will not have the toolbox with the tools in it to even attempt to fix what's wrong here, because you have deferred maintenance that has only gotten bigger. If this report was from 2014, it would make complete sense, but it's not. It's from 2019. There was no plan to address all of that deferred maintenance, so they're going to have their hands full trying to figure out how they can solve this problem, and the only thing that solves this problem, frankly, is getting more money, and that's not an option for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public input? Seeing none, to my colleagues, additional comments on the motion? Yes, Ms. Rupert. Oh, yes.
I was just going to ask for Ms. Good to say it again, because I'm sorry, I had to take a phone call, so I missed her motion. Or the chair.
So the motion, do you want to restate it, Ms. Good? But the motion
Whatever your
was
preference is, Madam.
to move the qualifications listed under a master's degree and move them up to be included under the earned bachelor's degree for minimum qualifications. Yes, Ms. Brinkworth.
I think that given the information that was provided in the review of PPO by the Council of Great City Schools and the fact that we don't currently have a structure that has a chief facilities officer, I think that that does make sense. I know that I said that there are people that have the ability, but given the fact that we have that review, we have that information, and it was strongly suggested, I think that is the right thing to do.
Any additional comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, saying no. Motion is approved unanimously. Going back now to the amended motion, is there any additional comment from my colleagues? Seeing none, I have one. I have had some conversations with staff regarding veteran preference. And this is a position that veteran preference is not considered. Veteran preference basically means that when you have met the minimum qualifications and you choose to ask for a veteran's preference, meaning you may be a veteran, but you don't identify it, so there would not be a preference. But if you were asking for your veteran's preference to be considered and you meet the minimum qualifications, you would then be in the category of those who would be interviewed. It doesn't give you additional preference beyond that. It does give you the opportunity to be interviewed. That is actually for the majority of the positions across this district. It is not for this level position for SMAP. It is not required, and I'm asking for my colleagues to consider that that be something that we start to include in our job descriptions going forward. I'm not asking for them all to come forward at one time, but I would like us to have that as a preferred qualification once minimum qualifications are met. I wanted to have that as a discussion point. Yes, Ms. Bartleman.
So the one that we just did that have veterans preference?
It did. The reason I called this one up specifically was because this one does not, whereas the other ones automatically through federal regulations are required.
So
these do not.
So
have
you're
that
saying we
requirement.
would apply it consistently from this point forward?
Correct.
And it guarantees them an interview, but that doesn't mean they're getting the job?
Correct. It only gives them the preference of the opportunity to then, after meeting the minimum qualifications, be considered as one of the members that will be interviewed.
Okay, then I have a question. Was there any reason why that was left off this job description if it was in the other job descriptions?
So if I could clarify, it's something that we automatically do. It is not in the job description. Federal requirements state that on those applications that the veteran's preference, if someone selects that, because it's actually on the...
So why isn't it in this one, but it's in the other ones? That's why I'm asking.
Because this one does not meet, and I can let staff speak to it, but there are federal regulations. This type of job does not fall under the requirements of the federal regulations.
I just wanted to understand
So we're,
that.
basically what we're doing is we're taking the federal regulations of what I'm asking, and we're applying it then across the district.
Making it stronger.
To all jobs, and not just the ones that are captured in that federal requirement.
Okay, I'm fine with that as long as we do it consistently and beyond this job description, because I don't want it to look like we're just doing it for one, and then people are like, well, why are you doing it for that one? So I'm okay with that.
That's my intent, if
Okay.
my colleagues, and I think staff was going to weigh in on how we would be able to move forward if there was support from my colleagues.
Right, so Alan Strauss, Chief HR and Equity Officer. So in understanding this request, basically in future job descriptions that this would apply to, that, well, where it wouldn't apply to, and we would add it on to, we would, under preferred qualifications, have the saying, you know, if qualified for veterans preference, will be granted an interview. Meaning they would qualify obviously from the minimum, and if we verify that they qualify for veterans preference, then they would be automatically granted an interview for this type of position or whatever position we're speaking of.
Yes, that's the one I'm requesting. And again, we would not then proactively include it on other job descriptions where the federal requirement already applies.
exists.
We would only do it in the cases where the federal requirement does not apply, and we would put it in the policy to ensure that we would then apply it to those positions as well.
Can I ask one more follow-up?
Bartleman, and then
Who
Ms.
selects, I just want to make sure, do you have a minimum number of, when you go into your interviews, because I don't get involved in this level of detail of the process, do you have, you'll say we're only going to interview 5, or is it always open? Or that's my example. I don't know what yours.
It varies because it depends on the number of qualified applicants.
Okay, because I want to just make sure that, say, I think you answered my question, because if you were on, this was my concern. If you're only, say you're only going to take 3, it sounds like you doesn't have a limitation. You could possibly bump somebody because of somebody.
No.
So if you had like, you would take everyone, including the veterans.
You could, yes.
All right, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, may I go?
Yes, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing that up. I also have been talking to staff and the community members about moving forward, and you know where I'm going with this, Mr. Woods, is veteran preference for our vendors, for people that we do business with as well. Several school districts around the state have done it, and I've mentioned it for at least a year and a half now, and I just couldn't help to bring it up so my colleagues can hear that aspect of it and consider it not a today, but just an option out there. I would very much be for that.
Thank you. Is there additional conversation? Yes, Ms. Good. Sorry, I have you on the list.
I just concur with you. That's it.
Thank you. So I would like to then at this time pass the gavel to Dr. Osgood so that I can make the motion. So I would like to make a motion that this job description include, and I'm not sure what the appropriate language is. I don't want to be limiting in terms of the language, but the intention is to provide the veteran's preference to this position, and which would give the individual the opportunity to fall within the category of being interviewed if they've met the minimum qualifications.
Second. It's been moved by Ms. Corn and second. Is there any audience input on the motion? Any more discussion from my colleagues? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. Is there any additional comments on CC4? Seeing none, we're going to move for a vote for CC4 as amended. Please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. CC4 passes unanimously. Thank you. We're going to have a motion on CC5, please.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Good. And audience input on CC5. Seeing none. Discussion on CC5. I have Ms. Bartleman, and then Ms. Good, and then Ms. Brinkworth.
Mine was the same comment as to how does this get bumped before other positions, so you're already going to address that. Oh, sorry, you know, I'm also missing my little thing for the Beacon people, so they know.
Okay, so Ms. Bartleman is going to pass on additional.
I'm passing because
Already
it had to
shown
do with
that.
why
As-
we
right.
didn't do counselors yet.
So Ms. Good?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, and Ms. Brinkworth.
Mine was just, it's very picky, but the very first bullet where it says supervises, all of the other verb tense is just responsible, ensure, evaluate, identify, review, so just supervise.
Okay, seeing any, no additional comments, all those in favor of CC5, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no.
Ms. Corn,
Sorry, yes.
are
Mr.
you looking
Strauss?
to add your veteran preference to this one?
Well, I thought this one didn't apply.
This one doesn't?
This one is an automatic. This
Okay.
one's standard
Sorry
in
about-
here.
sorry
Thank you
about
for the
that.
suggestion, Mr. Strauss.
I was just trying to be consistent.
So, yeah, so, and what I would ask, I guess what I would ask to that point is that
Move it
staff
forward.
bring them forward that way, so we don't have to have the discussion every time, but that would be something standard based on what my colleagues have shared. So
Will do.
with that conversation, those indicating approval of CC5, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed say no. CC5 passes unanimously. May I please have, J4 was actually to vote down, and we approved it on the consent. We need to reopen the agenda so that we can, so move to reopen the agenda. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Rupert. All those in favor of reopening the agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. So the agenda is opened. If we could please ask for J4 to be pulled.
Second.
Ms. Bartleman has pulled J4, second by Dr. Osgood. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Perfect. So if we could now, I'm going to ask for someone to move J4.
Move.
No, we just separated it. So move on J4 by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. This is open for first audience input on J4. This is to vote it down.
The motion is to vote it down.
So we're going to say no if we are accepting to vote it down. But I'm taking audience input first on J4. Seeing none, to my colleagues, any discussion on J4? So to approve voting it down, we're going to vote no. If you don't want to approve it voting down, then you vote yes. So all those in favor of J4 say yes. All those opposed say no.
No.
Okay, so J4 is voted down. We've had that conversation so many times. I know it's confusing, but this is how we've collectively been doing it recently. And at least since Ms. Myrick has been at the helm, we have been voting it down when it's to reject. So J4 is voted down. If we can, we do have a attorney-client session at 12:45, so I'd like to move a couple more if we could. DD1 and DD2, can I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Audience input on DD1 and DD2. Seeing DD1 and DD2. Seeing none, colleague input on DD1 and DD2. Yes, Ms. Levinson.
Yes, I just wanted to make that usual comment that I make, just congratulating our locations and our schools on their property and inventory and internal funds audit. There were no exceptions. So congratulations.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of DD1 and DD2, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. DD1 and DD2 passed unanimously. If I could please have a motion? Did I miss? Okay, we can do that. Well, I'm going to go to the E's and just pull the ones that we don't have any comments. So I have EE1 through EE7, as well as EE9, as EE8 was withdrawn. So may I have a motion on EE1 through 7, 9, 13, 15, and 18? Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Is there? You do? Okay. Did someone want to speak to EE 18?
I didn't see it.
I have 19, yes, but not 18. Okay. Audience input on EE 1 through 7, 9, 13, 15, and 18. Colleague input on the collection of EE items. Seeing none, all those in favor of approving EE 1 through 7, 9, 13, 15, and 18, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE 1 through 7, 9, 13, 15, and 18 are approved unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 10?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Is there audience input on EE 10? Seeing none, may I please have a colleague discussion, and EE 10, I have Ms. Oliveff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for EE10, if we do not have a natural disaster, can this funding be used for debris monitoring services for our schools?
So I believe that I want to defer and allow the user to answer the question. I believe I know what the answer is, but I don't want to speak out of school, so I believe he's on his way down.
He is right behind you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, and Superintendent Runcie. The question, can you repeat it, please?
Yes. So if we do not have a natural disaster, can this funding be used for monitoring, for debris monitoring services at our schools?
No, it has to be related to a natural disaster.
Do we have funding for debris monitoring services? Yearly funding for that?
Outside of a natural disaster?
Yes.
I'm not aware of that.
That's a problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're
Ms.
welcome.
Good?
Could I offer some more?
information?
Yes, Mr. Moakland?
So we through PPO, they have like debris hauling and pruning and those sort of services. I don't know that there's a need to monitor it.
That's what I was
The monitoring aspect of this comes into relation to getting FEMA recovery, and there's extensive documentation that's needed in terms of the size of the truck and the slip from the landfill where you deposit it or drop it off. So I don't know that there's actually a need for monitoring services for debris outside of a natural disaster. And we do have contracts for debris hauling and removal outside of a natural disaster.
Thank you. I have Ms. Good and then Ms. Murray.
I think Mr. Moquin handled it. It's not the hauling itself, but FEMA requires that you have individuals out there that just monitor the debris that's being picked up and if it's being done according to their specifications. But Mr. Henry, I'm sure, could specify a little bit differently. So is that's
correct. No, you're absolutely right.
Thank you, Ms. Murray.
Yes, we have a contingency fund for in a case of a storm or other catastrophes that would impact the system. I understand why you'd want to do this, because those of us who are involved in recovering FEMA money, and it's not just a Broward problem, it's throughout the state and throughout the country trying to get your funds back. So is this done specifically so that we have the right auditing report? And if that's so, is this money going to be subtracted from the contingency fund that we already have for disaster?
That would have to be answered by the CFO. My responsibility is primarily to work with FEMA and the state of Florida to collect any expenses that we put out as a result of a natural disaster.
Okay.
There are 3 categories. Category A, debris removal. Category B, emergency measures. And Category E, which is permanent repairs.
Right. Okay, no, I commend you for doing this, because with the natural disasters that have hit this country, I mean, it's not just hurricanes. We have earthquakes, we have fires. I mean, there's things that we may not be cognizant here in Broward County, but FEMA has to deal with the whole nation. So, but again, is that a question you can answer, Mr. Woods? Will this be extracted from our contingency fund? Or is there someone here that can answer that?
I would like to defer to the subject matter expert who's standing up behind me here.
Oh, I didn't see that.
You didn't see me? Judith Marte, Chief Financial Officer. So our contingency fund for disasters is our general fund reserve and our capital fund reserve. So when we make a recovery from FEMA, the cost of this contract is would be paid out of capital funds, waiting for reimbursement back from FEMA. So the outstanding funds that FEMA already owes us are not included in our funds, they get added back.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Just so we're keeping everything balanced. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of EE 10, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. EE 10 passes unanimously. We have 1 more minute, so we're going to just take the open items that we have left without any additional comments anticipated. If I have a motion and a second on HH1 and HH2.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Dr. Osgood. Audience input on HH1 and HH2. Seeing none, colleague discussion on the items. Seeing none, all those in favor of HH1 and HH2, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. HH1 and HH2 pass unanimously. If I could please have a motion and a second on the following. And this is based on my colleagues indicating they had no comments, so if you believe you have one, you may want to interrupt the motion so we don't include all of them. The motion would be to move JJ 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input, JJ 1 and JJ 3 through 12. Seeing none, back to my colleagues. Any discussion on the items? Okay, so I've called for audience input.
I know, but you've always been very quick on the draw.
Dr. Lynch-Walsh, I'm happy to take your comments. I don't need feedback as to whether or not I should be taking the comments. So I'd be happy to open it back up to the audience, and then I'll come back to my colleagues.
Great. The only comment I wanted to make is I'm seeing Lunacon a couple of times here, actually 3, And one of the concerns that the task force has had over the years is that there is a lack of mechanisms in place to prevent people from being given too much work from time to time. You just had LIMCO that got work. I think they had 8 contracts, she had to cancel 6, and now they're been struggling to put a culinary arts lab into Western. So I just hope that we're not seeing, and time will tell, that Lunicon is getting too much work all at once because the district evaluation process lacks sound mechanisms in place that would prevent people from getting too much work, even to this day, even 5 years into the bond program. And it's been an ongoing struggle to make sure that doesn't happen. So we'll see what happens in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional audience input? Seeing none, to my colleagues. Ms. Bartleman?
I thought after the whole LIMCO fiasco, we were going to do something to change that, Mr. Runcie. And I was under the impression we did, that we were going to have that in the process because all of those schools were delayed because of one company, and we're going to, so why isn't it in the process? Because all you're doing here is giving us the opportunity to, like, if they can't get the job done, we'll be out 6, 7, 8, 9 months from now canceling these contracts. So why hasn't that been incorporated into the selection process?
Frank Girardi, Executive Director, Capital Program. We are reviewing when we do receive hard bids. And just like in the beginning of this whole program, there was one company that seemed to be getting a lot of work, and we kept an eye on them, and they're actually one of our better contractors. Good. So this company hasn't had a chance to perform yet, so we are keeping an eye on them.
Okay, but LIMCO didn't have a chance to perform, and then they didn't perform, and so
Okay.
it's scary to me that we're going to go down that path again. Like, maybe you could build in the process if you'd done it before. That's all I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
let people get, because you did give them a lot of jobs, and I would hate to have another LIMCO headline. So maybe you could look at how we're going to do that. Like, clearly the company who did it now has a track record, but I feel like you do need to incorporate that somewhere.
We'll look into it.
Okay. I thought we were looking into it last time, so maybe we'll get something concrete next time. Okay.
Okay. Ms. Brinkworth?
So just really quickly, you know, that's one of the questions that I've been asking from the beginning is about capacity of the vendors that we select. And so, Mr. Runcie, it is incumbent upon staff to really be on top of that. And given the fact that we have had so many significant delays, we cannot afford for that to continue to happen.
I was going to say you're absolutely correct, but we are in this, balance, right? So to the extent that we end up removing some contractors, that creates further challenges, right? So, we're trying to make sure that we are holding these folks accountable and making sure that they're not overburdened. At the same time, making whatever adjustments we need to.
I appreciate that response, but let me just say this. The level of monitoring that occurred previously is not acceptable.
Oh.
And so we have to make sure that if we're going to award this much work to one vendor that doesn't have a track record, that there better be significant monitoring going on.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest changes we've made some significant changes around the actual project managers that are out there, so that there is more effective monitoring, but I'll let Mr. Girardi.
Well, also with that, each of the contractors that are pre-qualified with us have a per project limit for bonding capabilities and also a cumulative limit. So we look at that also. They have the capability. They may not have done the work with us, just like, and I don't want to name names, when we started the program, we had one company that was just, it seemed like every board meeting was getting a new project. And we kept an eye on them, and they performed very well. So it'll be the same thing here. The only way we could stop them from bidding would be is to pull their pre-qualifications. But as long as they're meeting their bonding capability, we just have to keep an eye on them and then go from there.
Okay, so Ms. Bartleman?
One more thought. Does this company, like the last company, got all those jobs and had no experience with school construction in Florida? Does this company have experience with school construction in
Yes.
Florida?
Yes.
Okay.
And with the LIMCO issue, that was also a architect which they don't have bonding capabilities. This one, we have something to keep an eye on to make sure they're sound enough to complete the work.
Okay.
Because these are general contractors.
It's all on you.
Thank you. So I am
That's
gonna
why I'm
share-
here.
So I am going to share, though, historically, and this comes from being on the Facilities Task Force and seeing, historically, there actually used to be a threshold level in which you are allowed, as you were newly entering as a contract vendor, to be able to do whatever that threshold was in terms of the amount of business before being able to show that you had performed.
Okay.
So when we talk about pulling, there are two things we could do. We could pull the qualifications, or when we're talking about rating, there could actually be something considered in the rating of them as to whether or not they may potentially lose some points if they don't have enough business, so that helps to mitigate some of that risk when they are new to the district. And I think those are the types of things that we're talking about that we want staff to weigh in on, because that is a significant concern, and it's something that bonding certainly does speak to it in terms of our risk in being able to go after them. But at the end of the day, when we talk about this entire bond project and all of the work we do, it isn't about chasing after the fact. It's about ensuring that the work is done well and timely at the beginning. So I want us to be a little more proactive, and I think that's the direction that you're hearing from my colleagues as well. So, thank you. With that, any additional comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor of JJ 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. They pass unanimously. And with that, we are going to move to our attorney-client session.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to request the school board convene for 2 attorney-client sessions in order to discuss settlement negotiations and/or strategy relative to the following pending litigation. The first session, Frederick Gutenberg et al. Versus the School Board of Broward County, case number SC 19-487 before the Supreme Court of Florida. The following persons will attend this attorney-client session. School board members Donna P. Korn, Chair, Dr. Rosalind Osgood, Vice Chair, Robin Bartleman, Patricia Good, Lori Rich Levinson, Ann Murray, Nora Rupert, Robert W. Runcie, Superintendent of Schools, Eugene Pettis, Deborah P. Klauber, Marilyn C. Batista, and Barbara J. Myrick, all attorneys. The second session, the following litigation, which is consolidated for discovery purposes and pending against the School Board of Broward County before the Circuit Court of the 17th Judicial Circuit in and for Broward County, Florida, under case number CACE 19-80000, paren 26, close paren. Alisa Aladoff, case number 19-0. Alicia. Alyssa. 19-008077. Ashley Baez, case number 19-007722. Scott Beagle, case number 19-007939. Anthony Borges, case number 18-008568. Isabel Checker, case number 19-007725. Nicholas and Alexander Wart, case number 19-007699. Samantha Fuentes, case number 19-007920. Samantha Grady, case number 19-008062. Jamie Gutenberg, case number 19-007720. Kyle Lehman, case number 19-007924. Stacy Lapel, case number 19-007784. Samantha Mayer, case number 19-008071. Gina Rose Montalto, case number 19-007737. Joaquin Oliver, case number 19-007802. William Olson, case number 19-007696. Graham Jonell Perkovich, on behalf of AP, case number 19-001507. Meadow Pollock, case number 18-009607. Helena Ramsey, case number 19-007727. Alex Schachter, case number 19-007723. Carmen Schentrup, case number 19-007736. Peter Wang, case number 19-007733. Benjamin Wickander, case number 19-007732. Tia Bell Williams, on behalf of M.W., case number 19-007272. And the following unconsolidated cases: Luke Hoyer, case number 19-019402. Daniela Menskow, case number 19-012884. And Alana Petty, case number 19-023307. The following persons will attend this attorney-client session: school board members Donna P. Korn, Chair; Dr. Rosalind Osgood, Vice Chair; Robin Bartleman, Heather P. Brinkworth, Patricia Good, Lori Rich Levinson, Ann Murray, Nora Rupert, Robert W. Runcie, Superintendent Schools, Eugene K. Pettis, Deborah P. Klauber, Marilyn C. Batista, and Barbara J. Myrick, attorneys at law. Oh, I
You have more.
continue. No, I have more.
Yeah, I know.
In anticipation of this request, the attorney-client session was properly advertised for today, December 10th, 2019, at 12:45 p.m. in accordance with Section 286.011, 8, close paren of Florida statutes. The purpose of the attorney-client sessions is to discuss settlement negotiations and/or litigation strategy relative to the pending litigation. A certified court reporter will record the sessions. Only those persons noted in the advertisements will be permitted to attend.
Thank you. At this time, the School Board of Broward County, Florida will recess the school board operational meeting for 2 attorney-client sessions. The attorney-client sessions will be held in the boardroom on the first floor of the Kathleen C. Wright Administration Center at 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33301. The attorney-client sessions will take approximately 30 minutes. At the conclusion of the business of the attorney-client sessions, the school board will have a closed-door session for 90 minutes. The school board operational meeting will reconvene in approximately 2 hours. Good afternoon. The school board operational meeting is now reconvened. We are going to begin with the letter I-8 and I-9. If I can get a motion, please.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Is there any audience input on I-8 and I-9? Seeing none, Ms. Myrick?
Yes, I just wanted to tell you about the difference between the two of these. Mr. Gresham was arrested, and as part of his release from jail, as part of his conditional release from jail, he is not allowed to be around children. So I-8 is going to be handled slightly different than you normally do. I-9 is your typical complaint that you will vote on. I-8 is, going to be not this isn't, but we're going to have a final order and a hearing before you. As the board, you are allowed to, many boards in the state do not send their employment cases to DOA. They hear them as a whole board and deal with it. And that is what we're going to do with I-8 if you pass that sometime in January, because given that he cannot be around children, he is not eligible to be a teacher, and therefore we are going to come before you with termination. We will continue to do the I-9 and go through the DOA process for the actual allegations against him, for which he did at school and was arrested for, but we are going to move this to a final order probably in January so that the principal can rehire somebody for that position. Representing the district in this case is Anastasia Propapadakis, who is here with us. We had a civil case by some of the children, I believe 2 of the children that Mr. Grisham is accused of being inappropriate with. She handled that case, and so we determined that instead of going with a new attorney, even somebody in-house, since she had done all the depositions and all the work on that case, she had the facts. So Anastasia is here to answer any questions, but I just wanted to separate for you what the 2 issues, why we have 2 termination cases for 1 person.
Thank you. Do we need to have any specific presentation, or can we have?
No, I mean, no, just, you know, you have the complaints like you have other complaints, so you don't need it. I just wanted to tell you what the difference between the 2 are.
Okay, so we've taken audience input. Is there any board discussion?
Yes, she asked for
I
audience
did. I already
input.
took audience input. Is
Yes,
there-
good afternoon. We were told to
Okay,
come
so
to
this
the
is, and
podium.
I'm going to share this with everyone. I take audience input at the beginning of the item after we've called it forward. I need you to come forward during audience input. Once I bring the discussion to the board, I'm no longer taking audience input. So I will make the exception to do this in this case, but I do need everyone to be aware that that's the process that we do as a board.
Thank you.
So if you would state your name for the record, and then we'll have 3 minutes for all audience input.
Samantha Vacciano, I'm the attorney representing Mr. Gresham in the criminal case, and he's asked us to represent him here today on this case before this board. Also, my partner, David Casals, again, representing Mr. Gresham.
Thank you. Is there any other audience input? Yes, so could you step away from the microphone, please? Because, so let me ask this question. Can you stop the microphone for 1 minute, please? So this is not, if they end their time now, they won't be coming back. This is not a dialogue.
No, this is not a dialogue. If they have a presentation as the audience, they have 3 minutes to do it as regular. This is, remember, as I sent in the email last night, your role in these cases is to accept the facts that are true, accept the facts as they are presented as true. Your role here is to determine whether the punishment, which is termination, fits the actions, which are outlined in the complaint. You're not here to determine if the facts are true or false. That's for the hearing, that's for the DOA judge, and it will be for you on the I-8 when we come before you and show you that he can't be around children. So that will be it, but it's not here. All of these people have their due process rights ahead of them through the Division of Administrative Hearings and then any appellate process they choose.
Okay, so to that point, I just want to make sure there's 2 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock, still for audience input. So if you would have anything else you'd like to share, this would be the time to do so. As you step away from the microphone, there will not be enough time to be able to have any additional conversation.
No.
So. No.
No.
They get to finish theirs. Yes, she would be able. Correct. She has 2 minutes and 35 seconds left of the 3 minutes. of audience input for your time at the microphone. So is there anything else you'd like to share during your time?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Myrick pointed out, we are not able to argue the facts. You have to take the facts as true, and we understand that. However, there has been so many different facts that have been controverted, different people saying different things. I think that the school board had, Mr. Gresham was a behavioral specialist. He was not in the classroom at the time that these allegations occurred. He's been since reassigned to the depository. We would simply ask that you continue to leave him at the depository until his criminal case is resolved. And I think that once the criminal case is resolved and all of the facts have been placed into, the accurate facts have been placed, that the school board may have a different position. So we ask that you leave him at the depository where he is. He's not having contact with children at the depository. And as I said, he was not actually in the classroom at the time that this incident allegedly occurred.
Okay, thank you. Additional audience input.
Good afternoon, Anna Fusco, elementary teacher, Broward Teaching Union president. Speaking on behalf of the process, Mr. Grissom is being represented by attorneys. We have had in the past management, admin, principals, assistant principals arrested outside of school settings for drunk driving, drugs, attempted murder, various different criminal cases that went to criminal law. And the cases take time because, you know, the red tape in the judicial system can take a lengthy time, and they were not relieved of their jobs. They were put in a place not where children are and kept their jobs until the due process went forward. As I notice, we have certain district personnel that tends to want to use their own due process self-agendas to take care of things and create their own narratives to either deem someone guilty or make sure they're not guilty. But he has not been proven guilty in a court of law, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we're all innocent until proven guilty. There are tons of people in our system that are arrested, that are falsely accused, and the system takes its course. And just as management gets that right to continue their position somewhere in the district, when they do something outside of the system that causes them to get arrested criminally, they keep their jobs, and then if they are innocent, they go about various ways, and if they're not, then you take course of action. We're asking to start giving that due process to the rank and file, and not only the ones that have the top-heavy chief position or cadre position or management position that we so much are seeing, and that it's being misused and abused. So I'm asking you to not take this recommendation for termination because he has not been found guilty. None of us up there are a judge. None of us have the right to say that he's guilty. And until it's done, I want you to all say that he was innocent until proven guilty. That is our American right.
Ms. Korn, if I might.
I think we have more audience input.
I'm sorry.
I wasn't expecting to have a comment, but my name is Terry Lopez-Preuss, and I'm the Vice President of the Broward Teachers Union and a community member and a teacher for over 30 years. When I heard counsel say that you are to accept these things as fact, as true, I got very concerned, and I suddenly decided that I wanted to speak on this because we are constantly being shown facts that are not true. We see them in writing, we see signatures on them, we see superintendent's signature on them. I even saw one, and I'm very open about this, and one day perhaps it will get to where I would like to see it go, where I was accused of something without anybody even talking to me about it or finding out what the truth was. So if we have legal counsel saying you have to accept facts as true, well, goodness gracious. Anybody can say anything they want, as you've seen with President Fusco, who they've tried to arrest her for things that were not true. I was almost arrested at my own middle school where my children went, where I taught, where I'm still a teacher of record, over things that were said that were not true. So if these things are put in writing and you're supposed to accept them as true, what the heck is that? That's just I mean, I'm sorry, dumb. And, you know, another thing that you were supposed to accept as true, I was here for a litany of administrators who stood up and spoke about President Fusco and
Okay, Ms.
almost...
Preuss, I need you to speak
Okay,
very
who spoke?
directly to this item.
I am, because this is the process, and we just heard you're supposed to accept it as true. I've been lied about, she's been lied about. Videotapes have been released because your council says it's okay to release them when the school board says you're not supposed to release them. We have been lied about constantly, and you're supposed to accept it as true? No. I think you need to get council opinion from somewhere else, because we know that things are not true when we see them in writing, when we talk to teachers, or when they happen to us. They're not true. So when I'm sitting here and I'm listening that you're supposed to accept facts as true, and I've seen Superintendent Runcie sign his name to something, accept facts as true, and I know for a fact, because it happened to me at my school, to people I know, that it's not true, I'm not happy. And it is a process problem. And the videotapes that were released about President Fusco, who also had things that were not true, were you supposed to accept those as true? I don't like the sound of that. I think you need to get some more legal counsel opinions.
Is any additional audience input on the item?
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, I don't know what it is about BTU, but you guys always get me motivated. And actually, the issue is this facts being true. Only facts are true. Allegations are not necessarily true. They're just an allegation at this point. There are plenty of things that are being said about people that are not true, and I can personally attest to people putting things in writing about me that were straight up lies that I can prove are a lie, but people are still hanging on to them as though they were true, that I haven't even dealt with yet. So the bottom line is, if you're being told that you have to treat what's in front of you in writing as fact, when they're not facts necessarily because they haven't been proven, that's a problem, and I agree that you should have to get another legal opinion because it's an allegation, it is not a fact necessarily until the whole thing is done. So this sounds like a very slippery slope that you guys are being asked to go slide down, that just because it's put in front of you in writing, it certainly must be true, when we are all way too familiar with hide, deny, spin, and threaten, which is a nice way of saying district staff lies to you ladies, and you know they do.
Thank you. Is there any additional audience input? This is on I-8 and I-9. Thank you. Ms. Myrick, you were going to finish sharing.
Yes, I just wanted to say, as you all know, this individual, as anybody else, has their due process rights after you make the decision today. The thing that is different with this individual and why we're doing I-8 is because he has a release order that says he cannot be around children. I understand he's not around children right now, but because he cannot be around children, the principal cannot relieve his position and not hire somebody to replace him, which is why we're moving this that way. If, in fact, he is found innocent at DOA level and at the criminal level, there's nothing to prevent him from applying and coming back to work.
Thank you. I have Dr. Osgood, and then I have Ms. Bartleman.
Ms. Korn, this is Mrs. Brinkworth. I'm just letting you know I'm on the line.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth.
So, this is a very serious matter. Very, very serious matter. And what makes it different is because the way that things are structured, this position can't be filled at a school that desperately needs to have the position filled. However, those rules are put in place that we can't release this position because we have a person in it while they're under investigation, maybe we need to look at addressing that. So I'm going to make my vote, and so that I can be accountable to the people that elect me, I'm going to base my vote on what's written in I-9, page 8, that starts with number 43. Now, I probably should read it, but I have to think about the people that are involved, the agony that they've already experienced, rehashing it. When you talk about these types of issues, they are very sensitive issues, and they involve multiple people. So I'm going to base my vote on progressive discipline and things that happen before all of us, I guess, except for Ms. Balderman and Ms. Murray, were ever on this board.
No, we weren't on for this.
You were not on? Okay, so none of us were never on this board. But there is a track record in a history. I'm talking about 1998, 2002, 2006.
We're here for 6.
So there is a litany of things where suspensions were made, 5 days suspension because probable cause was found with allegations. 2006, the Department of Education made another probable cause finding on concerns with 2 separate incidents. 1998, which just blows my mind. I mean, if I was the parent involved in this, it would be major, major problems if someone solicited my daughter with money to do these type of things. This is facts. This happened. It was agreed to, and it was settled, and it was document signed. And I'm getting extremely upset about this because it is our responsibility and our duty to protect children. It's also our responsibility and our duty to help members of our team get the help that they need for whatever issues that they have. But I can't sit here because this case is pending and not take into account previous things that was agreed upon, that was signed, that was outlined. It makes me have some other questions about even being at this point today when it comes to protecting and dealing with our children. So I'm not going to make my decision because I'm passing a judgment on what happened in this most recent incident, because the courts will make their findings. And I will go on record to say courts make findings that I don't always agree with. Zimmerman killed Trayvon and got off free. I didn't agree with that court finding, and I wouldn't want him around my kids. So as one board member, I'm going to vote the way that I'm voting on the facts that I got from previous things that happened, that maybe if some strong action was taken then, we wouldn't even be at this point now dealing with trauma in this potential situation with other kids now. So that's the reason I'm going to make my vote and take the position that I take when I have the opportunity to do so. And it's public record. I'm not reading it because of the people that were involved, and I don't want to be calling out their initials and their names in the schools, but you can go to the I-9 document and you can start reading on the pages that I stated, and you can draw your own conclusions.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman.
My only question, Ms. Myrick, is just about the DOA thing, because I've never done that before. So what is the change? Usually we send it to DOA, they rule on it, and then we accept or reject DOA.
We're going to send I-9 to DOA. I-9 is going to DOA,
So
like it normally is.
Okay.
What we're going to ask you to hear is I-8, which is purely the termination of Mr. Grisham because he cannot be around children. We are not going to, you're not going to rule on the DOA type issues and do that evidence. You're only going to rule at a later date, not today, not today, on because he has a court order that says he cannot be around children.
Okay.
So we're doing that sooner than later so that we can release that position and allow somebody to be filled there. So we can do that. You're allowed to do that. You as a board have the authority. There are many counties in this state that the board hears all employee discipline hearings. They send nothing to DOA. We don't do that here. We've sent everything to DOA, and that's how we do it. But because DOA will take so long, and the criminal case will take so long, we need to release that position.
And that's my next question. One of my issues is I do not think that our cases should go to just us, I believe, in the DOA and the third-party
I do-
process.
I do
So I'm
too.
kind of uncomfortable taking that third party out of there because I've never done it before as a board member, ever. And this could be any other teacher, any other person. I've never been asked to do the DOA thing before. And I understand why you're doing it.
And it's, and I, when I talked to Mrs. Brinkworth prior to her not being chair, it's a decision that we've talked about in our office. We would only bring these type of cases to you to do when a individual has been ordered by the court not to be around children as a part of his release from jail. Those are the only time that we are, would consider bringing something to you like that.
Okay, as long as that's it. And then the next question I have is, what in our process has to be changed so that, or what in our contract has to be changed so that we can fill a position so we're not held like this?
I can't answer that right now. I will be glad to follow up with you
Okay,
on that, with the board on that.
All right, I'm going to approve all of these items, but I have to say I am still uncomfortable with the DOA without taking on the DOA. I'm fine firing him, I'm fine doing all of that. I'm just the DOA thing. For me, it sets a precedent, and I know you're trying not to set a precedent, but if I would be very concerned if I was an employee that, this is the first case we've ever taken away from DOA and settled ourselves. I know why you're doing it, you've explained it. I'm still uncomfortable with it as a board member.
I can provide some clarity if it would be helpful. I don't know if this mic is on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So there are two complaints, like Ms. Myrick was saying. One, the I-9 complaint mirrors the civil allegations that we defended in civil court for the lewd and lascivious behavior for which the parents filed the lawsuit on behalf of their children. Though that complaint has issues of fact, which is why it's going to DOA. That one needs full evidentiary process, discovery process, which is why it's going to DOA. The I-8 complaint is a little bit different. In the I-8 complaint, where there's no request that anybody make a factual finding about whether the lewd and lascivious conduct occurred. That is not for this complaint. That's for the DOA complaint. The I-8 complaint is not based on facts that are at issue. It is a public record that he has a pending criminal case. It is also a public record that there is an order, and I've attached it to the complaint as Exhibit B to I-8, which shows the conditions of release. And it says the defendant shall further abide by the following: no contact with any minor child not related by blood or by adoption. So because there is no issue in dispute as to the fact that there is an order already in place, and because of his position, he cannot be at a school location or any location that has children other than his own. So whether he's a teacher or he's also the basketball coach, a behavior specialist, his job classification requires him to be around minor children, and he cannot. Per this court order, we cannot violate that order, and that's why Ms. Myrick was saying that there's no issue in dispute here. The I-8 complaint simply reiterates that there's an order in place. We cannot comply with the order and also keep him employed in his position, and that's the reason why we need to terminate him. It is separate and apart from whether or not he committed these lewd and lascivious acts, which will be in the criminal court decided there. The civil case is still pending against him individually, even though the district is out of that case. It's still going forward in the civil courts against him personally, and also the DOA case will make those determinations as it relates to what we're here for today.
So I have a question. I don't understand how, when was this quarter, the case in I-9 occurred in the 17-18 school year, correct?
Correct.
But, and this was February 18th that this court order was written?
Right, the court order was February 18th.
Was that because of this case?
Yes. He was arrested as a result of the allegations.
So, but then I-8 is related to I-9, because if he wasn't arrested, no, I'm just saying, if he wasn't arrested, he wouldn't have this. So you were saying they weren't related.
No, it's not related in the fact they are related, but the issue is you are not going to be in judgment of finding of fact whether he committed lewd and lascivious actions.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying it's just because, okay, but then my
You're
question
only
is.
going to be, the only issue before you in I-8 is the fact that he can't fulfill his job responsibilities.
Can we still fire him instead of us being the party? Can DOA rule on it?
Yeah, DOA will, whatever DOA does with this.
No, on I-8. Because which one is going to us?
I-8 will be coming to you,
Back
and
to you.
I-9 will be going to DOA.
That's what I'm saying. Why can't I-8 also go to DOA?
Because it will
he's-
take so long.
But he's fired anyway once we do the action.
But, no, he's not.
If it goes to DOA, he won't be.
And that's when you can't fill
Right.
the position.
Right.
I get it, we're in a pickle, but I think for future cases, we need to figure out what stops us from hiring another teacher. But I am still uncomfortable not giving someone a third-party DOA hearing. So, okay. That's just me, it could be this case, any case.
I understand.
You understand why, right? Because that's like
But you
impartial.
also understand that we're not going to have this board hear factual evidence regarding the underlying
No,
attempted
it
criminal.
doesn't
You
have
un-
to
I
be-
know, but you understand that.
Oh, I get
Okay.
that. It doesn't have to be this case, it could be any case. I am very for third-party, impartial DOA hearing rights for all of our employees, no matter what the case is.
Okay. Ms. Levinson?
I also have to take a breath before I speak about this, because this is one of the most egregious things I have ever read in the 8 years I've been on this board. And when you read the previous discipline for corrective action, it's amazing that we're even in this situation as a board. I was not on this board back then in 2006. I don't know how that decision could have ever been made to give 5 days suspension. In fact, we're going to talk about a case later today. When you think in perspective of this, it's mind-boggling, actually. I've said it before, I have zero tolerance for this kind of behavior, and this happened in 1718. 4, 5 students. I'm just not going to elaborate. If people want to read it, they can read it themselves. Like Dr. Osgood said, I'm not causing any more harm to anyone else who has been involved in this, and I just can't even believe that this discussion is going on for as long as it is without moving forward on these recommended actions. Ordered not to be around children. We are a school system.
Thank you. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. Ms. Myrick, on I-8, why did we publish the young girls' names? To me, that completely victimizes them once again. Not in I-9, but in I-8.
Can you tell me what page
It's Exhibit A at the bottom where it says lewd and lascivious conduct, count 2. It does.
That form is also in I-9. It's in the back of I-9.
Okay.
But I think we put that there so that you would see that what he was arrested for and why he cannot be around children.
No, I understand that, but I didn't understand why you could not do SF instead of the actual name.
It's already a public record. We got this out of the public records.
That's so horrible.
That's, well, the state attorney's office filed it this way.
Greatly alarmed with this, and for two minutes reasons, and I'm not going to comment anymore.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood.
Ms. Myrick, I don't know how we get to it, but we have to do something to look at our employees. I don't want to be on a board or be a part of an organization where we have people working on a part of our team that has a history in this nature. You know, we have to help them get the help that they need. This is very, very serious. And there are some things that go along with this from just personal experience on multiple levels with community people that I've known all my life. This is serious. It's very serious. And as a school board that's in the business of handling children, We have to look at, I mean, I'm put in a predicament today because I don't know, maybe everybody was intoxicated at these board meetings. I'm trying to figure out what was people's state that they agreed to some of this stuff. And now we're put in a predicament today to have to deal with this again. And this is only what we know at this time. It's going to be interesting to see what else evolves over this process. I don't want to be put in this predicament again. So I don't know if it's a conversation with the state or what we do to go back and look at where we have, if we have any other situations like this in the district. I don't want to find out about it because it's another allegation or something else has come forth like this, and I'm having to make this decision again on something else. This is totally, totally unacceptable. I mean, it's unacceptable. And we have to take a strong position. I can't be polite about this. You know, it is egregious. And I'm trying to intentionally send a message that this is not going to be tolerated, and to let our students know that we want them to talk up. We want to be able to have some way of helping them. And I'm talking again about pages of I-9 that give facts. I'm not speaking to anything that's an allegation. What I'm talking about is facts, stuff that has been even admitted. I mean, it blows my mind that somebody didn't even go to jail or something, that it was admitted. I don't want to be put in this predicament again. I don't want to lose sleep burdened with this. Now I'm wondering, you know, could something like this possibly be going on and we're not aware of it because a lot of these kids, they're scared to come forward to tell what's happening. So I take this very serious. And I won't ever shut up about it. I won't ever let somebody try to tell me not to speak up about it. I'm the voice for kids, especially those that can't speak for themselves. God has blessed me with a big mouth. And when it comes to these kinds of things, I'm going to use it.
Thank you, Ms. Aludeth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak on what Ms. Rupert was discussing on Exhibit A. Can you tell me who wrote Exhibit A?
The State Attorney's Office.
It's an order signed by the judge in the criminal case and filed in the criminal court case, Exhibit A.
Okay. But then who put it on the agenda in this packet on our website?
Well, it's an exhibit to the complaint, so we made it as part of the evidence you're showing.
But it was district staff that put it on our website,
We did
correct?
it because you can go to this court case and you can pull this up yourself if you choose to.
No, I understand.
So it's already a public record.
Right, I understand, but when it goes onto our website, we have to be held accountable for what goes on our website. And to me, it looks like we violated FERPA. We should have redacted these children's names. I find it very unacceptable that they are here right now on this exhibit in these two items. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor of supporting items I-8 and I-9, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. I-8 and I-9 pass unanimously. Can I please have a motion and a second on item II-1?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Audience input on item II-1. Please make sure to state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, board members and superintendent. As you know, my name is Mary Coker, Director of Procurement and Warehousing Services. First and foremost, I want to publicly apologize once again. I'm so sorry for my actions dated October 31st. It was never my intention to disrespect you or the district. Today, like every other Tuesday board meeting, I prepared for my item. Unfortunately, it seems there's not amount of preparation for an II item compared to my EE items. Throughout the years, my thorough preparation for board meetings has given me the strength to stand before you today. And I am asking you for leniency and progressive discipline commensurate to what I have done. As a highly effective rated leader within our organization, it is my greatest hope that I have gained enough of your trust and respect to carry me through this situation. I am hopeful that you will reconsider the recommendation and change it to a written reprimand or suspension, what you feel is warranted under these circumstances. I have served you with the utmost of integrity to protect our organization, our schools, our kids. This demotion will no longer allow me to directly continue to make positive differences for our district. Please respect and give credit to the following accomplishments under my leadership. Savings of approximately $50 million in cost avoidances or savings throughout the last 3 years. Increase of board items that have successfully passed your approval. Increase of SMWB minority participation. Automated processes for increased efficiencies. Improve key performance indicators aligned with Council of Great City Schools. Please, I stand here today. I normally sit, but today I'm standing, and I ask that you find it in your heart to give me a written reprimand or a suspension. Please realize the impact that this demotion would have on me and my family. As the newspaper stated, it would be approximate $45,000 decrease loss in salary. The unintended consequences would potentially allow me to lose my home, have a different type of family situation, considering that I'm recently divorced and I've been caring for my ailing parents, which I just found out the day before my dad has cancer. Please, I know that I have been repenting for the last weeks, and I seek for your forgiveness. Please do not demote me. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Pete Tingham. I'm the Executive Director of SMAB, of which Mary Coker has been a member since she joined the Broward school system. A few weeks ago, Mr. Woods and I and Mary Coker met, and at that time, we were given notice that an investigation was to take place. And I asked Mr. Woods a question, what should Mary do during the next week while this investigation is going on? And he stated to continue her duties but not be present where the investigation interviews are going on. And that was fine with us. Later, we met again at Ms. Coker's office, and at that time, she was presented with a termination paper and asked to turn in everything. She was allowed to work at her normal job for the period of time the investigation took. In my institutional knowledge of Broward County, this investigation lasted less than a week, which is a fantastic achievement for most investigations. Also, many of the major players, such as the parents of the young people who were involved, were not interviewed. And I found that a flaw in the process of the interview. I request that you consider the positive effects Ms. Coker has had on the districts and look into a reasonable form of discipline for her. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I want to take a second to thank all of you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. This is my first board meeting, and I've been very enlightened. I'm very appreciative that you are giving me the chance to speak, but besides my appreciation, I'm also stricken with grief from...
I'm sorry, if you can just please state your name.
Oh, I apologize. My name is Roy Silva. I work for the Business Support Center.
Thank you.
Besides my appreciation, I am also stricken with grief from seeing how this initial decision to remove my mother from her current position in the district has impacted both my family and workplace. In the time I have spent in the county as an employee, I have seen my mother do the following: go above and beyond at every opportunity, physically and mentally, at work and at home, pouring herself into the work she does to better the county for her employees and, most importantly, our students. Seeing the backlash of an honest mistake, the first mistake, cause an uproar that encouraged her removal only pains me further. We are all human and we all make mistakes, but if one takes the responsibilities for their actions and is pushing to be better themselves and also around the people around them, should we provide them with the opportunity to redeem themselves? My answer is yes, and I'm sure my brother will agree that my mother can bring forth this redemption and continue the excellent work she has provided for the district as the Director of Procurement. I implore you to consider her demotion and give her leniency. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Jody Hart. I am a procurement professional who has served 30 years' experience in both the private and public sectors, including my own directorship in public procurement departments. I worked for Mary Coker for 2 years. As shown by her reviews, I agree she is an exceptional manager. She is forward-thinking and has done an excellent job in building the procurement and warehousing services department from a place that had a revolving door of staff to a department with a great team of strong employees with great work ethic. I ask you to take into consideration her outstanding performance of the professional service she's done for the last 4 years.
Good afternoon, board members and Superintendent Runcie. My name is Stacy Shirillo, and I've worked for this district for 27 years. Actually, I'm going on my 28th. I've seen a lot of directors come through this department. Some were good and some were not good. Some bullied me and made me cry daily, and that is not a healthy work environment. But when Mary Coker started working here, she cared about all her employees and made this a safe work environment. I was also being bullied by a coworker for over 2 years, and nobody did anything. I had extreme anxiety because this coworker used to scream at me in front of everyone. When she got there, that stopped. As I have stated, I have had good bosses and bad bosses, but Mary is the best. She really is a great boss. She has come in there in the 3 years that she's been there and turned the department around. It's a safe work environment, and all of us work, and it's extremely productive under her leadership. I'm also reading for another coworker. Her name is Kim Brown, and she's been with the district 23 years, and she's worked in the department for the past 6 years in procurement. There have been few directors that have come and gone in the short time that she's been here, and I would not speak highly of them. However, since Mary has come into this department, there has been a 360-degree change. The morale, the teamwork, the support, the team-building activities, and guidance has been incredible. She has brought so much positivity to this department that I actually enjoy and want to get up every day and come to work. Mary has always given us the opportunity to promote within, which makes me feel appreciated and special. She definitely makes the difference and is the asset to our team. We ask that you show leniency, and thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carlene Grant. Mary has been my leader for many years. She has personally invested in my growth and development as a purchasing agent. This situation is not unique to me, as she has done this for many, many people. She's compassionate, passionate, and dedicated to all her employees. She has gone above and beyond for her workers and has exemplified qualities of what a good leader should do. She not only leads with words, she leads with actions. As her employee, I am always assured she will defend me and look out for my best interest. Her work and the transformation she has made in our department is undeniable. The skills, experience, and tenacity she has is an asset to this district. I believe this recommendation is unfair to her and the time and effort she has put into this district, and I ask you to reconsider. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Luis Perez. I have been employed with the school district of Broward County as purchasing agent since 2017. I'm not here to discuss approved or disapprove a decision of this board. I'm not here to criticize an error committed by someone who in the past 3 years has done the best job at the head of the procurement and warehousing service department that no one has been able to do before. I'm here to emphasize something that for the past 3 years has been a common denominator in these meetings. I'm referring to the achievement made by the Procurement and Warehousing Services Department during the time Ms. Mary Coker has worked as director of this department. As an example, the department has been achieved that more than 200 contractors pre-qualified. PWS processed more than $595 million in purchase orders, more than 8,300 stop transport processes, nearly 200 boards items presented, more than $2,700,000 in order for custodial food and nutrition stop rooms, more than 33,000 pieces of mail, provide relocation support and BSO services for the school and departments, more than $6.1 million saved in the last year, many savings impacting directly the schools. There are countless ways that we could expose to define the exemplary work of the Procurement and Warehousing Service Department has achieved under the direction of Ms. Coker. This board and the whole school district is fully aware of them. I'm respectfully asking this board to retain Ms. Coker as the PWS director.
Good afternoon. My name is Randy Rosenthal. I'm a 25-year employee of Broward Schools, having worked in maintenance management, transportation, and the past 4.5 years in procurement. In all my years with the district, Mary Coker is by far one of the best directors I have worked with. The work environment Mary has created has enabled a more productive working environment, inspiring me to take initiative above and beyond what is expected. It has been a great learning experience to work for such a motivated, supportive, and compassionate lady. A leader who is always pushing for excellence and who acknowledges hard work and makes you feel appreciated. It's a very rare find. I volunteered to write this letter to show my support for keeping Mary Coker as the Director of Procurement and Warehousing Services. Her removal would be a great disservice to both this department and the district as a whole. In addition, I would also like to state that they say that they did an investigation and spoke to people that were there that day. I was there. All the people that are here today were there, and maybe 2 out of all of us were spoken with. None of us were interviewed or spoken to. I even sent a letter, an email, letting them know I'm contacting you regarding the interviews conducted with procurement personnel in reference to the incident on October 31st. There's a group of us that also attended and are wondering why we were not interviewed. We feel our views are not being taken into consideration regarding this matter and would like to know the criteria used in choosing who was interviewed. Nobody ever got back to me. This was sent November 19th. They were there 2 days, never spoke to the majority of all of us that are here today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, and Superintendent Runcie. My name is Adriana Rodriguez, and I have worked in the Procurement and Warehousing Department for the past 2 years. I have known Mary Coker since I started and have always found her to be supportive, knowledgeable, and fostering a good working environment. She has always shown to be fair and caring of her staff and has encouraged a positive team spirit among her coworkers. Informally, she has been a mentor to myself and others and has given career advice to many of her colleagues. Mary Coker holds a unique and detailed knowledge of the department operations that I believe is important to our continued success. Thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon, board members and Superintendent Runcie. My name is Juan Manuel Perez, and I have been a purchasing agent specialist in the Procurement and Warehousing Service for the past 3 years. During this time, I have not only seen an improvement with the processing of the department under Ms. Cocker's direction, but how her commitment to the district has directly and positively impacted the state of Broward County School and its students. She's knowledgeable, professional, and embodies a leader in every which way. Today, I'm respectfully asking the board to consider our petition and retain Ms. Coker as the Director of Procurement and Warehousing Service. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon. My name is Edgar Lugo. I'm a purchasing agent 3 in the Procurement and Warehousing Services Department under the leadership of Ms. Mary Coker. Ms. Coker has always conducted herself in an exemplary and professional manner. I have gained invaluable knowledge and experience from her in the 2 years I have worked in her department. I am here today to supplicate that Ms. Coker remains as the director of the department, as she is an asset to us all. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shari Francis. I have been in procurement for many years, but I've worked here for almost 4, and I've worked around government agencies for over 20 years. Efficiencies are not easy to come by. Passionate employees are not easily found. Remembering why people do the jobs they do or for who they do it is not always top of mind or the driver of the decisions that are being made. Since the first day I met Ms. Coker, I noticed a sharp, knowledgeable procurement professional. I started just before she started, and the department was wrought with confusion, lacked efficiencies, lacked passionate employees who were focused, who weren't focused. It lacked written processes, and there wasn't a strong morale. I witnessed a transformation in the department. She made it known that her team was her backbone and that she would do what she needed to do to help us become an excellent department. It was under her leadership that the department was voted just last year as one of the top 2 departments by our peers. Mary identifies talents and helps people grow. She was able to get the purchasing technicians promoted to purchasing specialists within months of being there. She helped me move from an MWBE Specialist 3 to a Purchasing Agent 3, to then a 4, and now I'm the Manager of Construction Sourcing, because she identified the talent that I had, the knowledge that I obtained previously and brought to the district. I am not the only one that she's helped move within her department, because that's what she does. She identifies her talent, she identifies the resources she has, and she helps them grow and move to where they can better support the district. She helped streamline the department, ensuring that people were held accountable for the roles that they filled. The improvements in written standard operating procedures led to improvements in procurements. You heard the numbers before I got up here. It's because of her procedures, her thought process, her knowledge that we were able to deliver the numbers that you heard before. And she's fought for the implementation of systems with the limited resources that we have. But with all of this that I've said, she's kept the number one thing top of mind, which is why we do this. We do this for our teachers, we do this for our students. I manage the construction sourcing side. We have tons of programs, we've talked about it at this board a number of times, and she has always been on top of it to make sure that we are doing what we're supposed to do, following the regulations, following the policies, and ensuring that it's a streamlined process. I am proud to say, and I knock on wood here, in the time that I've been here, we haven't had a protest in the procurements that I've managed. And I have to say, Mary is at the top of that because she drives process. Write it, follow it. Please reconsider the recommendation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Anne Marie Richards. I'm the coordinator for Supply Diversity Outreach, the new EDDC department. I started in the department during the implementation of the new SDOP policy 3330, which required a major change on how we do things, procure things at the district. We lost leadership for the SDOP at the same time that I came in, about 6 months after, and Mary stepped in and helped us. She saw us through, and she even helped us get the new manager, additional positions, and that would help us to implement the new policy. I saw a transformation. She, through the team she built and through the strength and focus of those that she valued, which is her team members, made procurement a more reliable and more dependable department. She improved the effectiveness, the efficiencies, the procurement, which helps the district. She pushed for and obtained updated systems and oversaw the improvement of other tools utilized in procurement. Mary is good at identifying talents. She's great. She follows processes, and that's her huge. That's her biggest thing. She is always process. Always improvement. How can we improve? How can we make it better? I stand here before you and I ask you and I beg you. I know that I am just the coordinator for Supply Diversity, but I ask you to please reconsider. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dailis Enriquez. I only been working with the district for 3 years. I am here to support Mary Cooker, as she has been an excellent boss, who has been able to run the procurement and warehouse department. As a coworker and a friend, she knew how to make this team a great family, and I hope she continues in her position, as she always has been. She's amazing, really. Thank you.
Vanessa Jimenez, Purchasing Agent Specialist. I have been working under Mary's leadership for 2 years, and she has been a mentor for me, and like I have said before, one day I want to have the knowledge and to be able to make a difference in people's life like I have seen her do. I was one of the people present on October 31st, and I wasn't interviewed. I raised my concerns, and like Randy's email, never get an answer to why we were not questioned. Please take under consideration her hard work and the difference she has made to procurement and warehousing services that has reflected throughout the district. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, and Superintendent Runcie. My name is Mark Cohen. I work in the construction area of the procurement department. From the first time I met Ms. Coker some 3 years ago, I thought she was a dynamic personality who was a person that had strong conviction but had the innate ability to communicate with those that she works with. I have found, as I trust you all have, Ms. Coker to be a tireless, most energetic, and trustworthy worker on behalf of the district. Her efforts have transformed the procurement department from software, policy, and procedure upgrades to her efforts to try and include all departments that she oversees. In upgrading those policies and procedures, under Ms. Coker's leadership, the district has saved millions of dollars to the bottom line. For the betterment of the school district, I urge you board members to retain Ms. Coker in the position of director. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, Mr. Runcie. My name is Ernesto de la Hoz. I am working in the Supply Diversity Outreach Program. For 6 years, I have been working for the district in several different capacities. While I was coordinating the superintendent screening program, I witnessed the great improvement and quality of service that the procurement and warehousing department reached since Mary Coker starting as the director of this department. Later, I transitioned to work directly under Ms. Coker's leadership, and I saw firsthand her analytical discipline and her commitment to the district. These traits define her as a very dedicated and committed professional. I plead with you and the district to retain Ms. Coker as the director of the procurement and warehousing services. The district needs more committed leaders like Ms. Coker. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Superintendent Runcie, Board. My name is John Moreno Escobar. I just want to state that I'm not representing any organization but myself. I have known Ms. Coker for the last 4 years. Many of you know that I work for this organization for a short period of time. I met her maybe on my 5th day of the job. And when I went to her office, I learned about the processes, I learned about every single vendor, I learned about every single process that I needed to know in order to be successful on my position. But I'm not here to talk about her professionalism. You all know it. If you look into her evaluations, have been high effective, the highest qualification any other employee could get. I'm here to tell you what is the message that we want to send to our community. Not the Black, not the Hispanic, but every person in the community. I don't know who at the end of the day benefits from this, but I know there has to be something behind this. And I could tell you that our community is tired of the division that many leaders in our community are trying to bring up. We need to come together. We have to start thinking about individuals like Mary Coker, who have brought incredible assets to this organization, who has saved millions of dollars to this organization. And start thinking about this is not just one ethnicity, this is one community. It's really important that we start looking into our community as a whole. What is the message that we want to send to our community? One action. 4 years of highly effective individual. One action. An expedited investigation. She has been committed since her first day to make sure that that department was turned around, and she did. So I ask you to reconsider, but also to follow the discipline conduits of this organization, because they have been violated with this decision. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Superintendent, and board members. My name is Carolyn Mitchell, and I've worked with the warehousing department for about 2 years now. And because of Mary Coker and her processes, I was able to write processes for Pony Roam and different departments within the warehouse side. And because of that, because she wanted to know what was going on the day-to-day, what did they need, the pony trucks were able to get the shelving that they need put in the trucks that they had been promised for over 3 to 4 years. It had not been done. But because she took the time out to think about not only the procurement side, but to think about the warehouse employees and what they need to be effective in their day-to-day works, they were able to get that done. And now they're able to pick up bigger boxes. They're able to do things differently. And I'm also here because I was at that party. I was at the event, and no one interviewed me, along with other members of the warehouse staff. No one interviewed them either. So we're not sure how the decision was made, but as far as I know, no one has spoken to any of us. And I've seen her try to bring that department together, to bring procurement and warehousing together, to have things so that there's a cohesiveness, because there was a disconnect in those departments. And since I've been there, she's been doing everything that she can to try to bring them together. And I just want to ask you all to reconsider your decision. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Superintendent Runcie, and board members. My name is Barbara Mash. I have been in the district for 23 years now, 3 years with Ms. Coker with Procurement and Warehousing Services. I am the agenda processor for your items E and EE. I actually love what I do. Ms. Coker is a wonderful, wonderful director. I have never met anyone that's so caring and nurturing about her staff as Ms. Coker is. I ask that the chair, superintendent, and board members rethink your decision on Ms. Coker and let her be the wonderful director that she is. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, board members and Mr. Runcie. My name is Michelle Wilcox, and I'm a purchasing agent in the Procurement and Warehousing Services. I stand in support of Ms. Mary Coker as a person who supports her employees by fostering an environment of excellence, professionalism, and an opportunity to always improve. I just wanted to thank you, board members and Mr. Runcie, for your time and for allowing me and my coworkers to speak on behalf of Ms. Coker.
Hello, good afternoon. I've never been to the meeting before, but I'm in the department that Ms. Coker runs. I'm in the warehousing services unit. I'm one of the truck drivers, and good afternoon, Mr. Runcie.
Can you state your name for us?
Yes, forgive me. My name is Daniel Walker.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Runcie. And I've met Mrs. Rupert before, but I've never met the rest of you. Good afternoon. I think Ms. Brinkworth is my board member for my zone where I live, but I'm not positive. I'm going to reach 14 years April 10th in the system. I was in maintenance for a year, and then the rest of the time I've been in the warehousing services unit, and sometimes it's called materials logistics. I wasn't at that party, so I don't know what to say about it, and I don't know all the facts, but you know, we all make errors in judgment and mistakes, you know, in our lives, and I don't know if you completed your investigation, but perhaps, you know, you could look into things a little bit more, because I don't know what the options are. But I would like to add that I was lucky enough to speak to Ms. Coker when I was in a situation where I was removed from my job at one time, and it was a political situation, and, you know, workman's comp issues and so on, but she was kind enough to let me go to her office and speak to her for about a half an hour when I was going through a very difficult period, trying to get a surgery and so on, and I never forgot that, but I don't know what else I can say about the party, because I wasn't there, and you know, I'm not totally aware of what happened. You know, I've heard things, but I have no idea as to what actually happened or occurred. And for sure, you know, because I wasn't there. But I keep praying that we're going to be able to get more funding as well, because our department, we're in desperate need of equipment and vehicles. It's really affecting our ability to do our work. It's very, you know, it's a very serious situation. You know, there's a lot of things I could say about that, but I know you don't have time for that. But very grateful to meet all of you, and please have a happy holiday. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Anna Marie Pierpont, City of Hollywood resident, and I am an advocate. I'm advocating for true due process. I don't believe that that's what happened in this case. I've been in Broward County for 6 years, and I've seen director positions come and go. I've seen some filled well and some not filled well. Whether or not you think these actions deserve a demotion or not, you have heard from a litany of employees about the work environment. I wish I had that many teachers discussing their administrators in that glowing tone. I wish I had as many ESPs feeling the support that the employees who spoke today feel. Ms. Coker has apologized. I am so happy that no one has taken a picture of all of my indiscretions and all of my mistakes. I am very happy that we have a policy 4.9 and that there should be consistency with employees regardless of your state, regardless of the position. And I really think the demotion of Ms. Coker at this time would be an extreme hardship on this district. We have enough negative publicity on how we spend money and how we purchase and store and supply our classrooms, our teachers, our buildings, our facilities, and to have to put a reset, to have to start someplace else, it would just be unfathomable. The unintended consequences of whatever happened at this event is just that. It's unintended. And we need to make sure that policy 4.9 is respected. I wish that my investigations for my employees had gone with the expedience that this did. And I have to concur with Ms. Coker's representation that the lightning speed is earth-shattering. And I think that we need to push pause and stop and think about, are we really able to judge, and do you want to be in that seat of judgment when your indiscretions are brought forward? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Terry Lopez-Preuss, MBCT. I am a teacher, educator, citizen, vice president of the Broward Teachers Union. And earlier, and perhaps even now, earlier I was not defending the person, but pointing out to the process. And that's basically what I'd like to do here, because I didn't think that I was going to feel as passionately about this as I do. But as I began to hear the stories, see the newspaper, and hear the spin, something was very familiar to me, and that is what happens to our teachers, what has happened to me, what has happened to others that I am personally involved with. A story came out. This was the spin. This was a flasher. She flashed in front of children. Everyone was saying the same thing, same words. That's not normal, but that's what happens to our teachers. When you get accused of something by an administrator or by whomever wants to accuse you, that's the spin. The spin of the legal, the spin of the SIU, the spin of everyone. I've noticed it. I'm not joking. It's not good. It's not right. Who's creating the spin and why is everybody believing it? When I started doing a little more investigation, I realized, wait a minute, this was an office party where adults were, where perhaps Ms. Coker felt safe. Obviously, she felt safe. You heard all the people saying wonderful things about her. She wasn't doing it in front of children. Was there a minor there? Yes, I believe there were two, and they were children of her employee who already knew how she was dressed. Don't do that. So frankly, these children, they weren't standing around waiting, gaping, gawking. It wasn't happening like that. Earlier today, I walked in here. Yesterday, I was up on the floor giving popcorn. People were telling me, oh, she went to a school, went to Lanier James, she did this, she flashed. You know what? Everybody's saying the same thing. That's not what happened. Did you really find out what happened? Those people weren't interviewed. That's exactly what happens with teachers. We give you a list of 20 people, and I don't know why. 3 are interviewed, maybe. But when a teacher does something wrong, the entire class is pulled out. Things are not equal. And I know because for 2.5 years, I've been trying to tell you that something happened to me, and nobody wants to investigate. It's taken 6 months for an investigation that took 4 days over here. Is that fair? No. You don't believe me? I don't lie. I've had a door closed on me. I've reported it to people. Wanza knows. Ernie knows. Principal closed a door on me. Did anybody tell you? Was it investigated? No, because they don't want to. I don't know a lot about the people who were up today, but I do know the retaliation nation that exists here. I do know the inequity, and I do know that I hope that none of these people are retaliated against for standing up.
Good afternoon, Liliana Ruido, and I would like to donate my time to BTU President Ana Fusco.
Good afternoon, Board, Superintendent Runcie. I'm going to speak on behalf of the process. It's not about the person. The person had plenty of people that worked under her that spoke incredible. I have to agree with Anna Marie Pierpont. I wish our teachers and our ESPs could come in and speak so happily of their work environment. But that doesn't happen. And I've had conversations with every single one of you one-on-one, about how our teachers and our ESPs and our TSPs are treated in the school environment, in whatever building environment that they work in throughout Broward County Public Schools, because our employees work more than just in the school sites, whether they're a teacher, an ESP, or a TSP. And the 4.9 process, how it is flawed, how certain district personnel that are top management pick and choose what they want to do, how they want to do it, when they want to do it, when they want to listen. Create the narrative around the situation to get the result that they want. And when we come and speak one-on-one with you, some listen, some don't. As Terry Lopez-Preuss says, we don't lie. And I stand before you, one of those people that works in Broward County Public Schools, that lives in the city of Fort Lauderdale, that has been lied about. So I understand
when the process is flawed. When a principal put out a video that wasn't allowed to, when your own council deemed it not allowed after the massacre, but yet the school video got out.
Ms. Fusco,
I'm going to
bring
stay
it
on
back.
task.
I need
It's
you to
bringing
bring
it back. It's
Thank you.
talking about the flawed process, Chair Corn. You guys don't ever want to hear when the flawed process is happening. And a spliced video came out about me, faked. And that admin got, my bad. Nothing. When an admin goes and says an inappropriate word with a video with her students all over YouTube, we report it. We're told, you must have heard it wrong by their boss. And we proved that video, that word was true. Where was that investigation? Of course, they hid it. It was put out there that our teachers do things, allegations. Sometimes the process happens 2 years later. To keep finding the facts, what they say facts, to their need of the management. 4.9 wasn't done here. In fact, she was told she wasn't under 4.9. Every employee in Broward County Public Schools is under 4.9. That right there should be a red flag. I've asked you guys over and over again to have conversations, strong conversations with directors and management, and direct them to do the right thing, to report the right thing. Fact check when we come to you. It happens all the time with our teachers when they come in and say that they're abused. Do we get a half listen? Do we get an I don't care? Do we get a push to the side? Yes. If it's about the students in this county, then do the right thing. And make sure that the process is done equally for everyone. And not just certain chiefs in this county that think that they are in charge. And our superintendent is not, and our elected board members are not. You're okay with that? I hope you're not. Because I recall standing behind you a lot because you all told me that this is where you need to be to make sure our county is fair in all shape and form. But I keep seeing the same top-heavy management do whatever they want because they have your ear more than anybody. So they must be saying the truth. I don't like false allegations put out there. It happened to my vice president, it happened to me, and it's happening again. And somebody wants to create a narrative because they want to do what they want, they should be ashamed of themselves, and you should be taking action on them. When we ask you to dig deeper, why is that so hard? If it's really for the justice of something, and if it's really about the students, who obviously this person has saved this county millions, and when her son said, help students, they meant at the end of the day, when money is saved and things are done right and we can do more, it's for the students. I hope you all got that part. Because you all are quick to say, it's about the students, it's about the students. Stop saying it. Let's mean it. I'm asking you to reconsider this extremely harsh consequence. When we've got teachers and ESPs and TSPs that sit with me every day and tell me how they are abused by their management, and it gets nowhere.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Kenneth Minshew, and I'm going to donate my time to former board member, Miss Abby Friedman.
Good afternoon, board members and Superintendent Runcie. My name is Marco Silva, and I'm here on behalf of my mother, representing both myself and my 10-year-old sister, Francesca. We ask that you find it in your hearts to forgive her action and not allow it to cost us our home. I feel so responsible for asking my mother to bring me my medication on that morning, October 31st, that I had forgotten to take. As the responsible mother that she is, she showed up before school started. Please note that I work at an alternative school and there were no children present. Please allow my mother to continue her hard work and for the district for that my whole family serves. Thank you for your time and consideration. I defer my time over to Ms. Abby.
Six minutes, please.
Good afternoon, board members. I am Abby Friedman, your former Broward County School Board member that proudly represented District 4. This is only the second time that I've come before you, and I only come if it's utterly important to the district, for our children and our teachers and all the employees that serve our district to make a better educational environment. And we can't do that without your votes today. As a board member, I know how important it is to have district staff with the highest of integrity. Truth is so important, especially when it comes to procurement. There are so many ways to be able to take advantage of this system, and it wasn't until Mary Coker came that I can tell you without reservation that I never questioned an item that she brought forth to me, because I knew she told the truth, and whenever she had questions, she would bring them forth, not only to myself, but to our legal counsel. I respect her more than you could imagine. The number of days that I have been there to support Mary since she received her termination on that Friday, I have not slept. I have been there every second for her, because it is so important to have the right people for our school system. And it is left to our board members to ultimately see to it that this is done. With all due respect, in having sat for 6 years in that seat that is now occupied by someone else, I can tell you that when we had a crisis in District 4, Mary, along with the other individuals that serve our district, got the job done. She didn't sleep. She got everything done that we needed for our employees and for our children. And for that, I am forever grateful. And I am here asking for the support of all of you, not just the majority. I want a supermajority, because you know something? We have to stand together when we have a crisis and see to it that everything gets done the way that it should be done. So I am asking for you, and if I was sitting up there, I would be the first to make that motion to say that as opposed to a demotion, that we have either a written reprimand so that she can get back to the work that she does. I feel that a suspension at this point, she's already served days that she has not been able to do what she needs to for our district. Count the days that she's already been sitting idly by, waiting for this day, and use that and let her get back to the job that we gave to her. Thank you.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh. Where to start? So, at 3 minutes, hopefully. Okay, when I saw the picture, did my jaw drop? Yes. Did I recognize the person? Yes, because in the 8 years I've been dealing with the district, there's only one person I could think of that would ever think to do that in the workplace. Is it appropriate for the workplace? Absolutely not. Should we be shocked? Yes. But should we be surprised that Mary Coker went Mary Coker on the district? No, because for the past 3.5 years, everyone's been letting Mary Coker be Mary Coker. So you cannot be surprised that she thought that that was appropriate for the workplace. The question, though, is why is this the hill to die over when Mary Coker's been Mary Coker for the past 3.5 years? What has changed that they are willing to burn that bridge to the ground when for the past 3.5 years, starting with her being hired in response to Ruby Crenshaw, the former director, leaving, in comparison, anyone would seem better. But she didn't have government procurement experience, much less construction procurement experience when she was hired in March of 2016. Neither did the person, it's not about that, neither did the person directly under her, which impacted your ability to get things out the door at the beginning of your bond program. Then, in 2016, we sat in the audience, I handed her a sheet of paper, and she wadded it up at a board meeting and threw it into the audience. I think some of you may remember that. Then, she just got paid, and we just had a fight. I had to fight to find out why they were misusing the TSP contract to overpay her to the tune of $8,000. This district has bent over backwards and looked the other way. She's got at least 3 family members and 4 to 6 former co-workers, one of which you had to water down a job description and split the manager of strategic sourcing into 2 jobs before they were qualified. But again, this has all been happening, and these people are all under strategy and operations. So why is this the thing where she's gone too far? This is not out of character for her. But even Mary Coker doesn't deserve to be railroaded by a bunch of bogus allegations that are not going to hold water. This administrative complaint, misconduct in office? No. Ask General Counsel to be very specific as to how she violated that. Incompetency? No. She was at a party. Have them be specific. I've read all of the backup, and I can't see where this falls under that. Willful neglect of duty? No. I can think of other people that have violated all of these. Even lewd and lascivious behavior and indecent exposure is a stretch. However, if this is about getting Mary Coker out of the way so that people can do what they want to do with MWBE, then own it. Make them admit that that is what this is really about, because this is not about her being inappropriate. This is about getting her out of the way using trumped up, bogus allegations.
Thank you. Any more public comment? Okay, board members, I'll start with Ms. Aladaff.
Thank you. I feel that the flashing costume was highly inappropriate, poor taste, poor judgment, and offensive for the work environment, especially when 2 children were present. With that being said, I do have some questions for staff or Mr. Runcie. Thank you. So for the 2018-2019 school year, what was Ms. Coker's evaluation rating?
So good evening, board members. Maurice Woods, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer.
For that year, her evaluation rating was highly effective.
And for the last 3 years, what was her evaluation
The
rating?
same.
Highly effective. And has Ms. Coker had any other inappropriate conduct in the time that she's worked for Broward County Public Schools?
Not that I'm aware of, taken over since June of 2019, not that I'm aware of.
Mr. Woods, do you know?
There was no inappropriate conduct that escalated to this level of a conversation.
Is there anything documented in her file of inappropriate conduct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, audience, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna let the conversation take place. We're not gonna do that. Ms. Aladaff, go ahead.
Was Ms. Coker given due process, and can you explain how?
So in regards to policy 4.9, what some people are normally referring to 4.9, thinking it only applies to an SIU investigation, but there's also one that happens through employee labor relations. Ms. Coker was noticed with a 3-day notice of a meeting to occur with Mr. Woods and myself. We met with her, as Mr. Tingham stated earlier, we met with her at that meeting to issue her the notice of investigation in regards to the improper Halloween costume, and subsequently an investigation ensued by Mr. Vladimir Alvarez. And then after that investigation was completed, Mr. Woods met back with her, with myself and Mr. Tingham again, and issued a corrective action report for the employee. No different than we do with other employees outside of professional standards.
And was that recommendation at the time for termination?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And within that due process, within that week, how many people were interviewed?
41 employees.
And was the parents of the 2 children that were at the party, were they interviewed?
No, they were not.
And why not?
We were focusing on the employees that witnessed the parade, the Hollywood parade, and that was the focus of the investigation.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The focus on the investigation was to talk to employees that witnessed the Halloween parade that went on at the warehouse department plus at the TSS building.
Right. I mean, for me, I feel that at that party, yes, the costume was inappropriate to be wearing in the workplace, but that the fact that the children were there too, I think it would have been really important to speak to their parents on how those students were affected by the situation. So after the recommendation for termination on December 6th, Mr. Runcie, you made a different recommendation, which is for demotion. Can you explain that decision?
Yes, that's a decision I made after consultation again with staff regarding that. Recognizing that this decision, in my view, is based on the fact that we certainly want to be clear that we have a high level of professional standard and equity for etiquette for our employees in senior level positions. So we made what I consider an adjustment to be clear that we take this seriously, recognizing her significant contributions to the organization, also recognizing that there were, as far as I know, no prior history of issues that I'm aware of.
Okay, and some of the things that were stated were like misconduct in office, incompetency, inefficiency, incapacity, willful neglect, lewd behavior. How did she violate each of them?
A legal question.
I did not write this, so I would like to ask Doug Griffin to come down, because I believe he did he not?
Yes.
But I think the incompetency, which is defined as inability or failure to lack fitness to discharge the required duty, I think that what it is meant here is that because of her decision to wear the outfit that she wore, that, could you ask the audience to stop making comments that I can hear up here so I can try to concentrate, please?
Yeah, you guys, if we're gonna go through this process and we want everybody to be heard, if you guys could just refrain from your comments, you had your opportunity to speak so that we can hear clearly up here. This is a major decision that we have to make, and we want to be able to hear and have clear, concise conversation and get answers. I want my colleagues' questions to be answered, and I want them to be able to hear the answers. So if you guys could just bear with us and give us this opportunity, I would really, really appreciate it. Go ahead, Ms. Myrick.
So I think the fact that the decision-making regarding her wearing the outfit to work was both inefficient, is what I think Doug would be meaning about this, as well as her incapacity. I would like to just also state that the reason why Vladimir Alvarez, I think, did the investigation is that because of the outfit, there was a concern regarding whether any of her coworkers would believe that there was any level of sexual harassment. And as you know, Vladimir is the director of the EEO, which is, it was not a 4.9 investigation, it was a sexual harassment investigation regarding that. We have a policy regarding the code of conduct for administrators, and I believe that what was determined by the people that did the investigation and by Mr. Runcie and I assume Mr. Woods and Mr. Strauss was that her decision to wear this outfit showed poor professional judgment. Do you have any other,
Ms. Alladaf, you have further questions? You said you had several questions.
My last question, and then I'd like to hear from my colleagues. Was the sexual harassment investigation in the backup material?
That's the investigation that is in your backup material.
What page is it on?
It's the whole investigation. That's what Vladimir did. Am I correct?
I think what she's referring to is the report, the investigation that you did is the report that you did receive. There's multiple angles in looking at it. Obviously, you had the inappropriate and lewd and lascivious behavior. You also have the potential for if sexual harassment would it would rise to the sexual harassment nature, and obviously with Vladimir, with his experience, he would be able to, through the investigation, deem whether or not that was the situation within the investigation.
I just haven't read anything about sexual harassment in the backup.
Yeah, the report basically reflects what the people witnessed during the Halloween parade. It is not my call in the investigation to make a decision as to whether it is sexual harassment or not. My responsibility was basically to investigate and present the perception that the employees had when they witnessed the parade.
Thank you.
Just so you know, it's in this backup that you received, and it's the report that's in here, which is what the investigation was.
Ms. Levinson? Ms. Corn, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to start first with the sexual harassment, since that's what you just ended with here. And I'm very offended that this is considered sexual harassment, or even that you would have been investigating it for sexual harassment compared to all the other things.
Please don't applaud. I know you're happy, but just give us the opportunity to have a discussion. Thank you. Wave your hands like this instead of clapping.
So
There you go.
I'd
Thank
like
you.
to know how this
I-
was even considered under that.
I was assigned to investigate this situation, not from the standpoint, I am the EO director, and we do investigate discrimination complaints, sexual harassment
I'm sorry.
complaints.
Can you change your seat so we can see you, please? We can't see you around that corner. Can you guys shift over for us? Thank you so much.
When I was assigned to investigate this situation, it wasn't as a sexual harassment, it wasn't as a discrimination incident, it was basically on the perception and what the employees witnessed during the Halloween parade.
Why would EEO be investigating unless it was
I was assigned because of my investigation skills. I wasn't assigned because I am the director of EO and ADA compliance. It was not a sexual harassment complaint investigation.
To further explain, Ms. Levinson, when you're following 4.9, you're talking about employer labor relations. Typically speaking, the supervisor would be the one that would conduct the investigation. And in our discussion with Mr. Woods and myself, I just felt it would be best to have someone other than Mr. Woods conducting the investigation, going through all the departments at the level in which he is. And since Mr. Alvarez has investigative experience, I felt that it would be more appropriate as a director in the Human Resource Division to assign him to conduct the investigation. So it wasn't, although his job, obviously, sexual harassment falls under that, it was not done under the premise of go investigate sexual harassment. It was, here's the charge of inappropriate Halloween costume, and determine what effect, if anything, that took place. And as you read the investigation report, he did it in the manner, in that regards, to gain from witnesses, did they witness the parade? Yes or no? If they witnessed the parade, did they witness the flashing? Yes or no? If they witnessed the flashing, what were their feelings off of it? So we can gain the impact, because in 4.9, it states that a more severe corrective measure will be used when there is evidence that students, employees, or the community we serve was negatively impacted. So therefore, we were making a determination whether there was a negative impact on, in this case, the employees that were bearing witness to this parade.
So you wanted to find out how it impacted the employees, but you didn't speak to the parents or the ones who have the children, which you cited in 16 and in 21, and in the recommendation, you kept going back to the children, but you didn't feel the need to talk to the parents of the children.
it was, once again, the focus of the investigation was in regards to the workers that were there at the workplace.
So why are the children listed in here then?
Excuse me?
Why are the children listed in here then?
Because there was obviously evidence through video and pictures that showed children were present, and it was, therefore, we feel that it's important to note that there were children present during this activity.
Okay, I don't think that's a thorough investigation at all for you to note that there are children there, and you didn't speak to the parents of the children to find out what they thought.
And I don't believe the parents work for us. It was the grandparent, that my understanding, that works for us.
The grandparent, whoever was
And I
responsible
believe when you
for
were
the
that
child.
day, the
Yeah, the day that I
grandparent
went to
was
do
not.
interviews, the grandparent wasn't present. So I continued doing the investigation, interviewing witnesses at random. It wasn't anybody selected.
Okay, I mean, I'm not going to belabor the point, but to hear a whole line of people speak here, and they were ignored when they reached out by email to be interviewed?
I did.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
When I went to the 3 different sites, I have to choose at random people that I was provided with a list of employees that attended or were part of the parade. So from that list, I took a random names. I didn't know anybody there. The only person that I talked to directly was an employee that contacted the office and feel offended by the behavior. That was one. The rest of the 40 that I interviewed, they were chosen at random. Not only from the Department of Warehousing, but I went to the TSSC building, and I interviewed several employees from several departments. All of them were chosen at random. I just showed to the department, and I asked for names.
Okay, so what bothers me is, and that's the right way to do it, randomly, but if people have something else to offer, they have the right to be spoken to if you're doing a thorough investigation, if they have something to add to it. I'm not going to belabor the point of the investigation, because as a board, I think we need to have conversations. We have discussed this about how investigations are being done. I will say that she made a mistake. She has admitted that she made a mistake, that she used poor judgment. Who amongst us in this room has not erred? Not a one, I'm sure. So to make a determination when someone's wearing a costume to terminate them, an inappropriate, very inappropriate costume, but to terminate, think you're going to terminate them and then demote them, when you talk about just the offense itself, we talk about progressive discipline in this district. Everyone gets progressive discipline. Except when I have said sexual harassment should be 0 tolerance, and there should be no progressive discipline. But if you're harming a child. But to me, everyone else around here gets progressive discipline. I don't know how someone makes a decision in this organization not to give her progressive discipline. It's arbitrary. So I'm just going to talk about what she's done for this district. I just took some notes as people were talking. And having been on this board for 8 years, purchasing was a disaster until Mary Coker came here. If you listen to all the adjectives that were used today, department team accomplishments, the team she's created over there, which we strive so hard in this organization to have a leader who can create a team like that. The efficiency she's created. She supports her employees by fostering an environment of excellence with the opportunity to grow. She leads not only with words, but with actions. She streamlined the department. She's created SOPs. She drives process, procurement transformation, and there has been a complete transformation in the procurement department. Constant improvement, acknowledges hard work and appreciates it. That's something you don't hear around here very often either, when you hear a line of employees saying that. Supportive, knowledgeable, professional, passionate, caring, nurturing, identifies talent, and helps people grow. To me, that was some testimony today to the job that someone's done in this district. And for them to have made a mistake, yes, a very poor decision, which she has admitted to, there should be discipline. But as Mr. Tingham started this off by saying it should be a reasonable form of discipline, the punishment should fit the offense. And so when my colleagues are done, I would like to make a motion. Thank you.
Ms. Corn?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I first want to start by saying my comments are prefaced on the fact that I think Ms. Coker has done an outstanding job. I would tell you she is probably, for me personally, one of our most exemplary employees. I've shared that with her before. I've shared that with Mr. Woods and Mr. Runcie, and I have so over the years. Her actions and the choice to do these actions, I've heard now several people say she admitted to them. I'm not sure how that's relevant in the sense that there was a video and there are pictures. It would be very difficult to not admit to something that is that blatantly in the public setting and aware to all. So the apology is certainly appreciated. Unfortunately, her role is one in which it is not viewed as every other role in the district. She is in a top-level leadership role. So the decisions that she makes are extremely impactful. And I love that there were this many individuals that she has led and forwarded in their own careers who are willing to come and speak on her behalf. I think that speaks volumes about Ms. Coker. In the same breath, there were also many individuals who she also leads who are not comfortable with this choice and decision she made. And in the practice of looking at what her actions and choices are as a leader, she has made many stellar choices as a leader, and she has made this very, very bad choice as a leader. And if this was coming before us with a man rather than a woman in the same exact situation, I believe we would be having a very different conversation. For that reason, looking the other way and just having a written reprimand does not speak to the level of impact that this decision has had on her leadership in her department. This doesn't speak to how outstanding she has been in her day-to-day role, because she has been outstanding. It absolutely speaks to, first of all, her decision to make this choice, the fact that there were children, and she still made the decision to participate. She went beyond just her own office and went to an entire building. She went off campus onto another school board campus. Beyond that, I've even heard people say, well, this was an adult event. We need to be very clear. In Broward County Public Schools, we don't on our campuses have adult events. If we're behaving in a way that children shouldn't be involved or witnessing it, we shouldn't have that behavior. I am very disappointed that we're even in this position, because I think Ms. Coker brings great value to this district. And I believe that the decision she made is not just detrimental to herself and her own career, but to the district, in the sense that it's put us in a position to have this conversation. There have been others in the district who have had one bad leadership choice and have been demoted. Specifically in a principal level, I know at one of my own children's schools, a principal made a bad leadership decision and was demoted. In this case, I contemplated Mr. Runcie's decision initially to let Ms. Coker go. I asked him to reconsider different opportunities to pursue, as I do believe she brings a great deal of opportunity for the district to continue to improve. For that reason, I am going to support Mr. Runcie's recommendation. Thank you.
Ms. Balderman.
Okay. You know, I was going, I have a concern about the process that was followed, if a process was followed. Since I've been on this board, I'm very concerned about processes for our employees. Valdemir, how many people from purchasing did you interview?
That would be, it was a total of 41. 8 went from Lanier Center. The rest were from procurement.
I don't think that's correct. I mean, I'm just saying because people have looked into it, and that's not correct. How many from purchasing?
There were 7 from Lanier James Center. When I say warehousing, it includes material, logistic, storeroom. There were 8.
Okay.
There were 9 from procurement and warehousing department.
That's it, 9.
Right.
Yeah.
So 17 totally.
But from purchasing, 9.
From purchasing 9,
Yeah.
8 from warehousing.
I think what she did was inappropriate. I think it didn't belong on our school board property. I have a lot of issues with it. But I also question the process that governed this. I question how board members were called on Friday, and then things were changed for today. When I listened to the charges, it's like you threw everything at her but the kitchen sink. I know other things exist in this district, and there are other things driving this, in my opinion. That's my opinion, so I don't want to go into all of it. But I think it warrants some sort of suspension, some sort of discipline. I am not quite sure if this is the discipline she should have. And I have to say, she has done a lot in procurement, and I have a lot of issues with this district, but I also know that she's not afraid to stand up and speak the truth. She's not afraid to admit when something goes wrong, and maybe that's not liked by everybody in this building. And so when you look at that in its totality and how it takes months for an investigation, yet this investigation is like so quick, everything's thrown on her but the bathroom sink, things get changed over a weekend, it just doesn't add up to me. Is discipline warranted? Absolutely. Absolutely, we cannot stand for this. But I have an issue with this discipline and where you're taking it, because it's taking her out of the department that she has represented so well in other areas in business management, and that some people aren't happy about because she does do what's right. So I'll wait to hear from everybody else, but I do not think 4.9 was followed. I do not, it doesn't matter if we should give everyone 4.9. I know you can say, well, she doesn't, I don't feel it was a sexual harassment investigation. Did she go before professional standards?
If it's sexual harassment, she would go, if there was any findings of sexual harassment, it would go in front of professional standards. Once again, 4.9 was, I want to be clear, 4.9 was followed. There's 2 routes of 4.9. There's a professional standards SIU route, and then there's an employee labor relations route. The employee labor relations route is the route in which was done here, which is a corrective action report. An investigation ensued. This was a singular event. It wasn't like something that had been going on for years, so therefore it's going to take an investigation to look into it. As mentioned, videos were shown, pictures were shown, everyone has seen it. So it's not a question of whether the event occurred. The question, as I said before, was what was the impact of our employees?
I understand that.
For that, and in his report, as he did, 41 employees were spoken with, and I don't have the end of the report, but 30 so said that they witnessed it, 20 so of those 30 said they were highly offended and whatnot. So it's not that the investigation needed to take months to complete. It was an event that took place in a 2-hour time frame. The following week, we went out and conducted the investigation, I believe, right?
But
We're not, it's like 2 weeks later, we went out because we had to
Mr.
give
Strauss, there are single events that happen all the time in our schools, and it's not expedited in that fashion. And if you're saying that you can get any, if it's a single event, then I would like the union to produce a list of all the single events that occur that are still not completed. Because what you do for one, you have to do for all. Also, you said if it was sexual harassment, it would have gone to professional standards. Since it didn't go to, you just made that statement. You made that
Right,
statement.
and we also stated that it was not sexual harassment.
Exactly. 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 It wasn't sexual harassment. So I think I'm very concerned. I want you to say that on record. It's not sexual harassment. And I just want to say that I am very concerned about the process. I'm very concerned about the Friday phone calls. I am questioning about everything you threw into this document. If I was an employee, I would not want all of that thrown on my record because that's a public document and I could see how some of it is a real stretch. So I'll wait for my other colleagues. I definitely believe she deserves a consequence. I believe it should be a consequence, a suspension, a loss of pay. I believe that that's what it needs to be. And I'll wait to hear from my colleagues. But I'm just uncomfortable with the way all this happened, so thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brinkworth and then Ms. Rupert.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So here's the first thing I will say. The first thing I will say is, through this conversation, I was highly irritated, Mr. Runcie, that staff could not answer the questions directly with regard to whether or not Ms. Coker had previous discipline. The chief of HR is sitting here, and her direct supervisor for the entire time that she's worked for this organization is here, and the fact that they couldn't answer that question directly, I am highly irritated by that, and I want a response as to why that could not occur today, why they couldn't answer that question.
So through the chair, so I just want to put this into a little perspective. So as a leader in the district, I'm oftentimes mentoring, coaching, and providing developmental opportunities to my direct reports. So there are situations where things may happen that may not rise to the level of formal documentation or formal, what's the word I'm looking for? Formal documentation or formal discipline. But I do provide corrective action, mentoring, coaching. So when the question was asked, I was really just trying to think in what context were we referring to, and that's why I hesitated. But as a leader, that's what I do, and that's how I try to help develop my direct reports to be leaders in the district. You all have challenged me with a significant responsibility in the areas that I provide oversight for. And in that responsibility, I try to do every day what I believe is in the best interest of the district. And when I provide corrective action verbally or behind closed doors, I do that in the best interest of the district. And when we have to make a decision on a situation as unique as this, I try to look at all the information. I try to make sure that I am not rushing to judgment. And at the end of the day, I bring forward a recommendation to the superintendent and to the board that I think is the best interest of the district. So I apologize if you were offended by my hesitation in the response, but I was really trying to be clear on in what context were we talking about, because I do that all the time in my role.
With all due respect, you were asked directly whether or not there was anything in her permanent file, and you didn't answer that question as well. So is there or is there not?
He said no.
No, there's nothing in her permanent file.
Okay. And so I guess what I'm now further troubled by is the fact that perhaps you had off-the-record mentoring, coaching conversations with an employee that then has an incident, and make no mistake about it, her actions were inappropriate, in my opinion, for the workplace. But the fact that you're now saying that you had conversations with her that were behind closed doors, verbal conversations, not maybe included in her personnel record, that weighed into your decision to today, that's complicated for me, that would occur. So if there's something that occurred previous to now that you as her supervisor didn't put in her personnel file that is weighing into the decision of discipline that's before us today, that, Mr. Runcie, is problematic.
So through the chair, I did not say that, in all due respect.
Be reminded that I don't like semantics, so be very careful.
Yeah, I respect that, but I did not say that. My context was in, as a leader in this organization, I do that on a day-to-day basis. I did not imply that any of those conversations or decisions or discussions, which could be on numerous topics throughout the course of business, were related to this particular decision. This decision and this recommendation was driven by everything that you see in the board item packet that was brought forward.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you very clearly. Was there anything in your conversations or dealings with Ms. Coker as her supervisor previous to this particular incident that weighed into the decision that is before us today?
Absolutely not.
Okay. When a supervisor...
Just to add to that, I'll concur in the conversations that I've sat down with Mr. Woods, Mr. Strauss. I've never heard anything about anything in her background that was ever taken into consideration in the recommendation.
Okay, thank you. So there was some confusion in my mind about, first of all, this for me is about policy, whether policy was adhered to and the process was adhered to. Was an employee and labor relations investigation done? Is that what this is called, or was this a sexual harassment EEO investigation?
No, as I stated, it was through 4.9 employee and labor relations.
And it went to EEO?
No.
Because, I'm asking a question.
Sorry. Yes, ma'am.
It went to EEO because you said you and Mr. Woods had a conversation as her direct supervisor that the investigation needed to be removed. Typically, it would be happening by the direct supervisor, but because, for whatever reason, you decided that Mr. Woods should be removed from that investigation and it should be done by Vladimir and the EEO department. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and when a supervisor conducts an investigation, whose responsibility is it to make the final determination on the discipline?
The supervisor.
Okay, and so in this case, the investigation was conducted by Vladimir. What was Vladimir's recommendation?
There was no recommendation, there were the findings, and with the findings, I let them decide what course of discipline to take.
Okay, and why did you think it was not appropriate for Mr. Woods to conduct the investigation and have Vladimir conduct the investigation?
I think, as I mentioned before, due to the nature of the case, I thought Vladimir at least had some experience around, the situation, but also just in discussion, I'm not privy to typically a person at chief level that's conducting investigation going into departments. I didn't think it would be appropriate for a chief to go in and have conversations with employees because I didn't know what that would look like in regards to the employee feeling. I got the chief talking to me, asking me questions. I might not be forthright and say what I want to say because it's the chief investigating the situation.
Do we have chiefs that perform investigations of their direct reports?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I don't.
And recommend discipline?
I can't speak other than what I'm aware of.
Mr. Runcie?
So, I will tell you, yes, in some cases, OSPA, we do that on a regular basis. Ultimately, it's going to be the chief of the department, regardless of who does the investigation, to be involved in the final recommendation and decision on a discipline.
I guess the difficulty for me is that we as a district felt it was necessary for the chief not to be involved with the investigation. That's number one.
Okay.
And then, because we don't do that in all cases, do we?
So let me.
This is
let-
about process, Mr.
I know,
Runcie.
so when we talk about process, when we do investigations, depending on the nature of it, we can change it. We have a fairly significant investigation. Sometimes we go to outside counsel and resources to get investigations done. We always look at the situation and figure out what's the best way to do it as objectively and independently and fairly and expeditiously as possible. And so the recommendation in this case was to have someone who is, that does investigations regularly in the organization, that could do them fairly quickly, also provide independence and objectivity around it. So I think that's what went into it, and I don't think it's anything more than that. And there isn't one, I mean, there's a common process we may use, but it's not the only way we would conduct investigations in this district.
And then I'd like to go back to Mrs. Aladef's questions. Mr. Griffin wasn't here at the time that she asked those questions, but if you could just walk through the different, I guess we call them charges, allegations, I don't know what we're calling them here in this document.
Thank you. Doug Griffin, Assistant General Counsel. Before I walk through each of the charges, let me just point out that we have to charge administrators differently than what we do teachers and non-certified employees. There's a specific statutory provision. You can only charge them with the items that are listed here. You can't just say just cause like you would for another employee. So you must charge them with the things you see listed here. So for example.
Can you, wait, stop for a second. Explain that, because that doesn't make sense to me.
Well, it doesn't make sense to me either. It just is what the statute says.
You must list all of these things here?
No, let me state it a different way. So for teachers, for example, professional service contract teachers, it says they may be terminated or suspended for just cause, including but not limited to, and then you have this list of charges, okay? For administrators, it's different, and it's actually quoted at paragraph 26 of the complaint. And if you look at that carefully, it's different than for teachers because it doesn't say just cause, including but not limited to. It says you can discipline them, but it must be based on this list of charges. And that is a direct quotation from the statute. And the statutory provision is cited there. It's 10-12-33 6B.
Okay, so just looking at that really quickly, which one of these things?
So we go from there, and each of those items is then specifically defined in Department of Education regulation. So, for example, we charged misconduct in office. And if you look at paragraph 27, you see that we say the conduct alleged constitutes misconduct in office, meaning one or more of the following. And again, that's quoting the regulation that we're required to follow. And in this case, it does say teacher, but we still have to follow that and apply it to administrators because this statute specifically covers them. There's a little bit of a conflict between the regulation and the statutes, but that's how we have to do it. And so in paragraph 27, we're effectively charging that it's behavior that reduces the teacher's, or in this case, the administrator's ability or his or her colleague's ability to effectively perform duties. So as being a leader of the department, the alleged conduct could negatively impact her ability to continue to perform that role as a supervisor.
I'm sorry, you're in number 27 again?
Yes, ma'am.
And what letter were you just reading?
From sub E.
Okay, so there isn't a provision in statute that speaks to people outside of the classroom?
the statute does, but the statute says we have to follow the regulations, and the regulation, there isn't a regulation for that. They just have the one regulation that defines these various terms. And we've done this in many cases before, where we've taken the dough, and this is specifically how they've found that we have to charge these cases. Okay. And if you look at 28, we also charged incompetency. And it's, you know, for example, an incompetency means either inefficiency or incapacity, either one of those two things, and or, I guess. And so, you know, under inefficiency, we would charge it as failure to communicate appropriate with, and not students, I'm sorry, C, failure to communicate appropriately with and relate to colleagues, administrators, subordinates, or parents. So if you take into account that there were people suggesting that they were offended, found it inappropriate, and the like, we would argue that that's where it fits under inefficiency. So then if you go on, what do we do with willful neglect? And again, willful neglect of duty, please remember, we're putting these, there's a statute, we have to put them in the pigeonholes, okay? So we would argue willful neglect of duty is not performing her supervisory duties in a responsible fashion, in an appropriate fashion, again, leading to offense of some of her employees. We can charge violation of school board policy. So we have the policy, your policy in there, 4009.11, Code of Conduct for Administrators, and it talks about professional judgment and decision-making and things like that. So we would argue that that policy is violated. And then, of course, you have your policy 4.9 that lists certain types of offenses for all employees, regardless of capacity. The same list applies to all of them, and we've gone through and listed the ones out of policy 4.9 that could apply. So that's how we are required by law to charge administrators. And again, it's because the statute says everything has to be pigeonholed within those specifically defined charges. I don't know if that answers your questions. You have further questions, but that's the basis for it. And by the way, we did check, there is nothing in the personnel file. We always include a discipline section if there is prior written discipline. There was not.
Thank you. So for number 36,
Get to the right place. So again, this is from your list from policy 4.9. And these are the items that we viewed as potentially being violated, that were listed
it doesn't say
as charges.
potential here, it says in
No,
violation.
when we charge, of course, that's really ultimately the administrative law judge or whoever's making the final decision. In this case, it would be the administrative law judge that would give a recommended order, is going to hear the facts on that and decide whether that was violated or not. But yes, I mean, we are putting that out there as a charge like we would in any other case.
Okay, and I'm not an attorney, and I don't play one on television. J and K, you believe you have legally sufficient evidence in order to make those charges? Again, I'm not an attorney.
Well, and I think you know from experience, though, that we really won't know until we hear from the ALJ, because it depends on the ALJ you get. But yes, there are ALJs that would look at this and say that it fits. There's others that would say it does not.
Okay. Well, because
so-
I just, out of curiosity, because I'm not an attorney.
Right.
Looked up what J was in the state of Florida.
Right,
That's why I asked that question.
okay.
That's all the questions I have for right now.
Hey, Ms. Rupert?
Notes on notes here. All of our employees have a right to a fair investigation where the employee will follow progressive discipline. We did many G items today and some I items where we had, let's just say, a little too much progressive discipline. And on the flip side, my belief, I want to call it a preemptive progressive discipline. I have actually met employees at the Book Emporium that have been there, taken out of their classroom, and they've been there for way longer than 1 week, 2 weeks, and if you add up the end of October, November, 6 weeks, they've been there 6 months. So I've spoken to Mr. Strauss and have asked to have a time frame so the rest of my colleagues can see exactly how long people are languishing in there. But back to this. There are many steps from written reprimand or verbal reprimand to termination that could and should have been chosen before demotion. There were many examples today of that progressive discipline, and what should be noted is that we need to follow it. And we need to follow 4.9. Because how can we charge someone with a violation of a school board policy 4.9, but then not give them the benefit of a fair investigation and their rights as employees here? So I have a problem with that. I will not be supporting this demotion today, but I recommend a consequence. I will not throw that out. I know in deference to my colleague, Rich Levinson, I'd be up for suspension and time, days, whatever. I'm waiting to hear from my colleagues. But there's just one more thing I want to say. It kind of breaks your heart a little bit when different employees are treated differently. We get really angry when we treat children differently in the same class, in the same school, different curriculum, what's going on. So we always say, you know, children first, we have to make sure that we meet all their needs, and that is what we need to do with rigor. And I certainly would hope that we give our employees, each one, regardless of being a chief or not, an opportunity to explain themselves and to think on what their singular, and I'll say it again, singular incident, and how are we to, you know, demote somebody for that when you have all this good aspect. So once again, I'm not going to be supporting this demotion today, and I truly want to review our procedures when it comes to evaluations and as well as discipline cases for our employees. It's been long enough. Thank you.
Ms. Murray and then Ms. Good.
Thank you. I have to go back to Halloween, October 31st. Halloween is a time that many of us are involved in. Anybody that knows me knows I dress up all the time, and it doesn't have to be Halloween for me to get into a costume. But someone came by my house on the 1st, that was the day after Halloween, and showed me their phone with a picture on it, and I didn't know who it was. And they said, "Did you see this?" And I said, "Well, what is it, or who is it?" Well, they explained to me what it was and who it was. And we have a very sophisticated grapevine in this system that readily get things out to everyone and everything. And my reaction says, oh my heavens, I can't believe somebody actually wore that kind of a costume at a school site. This document that we were given puts a lot of weight on the fact that children saw this costume. Well, I mentioned that I'm a real costume nut. This costume could have been picked up in any costume store. It wasn't bought on the black market. It wasn't something that you had to go looking for. It was readily out there, and I'm sure that many children, and I've seen similar costumes like that at different affairs and things. And even though some people may have said, I wouldn't wear it, but hey, it was somebody else's choice. And that's the way I sort of looked at that. I thought that that was rather inappropriate for here, knowing the narrow-mindedness of so many people here, they wouldn't see the humor in it. And it certainly is quite evident that someone in Mary's group didn't like it, and they're the ones that put this all out. My question is, this came out on the Herald almost a week later. When did our investigation start? When did we start our investigation?
Well, I did the investigation. We started on November 12, 2019.
Right, okay. That's why I wanted you to give me that date, because, again, I think everybody was a little upset about what they saw, but I think the farther out it got, and I think when it hit the Herald, then I'm going to assume that staff probably or possibly thought that they needed to take some action. People do things that sometimes they don't see the consequences of their action, and it's quite evident that that's what happened here. I think Mary was quick to apologize, and that's good with me. I can accept that. There was mixed feelings I heard from different people. Well, something needs to be done, what they need to be terminated. I said, no. This does not warrant termination in my book. I could never have supported that, and that was prior to all this information that I've gotten from over the weekend. No one in this system reached out to me by phone at any time in regarding this. It's only what I read. And when I looked at this, and I read it through several times, and I even had my staff member look up in policy if there was anything written about how you're supposed to look on the job, or if we had something going on, was it an acceptable dress code, and there was nothing there. So I figured that, what are they going to point to take action? So they went to an administrative guidelines, and I'm going to go to paragraph 26 that's been read over several times. Any member of the school BCSB administrative or supervisory staff may be suspended or dismissed at any time due to the terms of the contract. However, the charges against, well, I don't know why it says her, but it should must be based on immorality, and that means wicked. I mean, they would have done something real wicked for that to act. Then misconduct. As an administrator, it has to be gross misconduct. Now, I think a moment of bad judgment isn't misconduct, gross misconduct to me. So when I look at what's happening here, I feel is sort of a overkill. And when I saw how this was all rolling out, I'm saying to myself, who was after Mary? Who was after Mary? I mean, like I said, she's apologized. We realize that she made a mistake. It isn't such a act that it really warrants termination, and I don't believe it warrants her to be dropped in a position. We have other courses to take. She can get a written reprimand. She can be penalized financially. She can be put through retraining and sensitivity training. I think there's so many more options out there to take a person who has been a productive member and has gone into the department that those of us internally knew was upside down. Was it $800 million a year these people handle, and we didn't know from one day to the next what our expenditures were, who spent what, and who overspent. So to me, the penalty, I mean, when you look at the person and look at the crime, this does not fit for me. So I'm going to give it back to the superintendent, and we have not had a discussion about this. I haven't talked with Mr. Woods because he was out of town last week. Okay? I did go looking for him. And I just feel that this needs to be looked at again. I don't want to lose Mary. I think the fact that so many of people that are around her came forward today and spoke, I'm sure the person who put this on the air wasn't here. But it's interesting that the nature of people when they think they got you. So again, we have to address this, but I think that can be addressed in a different way besides termination and demotion. There's a lot of other avenues we could follow because Mary is a credible, valued person in this department, the school system. Thank you.
Ms. Good.
So thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I've carefully read all the documentation and listened to the various testimony about all of the individuals, including Ms. Coker, as well as my colleagues. And I'll say that there's some, people reached out, people emailed, both pro and con. In my opinion, there was a total lack of judgment with this individual, an individual that truly needs to demonstrate a high level of judgment. And, we don't have a lot of Hispanics in this district in management. So I was personally disappointed. But I appreciate the fact that she came today, she reached out, and she's expressed her regret. To me, the photograph was disturbing. I will say, though, that I'm equally concerned about the process that was undertaken here today. Actually, very concerned. I understand that there was concerns. Some individuals may have expressed discomfort. Employees that may be within that department, some may have felt uncomfortable, yet others came here today and indicated that they did not. I'm always about process and ensuring equitable process across the board with our employees. And I will say that I was very concerned, and although, it seems like the process was expedited in an effort to get it before this board. And I appreciate the investigation that took place, but at the same time, I'm also concerned that only a select group of employees were interviewed, and only those that expressed concern, those that expressed discomfort. And yet there were employees here today that said that they were there and didn't feel the same discomfort. And I think for a process to be fair and transparent, we have to interview as many individuals as possible. And if we didn't have sufficient time to do it, to get it before us today, then I think we should have waited. But unfortunately, there was only a select few of people that were interviewed, and every single person that was documented in this report had a negative comment to say. And yet, there were so many other comments that we heard today. So I think that for a decision of this magnitude to be made, it warrants a thorough process. And I just don't have the comfort level today, after hearing people answer questions, that happened. I'm also concerned that normally a supervisor conducts an investigation, but maybe this time it wasn't done. So I think if that took place, there should have been, I think the answers should have been more certain. And I kind of got a feeling that people were responding in a way that they weren't confident in their answers. And this is going to impact an employee forever. It already has. It already has. And it was her choice to wear that costume that day, and that's going to impact her moving forward in her career. There's no question. Do I believe that there needs to be sensitivity training? There absolutely needs to be sensitivity training for this individual. Do I believe that there needs to be consequences for her actions? Absolutely. I believe that her actions taken that day deserve consequences because it showed a total lack of judgment for somebody that oversees our entire procurement process. This board gets questioned on procurement all the time. And I believe that when we have someone such as Ms. Coker who oversees it along with other individuals, this is going to cause people to question judgments. And so that's why I pause and I get concerned, because every one of us has questions here about it all the time. But every individual, every employee that we have deserves to be thoroughly reviewed and have the time to have due diligence and the opportunity to have a thorough review process. And I just don't think that this occurred. When I look through the pages here and then the administrative charges, it's a stretch. And when I hear my colleagues asking questions about it, they couldn't be answered. So how can I make a judgment on something that we're having difficulty answering? I think we all know it was wrong. And we all know she made a huge mistake. And so, I'll wait to see what sort of consequences or punishment my colleagues feel this warrants. In my opinion, it does. In my opinion, this employee needs some serious sensitivity training. There are people in her department, although we have those that came here today that felt very comfortable, there are people in her department who did not feel comfortable. And everybody should feel comfortable in their work environment during lunch and at all times during the day. We're an educational institution. And we really have to take a good look at what's happening. And if we don't have a policy in place that speaks to what's inappropriate attire, I can't think of a better time to make that happen. So I'll wait to hear from my colleagues regarding what they feel warrants this behavior. And that's the extent of my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Good. So I've been listening very attentively, and as I'm hearing, I actually came with one thought this morning when I got here. I've been kind of thinking through this and dealing with the emotions from this and trying to hear both sides, the pros and cons. There were certainly people who were offended and who could actually file sexual harassment charges if they chose to. And just listening at all that was said and all of, what has transpired to where we are now, and even some of the comments were made. What troubles me sometimes when we get to these discussions is, sometimes, and we all do it, our thinking kicks in and we start making some allegations. I'll just deal with it just outright. I would have been very uncomfortable with Mr. Woods doing this investigation, because I've had people complain to me about him not properly addressing Mary and dealing with things and confronting Mary. I would have been concerned about his objectivity. I would have. And as a leader, sometimes you have to be mature enough to know that when you're in a situation like this, that you're too close to it. It doesn't mean that you're bad or you're wrong. When you have good employees that you support, it's just like kind of with your children, you know. My youngest son has a way with me that he probably, you know, gets away with a little more than the other two. It's just the way that it is. It doesn't make you a good or bad person. And I think we need to be able to be authentically honest in these types of situations where people's lives are impacted. I am very concerned about the process. I understand a leadership perspective that wants to deal with this and have it addressed so that it doesn't linger to the new year. I thought that's what we were trying to do. After listening here today, now I'm wondering if there should not be more investigation, thorough investigation, giving those persons that were not interviewed an opportunity to have their voices heard. Now I'm wondering if, you know, we need to, and I mean, we've done it before. We've asked Mr. Runcie to take back something and look at it again. And then there's another side of me where I tried to find just some consistency. And I looked at things where people were demoted for a lot less prior to me being on the board. One person in particular, I believe her whole career with the district was ruined because she was demoted for something, in my opinion, that was a lot less. I look at one of my teachers who just came forth who was attacked by a student, and she got a discipline after having a record had never been written up before. She got a discipline that may or may not warrant the discipline. And I mean, I could just go on and on with those types of things, and we'll all have our different opinions about them because that's the benefit of the democracy and civil disagreement. And as I listened and I tried to find something consistent, you know, I couldn't. And then having to deal with what I dealt with earlier that wasn't addressed in the past, and now, you know, having this before me. You know, I certainly think it's a discipline. I was not for terminating the employee for this, and I expressed that to Mr. Runcie. I didn't think that the termination was warranted, but I am concerned about our civility and being able to go forth in a work environment that's going to be conducive for everybody. I appreciated Ms. Croker coming forth and accepting and owning that it was a bad decision. I am a little displeased with all the lack of humility that I've seen displayed here today because this is way more serious than that. And it's not about blaming one person. We would not be at this point if Ms. Croker had not worn the outfit, and if somebody didn't care enough at that time, if they were offended, to go to her and say that they were offended so that it could have been addressed immediately. See, that's another part of this that we have not brought in this conversation. If we're true team members and one of us is behaving in a way that we feel is offensive or inappropriate, we gotta care enough to deal with that person, because no matter what your perspective is about this is an embarrassment to the whole district. It's an embarrassment to us as a board, to the staff, and to our students. And that's the reality of the situation that we're in. But now I'm put in a position where I have to make a decision about somebody's livelihood. And I'll just be honest, I've made way too many bad decisions. I probably shouldn't even still be alive, but I'm still living. That's why you always hear me talk about this word called grace. That's a favor that you get that you don't deserve. And as I look to apply grace in this situation, I'm not finding a clear way of applying that grace. I'm not for taking Ms. Croker's pay. I don't know that I'm necessarily for demoting her into a position that's going to reduce her salary by such a large number. But I have to be fair to people that I've had demoted for a lot less, that were demoted into positions. They didn't suffer as a great salary loss, but they were demoted. So in my thought process, I have to take all of those things into consideration. That's where I was when I got here. But after being here today and listening and practicing intellectual humility, now I'm concerned about the process. Now I'm wondering if I'm not doing a disadvantage by moving this forward today to people who feel like their voices have not been heard, that were not interviewed, that didn't get the opportunity to weigh in or to weigh out. Then I say to myself, will that really matter in the choices? I don't know, but it's not, for me, it's not an easy decision. It's not about just saying it wants 5 days or 10 days suspension without pay. You know, it's not that simple for me, especially when I look at some of the practices that we've done, and I try to practice justice, and I try to find some means of commonality. I don't have that answer. I certainly think that it does warrant a discipline. I think that it is really, really serious, because there are some other risk factors that could potentially happen as a result of this. You know, I think that the whole party was done in a good intent, in a spirit to celebrate. It was clearly a bad judgment call. I agree with Ms. Good's comment about vendors and others now. You know, it opens up this window of questioning that judgment. I had a conversation with someone yesterday, you know, along that lines. And I certainly wouldn't like to be, you know, judged for every bad decision that I make, but that's sometimes the way it is. I mean, I even had a little shade thrown at me earlier about minority business, and I'm going to speak exactly to how I feel about that on another item, so everybody will be clear about that. But it's a difficult decision to be in. And as a board member today, I don't know that I feel that I'm prepared to make that decision because of the comments that was made about the people that were not interviewed, the people that did not get a chance to express, it could be their support for what has happened. It was said that we only heard from, he only interviewed people who were not in support of what was going on today. So I'm at a quandary. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I interview people at random, and they only put in writing what they thought and they feel. I know there was a comment that they said all of them felt offended, but it's not true. I put the numbers of those that were offended and those that were not.
Okay.
So there were people that didn't agree, but there were people that said it was okay with me.
Okay. And that gives me a level of comfort. The other thought I had is the parents that was there with kids. I have not heard from them. If I had my kids there, and if I was there with my kids, I would have taken them out immediately. I'm just saying as a parent. If they were offended, you know, I think they would have spoken up by now. And that's their right, whether they were offended or not. My point that I'm making is this is just not an easy decision. It's not, for me, it's not a black or white decision. It's a lot of gray area involved because of the severity of it. And I'm trying to make a decision that's going to be a way of appropriately dealing with a team member as a human being, and also valuing other persons that are human beings and a part of this process, but also feeling a little burden because we haven't always done that. You know, we have a tendency to handle these things based on how we personally feel about a person. And I haven't always agreed with Mary. You know, and a lot of you I haven't agreed with, but I'm not going to make a decision against you because you didn't agree about me previously. I'm able to disagree, put it behind me, and move forward. So it's not an easy decision for me, you know, after even hearing everybody here today, because if I had something that I could give a demotion where there was not such a large impact on the salary, that would be my preference. I'm not being presented with that today. I'm not okay with 3 days suspension. I think it warrants more than that. But what you've presented to me today, I don't have an option, perhaps, that I can exercise and be, you know, okay with what's happening now and okay with some of the decisions that we've made in the past when it's come to people in positions and them being demoted. So any other comments from the board? Ms. Levinson.
Yes, I thank all my colleagues for their thoughtful comments. on the issue. As I mentioned, I wanted to make a motion where I believe the punishment more fits the offense, and I'd like to make a motion for a 5-day suspension.
Second?
It's been a motion for a 5-day suspension. Is there any public input on that motion?
Anna Fusco, Broward Teacher Union President. I'd like to speak on behalf of the motion. I feel that you should go forward with the motion, considering we heard that people of extreme high management level couldn't answer questions, had no clue what they were answering, did a botched process, and I don't believe there should be another investigation. That's double jeopardy. A person should not be put through this type of torment because you have ineffective, inappropriate people doing stuff because they have malicious intent. And that is obvious. And to say that people weren't lined up to give their side of it, they certainly were. So I ask you to go forward with the motion. Let's move on for this. There was somebody who did something inappropriate. As Anne Murray spoke on it very, very well, as many of you did, that the motion should go forward, give the consequence, let's move on, and why don't you all go ahead and start helping all of our teachers that I can bring forward that have been abused and abused and abused and abused, that have been abused. Sexual, mentally, emotionally, physically, that I keep bringing forward. Get this over with, stop with this. The shenanigans I just saw from the three of them, I'm embarrassed at their management. You should be too. Go back and re-watch this, how they tried to make you guys look dumb, because that's how I took it. That's how you should take it.
Ms. Freeman?
Yes, I wanted to say thank you for listening to me earlier. I take the gravity of this situation very highly, and it looks to me, I've sat with you for 6 years, so it looks to me that it's going to go in the direction where it should, that we're going to allow Ms. Coker to go back to doing her job, do a cost savings for our district, see to it that the high integrity of the items that come forward will be able to continue to come forward. And the excellent news is that I felt that the individuals who had their 3 minutes that wanted to be in support of Ms. Coker, that didn't have the opportunity to be interviewed by these individuals, did have the opportunity to speak, even though it was not maybe in the same format as others. They were able to tell you whether they were there, whether they weren't there, how they felt. And additionally, and I'm happy that the board members alluded to the fact that the individuals who brought, or the individual who brought the children, they weren't interviewed. And at the end of the day, this individual, it's my understanding, knew what the costumes were and still made that choice for their children. So while we may not all agree on how we as parents or adults would behave, at the end of the day, we need to take this. I believe Ms. Coker needs to learn her lesson. I feel that Ms. Levinson's recommendation of a 5-day suspension is fitting for the circumstance. And again, I'm going to impress upon you that since Ms. Coker has been out for 5 days, that she be able to come back to work and start doing her job, and that you just dock the pay for the days that she hasn't actually been here and working, and start the work that needs to be done, and move our bond forward and let her get to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saladaf.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Ms. Levinson. Sorry.
I'm back. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh. If passing this motion puts a stop to an administrative complaint that I cannot see the district prevailing on, then more power to you. Because if this is an example of the type of research and work that your legal team prepares when they go after people, it's no secret, it's no mystery why you guys lose so many cases. Because this, as Anna Fusco said, is embarrassing. They couldn't answer, and the things that they brought up were complete stretches. And as Ms. Murray questioned, who's after Mary? If you wanted to get rid of Mary Coker, to get her out of the way for whatever reason you need to have her out of your way, why not just write her up and not renew her in June? Instead of coming up with this administrative complaint, wasting all of this time, embarrassing the district further, although I think it might have been beneficial, because if there needs to be somebody that needs some training, this cannot be how you treat employees that you're investigating. It just can't. That's scary, because that suggests that we have no idea just how many people get railroaded by staff in this district, and not just employees, but also parents, volunteers, if this is how they go after someone. It would have been a lot less painful to just not renew her. But apparently that wasn't good enough, and you should be asking the superintendent why first they wanted to terminate her ASAP and then demote her, taking the most and doing an administrative complaint. Why did that seem to be a prudent course of action? Why? Nobody, it made everybody look completely foolish. Why was that a sound leadership decision? You disagree with it being a sound leadership decision. You all saw right through it, but he still brought it anyway. And when he couldn't get termination, it got downgraded to demotion. So what is it this was really about? There have been, as I sit on the facilities task force, and we had a discussion back in May, there is a feeling that Mary Coker steers business.
Okay, can we stay on this item, please?
It is
I'm
directly.
tired of the allegations. Just stick
It's
to the item.
not an allegation. We
Stick
had
to
a
the item.
meeting.
I'm tired of the punches at the staff. I'm not going to tolerate it. I want us
Hey,
to practice
there's freedom of
proper
speech.
proper civil discourse. We're talking about Ms. Croker
Dr.
and this
Osgood,
item.
there's such a thing as freedom of speech, and you're violating mine right now.
I'm asking you to stick to the item.
I did. This is directly
Don't
related.
throw shade at people. Stick to the
Nobody's
item.
throwing shade at anybody.
Stick to
We
the
had a
item.
facilities task force meeting,
Ms.
and this
We're
was
not on the
discussed.
facility task force meeting.
Dr. Osgood, we're on the 5-day suspension.
Right.
She either
Exactly.
agrees or she doesn't agree,
And I'm
but she
familiar
needs to
with
talk
your
that.
facilities, the
Okay, so
facilities
you're
meeting.
running
We're on
down the
this
clock.
item.
Bottom
No,
line-
I'm going to stop the clock. I'm going to be fair and give you your proper time. I'm trying to give you respect, and I'm asking you for the respect. We're not talking about facilities task force. We're on the 5-day suspension that was offered in the motion by Ms. Levinson. So I'm going to ask you kindly to speak to that.
Okay, like I said, if it gets rid of the administrative complaint that you're not going to win, I'm in favor of it. But for the record, I would have fired her by not renewing her in June. Don't know why that was a problem. Can't wait.
Thank you.
Anna Marie Pierpont, for the record. Ms. Levinson, I agree, but I would also like you to maybe amend your motion, because there was discussion about training needed. And when I have sat on the defendant advocate side, that needs to be included in the discipline.
Thank you. I had Ms. Okay. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Angela Messam. I am a resident of Broward. I am a vendor as well. I was never interviewed, and I think it's important, the image of the school. You have to answer to the public. We pay the tax dollars. Our community needs to be interviewed. I would highly recommend that we do a thorough investigation, because honestly, the people that was interviewed, from
We're
what
talking, I'm sorry, Ms. Messam.
I'm
I'm going to be consistent. We're talking about the motion of the 5-day suspension, so if you can make
Right,
your
I was
comments related
asking
to
if
that.
she could amend that motion possibly to give further investigation, because residents need to know and understand, because you have someone making decisions over a costume and the same person making a decision over $800 million. I mean, if you can't make a decision on a costume and you're managing $800 million, I think we really got to look at this closely because you have the public, because when that $800 million is done, you have to come back to the public and ask for more money, more support. Now, we're having some issues, and like you said, stick to the topic.
Right.
It's the same person managing those same issues, making the same decisions across the district, whether they're good, whether they're bad in some opinion. I'm not here to talk about that, but what I'm saying is just as a commission, I'm sorry, I get that confused sometimes, but as a board, please take your time in this decision. Do not rush it, because I don't believe that, from what I've heard, there has been a thorough investigation of what about the people who were chanting, "Take it off"? Have you investigated those folks? Okay, are those people right for saying take it off and encouraging that type of behavior? Is this the district that we have here? Who are we, Broward County?
Okay, Ms. Messam, I'm gonna ask you again if you would stick to the 5-day suspension. Thank you. Any more public input? Okay. Ms. Levinson, you wanted to amend
I
your motion.
just, in light of comments from my colleagues as well as from the audience, I'd like to amend it to a 5-day suspension with a sensitivity training.
And I accept that as a second.
Okay. Any public input on that amendment?
Thank you again for having me.
Just on the sensitivity training?
Yeah, yes. I just want to thank Ms. Levinson for your recommendation on the punishment. I appreciate it, and everybody else's time for today. Thank you.
And Ms. Aladaff did have the floor, so I'm going to go back to her, Ms. Good, and then I have you, Ms. Balderman.
Thank you. I also would like to ask Ms. Levinson if she could make the motion to amend from the 5-day suspension, the sensitivity training, and also mental health counseling.
No, I can't accept that amendment.
Are you done, Ms. Aladaff? Okay. Ms. Good?
So I was gonna bring up the sensitivity training. I think in order for me to support this motion, it needs to include it. And I also, I think, Mr. Runcie, we need to send out some type of notification to all our employees so they clearly understand the standards that we have within this district to prevent something like this from happening again. And again, we're only on the motion of the day, so I'm amenable to the sensitivity training or any other applicable training that would benefit the employee.
Ms. Balderman?
Yes, I would actually like you to amend it to an 8 to 10 day suspension. I honestly believe, I don't believe it warrants the, demotion, but I do believe it warrants more than 5 days, especially since we suspended a couple of people today for 3 days, which is only 2 days more. I know that's not what the people want, but it has to fit the offense, and to me, more days fits the offense. Also, I am very, very concerned right now about everything I just saw transpire. And maybe it's a conversation that I have to have with you. There is so much more to this than a costume at this point. Seriously. There is so much more. And I am so, shocked and offended at what I'm seeing. And I can't even, there are serious issues, and there is so much more to everything going on right here. Just based on the last speaker I saw, really, there are so many other investigations that need to occur beyond this costume. And I am just floored, and I don't want to say anything. I think Ms. Myrick knows there's other things going on here. Okay, I would like to amend it to a 10-day suspension, and I hope you'll offer that friendly amendment.
No, I don't accept that. We vote on the 5-day if it doesn't pass. Well, I was asked whether to accept it. I'm not going to accept the 10-day. I don't want to get into going back and forth about how many days. I mean, this is about a suspension. We had something earlier today in 2006 that you gave 5 days for. I don't even want to say what it was, how egregious it was. This is a 5-day suspension. We don't jump to 5 days normally with anybody, what I see in our discipline. So to me, that's a fairly major suspension that we're given 5 days.
Okay, first of all, I have to correct this because you've said that twice now. That case never came before the board, Ms. Myrick, in 2006. It was can you please explain that? Because I will not be accused of doing something that I did not do. That was not anything that came before the board. It has been said twice. I was horrified when I read all of that. It did not come before the board. I would like her to put that on record since that's been said twice here on this dais.
Well, I'm only reading paragraph 45 of Mr. Grisham's I-9 and
But
the
I'm
2000
going to ask I'm sorry, Ms. Myrick, I know you're legal, but I don't know how we,
Because she said that I approved something that was more egregious and gave less day suspension, and I wanted to verify that that was not the case, that it was a state issue and everything occurred at the state and it was not brought before this board. That's the only reason I brought it up. I think I've made it. It's in the document. Ms. Myrick can verify that. There are public records that verify that, and I will not have that stand. Okay, so anyway, back to the suspension. We suspended somebody
Mrs.
for
Bartle.
attendance issues.
Second.
I didn't recognize Ms. Murray. And I'm not going to do that in this way now because it has not been our normal practice. And I do have a comment that I would like to make, and I want to respect Ms. Brinkworth and Ms. Rupert, who's been trying to speak as well.
Okay,
So Ms.
so
Bartleman,
my
I'm
issue
going to
is-
ask you to wrap up
Yeah,
so that we can
we
let
gave,
everybody else.
for absences, we gave 3 days today, if you look back at some of our progressive discipline. So I just feel comfortable giving more days, and I don't think it warrants the termination. I do not think it warrants the demotion, but I do think it's an example to the employees. I also want to say, there should not be retaliation by this staff towards anyone, whether it's the person who made the complaint about Ms. Coker, because they're entitled to how they feel, and to all the people who stood up here, because there is a climate of retaliation in this district, and I am concerned not just for the people in this audience today, I am also concerned for the people who are on the other side and who were interviewed or now in this public document. There has to be some sort of meeting of the minds to make sure that there isn't that kind of retaliation. And I would be very upset if there was. And I've asked for non-retaliation in the past, and that has fallen on deaf ears. I'm saying it again publicly. There are TV cameras here, so maybe it'll happen this time. But I really feel very strongly that both sides need to be protected. But I think we need to send a strong message, and for me, the 10 days is the message.
Okay. Ms. Brinkworth, and then Ms. Rupert.
With regard to the 5-day suspension, I cannot support that motion because I do believe it warrants a longer term of suspension. And so I will not be able to vote in favor.
Ms. Corn, are you still on the line?
I am.
Okay. Ms. Rupert? Yeah. Ms. Corn, did you have a comment?
No, sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Rupert.
As the second, I will withdraw my second, and I would be amenable to a 7-day, which is like in the middle.
Fine, I'll take it.
Okay. Ms. Levinson?
I will amend it to a 7-day, Ms. Rupert.
Okay. Any public input on the 7-day? Mr. Griffin, go ahead.
Just procedurally, so we don't have to bring this back, may I recommend that the motion be amended to dismiss the complaint and upon stipulation of the employee, enter a 7-day suspension plus sensitivity training. That will.
Yes, so moved.
Okay. Public input on the new motion.
Anna
On the amended motion.
Fusco speaking as herself. I know. I'm asking you to move forward. No more amendments. You've added. Now you guys are bickering amongst yourselves. This is not what it should be. We're frustrated. We see that there's some things that need to be done. It's not going to happen at the dais. If you can move forward with the amendment, let's get this through, and then we can move on. And then whatever happens, we can move on to that. I'm asking you to move forward with the amendment, and let's move on.
Additional public input?
7 days, sensitivity training, let's all vote yes and move on. It's going to be a long evening for the rest of you to get through all the other items in full support. Thank you.
Any other board comment?
It's
Ms.
the
Bonneman?
suspension without pay, correct?
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. And I'm not in a rush because this is important. And I will say that I could not support the 5 days either because I do think it warrants more, but I can meet halfway and support the 7-day. And Ms. Aladaff, I could have supported some type of counseling from the perspective that when you go through something like this, it does have an impact on you. We're talking about trauma. We've been going through a lot of mental health training. Ms. Croker is a person, she's a mother, she's been experiencing a lot of anxiety. So I appreciated your offering of the mental health counseling in the spirit that you offered it in. I could have supported that as well. So saying that, we've closed public input on this item, so now, okay, Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you for changing the motion. I will be able to support that, but I will say also along the lines of what Ms. Bartleman said with regard to retaliation for people on either side of this issue, that is 100% unacceptable and will not be tolerated by me as a board member, and I know by this board corporate, knowing my colleagues.
Okay. All in favor of the amended item indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay. The motion carries. Now I need to go back to the original motion, the original item.
No,
Yeah, okay. Okay, so we're done.
Can we take a break?
So at this, no, with this item, at this time, we're gonna go to public comment.
Yeah, that was just the
Huh?
amendment.
Just the amendment.
That was just the amendment, right? I was feeling like it was something else I needed to do. I'm a little rusty on this, so y'all gonna have to help me. So now I need to vote on the original item, okay? All in, okay, all right.
And Rob, no, Rob.
I too as amended. No, I get it.
We're not done, Ms. Bartleman.
Just a moment. Let's do this procedurally correct. Y'all have to give me a little grace. Okay. We're gonna have to wait just a moment so we can do this correctly. We have to vote on the item as amended.
Oh, you know, that shit happens now.
Sorry, my bad. Where's Ann? Miss Murray? Miss Murray, I'm sorry. I need you to return to the dais for a vote. We need to vote on the item as amended. Sure, Ms. Good, go ahead.
So just on the point, and I said it earlier when we were talking about the sensitivity training or any other counseling that we can offer the employee, I think in light of what Ms. Al-Hadaf said and what you said, you know, there may be opportunities where we can provide some assistance to the employee in light of what the employee's gone through.
Yeah.
And ultimately, you know, it's better for everyone. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor of the item as amended indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Ms. Corn, are you there? She probably thought that was it. Okay. Motion carries. Okay.
Dr. Osgood, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Okay, so I voted against the motion, I voted against the amendment, and I voted against the item.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Corn. Okay. We're going to take a 2-minute recess and then go to public comment. So. Good evening. This is the time of the agenda when school board members will hear from speakers. Each listed speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Speakers are reminded to address matters of relevance to public education and demonstrate proper decorum. No heckling, shouting comments from the audience, verbal outbursts, or any other disruptive behavior shall be permitted. No signs or placement cards should be allowed in the board meeting. No derogatory comments using the person's proper name shall be permitted. Persons exiting the board meeting, we ask you to do so quietly. Further, at the conclusion of public speakers, the chair will provide an opportunity for the superintendent or his cabinet at his discretion to provide comments regarding any subject matter or issue raised by public speakers. Additionally, the superintendent may have members of his staff speak to individual public speakers in an effort to address his or her concerns and provide any follow-up to public speakers' concerns back to the board. The chair will call the first speaker. Talia Jones. Melissa Greer. Charlene Berea. Sandra Nunez.
Good afternoon, Sandra Nunez. The Equal Education Opportunity ADA Compliance Department was established in 1975 and charged with the responsibility of monitoring, coordinating, and recommending action aimed towards the board policy of equal opportunity in education and employment. The primary functions and programs of the EEO ADA Compliance Department are: monitor students' participation in academic and other programs areas, recommend strategies to improve areas of disproportionate student enrollment participation, monitors the district hiring and promotion practices, to policy and review revisions, coordinate the development of the District Educational Equity Act plan, investigate and resolve complaints of discrimination and harassment in employment and education, assist in providing reasonable accommodations to students and staff as required by the Americans with Disability Act, ADA, and other statutes, reviews inquiries and concerns related to equal opportunity and equal access. This department has an all-outdated Annual Education Employment Equity Act dated back in 2016. Here's some numbers. Principals, white 46%, black 36%, Latino 16%, and other 4%. Assistant principals, white 40%, black 40%, Latino 18%, other 2%. Teachers, black 27%, white 50%, Hispanic 19%. I fall under that category. Approximately 71,000 of our students are Hispanic. I'll leave you with that data. Let it sink in your brain. There is no equity in this district, discrimination perhaps. I have to say absolutely. I would like to know how the EEO department, which is basically composed of 5 individuals, is managing to accomplish all of these tasks and make sure teachers like me or students that fall under ADA category are receiving accommodations as per the federal law. Please elaborate, because this department is failing big time under the Marzano evaluation tool. They fall under the category of not using. There's nothing innovating about this department, nothing. I heard the words due process, policies. Who's making sure that the ADA individuals, students and teachers get due process? That's all I heard. Due process, policy 4.9. What due process are we following in here? Who's listening to us? There is a serious problem going on when it comes to accommodations. And I cannot believe that the director was sitting right in here playing the role of an investigator where I haven't received my accommodations. And there's a lot of students that are in need of accommodation, yet he's pretending to be an investigator. Shameful.
Thank you. Michael Sabola. Sean, and you're going to have to help me pronounce your last name. I'm not going to even attempt. You can tell me so I don't butcher it.
It was spelled wrong on the roster. It's pronounced Zucalis. The P is a T. All right.
Thank you. State your whole name for the record.
Sean Zucalis.
Okay, thank you.
All right. First, we would like to thank Broward County School Board for allowing us to present our project. We would like to thank personally Ms. Alhadef for her support and suggestion to be here today. My name is Sean Zucalis. My partner, Valeria Vasquez-Barros, and I are juniors at Coral Glades High School. We have been Broward County students for 11 years. Her and I are currently working with Coral Glades DECA. DECA is a marketing and entrepreneurship club at a school that emphasizes leadership and community involvement. Our project is called Mind Over Matter, which is focused on spreading awareness about how school affects students' mental health. Although school-related stress is not the only element impacting the well-being of youth, it is an important factor considering that we spend most of our time in the school and doing school-related activities. Our school is integrated into our childhood since it helps our social development and academic knowledge. It is one of our only responsibilities, and we are often taught to hold it at a high value because of its necessity for our future. Valeria and I have seen it personally and experienced stress from school, causing us and our peers to sacrifice sleep, social activities, and even miss days of school to catch up on schoolwork. Furthermore, any little mistake we make, such as an imperfect GPA, is seen as a disaster that will hinder our ability to succeed in the future and result in scrutiny from colleges that we apply to. We've considered if an extracurriculars would look good on our resume before considering if we have too much on our plate. From our experience as students, we knew that this was an issue and our district was facing, but we wanted to look more into the issue by conducting surveys, meetings, and speaking with people in our community. We conducted surveys 3 weeks into school at our own school, Coral Glades High School, sampling around 300 students. We asked students to report the rigor level of their classes, how much sleep they got per night, how much homework they worked per night, and the stress level at that point in the school year on a scale of 1 to 10. Our surveys show that the time students spend on homework positively correlates with the level of self-reported stress, while the amount of sleep they receive is inversely related. Only 3 weeks into the school year, students in regular classes ranked an average of 5.49 out of 10 in stress, students in honors classes ranked at 5.94 out of 10, and students in college-level classes, such as AP and A/Cambridge courses, ranked a 7.12. Not only does it show that higher course rigor level correlates to increased stress, but it shows that students at any course level and on average rank their stress level above the median of 5 out of 10 so early in the school year. With that being said, my partner Valeria is the next speaker, and she'll be continuing what I have to say.
Thank you. Next speaker is Valerie Vasquez-Barros.
Hello, my name is Valeria Vasquez-Barros. After seeing how much stress students were feeling, we spoke to Sandra Kumper, Executive Director of Broward NAMI, which is the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and she stated that while stress can be a motivator, incurring too much stress can lead to mood disorders such as attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or ADHD, anxiety, and depression, which can evolve in adolescence into bipolar and suicidal depression. The National Institute on Mental Health states that prolonged periods of stress, which students may experience throughout the school year, may result in mental illnesses such as anxiety or depression. Clearly, we need to stop the problem at the source. Even if school stress does not cause diagnosable illnesses, it was shown to have an impact on students' mental well-being and the emergence of unhealthy habits, such as lack of sleep. The overwhelming majority of students in our survey reported only receiving 4 to 6 hours of sleep per night, which highly deviates from the recommended CDC average of 8 to 10 hours per night. We also spoke with our Coral Springs Mayor, Scott Brook, about this relationship we found, and he emphasized the importance of letting your teachers and parents know when you are approaching overwhelm, and to say no to responsibilities if you already have too many in order to alleviate unnecessary stress. We worked with him to organize a community discussion called Mind Over Matter, an open dialogue about the relationship between school stress and students' mental health. We anticipated 75 attendees and reached over 90 people, including students from Coral Glades, JP Taravella, and Stoneman Douglas. We also had parents and Mrs. Al-Hadef attend to listen to the discussion and hear how we as students felt. Students shared how they feel pressured to be the perfect, well-rounded student, and how they feel there is never a break for homework, especially during winter break or even summer vacation. Some students say that they felt there aren't enough hours in the day, and they've slowly moved away from their passions in order to exert themselves academically. It was an eye-opening experience that showed us as students that the feeling was mutual, and showed all of the other attendees what we were experiencing. We would like to host this again later in the school year to bring in more people, including all of you here. As the leaders of our school district, we ask for your help addressing the relationship between school stress and students' mental health. We suggest implementing at least one official mental health day in the upcoming school year. This concept has been implemented in other states. For example, in Utah, they recognize mental illness alongside physical illness for an excused absence. In Oregon, students are given 5 excusable mental health days within a time frame of 3 months. We asked everyone at our open dialogue if they have taken an unofficial mental health day from school, and if they would like an officially recognized one, and all of them raised their hands. This would help reduce stigma and give students an opportunity for self-awareness towards their mental health. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Christina Brazil. Dr. Trudy Jemanovich. Dr. Jemanovich, could you hold for just one moment and allow Mr. Ronci to respond to the students for their fabulous work?
So I just want to thank you, Sean and Valerie, for coming here today. You spoke about a topic that's very near and dear to me. You know, I can tell you based on data that I have looked at and national trends that have assessed stress levels in this country, the most highly stressed group in the United States are our teens. So you're spot on with this. And you're also spot on with the fact that there needs to be some type of offering in this district that helps our students deal with it. I know some of our higher ed institutions, in particular, I mean, you look some of the highest ones out there, Harvard, Yale, Stanford, for example, they have positive psychology courses now, which are part of the curriculum. And those are the highest enrolled courses on every one of those university campuses. So in 2017, I started a superintendent's mindfulness initiative in this district. So there's a working group that actually does include some students on it, and a cross-section of teachers and staff who are working on this particular topic. One of the components that we're executing on is working with Dr. Tal. He's a professor at Harvard who actually teaches a positive psychology course there. So we're working with staff now to implement a curriculum that we can introduce into this district. And secondly, see if there's an opportunity to provide dual enrollment access to that course as well. And as you may know, through the Center for Mind-Body Medicine, Dr. Gordon has helped to set up a program in this district, which we're continuing to grow across all our schools. And these are the Center for Mind-Body Medicine ambassadors. I don't know if you're aware of that as well. We're trying to build those in each school and then build a network across the district. But there's a host of things that we're doing. I think over the next half year and going into the next school year, we're going to be able to work with our students and faculty and be able to really invest in working with you and finding ways to help our students cope with adverse childhood experiences, stresses that are out there. And a final takeaway is that we have to focus in on our teachers as well. We've got to make sure that we're providing opportunities for them to deal with their stresses, their mental health. As I go around and I do focus groups with our students, so I hear both sides of it. But I'd love to follow up on this conversation with you. I have your contact information from your sign-up, and we'll sit down and talk about some of the things you're doing at Coral Glades, which sounds very exciting, and we can maybe incorporate that into some of the initiatives that we're doing, because I don't think there's like one answer. I think we need to create a portfolio of opportunities and make everyone in the county aware of them, so there'll at least be something out there for every student. But again, thank you for coming and talking today about what I believe is a very important topic, because at the end of the day, our students can't learn, they can't achieve if they don't develop the capacity to deal with the challenges life is going to put in front of them. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manovich.
Okay.
My name is Dr. Trudy Germanovich, and I'm going to divert from my speech that I have here. I would like to point out, though, there are a lot of teachers that are worried about how they're going to do all of the mental health training, the ESE courses, and the reading endorsement. And so I put something on there. They want to be able to do those things during school time, not have to do them on Saturdays and so on. But the reason I'm going to the first article that I gave you this time is it's called Teaching Your Heart Out, Emotional Labor and the Need for Systemic Change. And boy, does this hit the nail on the head for today. What you witness here today is what happens in classrooms every day. You have to be able to herd your emotions, to be able to handle all the emotions in the classroom. And I didn't realize, but it's actually got a name. It's called emotional labor. And it's more about than teaching kids how to read and write. Teaching is about reaching clear to the heart of another human being and using everything you've got to make a difference. It's calming kids when they've had a rough recess, celebrating when they lose their first tooth, absorbing their struggles and their traumas, channeling their joy, and investing the currency of your own emotions in an effort to help them grow. Emotional labor is managing one's own feelings in order to manage others. It's work that is often invisible, and it's almost always, as we know, undercompensated. And it's also really, really hard. Teaching is walking an emotional tightrope. And this teacher's description was, every day, 20 to 25 children arrive at your door, and each is bringing a range of emotions. In order to reach each of these students, teachers must not only respond to and often gently guide and correct students' behavior, but also do so with a calm and consistent tone. You have to be unemotional in order to make space for their emotions. The job description is to provide academic instruction, but the most complex, difficult to master aspects of teaching involve guiding students to be little emotional managers. You're teaching them their ABCs, but you're also teaching them how to not spin out of control, how to forgive, how to negotiate, and how to take things one step at a time. I think that's a lesson for all of us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Maria Vassal. Okay, Ms. Sarah Fink. Nathaniel Ross.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathaniel Ross. I work for the Broward County School Board. I'm a head facility at Meadowbrooks Elementary. My concern is macro management. I need your help to help us do our work better, because some way we are trying to do our work is quicker and pleasant. And at this time, the macro manager did not work for head facilities because you have double standards. When you're trying to do a job and the administration trying to change it from you doing your job, you can't do it. Then sometimes you get rolled up for it, for things you don't have no reason for why you're getting rolled up. So that's what we're working around that. Because since you put macro management out, they taking your contract and twisting it to fit themselves. And everybody else is around here trying to find out what's going on. And without your help or helping us get our job better, we can't get it, because we are fighting against macro management, because what they say and what we say, and my staff, is like you tell your staff to do something, and the staff go to the principal, and the principal come and change it. Our thing is, if we didn't violate their contract, why are you changing it? And the thing about it is, our point is that, how can they tell us how to do something that you send us to school to get our basic, professional, and masters to oversee our staff, and when we do it, they don't like it, so they change it. So we have a double standard, so we can't do our work. So we asking for help. It can't work for us. We can do our job if you let us do our job. We short of staff, we don't mind doing it, but if we can't get it, what we got to do? We got to take a write-up, we got to file a grievance. It don't need to come to that. We just asking for your help. Macro management do not work for a head facility because he or she cannot do their job. It's all over Broward County. I had a principal told me that I want to interview this person and told me that he think he better qualified than me to hire my own person. Man, to me, that's an insult. If you hired me to run the school, why can't I interview him? Why can't I hire him? If he done passed the background check and everything else, why can't I hire him? I'm the one going to be with him. And if the administration don't see that, well, we got a problem. It's going to fall right back on me because you hired him, and I'm going to come and tell you, well, you hired him, well, you need to watch him. You need to write him up. Why I need to write him up? Because you recommend it. It don't make no sense. It's double standards. Y'all need to, this need to stop. I've been in the system 34 years. Out of 34 years, I had a principal named Dr. McCaskill, and she always called people in. She called everybody in one time. She said, if you have a problem, let's discuss it now.
Mr. Ross, I
Yes.
need you to finish your time unless someone else is going to share their time with you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, and I don't know if Mr. Runcie, if there's someone from staff who's, so Dr. Wands is going to speak with you, Mr. Ross. Thank you very much. Ms. Fusco. Anna Fusco.
Oh, yes. Anna Fusco, Broward Teacher Union President. Good evening. Been here all day together. I'm speaking on behalf as the union president. I'm also speaking on behalf as a educator in Broward County Public Schools, a parent of a fine young man who graduated from what I considered an excellent school in an excellent district by a decent principal, and now is a servant of the community in Port St. Lucie County as a firefighter. He's a product of the Broward County Public Schools, which I feel is awesome. But some of the things that is coming about and being discussed, and sometimes one-on-one, sometimes in committee meetings, sometimes in management labor meetings, sometimes at our negotiations table, and lots of times here in a public setting. I want to know how many more times do you want to hear it over and over and over again when we can finally, instead of me hearing, just Anna Fusco, just listen to me. Anna Fusco, just listen to me. Anna Fusco, just calm down. Anna Fusco, but this is how it is. And then there's just no solution. We want to get through negotiations. Our employees would like to get some raises. We are going to be going into the new year, new calendar year, not school year, settling with nothing. We're still having a situation with teachers and other employees, our ESPs, that are getting attacked and violently attacked by students. We still have management that are not using their positions appropriately. Some of them are abusing their positions because they feel because I'm management. We keep having these conversations, but we're not getting a solution. If we have a solution, I wouldn't be coming and continuing the conversation in almost every committee meeting, labor management meeting, negotiations meetings, and at the board meetings. So I'm asking you to direct the district personnel, the upper top management, to do the right thing. Be professional, take care of the employees, because the employees are taking care of the students of Broward County Public School, which we all agree is the main reason why we're here. I'm asking to stop saying it. Let's show it. I'm asking you to direct management that sits behind their computers. Sometimes they're laughing when we're trying to have serious conversations. Today was a joke. To do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Liliana Uribe. Oh, okay. Kenneth Minshew.
Kenneth Minshew, going to give my minutes to Terry Price.
Perfect, thank you. Yes, Ms. Price, sorry.
Hi, Terry Lopez Price, NBCT, proud educator, also the parent of very stressed students who took AP classes and sometimes kind of rode them into the ground. So I'm really grateful that you guys came because I get it and I want to personally help you because I wrote a book about kids and the troubles that they have in schools and how they're misunderstood. And my student couldn't get out of 5 AP classes, but that's another story and another day. Nevertheless, I'm really grateful, Lori Alladef, that you got them over here. I appreciate that very much, and I do want to help you. So today my topic had been, before I even knew I was going to be here, principal jail versus teacher jail. When they asked me what was my topic, that was my topic. I had no idea what was going on today. I didn't know anything about Ms. Coker. I didn't know about the gentleman who had done these heinous things that were on record. I didn't know about what was going to go on or any of that, but I want to commend you for finding the holes in the investigation, because there are holes in a lot of these investigations. And President Fusco is right there watching it and telling you guys, telling Mr. Runcie, and over again, things are pushed through. Today I had a little conversation with Superintendent Runcie, and he didn't quite understand why I'm always bringing certain things back to my own personal story of certain lies that were told about me by your legal team that were signed, because it hasn't been resolved. It's been, what, 3.5 years, President Fusco? 3.5 years, they're still not resolved. I've complained about things. I've said things have happened to me. I've said I've been touched inappropriately. I put it in writing. EEO never called me back. They didn't make a quick investigation, a 4-day, woo-woo, let's go, let's investigate this. No, they didn't. I was hit by a door. A principal tried to close a door on me. You guys know about it. Why wasn't there an investigation? Yeah, it's gonna be about me. Because when it's not about me, it's about other teachers and other people that I'm constantly watching getting thrown under the bus. I'd like to know what the fast track is to the legal team that gets the affidavits written and the stuff into you, because I don't know the fast track. Do you, President Fusco? No. Okay, well, we need to know that fast track. Where is it? Who is it? Who do I talk to? I want to know. Because I'm tired of, like I said before, the haves and the have-nots. I'm tired of the fact that I've been making a complaint for 2.5 years. This young lady right here has been making a complaint for about the same amount of time, verbally, written, in person. I've heard her, she's heard me, and you guys don't even know it's out there. And yet, in the case of me, and yeah, I'm going to bring some details after what I witnessed today. In my case, the administrator that I have been complaining about wrote in an affidavit that your legal team saw that he actually touched me. He wrote it in an affidavit. Do you know that? Well, we do, and I've been telling you. And the EEO is investigating it for what, 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, 3 years? I mean, come on now. Unfortunately, I'm a very good-natured person, and frankly, I'm only pursuing it because of my members, not because of me. Because if you do it to me, what are you doing to my members? What are you doing to my members if you dare to say that I broke into a school? That I did something inappropriate? How dare you? You don't know who I am. You don't know my family. What are you doing to my members? Well, let me tell you one of the things you're doing to my members. They're gone to teacher jail for a year. Investigations, a year. Kids are with a substitute. Nobody cares. Oh, there's an allegation? Let me go take the whole class out and ask the class what happened. And we have evidence. I have evidence because I've seen it. The kid says, no, I didn't say it that way. The paper says, oh, this is what he said. Who's changing the stuff? Who's misinterpreting it? And why do we have to assume that everything that comes before you is a fact? That floored me today. Everything that comes before you, you have to assume it's a fact. Well, I got to tell you, the stuff that has my name on it, do not assume it's a fact. And the stuff that has President Fusco's name or any of our members, do not assume it's a fact, because people lie. And I'm not pointing at anyone specifically, but people lie. And people don't want to listen, and people don't want to hear. And when we tell them something's happening, they don't pay attention. And sometimes, yeah, they snicker on the side. I saw them the other day at that meeting. What meeting was that? I don't even remember. What meeting was that, Mr. Gold? Yeah, class size meeting, snickering. I know you're tired of hearing me, Donna Corn, I know. Take a deep breath, because I'm not done.
Okay, Ms. Price?
Okay,
I'm
I'm
not tired
sorry.
of hearing you
I'm
were
sorry.
referring directly to staff.
I
was just-
apologize. No, it was not Dan Gold. Absolutely was not Dan Gold. He just was running the meeting, and I apologize to you. But I know sometimes it's hard for you guys to hear us. I see it in your faces, I know. But you need to hear us. We have teachers that are being accused of stuff because classes are too large. So their head rolls, but the administrator who made the class too large, their head doesn't roll. And the person who cut the budget, their head doesn't roll. Nobody's head is rolling except the teacher that did something wrong with that class that has 42 kids with 30 seats in it. I'm tired of it. And you need to listen. And you need to hear. All of you need to hear. It's enough with the haves and the have-nots, and it's enough with the retaliation nation.
Thank you. Mr. Raymond Davis. Okay, thank you. And Melissa Roselle. Okay, so those are our speakers for this afternoon. We are going to go back to our next item. If I could have a motion and a second, please, on EE 20. Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Brinkworth. EE 20? Oh, I had a list, okay. Hold on. Could we check marks? What are those? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I was looking off some check marks, and I thought we had made a lot more progress in my absence. I was wondering, because I was only off the phone for like 20 minutes. I thought Dr. Osgood's moving us along very quickly. Okay, so we're going to go backwards. So we already put EE 20 on the floor, so let's go ahead and discuss EE 20 since it's already on the floor. Is there any public comment on EE 20? EE 20 is grant applications pre-submissions. Any public input? Seeing none. To my colleagues, EE 20? Yes, Dr. Osgood?
I asked for that one, but I got my answer. My question was what schools were selected, and the answer was none had been selected yet, so I'm good.
Okay, perfect. And then I also have Ms. Brinkworth for EE 20.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So in reviewing the item, I think I sent the questions earlier today, but I don't know if you responded because I don't look at my emails during the meeting. How would this impact the work of reimagining middle schools as far as the funding that's going to be utilized for this? That was one of my questions.
So this, good evening, Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer. Just for the public, this item concerns a partnership with the Broward County Public Schools in the College Football Playoff, which South Florida will be hosting in January of 2021. In partnership with the College Football Playoff Foundation, Broward County Public Schools will undertake 2 initiatives, jointly led by Portfolio Services and the rest of Cabinet. One piece will focus on the refurbishment of middle school library media centers to go beyond maker spaces into interactive learning environments. Those schools have not been selected, to Dr. Osgood's point earlier. It is in support of the reimagining middle schools writ large. One of your questions also dealt with, does this affect the work of the Community Foundation of Broward? The short answer is it is tangential to, but in no way directly related to, as that work is focused on the lowest performing quartile with what we call the four flag students within our middle schools. All of these represent mutually supporting efforts to improve our middle school experience so that we are leading our educational reform from the middle and having it work through our middle schools, from our middle schools to our elementary schools and high schools. So this matching funds, which is what this grant is, we do anticipate being able to raise from within the community. And we just needed to bring this to the board in order to begin putting that together. There have been preliminary conversations with the Broward Education Fund to commence that work.
Okay, so I just need some clarification, because in the financial impact statement, it says, the district will commit to matching these funds in the amount of $250,000 to be allocated from the Reimagining Middle Grades Initiative and the broader community,
That's
including
correct.
a short list of football player-owned businesses.
Absolutely. So what we are saying is that we will commence a fundraising campaign with and through BEF to raise the $250,000. That is a part of, that can be used as a matching fund to middle school recommitment for the Community Foundation of Broward, if we're able to tie it to what their point is. But what the CFP, the College Football Playoff Foundation, needs is the money. They do not need general fund money. That's not what it is they're asking for.
Right, okay, so I'm gonna ask again, because it says, we, the district, will commit to matching these funds in the amount of $250,000 to be allocated from the Reimagining Middle Grades Initiative and the broader community. So are we taking dollars from the Reimagining Middle Grades Initiative currently supported by the Community Foundation?
We do not anticipate needing to do that.
But that's what this says.
I understand, and I believe that it, that line may have been a previous draft. I apologize. We wanted to get this in front of the board prior to the spring break. As you're aware, this was loaded on Friday. That's an error that I will own.
Okay, so, because then my follow-up question to number one would be, is the Community Foundation on board with this, especially with that statement saying allocated from the Reimagining Middle Grades Initiative? So,
All discussions I've had with BEF and other organizations have not tied to the Community Foundation of Broward.
Okay.
It is all tied to the college football playoff.
okay. And then my second question, which is more about facilities and the SMART projects. This talks about renovations for media centers. And I know with some of the school choice enhancement dollars and/or the project scopes, media center renovations is part of that. And so when I looked at what would be done, and some of those, it included painting and carpeting and things like that when I was reading. So I just want to make sure, Mr. Bunce, that we have some level of coordination in how we're selecting the schools and what has been committed already through the SMART program, what has been voted on by the school choice enhancement process, and what we might be looking to do at those schools, so we're not duplicating efforts.
Yeah, that's absolutely part of the process in terms of dealing with the schools. We're not going to, as you indicated, duplicate or be redundant in anything we're doing, and that's related to the SMART program. Yeah, so that's certain. That was part of the conversations we've had so far.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So, Ms.
thank you.
Brinkworth, I'd like to respond to an unanswered question, which is the second piece of our grant with CFP, which will focus on teacher mental health. And I know that's something that this board has pushed very hard. The superintendent wanted to ensure that we were putting that piece on there as well. And the College Football Playoff Foundation is hoping that the work we do here will be able to carry nationally.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson.
Yes, I just wanted to comment on the teacher mental health piece, that we are going to be doing that, and I think that's something that's very much needed. And then the other question was already asked. I just want to make sure we select schools that are not getting money from the SMART Fund.
Thank you. I also wanted to speak to this item. My question was the same regarding the funding. So if the district is making this commitment and we haven't yet raised the dollars, I say we, the Broward Education Foundation hasn't raised the dollars, ultimately then the district is making the commitment when we accept the grant, correct?
So what I will say is this is a chicken-egg problem. We don't want to go out and raise funds without the board's permission to commit to the grant. And
Yes.
so we also don't want to go to the board, so.
So let me just say this. So the Orange Bowl Committee, came to us with this opportunity, and you have a short window of time in which we either accept it or not, or we'll go work with some other entity. So the expectation is that, we're going to match these funds. I think it's about $250,000 from the district. They put in $250,000 in order to make this work. yeah, we can go out to potentially some third parties, but I wouldn't present this in front of the board as if we're going to actually get funding from some other parties. It'd be nice if we do, and we will pursue that. But I think you should look at this item as if the school board is going to have to commit to a match for these potential funds.
Okay, that was the answer that I was looking for, because at the end of the day, if we are passing this and we don't raise $1 or we raise half of this money, the other part of the impact is ours. And so to that point, I'm going to ask, I don't know what department or departments reimagining middle grades would come from, but I guess my question then is to Ms. Marte, unless someone else can submit, where would the $250,000 or a portion thereof come from if we do not get a full match from Broward Education Foundation? And I ask that question not because I'm saying we shouldn't pursue this. I'm very excited you brought this to us. I absolutely want us to find the opportunity to be able to pursue it. I just want, everything comes to us and we have to know where the dollars are and that we have them. So I just want us to have that discussion so we know where that's coming from. So Ms. Marte, I don't know, you may not have been involved in this conversation at this point, so you may not have the answer.
Probably general fund.
I wasn't, but my understanding is that it would impact the 2021 budget.
Okay.
So in developing the budget, this would be shown as an increase if by the time we get to that, we haven't raised the money.
Okay, thank you. So then in the item, so that this isn't a miss going forward, we should modify the financial impact that this would be coming from general fund. So that this would be with the intention of raising the dollars, because I know you have that in the executive summary, and in the executive summary, it does say from the broader community, including a short list of football player-owned businesses. Fantastic, and I love the approach, and obviously we've already given some thought to this. But expanding on Ms. Brinkworth's concerns, and which were mine as well, we need to be very transparent about the anticipation of what the impact can be to the district. The impact potentially can be up to $250,000 out of general fund or zero.
We accept the amendment and are grateful for the correction.
Okay, so I don't think, Ms. Myrick, we don't have to actually do something. I would ask, though, that this be reflected online when we, as this was posted, I'd ask that an amended version be uploaded so that if anyone goes back historically to look at the item, it would be corrected.
It will be done within this week.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bartleman?
I think that this is like one of those items that, and I'm supporting it, but my point is, every meeting we have different items like this, and it adds up, and it's out of general. And I know this is for next year, but I think maybe Ms. Myrick or Ms. Marte can help keep a running list of these, because here's the problem. We have meetings every other week with commitments from general fund all the time. So now we just, without anticipating the budget next year, and it seems so tiny, $250,000. But when you have these contracts or these commitments, which we don't know if it's 250, so, but I hope you understand the gist of my point. This all adds up for the next budget year, and it's all taken out of general. So my point is every time we do this, and if I had the time in my life, I would pour through every item that we took out of general fund that's like a non-anticipated item and not the most necessary one, even though we want it and we love it and it's good for kids. We have to start looking at those things and adding them up. And so I just wanted to point that out. And I'm sure Ms. Marte will find the money in next year's budget. But again, that's $250,000 off the top. And when you add that with anything else off the top that we haven't committed to because we're still not done with this school year, it just adds up. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Marte, did you want to add something?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So any adjustment, large or small, that happens after the September final budget is adopted, comes to the board as a K item. I keep track of every single, because it's my job to do so, change to the budget and have it voted on and presented to the board. That's state law. So I am keeping track of every bit of this.
Okay, and I'll just meet with you about it. I want to talk to you about how this all adds up over time.
Okay, so on that note, all of my colleagues in favor of EE 20, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. EE 20 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 11 and 14 and EE 11 and 14, please.
So moved.
It's been moved in second. Public discussion on EE 11 and EE 14. Public comment? EE 11 and EE 14. Seeing none, to my colleagues, I have Ms. Bartleman.
I have 17 and 19 and 4.
Okay, I had you as 11. That's fine. If you don't have a comment, I'm not going to push you into it, so we'll move on.
a mess, hold on.
We'll come back to you. Ms. Brinkworth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I sent my questions to staff, and I just wanted to verify, because I did get the response, but I know that the digital classrooms plan was cut significantly this year by the state. So are you confident that this is something that we should be allocating those funds for, given the fact that those significant cuts were made?
Short answer is yes. I'd add to it that not only are we aware that it was cut, we are anticipating its elimination in the next state budget. So this will be the final digital classrooms plan allocation. And what some people confuse, and fortunately in the discussions we've had around this table, the digital classrooms plan is not a software fund. It is to change the nature of our classrooms to be better digital learning environments. And we feel that the item we're bringing here today is a fulfillment of that.
Okay, and then I appreciated the qualitative data that was attached, and I know it's professional development, so I was interested, though, in some actual data regarding the implementation of personalized learning as a result of the PD.
Good evening, Daryl Diamond, Director of Innovative Learning. Am I on? Good evening. The data that we collect is really very much qualitative. We have not really put out surveys because we are with the schools as they go through the phases of the whole project. So we are gathering data as we're working with them. But if a survey towards the end of each quarter, each semester would be worthwhile, we can certainly include that. But we are working hand in hand with all of the schools and the participants from the school.
Right, and I certainly don't want us to have a survey just for the purpose of having a survey, but I do want to make sure that whatever the PD is that's being delivered to our teachers is impactful. And if we're going to spend dollars on something, we need to know that it is driving something as an outcome. And so does it mean that, you know, there are more students that are using the personalized pathways? Are there additional classrooms that are, I mean, so I think for, as a board, to look at how we're spending the money, what is our return on our investment?
And I can certainly put that together. We already have that information.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect, thank you. And EE 14 is also on the floor. Ms. Brinkworth, I think you had a comment on that one as well.
I had 11. I know my 11 comment now.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciated the response and the clarification on the item. But my question, in addition to that, was this budgeted for with the Title III grant for this year? This expenditure?
I believe so, Mel.
You just state your name.
I'm sorry. Yes, Idalina Horta, dual language educational specialist, bilingualizo. Yes, it was put into the Title III grant of the bilingualizo department.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And then do we have information on the number of licenses? Because I looked at the schools and the number of licenses differ, and I'm sure that has to do with the number of students. But the number of licenses that the school is assigned, and then versus the usage of those licenses. That was
So
part
I
of my
asked a
question.
very similar question. I'm a slow learner, but I am a learner, so based on previous board requests. So we were able to confirm that the current licenses we have, 100% of the schools are using at least 90% of them. I'm not going to say at 100% at 100%. So we did two levels of grain size in our analysis. One is, were the licenses allocated to schools being used by school? And then within each school, were we seeing high utilization of the licenses they've been allocated?
Anything else, Ms. Brink? Okay, Ms. Levinson?
For 11.
What is the intent of this usage in the dual language programs? How much time are you expecting kids to be on the computers? I'm not a big fan of it, so I want to know what the expectation is.
Okay, so the students take a diagnostic. That diagnosis is what leads the curriculum. So basically, the teacher takes that data, it tiers them into either level tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3, and then they only need 30 minutes for the week, and that could be done at home. That could be done doing center rotation. So it's not taking up every day. They have to do it. They can do it at home. They can do it even offline. So it's not like prescripted every day. They have to be sitting on a computer now.
Okay. I'm just going to say that I'm not going to be able to support it. I can't add more time, in my mind, for kids to be on computers.
Well,
So
it's
I
the-
think dual language needs to be conversational. That's how you learn a language, not being on the computer, so.
This-
And they don't get tested, they don't need diagnostic that way, and I'm just giving you my opinion of why I will not be able to support it.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman.
Okay, so my questions were on 11.
Okay.
So it's personalized learning. I apologize, I have so many, my box is just hit over here of pulled notes and everything. The personalized learning was training for our teachers. Do these schools have one-to-one devices in their classrooms?
This is not necessarily a technology initiative. This is really about giving teachers additional tools in their toolkit to personalize the learning experience, to differentiate the instruction.
Okay.
So it really is, it is not dependent on technology.
The reason I thought that was because the original $696 came out of the IT budget.
It's
So-
digital classrooms plan, but again, we are supporting schools. One-to-one is not just digital. Each of these schools does have technology available.
And was
But
that
the
a-
personalized learning initiative is much more than the use of technology.
Got it. And the IT dollars and the IT budget, was that categorical funding or was that coming out of the general fund? The original-
That money came from the state into the digital classrooms plan that was put into IT's budget but was used for innovative learning
So
purchases.
it was categorical, it had to be utilized for that purpose?
Correct.
Correct.
For this exact purpose or any purpose within that?
Within the
category?
broad constraints.
Okay, and then the last $263 is coming from the same categorical funding, or?
Yes.
And when you decided to spend the $900,000, did you, did you debate what would be the best use, knowing that we don't have a lot of general to put in IT, and we thought this was the best use? Because
So-
I'm sure there were other things you could have done with it, correct?
So certainly, but again, we don't want to buy hardware or software. What we want are digitally enhanced and enabled classrooms.
I'm not.
Right, no, so it's
I'm not asking
important.
just about hardware and software. I'm just asking, you did all this training, you have no data to show me today, or on the back of it, or what has changed, or?
At the conclusion of this, we will have hit 10% of our schools with full-on professional learning, because we do believe that our teachers are the ones who are going to get us there. We are committed because for all of these programs, we run FSA data, we run iReady data, whatever the performance monitoring is. That's the quantitative side, and we heard one of your colleagues ask for that earlier. Dr. Diamond and I are committed to that. We believe that
When you were asking about the data, I'm not, you're saying that, is this program used to help them analyze the data? Is that what this
No.
program? I'm trying to understand, why do you bring up the data? Like, you want me to look at the test scores to see if this worked? Is that what you're alluding to?
No, I inferred as part of your question of what was the evidence
Uh-huh,
or the impact,
uh-huh.
that would include FSA or other data. I apologize if my inference was incorrect.
No, I'm not saying I feel like there's more than just a test score, because it's about personalized learning. And
Which is why we are beginning with the qualitative data, which was included in the package.
Okay, because you can't say that this caused the test scores, so
In
there
some
are other
instances,
things, there are other things that could have caused the test scores.
Well, there were 2 instances in the documentation that I gave you where the principals and the teachers participating are making the connection between the instructional practices that they implemented with their lowest quartile students and improved
Okay.
test scores.
I just think it's important that before you bring more money to be spent, that it would be a good idea in every item to bring that evidence to us before we approve additional spending. It's just a good business practice model. Then now we wait to the end, and then what if it comes up and it's not good? Or what if I'm going to go ask teachers at these schools what they think of this. What if we find out that they thought that this was a total waste? I think before you ask for another $250,000, you have some information for us.
Well, these schools were selected by self-selection. In this Lighthouse Schools initiative, we had a backlog of schools that were eager to move from to this model. So
Good.
we
I'm
were
glad.
pleased to expand it.
And I'm glad, and I'm hoping they're all happy with it, but if we don't have a check and balance and go back and see, I've chosen a lot of things, and I wind up thinking, oh, I didn't like the way that worked out. So that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think there's a motion to separate, oh, sorry, Ms. Olive?
Yes, thank you. On EE 14, I agree with Ms. Levinson. I don't support the computer-based instruction and assessment in reading and writing. I think that we do too much on computers, and I think this money could be allocated in a better fashion.
So, Ms. Holodeff, to the point you've raised as well as the point of Ms. Rich Levinson, this is as a result of the fact that we do not have a native non-English exam that the teachers are asking for. This is native Spanish for content assessment. Otherwise, both dual language students and English language learners are only able to be assessed in English. Our teachers have been asking for something that they can use as a rotation station when they're working in small groups to build native language in languages other than English. This is that tool, and it is the appropriate use of our Title III funds. This cannot be dedicated to a non-language purpose. I certainly understand the critique. I am not trying to defend in any way more than the absolute minimal amount of testing. We have mandatory state testing. I have spoken to this board repeatedly around wanting to minimize the use of tools that are forced on teachers. This is one that is as a result of teachers saying they wanted something that wasn't in English that they were able to deliver on a computer. That's what this software does.
Okay, thank you. So if I could get a motion to separate EE 11 and 14?
I'd like to make a motion to separate EE 11 and EE 14.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Rich Levinson, second by Ms. Brinkworth. So let's first vote on EE 11. Oh, all those in favor of separating the items, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The items are separated. Let's first take a vote on EE 11 unless there's any further discussion. All those in favor of EE 11, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. EE 11 passes unanimously. If I could please have my colleagues vote on EE 14. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry. One second.
I just wanted to say one thing about that. I just wanted to respond, not to prolong the conversation, but I believe we have to start empowering our teachers to create those exams. They can figure it out themselves, how to put it out to the kids, figure out what they need to learn, and figure out how to assess afterwards. That's worked for many, many years, and I think it can work with Spanish, so thank you.
Donna?
Yes, Ms. Barrowman.
I just want to comment that the teachers are overwhelmed. They are beyond overwhelmed. And and now you're like, well, go ahead now and create a bilingual content appropriate assessment in science for some teachers when it's their first year even teaching bilingual. And they may be native speakers, but if you talk to a native speaker, sometimes they can't even write it appropriately. And then to do it in a content, our teachers are struggling because they have to create so much. I don't think, as someone who has taught elementary school pre-whole language and whole language, and now, everything is on the teachers. The test, integrating the science, then creating the science test, and then finding the R-control, you're teaching R-controlled vowels, so I need to find a book with R-controlled vowels that's the appropriate grade level, but then I need to have my science in that book because I have to cover this top. If you knew the level of planning these teachers and the hours they spend, and even though we're trying to create all of the other stuff, talk to them about the planning. And now we're gonna say, just, you gotta create content assessments in a second language, by the way, on top of all your RTI instruction, on top of all the plans you have to do for, remember, it's not just a lesson plan anymore. It's tier 1, it's tier 2, and it's tier 3. And you wanna know why teachers can't do tier 2 and tier 3? Classroom management. So the fact that they wanna put this as a station, because if you put them all, you're one teacher with 24 kids, 22 kids, and you're doing stations, and you put them on a station that they can't independently function at, so you can give your tier 3 instruction to the kids who can't read, you're never gonna give that instruction because you're gonna be dealing with the behavior management over here. I'm just saying, it's the reality of their lives. And I can't go back to my teachers and say, you go ahead, it's worked for years, create it. But this is not years. What they deal with every day it's very different now. I have heard from so many teachers that want to get out of the field because it is not the teaching that they did years ago. And so for me, I just feel like I have to speak up for them because they are burnt out, they are tired.
Okay.
And so I just want to speak up for them because they are so frustrated. I'm sorry, Donna.
No, but you've spoken up, and we have a lot on the agenda.
Go ahead,
so I
I'm
think
done,
we've heard
I'm done. I
very clearly.
apologize. I apologize.
Is there any additional comments that we want to hear on EE 14? Seeing none, all those in favor of EE 14, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
So let the reflect that we have 6 yes and 2 no. Thank you. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 16? Second. So moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Brinkworth. EE 16, any audience input? EE 16. Seeing none, to my colleagues, Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was really excited when I saw this. I do have a couple questions, though. For the ALICE training, the Safe Plans Emergency Response Information Portal, will that information, those emergency plans, be shared with law enforcement and the fire department?
Good evening, Brian Katz, Chief Safety Security, Chief Safety and Security Officer. Yes, that is the overall intention, to share that information with first responders once we have everything in the system.
Great, I'm happy to hear that. And then I also have some additional questions. So there'll be online training and then in-person training with ALICE?
So just to be clear, ALICE bought Safe Plans, who is the technology platform that's at the core to this. So I just want to be clear that the type of training that will be provided in this is training staff on how to use the tool properly.
So it's not ALICE training?
It is not ALICE training, no.
So then what do they mean when they talk about the training aspect? So that's just for
I'm sorry.
The software?
So there's two different things. There's the training they provide, and then there's the training platform that the software provides for us as well. It is an e-learning platform for us to, if we decide we want to, be able to push out training to our staff. We can do that. So it's using their platform to push that training out. We have paid for that capability as part of the agreement.
And it's a little confusing because you said we're not doing ALICE training, so then what is the training?
I'm saying any training we develop on the district side, if we did training on our codes, if we did training that we wanted to give access to either students or staff to, we can use the ERA platform to accomplish that task.
Okay, so you're developing the training?
This would be training that the district would be developing, correct?
I see. Okay, and then can you explain then what is the ERP mobile app?
So it will allow both administrators, district staff, and ultimately law enforcement access to the plans that we create, including the maps that we create in the system.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Bartleman?
I just want to make a tiny puddle jump and just acknowledge the hard work you've been doing the last couple of weeks, and thank you for everything going on with all the schools.
Thank you.
Because I always tell him when I'm angry at him, so I thought I should tell him when I'm not angry at him. I'm really, thank you.
Thank you. So if my colleagues don't have any questions, my question's related to, so along the lines of what Ms. Aladeff was asking, this seems like a lot of money for, and maybe this doesn't speak as broadly as what this is going to be maintaining, but the, for this to be the type of database that it is, it just seems to be more of just a holding platform than an interactive platform where it's necessarily reminding people about it and, you know, something's missing, something's not updated, that type of thing. So I'm not catching that.
Yeah, so I don't want to go too far into the way we plan to use it from a capabilities perspective. You know, to some degree, it is a holding platform, but it is an advanced holding platform. So one of the things that we will accomplish with this is we will be able to put all of the assessments that have been done previously that we know we've had issues aggregating up into the system and be able to see that aggregated data and analyze it in a way that we, to this day, still have not been able to do. So the platform will allow for that. When we upload our future emergency plans for the schools, which are now done sort of with a word-based document and kept at the school level and a copy kept elsewhere, now it will be far more interactive where we'll be able to say, okay, now we have determined that we want to also add this other factor to it, push that out to every school as something that needs to be done, and track completion. So it will allow for that. It will also allow, as we do for drill tracking. Currently, we're only tracking drills after the fact. This will allow us to actually calendar drills out and work with the individual schools where they'll be able to say, this is what our drill schedule is going to be, this is the type of drill that we're going to be, and at the district, we're going to be able to track all of that centrally as well.
Okay, so I don't have, there's no question in my mind that what this platform does is something that's necessary. I guess it's just the dollar value on it is significant. And I mean, I guess the first thought I had was when I think about our construction. And in construction, we often have to keep a lot of information, and then we've got to track it. But it's only as good as the user who is interfacing, right? So if this doesn't have self-alerts and that type of thing where it's kind of throwing the information, something's missing, something hasn't been updated, that type of thing, then it's relying on
It does do that.
It's doing all of
Yep,
that.
it does reminders. It will allow us to put in tasks and say that, hey, we have made a recommendation to a school to do X, Y, and Z, and then to track that task. So there is, it is interactive in that regard as far as what has been done and what has not been done. And then we'll also have the equivalent of like what I would call a Christmas tree, environment where we'll be able to see all the schools that have not completed something and be able to follow up with them directly. And again, in a way where we're not able to do that. I think some of the costs, just to be clear, are in the startup aspects of the software versus the continuing costs.
So that was my next question was, after this initial 3 years, where do we see this on an annual basis?
So the year 2 and year 3 annual are what we would expect the continuing to be.
Okay.
And when you break that down across all of our schools and administrative sites, it really is only a few $100s per site. So
Okay,
when you
and
talk
then-
about the amount of information we'll be able to keep.
And that implementation and training, there's got to be a lot of manpower in the actual uploading everything, I guess is what I'm saying. And we've talked about other softwares in the past where we've had to pay significant dollars, almost have a full-time employee or, consultant or something who comes in just to be able to upload, because the amount of information you're talking about here district-wide is a lot. Is that contemplated in that $166,000, or is it the potential you're going to come back and say, well, we need a staff or two for a year or so that's really going to be designated just to getting all of this information in here and, uploaded, made sure that there's fidelity in it?
So from a, particularly as we focus on, we'll start with the emergency plans, right? The schools already fill out their emergency plan going into every school year with their emergency contact information and all of those details. So it'll just be the migration process for the individual school that can be done at the school level to say, hey, here's what the new format looks like, this is what the old format looks like, and we're going to be speaking to the principals at the January operational meeting so that they understand what's coming, start to give them exposure to it, and we'll be doing it with webinars and again, using the microtext and office managers and other folks to help in that process. when it comes to like the putting training in and working through those elements, you know, we are building some of that infrastructure into the safety and security organization, so we should be able to do it. I don't anticipate coming back asking for additional staff to be able to accomplish this task. The question is just, again, using existing staff, how long does it take for us to work through it?
So I'm going to, and Mr. Katz, this is no disrespect at all to you, but I'm going to speak to Mr. Woods a little bit more directly on this question, because he's experienced us going through this type of new software and the updating. And as much as I would love to think site-based is going to, the reality is if there's not someone at the district who's making sure the fidelity is happening and that every single school has every single document that's there and kind of chasing them down and saying, no, this wasn't the right document or this isn't a complete document, that takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of manpower, and we absolutely need to task our schools with it, but to spend this much money on a software and not make sure that it is the fidelity of implementation at the very beginning as well as through the process of maintaining it is there. I just want to make sure we've thought bigger picture, and we have stumbled on this in a couple of other areas. And so I would rather know that, well, there might be something more associated with this. I just want to make sure that we're fully contemplating it as we take these steps. Obviously, we need this. I'm concerned about the cost, but my concern is that there might actually be some more cost from a manpower perspective. So I guess I would ask you to contemplate that a little bit, and maybe you all kind of talk about that a little bit further.
Understood.
Thank you. I see no additional dialogue. So with that, all of those in favor of EE16, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. EE16 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE17? Second. Moved by the board and seconded by the board. Obviously, we're moving this along. I've not gotten that much response for anything so far. Okay, EE17.
That's me.
Is there audience input on EE17? Seeing none, Ms. Bartleman.
Okay, so I have a problem with how this is done, and I spoke to, and by the way, I like you very much. You're very nice.
I'm sorry?
I like you very much. You've been very nice through this whole process with me. Thank you very much.
Well
It
done,
was a
Chief
great
Information
conversation
Officer.
yesterday. I'm sorry I have to bring it up again here.
Understood.
He knows what's coming. So the way we're doing this is we're doing this as a catalog vendor, and all the catalogs for different items have different prices. And there is no way, you would hope that your schools are going to choose the lowest price on every one, but there is no way to really mandate that. Also in this catalog purchase are the Recordex boards as well as the Promethean boards. So we recently just had a huge contract and paid double for our Recordex boards than Dade County and other counties across the state. And those documents were produced to us in email. And now we're going to just open it up like this, which I don't know how you're going to control every school and every item in a catalog with any guarantee that people who are so busy on the school level are going to go through and make sure they're getting the cheapest price unless you create a list of every item in every catalog and tell them which one is the cheapest. So I am uncomfortable voting for something like this, and I'm uncomfortable doing the boards because some of the items in the catalogs are very expensive. And the discrepancy in the price of the items is a real problem for me. And why you wouldn't bid them, well, not that our bid worked last time, but why you wouldn't bid some of the pricier items to the lowest bid and just let anyone go in a catalog, I don't feel comfortable supporting this item. Okay. And we already discussed it. He knows there's limited controls they can have, and they did this. And is there a way that you can pick out the priciest items and do a low bid, or say you can only order from this catalog? Or tell me how you can set up, because until we spoke, there were no controls. So tell me how you can set up controls, or is there a plan? What can we do now that we've talked about this?
So good evening, Phil Dunn, Chief Information Officer. Through the chair, I'd like to address your points. A couple of things to consider. One is we have an application we've put together that allows our educators at the sites to go in, define their requirements, and then it guides them to the lowest price item in the catalog, should it be approved. So good, better, best, that's our start. Now, of course, they could circumvent that, but we're trying to guide them through the experience of procurement to get to the lowest price one. Two, since I got here a little more than 3 months ago, we started looking more importantly around the need for particularly our high dollar value assets, including our interactive whiteboards and some of the more expensive panels. So we're working while the school year's in session and keeping things going by keeping a catalog like this in place for schools as they need it and for departments as they need it. We're also going to be working on putting a better scope to the gap between our existing deployment of those boards against the specification of where it's appropriate. And this is just industry standard, how we typically do this in the K-12 space. And then coming up with some assumptions on how we would depreciate the different catalog or different items within that catalog, particularly the high value items, thinking about the LCD panels, the interactive projectors, the boards, et cetera, and then giving more clear guidance in regard to the gap at each school.
So why did we go through all the trouble of having a Recordex bid when now we're just having it in a catalog? When we only allowed people not to buy Promethean boards and only Recordex boards at double the price of other counties. Do you, Mr. Woods, because you were here for that, why would you go through the whole process of doing that, and now a couple years later, we're like, just pick what you want out of a catalog?
So, Maurice Woods, Chief Strategy and Operating Officer. So, in all due respect, I would have to follow up with you. I can't answer the question of why did we do a Recordex bid 3 years ago. I'd have to go back and just kind of do some research and refresh my memory. Oftentimes we do this in collaboration with the user department. We don't do this in isolation and procurement. So I don't have that information or that rationale in front of me at this point, but I can provide it.
You are going to look into all of that, correct?
We're looking into it now as a district.
I just find this very disturbing that a couple years later, we're just going to let people pick out of a catalog. It just doesn't make any sense to me, and it bothers me immensely, and even more now that a new staff member is like, we can do this through a catalog. When we had a bid process where it was written for one, where one got selected that was higher than everybody else, it makes my stomach turn. And I'm not comfortable with the control. I want controls. I'm not into giving lessons to people on how to find the lowest. It needs to be the lowest, and the specs have to be written so they're not written that only one vendor can get it. And like, you have a Promethean board and you have a Recordex. Which one of you is going to give it to us cheaper? Because they have pretty similar functionalities. And give me your best price. We're the 6th largest district in the nation. We should be able to do that and get the best price and not pay more than other districts. So I told you I can't support it, but I needed to put that out there because all of this is of great concern to me.
Understood. Through the chair, one final comment.
And that's why I wanted to say he's been wonderful with me on all these IT things. You've been answering my questions, and I need to give you time, but I'm still not comfortable doing it like this. And I know you're putting the controls in, but thank you.
Just one quick final
Yes.
pass of comments. One, the idea of an AV catalog is actually a good one. There are literally hundreds of SKUs within that catalog. It's not just those high-value boards. Now, whether we can identify an opportunity to get more aggressive on pricing on the high-dollar value items, i.e. those boards, that's the opportunity ahead. So the points are well taken that in the past we bid out one specification of boards. Now those boards can be procured through a catalog. That catalog has literally hundreds of different types of pieces of equipment, sound field items, speaker items, cabling, et cetera. So the idea of the catalog is a good one. And the work ahead, again, is to define the need and look at getting the most efficient pricing on the high dollar value items, starting with the boards.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Dunn. I had a very similar conversation with you. So I appreciate that you will be putting those controls in, not just high dollar, but high volume. I think you need to include in there as well.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So I guess my concern is the controls that you shared are training. That's not actually a control, right? That is part of the process, but it isn't a control. An actual control is someone who looks at an order, sees that the lowest price isn't selected, and then there's a reason provided as to why. So I want us to be cautious about what we consider to be controls and what we consider to be information in which we're training our staff. I'm not comfortable with a catalog with no actual controls. So help me get comfortable.
Oh, okay. So to just speak briefly, there's a consideration of your ability to control things from a centralized perspective versus your speed to deploy for the need. And for where we are, and especially given, as I started here a little more than 3 months ago, we, going ahead, want to organize ourselves so that we can have a more centralized model, because even better than control is just being able to deploy assets for people proactively against their need, right? So we're aiming at that, where we have really, really tight understanding of our inventory across literally, starting with dozens, growing to hundreds of different SKUs, assets, et cetera, and then we have everything on a schedule, which is, you know, probably the best way to do it, and we're proactively replacing hardware assets so that people aren't even wasting cycles in a school on, do I need to order this knick-knack or this doodad? So good, better, best. We're certainly not going to wait till best gets here in a little while, but we're taking advantage of those opportunities where we can. To your point, this is not an official control with the catalog right now. This is a 3-year contract. We can cease that contract under and Danielle's in the audience, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but for convenience, I think the standard is. So, and I think we would rise to meet that standard once we're at a juncture where we have better inventory controls around those high value, high volume assets. And then we'll look to do things differently.
So what would a time frame be for us to take action on that? Is a 3-year contract, how long do you think it would take for us to be able to put in the infrastructure necessary to?
Yeah, this is what I like to call bean counting. In my last K-12 CIO role, we had pretty good bean counts within a year, 14 months. So that's typically the focus.
So, and I will tell you, this is, you know, being the mother of 3 children, when mine look through a catalog, something that has pretty bells and whistles is usually the ones they pick, because they aren't the one writing the check. And so if you're not the person writing the check or balancing the budget, you aren't necessarily as cautious. And by the way, I think some of our employees may be too cautious sometimes, right? They might just pick, oh, well, this is the least cost, but the other one may give them more value in their classroom setting. It would be better to spend a little bit more. So I think we have some who are very cost conscious, and then there are others who, you know, like I said, they're not the ones responsible to balance the budget. So a year makes me a little uncomfortable because a lot of money can be spent in a year's time. So I want to support this, but I'm all about checks and balances, and I need something that's a little bit more of a control than a catalog.
So if I may, in defense of the year, and just explaining why that takes that long. Again, going back up against IT becoming a bottleneck, where if you need something, you call IT, and you have a service level agreement in place, but the opportunity is not just centralizing, it's also the change management that it entails, adjusting new user behavior so that when they want something, you've built the trust that they come to you instead of trying to self-procure. It entails working with your partners. So we need better risks or better understanding of our counterparty risks, because if our process is someone needs a part, let's call the vendor, who then takes their own 2 weeks to ship or 2 days to ship, that doesn't work. So then we also have to be smarter with our inventory control so we can forecast what we need, have things within, you know, our channel, so to speak, right? And in a school environment, that might mean having a certain type of part, either in a business support center nearby or on a technician's toolkit, tool belt when they're walking around. And that is a year where it takes you to have reliable, forecastable data to get there. So you can
I
build that well.
totally understand how a year is something that makes it more manageable. My concern is just what potentially occurs financially within that year, that's all.
So through the chair, and I haven't spoken to Mr. Dunn about this, but to support the efforts that he's doing, procurement can provide some SKU tracking. So we can, you know, if we're flagging high-priced items that are being purchased, then we could identify or communicate or, you know, flag those schools and correct that behavior. And we could work with Mr. Dunn to either provide that SKU tracking on a monthly or quarterly basis.
Great.
So that it's a kind of a checks and balances.
That would be awesome. That's the control that I was looking for.
Oh,
So
and I
something that we
apologize
can
for
do
not-
along those lines. And I think that's why we have to really kind of have this conversation, because we can find, I think, our ways to a goal. So I appreciate procurement being able to step in and help in the conversation, and us still being able to accomplish the goals, Mr. Dunn, that you're putting forward for us across the district. So with that, yes, Ms. Brinkworth.
So just really quickly, I asked this in the conversation that we had with regard to, was the school choice impact to the average monthly spend considered in forecasting? And did you get the answer to that question?
Yes, and thank you for that question in advance. Yes and no. No, it wasn't considered a forethought, but the school choice spending is included in the financial analysis, and it tended historically to constitute 7% of the spend on that amount within the catalog. So where we are today is we would expect that 7% of the requested 8 million would be coming from school choice funds, and we know that on the ledger today there's approximately a little more than $5 million in school choice funds unencumbered. So we would expect that full 1.2, 1.3 million to show up at some point, getting to the 8.
There's $5 million of school choice funds unencumbered? Okay, I'm flabbergasted by that, but okay. We're talking about smart school choice enhancement, $5 million unencumbered. And this is gonna be 2020 in another few weeks. Just gonna leave that right there.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of EE 17, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
EE 17 passes with 6 approving and 2 not approving. So can I have a motion and a second, please, on
I'm a no.
19?
Oh, she got me. EE 19, that's me too.
So move.
Second.
Okay.
So is there audience input on EE 19? Yes, there is audience input on EE 19.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh. I almost fell asleep on 17, so I didn't move fast enough to get up here. As for both of these, it pertains to both of these, but I'll take it on 19. Technology Advisory Committee is one of your board-established advisories, and some of the issues that you just discussed, lack of checks and balances, that's where your advisories could come in. We had a conversation about how TAC is being used throughout the district on technology purchases, and it seems as though people are not following policy. TAC is supposed to provide strategic input, advice, and assistance in the procurement and implementation of technology in accordance with School Board Policy Usage 5306. If they're finding out after everyone's decided what they're buying, then you're not following policy as far as TAC goes. And some of the concerns that Ms. Bartleman had, and then on these as well, there's a lot of technology that gets bought. I see Lenovo's on this list, that had it gone through the proper channels, you might not have gone down that road. And also when you have, just to get on the catalog bid for a second, audit committee, checks and balances, I believe technology is one of the parts of the audit plan for the coming years. And that would seem to be an opportunity to use the chief auditor to make sure that high-ticket items are not just being bought willy-nilly when there are lesser price items available. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional audience input?
Madam Chair, Mr. Superintendent, my name is Bill James. I'm the president of CNC International Computers and Consultants. I'm the proud recipient. We've now been doing business with this school district for more than 20 years. I was the original member of the MBE program for the Broward County Public School District, headed by Mr. William Dandy down at Sailboat Bend. So I've been around a couple of days. The purpose of me being here is to, I provided service to every single major vendor that's come through here. It was Mr. Dandy that suggested to Apple that he was sure they could find a Broward County quality vendor to participate. Well, they found us. I've done the same with Dell, and now I've been working with Lenovo. And as you know, had been some problems with Lenovo in the past with the people. They had chosen United Data Technology for the bond smart monies. The situation got so bad that you guys had to get rid of United Data Technologies and wanted to then also consider not using Lenovo. Mr. Hunter brought me up in front of you guys, and we took over the reins of taking care of all the Lenovos. To the day, every single Lenovo computer in the school district we're responsible for. The concern I have now is you guys have said to Lenovo that if we're going to keep you, you guys are going to use him. And as you said, Ms. Good, very eloquently, there's not many of us that do this, particularly in IT business. Upon this recent bid now, we've just been informed by Lenovo that they're not using us anymore. And for one person, I'm baffled to have done such a great job and to maintain what we've done for them. Oh, by the way, they didn't call to tell me they weren't going to use me. I just happened to find out. They have another company called Avery Jones that there's got some questionable data in here about who their small businesses are. We're not one of them. They've never called us, although we've been the one providing the service for Lenovo for the last 4.5 years. One of the vendors they've indicated that they were using is not a partner with them. And another vendor, this Dade Technology Services, I've been doing the services for Dade Technology for the last 7, 8 years. So I don't know where they got all this stuff from. I do know one thing, they didn't use us, and they are not using us. And I've been a proud provider of services to this school district for almost a quarter of a century. And it just slaps us in the face about the minority vendors, and we're not being used.
Thank you. Your additional audience input? Seeing none to my colleagues. Ms. Good?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was wondering if staff could provide some comments as to the speaker, what the speaker just indicated.
Good evening, Phil Dunn, Chief Information Officer. Through the chair, I'd like to temper my comments first by saying that I haven't been here terribly long, so I don't.
No, that's okay.
I'm not as familiar with some of the historical aspects that the speaker touched upon.
Okay.
I do know when I entered into the organization, there were challenges around support for the Lenovo devices. There were challenges around just average resolution time for issues. There was the recognition that given the current age of our inventory, the number of devices that will be going off warranty that are projected to be in a state of disrepair is literally growing almost exponentially. So there was a certain crisis as I started here a little bit more than 3 months ago to look at the situation with fresh eyes. And again, that's me coming in while this whole thing was in process.
So through the chair, I can add some commentary to this as well. So first of all, I just want to recognize Bill James. He has been a staunch advocate for supplier diversity, and he continues to show up and push for work. What I will say about this specifically is the vendors that were selected, they do have minority vendor representation. The APIs that we put in here, annual aspiration goal, and voluntary minority women business enterprise, does not dictate that it's mandatory, but nevertheless, the key vendors do have minority business participation. As it relates to the decision for Lenovo not using CNC, I believe that we staff reached out to Lenovo to get some input on that decision, and similar to what Mr. James stated, I believe we were informed that it was a business decision that was made by Lenovo to go with a different vendor, which is actually Dade Technology. And through the chair, I just want to acknowledge on page 2 of the executive summary, under Group 1 Primary, where it has Lenovo with Ari Jones Education Solutions. That's an error. That should read Dade Technologies, and we do have revised copies of the executive summary that corrects that. But there is a minority vendor on the Lenovo contract, and the rationale that they gave to us was very similar to what Mr. James stated. Business decision.
So the information that was submitted by Lenovo did not have Array Jones as part of their...
I believe it had Dade Technology, and we accidentally put in Ari Jones Educational.
Hi, I'm Danielle Mamidi, Assistant Director, Procurement and Warehousing Services Department. So the information that we received, so originally what we have in the executive summary first is just a correction for the sub that was listed by Ari Jones Educational Solutions.
But the backup for the whole item has Jones.
Yes, no, they are the prime. I'm saying about the sub, that is the second
Well, it's
line.
like the
In the
Procurement and Warehouse Services recommendation tabulation says Lenovo with Array Jones Education.
Yes. What we are mentioning is in the executive summary where you see the subs listed in the second page, where you have Ari Jones and the subs that they listed had phone and pad warehousing, but it's actually also Dade Technology. This is a correction that needs to be made.
So Ari Jones.
As a prime, yes.
So do you see what she's
Yeah.
referencing?
Okay. All right. I'll wait to hear from my colleagues. Thank you.
Okay. And so on EE19, I also have Ms. Bartleman.
Mr. Dunn, I think you explained our experience with Lenovo's very well. And I will not support purchasing any more Lenovo's. Our teachers dislike them. They break. You gave why we had to have people come and fix them. And we're spending so much money. We're actually borrowing money that we're going to pay off over time for a product that barely lasted. Barely lasted. And I am all for the lowest price, but they have shown us that their computers are Lenovo's. And that is what they are called in this district by every teacher and every employee who uses them. And I'm not going to support any more Lenovo's. Because I got to stand, if there's one consistent complaint I get throughout this district, it is those computers. And now I'm going to go ahead and spend the next round of computers I'm purchasing for the whole district are Lenovo's again. How can I look people with a straight face? Look at them in the eyes with a straight face. Yeah, I know they stink. I know they're terrible. I know all you've been doing is complaining to me the last 4 years. But guess what? I'm giving you another one. I can't. I just can't do that again.
If I may share some further information, may not be contained here. A couple of points of consideration. One is that the industry average for a student laptop is approximately $400 per device. My understanding is in the past, approximately $240, or less than $240 per device was spent. So it was a lower, much lower price point than the industry average. Two is based upon our experience, we being our organization, worked with Lenovo to promulgate commercial grade requirements for the device, insisting that the devices be ruggedized within certain parameters, such that working with Lenovo, the world's largest PC manufacturer by volume, they're the largest #1 market player in the space because they offer many different options at many different price points and work with a number of partners throughout the world. We then worked with a subcommittee on TAC to review the requirements for the devices, and that subcommittee of TAC was involved in the procurement, much like they were involved in our discussion about revising the network topology for the district to improve internet service when we met yesterday, from the inception of the idea, well in advance of us bringing it before you. So this has been a lot of great work by those teachers, those educators on TAC, your representatives on TAC, in service of providing resources for students and teachers that makes teaching and learning impactful.
Can you back up to something you said? So the original Lenovo's that we spent with the smart money didn't have the specifications originally that you just stated, and then you said you had to work with them to get those industry standards specifications. Is that what you just said?
Yes and no. So there were additional specifications added based on the experience that the district had with the Lenovo's. I personally did not work with Lenovo to promulgate those new requirements. This was done prior to my arrival.
So we did a bid on our largest computer purchase, and we didn't have industry standard specifications for school computers in that original bid, and that you had to work in the future to create those industry specifications? Not you, Mr. Woods? IT had to do that? Because that's what I just heard.
So,
Yeah.
the specifications don't come from procurement.
Come
So,
from IT.
so the specs that were in the bid are the specs that we received from the user department. That would be my response to the question.
And that would be Mr. Hunter? Okay, so then my
Sure.
next
I don't-
question
I don't know
is,
if-
well,
If I may
he
answer-
ran the department, or whoever was in charge of that bid. Okay.
If I may just offer one more point of consideration for your prior question. I like to say cost is context. So industry standard specifications were used for a $200 device at the time. And because that implementation and how it all worked out didn't meet expectations, my understanding was that folks really got more aggressive with the negotiation. Lenovo came to the table with a very aggressive offering for us, and a lot of great work was done there to problem solve.
Okay, and then the first order, weren't those computers that weren't the original a year old? Weren't those computers a year old, by the way? And is that going to happen again? The first order of the Lenovo computers, there was a problem with them because they couldn't produce the amount we needed. So we ended up getting computers that were a year
Okay, but Ms.
older. Did that
Bartleman,
happen or no? I'm
I
just
need us to
curious.
stay on this item now, so,
Well, I want to make
Help me
sure we're
understand the
using
connect.
Lenovo again. So if, I am not sure if that is, clearly no one's gonna, I don't think anyone here has the answer for that. But because we purchased computers that they couldn't produce, and we're about to purchase another round of computers, are we gonna get the latest, newest computers in this, or are we gonna get the year-old computers?
I may address
Yeah,
that through the
yes,
chair.
please.
That's on the item, though. That was a good, I tied it in. You saw where I was going.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
You're done?
one, we're going to get the newest computers. Two, I have a basic understanding that in the past there was an issue with fulfillment by the manufacturer. That has been mitigated by adjusting our strategy to have a primary awardee and a secondary awardee, where we can now, in the event that the primary awardee cannot fulfill the volumes that we are trying to procure, we can go to the secondary awardee, A, and B, we have a second dimension of resiliency in a sense, because those two, that primary and that secondary, are original equipment manufacturers, they're OEMs. If, in fact, neither of them can fulfill for whatever reason, we can now work with a reseller that might have a bunch of laptops sitting in a Miami warehouse somewhere that are this year's SKU. So we learn from that experience and try to provide for multiple pathways to get the same items or like items in the procurement itself, and that's why it appears this way.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Levinson?
This amount here of this bid, it fits into the rollout that we have for the next years that we put into our budget, Ms. Marte? Yes, the amount that you allotted?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, and then as far as group 2 here, so how did that work? All the companies in group 2 bid, and then the manufacturer took the lowest bid?
I'm going to have to ask Danielle for a little background. Two being the services, if I understand that correctly?
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, Ms. Levinson?
In group 2, we have the various vendors here, including the one who spoke. Did they pick the lowest bid? Is that how that worked? Group 2?
The ITB was driven by lowest price. So it is a lowest price, and even with the only voluntary or annual aspirational goal, they pick a sub to be presented together with the lowest price.
So when we went with the lowest price in group 1, there's about a 1.2% difference between the first and second, which is, negligible on a 50, or not negligible, but it's not a tremendous amount on a $55 million bid. Did we consider quality in the bid as well? or solely price?
Can I respond?
Yeah.
This bid has several requirements, even there is an ITB, so you don't have a scoring for best value where you can check quality and discuss and negotiate is lowest price, but you have several requirements as part of this bid. Must be an original equipment manufacturer, you need ISO 9001 certified, you need to have several specifications that are required to be able to bid. That would guarantee commercial graded equipment, that would guarantee the quality of the product provided.
So everyone bid on the same specs?
That is
It was
correct.
done by specs?
In specs with regard to processor, memory, hard disk drive size, ruggedization, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Brinkworth?
So just really quickly, because I know we talked about this in our conversation, and just so that my colleagues have the information as well as the public, the specs for these particular devices are different from the last round of devices that we
That's
purchased?
correct.
Okay, so.
Yeah, so the understanding is that the specs were not as robust as this organization needed, so it's going to cost us more per machine. So the specs have been altered given the experiences that we have. So that's why there's a price differential. We're actually getting a different product.
Okay, but the reason why I'm asking the question is along the lines of Ms. Bartleman's comments earlier. We have heard a lot of feedback from both educators and students about the quality of the devices, but the way you described to me in our conversation was that the specs for these devices are very different and will allow for them to be able to utilize the things that they need to be able to utilize, quicker processing and all those things that I don't know anything about because I'm not IT.
Correct.
Thank you. So one of the things I just want to comment on. So I use Lenovo in my commercial job. Actually, everyone who I work with across a table has a Lenovo in front of them. I know in the education realm, historically, we hadn't seen them before we had them on this last bid. But just like when you go into a retailer today, you can buy, I'll use a different company, an HP. You can buy an HP at all different price points because you're getting all different specifications and you are getting different quality depending on the price point. And so as much as I appreciate that we were trying to get to a ratio with our last with our last purchase, and that I think everyone had a very positive goal in mind, ultimately the specifications did not meet the needs of what we needed in a classroom setting, considering we had students and the amount of durability that was required, as well as battery life and some of the issues. So if I was a teacher and my first experience was the Lenovo's we handed over, I would not like Lenovo either. But the reality is, there is a bigger picture to Lenovo. And I think we do a disservice to our classrooms based on the fact that there is the quality that we've asked for. And the fact that we have specifications that everyone bid on. I personally know Lenovo is a good quality product, and they meet our minimum standards, and they were competitively bid. They have to be able to, obviously when we take this bid, I appreciate that they're not the only ones, and that there is a secondary. Correct. But I'm not concerned that we're using Lenovo again by accepting this, because I have a great deal of experience with them, and in the business world, it's hard to find someone who's not using Lenovo in their office. So with that said, I guess one of my concerns is the comments. I'm going to go back to the earlier conversation where around the comments where Day Technology Services is who is the vendor listed as the subcontractor. But the comments that were shared was that Mr. James actually does the work for Day Technology. So I guess I don't understand what's the depth of players and subcontractors. Did these subcontractors then use additional subcontractors? Yeah. So that's, and so to me, that kind of a little bit gets out of the realm of what we're approving, because we're approving Lenovo, correct? Correct. And we're approving ARI and United Data Technologies. So do we have a say in terms of who they are then subcontracting with? No.
No, that's their decision.
But if they've submitted it based on being MWBE, they have to fulfill that requirement going forward.
That's correct.
Okay. And in there, if they were to change or modify who their subcontractors are? Do they have to get that approved through us?
Yes, we have a process that's part of our policy 3330 and our standard operating procedures that they have to submit a form, we have to approve it, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. So right now is Dade Tech not, before we approve this, who was the subcontractor right now?
Danielle Mamidi, Assistant Director of Procurement and Warehousing. So the subcontractor for Lenovo is Dade Technology Services. This is the form that was submitted with a percentage and approved by the SDOP group.
But the one, right now, currently that's servicing, the Lenovo's that we have.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's,
I will
because
need
I'm
to
being.
get back to you on this.
Okay. Okay. So, and so when we ask the question, so it's CNC, it's not Dade Technologies. So when they, and when you asked the question, they said it was a business decision of theirs. And so we do not, just like with, in construction, if someone's coming forward with a subcontractor, they're selecting those subcontractors, but they still have to meet the MWBE if they change that subcontractor.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, so do I have additional, yes, Ms. Holodev?
I just want to clarify, for the 3 years, is there a warranty program for each of the 3 years?
Yes, there is a warranty for 4 years on each of the devices.
4 years, thank you.
Ms. Levinson?
So could you just explain what you've beefed up on the computers?
Yes. So the requirements, so it's generally this idea of being more rugged. And what companies do is they do drop tests and they kind of rate devices based on how far they can fall. They reinforce the chassis or the outer covering of the device in select areas. So for example, in K-12, reinforcing the corners is really important because students usually bump a device off and it falls like this. So those are some examples of the ruggedization that was rethought.
And what about the keys, which is something we heard a lot about on the first?
Keys is a big one too, and there was some thinking on the keys and a new requirement. I'm not so facile with how exactly they implemented that, but there was some thinking on the keyboard. That is very common as well, the kids pick off the keys.
So all the things that we heard about were addressed and beefed up in these specs?
All is a strong word. I want to say that most of the things we've heard about.
Most of the
haven't been
major,
around.
the major
ones
things
have
we
been
heard about.
That's correct. They've been
Okay,
covered.
thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so with that, all those in favor, lost track of my item. All those in favor of EE 19, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
EE 19 passes 7-1. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 21?
So moved. Second?
You can take all of those.
I'm happy to, EE 21, 22, and 23 together, please. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Dr. Osgood. EE 21, 22, 23, public comment. Yes.
Anna Marie Pierpont. I'm speaking to EE 21.
We're on EE 21, 22, and 23 collectively
She
together.
bundled them. I was trying to pay attention.
Yeah.
Anna Marie Pierpont. EE 21, I just wanted to say, I know it looks like a really big ticket item. However, sometimes you have to spend a little money to save a lot of money. This item will greatly reduce workload on our teachers because it will be able to integrate Canvas with Easy IEP and ELL learners and be able to document that we are reaching our goals and that teachers are finding, are logging the accommodations in real time, so that will reduce paperwork greatly, and in the long run could save the district lawsuit money because we have due process information prior to due process, and that we can prove with evidence that we are meeting students' needs. And I have seen the products demonstrated and have witnessed through phase 1 and phase 2. And this is a move to phase 3. And I
think that anything that helps our teachers to reduce their workload and increase their accountability is a good thing.
Thank you. Additional public input.
So 21 and 22 I do together?
And 23.
All right, I'm going to do 21 first. Definitely feel you should vote in favor of this item. Definitely anything that's going to help teachers decrease the workload and have it done with fidelity is a big plus. As Pierpont said, it might be a high-ticket item, but there's plenty of high-ticket items that come through that pay off in the end. You put in more, you get out more, and it gives less margin for error. And when somebody's able to input everything and it goes right through Canvas and it's loading into the Easy IEP and it's accessible for everybody, that's a win-win. 22, Feeding South Florida is something you guys are looking into to have pantries throughout the schools. I think that is definitely something that needs to be. We have so many schools with so many students that are hungry, and they're always looking for. I just actually got a text today, and Nan Rich is going to help us out with a family, a mother who's living in a car with her 2 children, and we're looking to eat tonight, just to eat. Wasn't asking for anything else. So there's so many of our beautiful children that are starving and hungry, and if anything we can do that could bring any type of food resources besides our own school breakfast, lunches, and some schools that serve dinner, that is a plus and a win-win, and definitely in favor of that item. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public input? Seeing none, to my colleagues, I know I have comments on all 3. Dr. Osgood.
Yes, I have a comment on 22 and 23 in line with what Anna was saying. And Nan Rich is always doing stuff to help people. She's been doing it for a very, very long time. That's why I call her mentor. I think that it is critically important that we do these types of things. And I think we probably need to take a better look at our schools. I was looking at some data last week, and I was a little surprised at the increase of the number of free and reduced lunch students that we have across the district in our schools. I looked at some of my schools that have now moved to like 98, 95, 97%, which was really an increase from where they used to be. So Feeding South Florida has a massive feeding program. They're always looking to partner and provide items, because as we work to holistically strengthen and support our students and families, opportunities like this where we can provide things at no cost to them that will help them in their home life. We see sometimes in schools where we have students taking milk and cookies and things like that, and if we're not trained properly, we would try to get them in trouble for stealing, but they're really taking those things because they sometimes have siblings at home that are younger that they hear parents say they need milk for and things, and they don't know that it's a different type of milk. So I was very excited to see these 2 items on here, and I know the great things we have already been doing at Lauderdale Manors. I know BTU personally has adopted MLK, and they've been doing their feeding initiatives, but I didn't want to just have this item go by without mentioning the data of how our school makeups, and you'll be surprised across the county the number of free and reduced lunch students that we have in our schools. So I don't know if we can, get that in a formal report that could be sent to all the board members. 64%? Yeah. It's real glaring when you look actually at the schools, though, and you see you have large concentrations of, poverty in various schools. So thank you for these 2 items.
Thank you. And I also have Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. So before I get to the exciting part, 22 and 23, I just wanted to ask about 21. Is this truly the last component? Because this contract keeps growing and growing and growing. And I thank Ms. Pierpont for sharing how it is something that's very much needed for our teachers, but I just want to make sure that We don't have another, this is the fourth amendment.
So, Ms. Levinson, Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer, thank you for your question. So there's 3 subcomponents to this contract, 2 of which are final. This is the second and final phase of the threat assessment module. It is the third and final phase of the SII app, which is what came out of the Article 12 discussions from 3 years ago, actually, of reducing teacher paperwork around specialized programs, and we even heard discussion of RTI here tonight about how it's burdensome. This is what our solution to these problems is.
Because Ms. Rogers has talked about it several times, so I thought it was done already. So this is that
up until now, we've been providing teachers with the accommodations. This provides the teachers with the ability to prove their completion of delivery of the accommodations. It's not enough to inform someone. We actually often get accusations that we failed through the teachers to deliver accommodations. Now, when the teacher's designing the lesson plan, they can show documentation, which is sufficient for legal purposes, of how the lesson plan was modified to meet the accommodation by automating that whole process. This has been the whole plan. This is the final link.
This is the final link.
This is the last mile funding.
Okay, very good. So thank you for answering that question. And now I'm going to move on to 22 and 23. And I know that Nan Rich was mentioned several times. I actually became involved with this as a result of her law that she passed when she was up in the legislature, the Jack Davis law, which allowed, it was actually brought from one of our students to her, and it allows the definition of perishable food to be expanded to public food service establishments. So that meant that restaurants could start giving away the food instead of throwing it away, and all public food establishments, which also includes our cafeterias. So Elaine Fiore, our food recovery teacher extraordinaire at Beachside, has really been leading the way with the food recovery tables in our district, and she's worked with other schools to expand it, but we needed to look for a way to build it up district-wide, and Feeding South Florida is the entity that can do it at the level that we need to do it. They've created a new app where they're going to be able to connect nonprofits to come and pick up the food from our schools. And I want to thank Mary Mulder and Dr. Hickman, because they've been involved with getting this done, and Mary with the food safety and making sure that everything is handled the way that it needs to be. And it's really exciting that we're going to be able to expand this throughout our district, as well as the pantries. We have the couple of pantries, but Feeding South Florida has already raised enough money to open another pantry for us. And to Dr. Osgood's point, I know that staff is looking at free and reduced lunch and the highest need areas where families would have access, because it's based out of the schools, and Feeding South Florida wants it to be like that, where it services the school community right there. So I just want to thank Feeding South Florida. I want to thank our staff for doing an incredible job in making this happen in our district. And I also want to thank Elaine Fiore again for just her passion for making sure that we're recovering food and getting it to our most needy families.
Thank you. A couple of comments on EE 21. Can I just get an understanding? The funding source will come from CTASE, $91,000. That just seemed, I was trying to connect and I couldn't connect the dots.
Certainly. So as I said, so one has to realize that this contract is with PCG, who publishes a piece of software ed plan. Part of that is involved in the interconnectedness of data systems. What we are able to do here is have PCG partner with us to create industry credentials that connect for all students. We are needing to ensure that our ESE students are included in that funding. So they are actually adopting a data standard for all students. PCG is doing CTE work. Because that work is in PCG's contract, it comes forward as part of this board item. So there are 3 items to it, one of which is threat assessment. That is for the whole district. Secondly is the ESE modification piece. That's just for our ESE students. The third piece is for CTE around industry certification compliance called comprehensive learner records, is what you're going to see in there. And what this does is allow for interoperability for apprenticeships to be documented in the same way as Algebra 1 and English 2, which are the 2 academic components where we are constructing the equivalent of an industry certification for students who are still in high school. And some of you may have read a recent report from the American Workforce Board on this issue. I can certainly provide that. We tried to provide as much technical detail as was appropriate for the board item. I can certainly provide much more, but we're eager to make this deliverable so that kids can get their internships.
Okay, I guess, because when I read that, 'cause that's in the second page of the, it didn't, I didn't see it related specifically to certifications. It didn't read that way. It read as if we've got students who are having trouble with Algebra 1 and with English 10 skills.
No, so
That's
instead
the
of
open CLR.
certifications, so with CLRs, you talk about assertions. That is
Right.
what students can do. So these are academic and technical assertions. Sometimes they call it an industry certification. As far as the data structures are concerned, it doesn't matter what label you get it. It needs to be interoperable with HR systems. It needs to be interoperable.
I'm asking this for one reason. I just want to make sure that CTASE is where that money should come from.
In this case, absolutely.
Okay, and was that considered in the budget, or do they have the wiggle room to have $91,000 that they may not have otherwise been anticipating?
That was one of the reasons that we held off on this, because we wanted to make sure this money is in CTASE. I can certainly let Ms. Marte speak to it.
So, Ms. Marte, you can nod your head if you'd like, but have we double-checked that the $91,000 is in the budget somewhere or capable of being in the budget?
Through the chair, at this point in the year, CTASE certainly has much more than $91,000 available in their budget. How they allocate the funds or what the plans were for it, I'm not privy to that.
Okay.
But they certainly have much more significant balance in their budget than $91,000, and the
Okay.
rest will come from fund balance.
Okay, so the reason I asked, so thank you, and I appreciate that, is we know that there was no increase in their budget.
That's correct.
So that means something else is going to have to give, or what has been happening, which you know I'm very sensitive to, which is money at the school level is being used at the district level. The way we've changed testing and who's paying for testing, and I will tell you the latest story that I was told is different than what the teachers are experiencing at the teacher chat 2 weeks ago at my home. So I just want to make sure that,
So this in no way is impacting allocations to schools, but I am very interested in getting the details offline
Okay,
of what the
perfect.
latest story is.
good, that would be great. So Mr. Runcie and I would be happy to share that with you. Okay, perfect. And so 22 and 23, I'm going to be very quick. I just wanted to, I made comments because to me, this is the epitome of partnership. Not just partnership with another entity, but partnership truly with our community. So I was very excited about both of them. I will tell you that I think there's a specific individual who comes and speaks on this all the time, Mr. Elijah Manley, so I'm sure he will be excited to see us going in this direction. My two quick questions, just on EE 22, there's an MOU referenced, but this is actually an agreement. So is there an additional MOU, or was there originally going to be an MOU and then we instead used an agreement? This is the MOU, the pages 1 through 12?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't see it referenced as the MOU. Normally, we
There's
don't.
an executive summary, MOU, and understand what you're saying, though.
In other words, this looks like our contracts. Our MOUs don't usually look like this, but that's fine. If you're telling me this is an MOU, then, okay. And then, my other question is, and hopefully I'm understanding this correctly. Right now, obviously, we have it in 3 locations. We're looking to expand it. How are we encouraging our individual campuses to participate and make use of this new opportunity?
We've reached directly out to our campuses based on, based on approval today. But we are looking at, as Dr. Osgood said, the population, looking at free and reduced lunch, looking at transportation. We also focused on those areas in schools that don't have access to either community food pantries or mobile food pantries, or even with churches. So we call those the food deserts, where they don't have access to high-quality foods and meals.
Right.
And so
Well, so the reason I'm asking the question is because as a school, I'm going to look at 2.02, and I'm going to say, well, what are my responsibilities, right? As soon as I say, are you willing to do this? I'm going to say, well, what am I doing?
Right.
And what I'm doing is listed in 2.02, and there is time required, which often means there's a liaison. And so when we talk about different things, I guess my question is, was there a contemplation of a supplement or something along those lines that would help encourage schools to say, I'm hoping they take it on anyway, but.
The thing that they're taking on this time is a little bit different than the ones that we have traditionally. Feeding South Florida is taking on the challenge of getting the volunteers.
Yes.
They're taking as far as some of the schools have had to go pick up food or deliver.
Yep, I see all of that.
So they aren't doing any of those things, but we will have to consider possibly, it depends on when they want to have those. So if we had to offer a supplement to our staff, but really space is one of the things that we need, space, and then possibly providing some additional stipend for staff.
That was the only thing I was wondering if we had contemplated. Okay, on that, all those in favor of EE 21, 22, and 23, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. EE 21, 22, and 23 passed unanimously. Can I please have a motion on FF1 and FF2?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Audience input on FF1 and FF2. Okay, seeing none, to my colleagues, I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Yes, and this is really quick. So on FF1 in the executive summary, just 2 things. Children's Services Council should be capitalized, and Stranahan is misspelled. And as a dragon, I need that to be spelled correctly. And then in FF2, where it says financial impact and it says at present, I don't think I've seen that before. So if you could just help me understand why it says at present in the beginning of the financial impact for FF2?
Well, I'll try. I think what I do know is that there is a timeline on this. So originally, if you'll see up top, as far as the timeline goes, originally the agreement was for about 1.175, and we had 1 million, close to 1.2 million. And over time, in working with the Children's Services Board, there were some, they've identified some additional funds. So currently, the present, it's increased to 1.5 million. So I don't know why it was written that way at present, but in an attempt to understand the positive impact for the district will be 1.5 million.
Good. So my question when I read that in my mind was, does that mean that it could go up or down?
It could.
Okay.
It could based on a need and if we were to ask as the time goes on. Just like last year, throughout the year, they were able to identify some additional funds, and it was based on some of the needs that we have with the family counseling program as we were going through it, looking at mental health and increasing those needs. So that's how they supported us.
Okay, and then at what point in the fiscal year, would it be realized and solidified for the amount?
Before the end of next year.
Before the end of the next fiscal year?
The county's fiscal year, which is an October 1 fiscal year.
Okay.
They usually, if I may.
Yes, please and thank you.
They usually assess lapse money in April, May, June, and if another contract has really lapsed a lot of dollars, they will remove it from one contract and add it to another, particularly to one that is maxing out their contract.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no additional comments, all those in favor of FF1, FF2, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. FF1, FF2 carry unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on I3 and I4?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Sprinkler, second by Dr. Osgood. Is there audience input on I3 and I4?
Can I speak to I4?
Sure, please do.
My name is Naima Kangani, and I am a teacher at the Broward County Public Schools. I want to just compliment you for your stamina. It's been a long day. I don't know how you guys do it, but congratulations. I am concerned about the calendar option that is being presented to you today, because I don't think you have an option. From my understanding, you presented calendar option 2A, which is just one option. And I'm not sure if you remember, I was there at the board workshop to discuss the calendar, and we had such a healthy discussion. Lots of questions and concerns were raised. Some of them were addressed. And I just want to bring to your attention that the College Board has addressed the AP testing date that was a concern for us that was brought at the workshop. They have, in fact, added May 18th as not an alternate, as an additional testing day to May 13th. So they have seen it fit to be inclusive of all, I guess, ethnic groups, and they have solved that problem for us. So my concern today is that option 2A does not present May 13th as an option on the calendar. It does, however, present the whole week off for Thanksgiving, so we do have the date to wiggle because it's presented in that option, as well extending the 2021 school calendar by 2 more days. So they've made adjustment to that to modify to suit the Thanksgiving calendar, the Thanksgiving week, sorry. My concern is that the Muslim community is rapidly growing here in South Florida. We've got quite a large number of Muslim students and teachers in Broward County, and I'm here representing them, not per se as an employee of Broward County Public Schools, but I'm here representing the community, the parents, the employees, and the students most of all. And we would really like serious consideration. We have brought this up for the past 3 years. We have been working with this and trying to get it on the calendar. I am not about to give up. So I implore you to please consider May 13th on the option of 2A as a day off whenever the high holiday falls on an instructional day that it be given where the offices and administrative offices, in schools are closed. We really hope that you would take this into consideration and show equity and inclusiveness across Broward County. We have been very vocal, the students have been very vocal, and I'm not sure what else or where else to go or what else to do, more than plead you to do the right thing and just please be inclusive of all faiths and all ethnic groups across Broward County. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional audience input.
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Crone, and I am a parent and a DAC chair. DAC members voted unanimously at our last general meeting in opposition to the school district closing on May 13th, 2021 for a religious holiday. It is also at the height of the testing season, FSA, the ACE test, and AP. If we have the AP test on the 18th, that would mean that Muslim children can take the test on the 18th. Based on the November 5th school board memo from Deputy General Counsel Marilyn Batista, federal law clearly states in the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment that public schools may not close for religious reasons or to accommodate the religious requirements of any faith. A school district may only add a religious holiday as a day off if there is a legitimate secular purpose consistent with the business operation of a school district. Secular means not pertaining to or connected with religion. If you choose to skirt the federal law, then please consider the students, Most of the students that work hard all year to prepare for their AP and Cambridge ACE exams should have the right to take their exams when they are scheduled, when the rest of the country and the rest of the world takes the test. Not one parent I know would like their child to take a makeup exam for these high-stakes tests. I cannot find one school district in the country that offers the Cambridge program and closes on this religious holiday. As a school board, you do a very good job recognizing diversity in our community. You accommodate and support every student's absolute right to absent themselves from school on religious holidays. There are other ways that the district can celebrate and recognize diversity in our schools. Let's continue to have these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Debbie Casey Espinosa. I'm the Vice Chair of DAC, the South Area Chair, the SAC Chair for Cooper City High School, former Broward County Public School teacher, and proud parent. I'm proud to live in Broward County. It's becoming a very diverse community. Therefore, our students, our schools are becoming more diverse. As a community and a district, we should be sensitive to the needs of our diverse staff and students. At our last calendar meeting, Mr. Chisholm stated that the district would be investigating and defining how and why Broward County Public Schools determine days off. I think that is an idea whose time is long overdue. Until that criteria and definition are determined, we must deal with what we have. And what we have is the First Amendment right. What we have now, it may be an archaic system, but it's still dealing with testing, which is where we have to function. Of all school districts across the nation that have chosen to take this day off, not one offers ACE Cambridge classes. Therefore, there is no test, there is no conflict. When confronted with a difficult decision, I look at facts, at consequences and benefits, at the impact to my family, and then I make a decision. It may not be the most popular decision, but it is well thought out and weighed. It is not emotional. It is fact-based. If we as a district are going to afford the opportunities of AP and ACE Cambridge, we must support our students to fruition. That means ensuring our students have the opportunity to take their tests that culminate in receiving financial aid and appropriate designation on their diplomas. We do not have a guarantee that these students will be able to take the makeup test. And the makeup test for ACE Cambridge does not happen during that school year. It's not like College Board, who's going to allow you to move it from May 13th to May 18th. Cambridge, you are going to come back the next year in October or November, which means if I'm a senior and I have worked for 4 years for this designation on my diploma, I will now have to return from college to take a test. What if not, I'm not available on that day? And that means my diploma will not have the distinction, and it will impact my financial aid. If you meet the criteria to receive that distinction on your diploma, you immediately qualify for 100% bright futures. So now, if I don't have that as a senior, I don't qualify.
Thank you. Additional. Okay, can you come to the microphone, please? Thank you.
Natalie Lynch-Walsh, I'm yielding my 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Until we have written confirmation from ACE Cambridge on a clear-cut understanding that the changes to the testing will be accommodated and approved, the district should not place this religious holiday on the calendar. But we should absolutely continue this dialogue on how we can be sensitive, how we can meet all of our students, the needs of all of our students. Can this test be made up at all? The 2 distinctions that we've found from ACE, that we have received from ACE themselves, is a long-term disability. What's the other one, Carolyn? Illness. It specifically states you cannot make this test up if it's the result of taking off the day for a national or a religious holiday. These have huge implications to our students. So if we're taking a makeup test, if we're granted the ability to take a makeup test, our student, is it the same test? We've often been told that if you miss an AP test and you take the makeup, it's harder. I don't know, is that true? I don't know. Is it more challenging? Will it be during the school year? When will it be? Is it in November? Is that now going to impact my day in November? Is that going to be addressed? We don't have the answers to this. This is a state and an international issue that's where it needs to be held. We have a separation of church and state in our country. This is fact-based information. And before we make this decision, we need to address the facts, not the feelings, not emotion, it's facts. And I see if we open this can of worms of granting specific holidays for specific religious reasons, not operational reasons, then we are going to face many lawsuits. My son is an ace. If my son does not get to make up this test, or at a fee of $180, and if he doesn't get to complete his program, I can guarantee you that I myself, along with many others, will file a class action lawsuit because it's a religious-based holiday. It is not operational. Now, do we want to look at the operational side and maybe there is an impact? Then yes, we need to know that. But please be very careful about numbers that are being thrown around. Yes, the population that adheres to this religion and this holiday, it is growing, and that's fantastic. But we have no evidence to say how many are school-based students, how many will be impacted. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional audience input? Seeing none, I'm going to go to my colleagues, and keep in mind this is I3 and I4. I'm going to start to my right, Ms. Alade.
Thank you. I'm going to be speaking on I4. In the backup, I was really surprised that the actual calendar was not printed in color. We get so many colored documents all the time, which I personally feel it becomes a waste of money when a lot of times it's not necessary, and they're just filler pages and they're color. But this was the one time where I thought it really made sense to put this calendar in color for our backup. So I don't support option 2A. I think that we need to give the teachers and students the longest summer vacation as possible. Starting earlier, it's hotter, ACs are breaking down, there's more medical heat emergencies for students playing outside. I think it's important to give teachers time in the summer to have a break, enjoy their families, to relax before the start of a very stressful school year. Option 3 lets teachers' first day be on August 17th. With calendar 2A, teachers are starting on August 12th. Option 3, the teacher's last day is the 11th, which is a Friday, which I feel makes sense. Finishing out the work week. Option 2A, teachers are ending on a Thursday. Option 3 is Thanksgiving. It's 5 days without school. 2A, Thanksgiving will be 9 days not being in school. I feel that's an extremely long time. Most importantly, I feel this breaks the learning momentum with so many days off and lacking educational continuity. I feel really bad for working parents who now have to figure out care for their children for 9 days. Our families rely on our educational environment for food, education, supports, and care. And for all these reasons, I will be voting no on option 2A. Thank you.
Ms. Good.
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So when we discussed the calendar at the workshop, there was quite an extensive conversation, and in fact, we had many individuals from the community here voicing their support one way or another. The issue I have, and I raised it at the meeting, you know, we talk about, you know, celebrating our diversity, but this is not about celebrating diversity. This is about impacting families, to the heart of what we're all about. And so when the issue came up about having the May 13th off, there was concerns raised, and I will tell you that my district has a very large Muslim population. And so the fact of the matter is that many of those individuals in the community send their children to school. We have employees that are also Muslim. They come to work. And so the potential for absences is a great potential. And the issue here, you know, when we say, well, we're not going to use religion, and I'm not. I'm using potential absences here as my basis. We have other days on our calendar that we just pull out of a hat and boom, they're there. So the week of Thanksgiving, we just added a bunch of days off with really no substantial backup as to why we're asking for those days off. If you give the day off, certainly people won't be in school, but the fact of the matter is we added a whole week off for Thanksgiving. We have Good Friday off. Why? Why do we have Good Friday off? If that's not for a religious holiday, I don't know what is. And so then we have winter break, which includes religious holidays. And then we have spring break, which includes religious holidays. So we can say it however we like, but the bottom line is that many of the days that our school district has off is inclusive of days of which some individuals choose to celebrate their faith. My decision here is based on the fact that I feel that this community, which is a large community, is being impacted by virtue of the fact that they're sending their kids to school. They're very respectful of the fact that they don't want their children to miss any educational opportunities, and so these children are coming to school along with all the other children. And so when we brought up the issue of Cambridge, and I'm very much familiar with Cambridge. I have schools that participate in Cambridge. Mr. Renzi, I know you were going to reach out to Cambridge with regard to the potential of having an alternate date. And if I remember the conversation, the alternate date can only be used if the district was closed on the day that the Cambridge exams are given.
No, I was asked to reach out to the College Board, which I spoke to the CEO directly. He advised me that, you know, he'd had similar feedback, that within a week or two, they would issue some communication out on it, which they did, which they're allowing waivers on that day. So he executed on what he told me. That was the takeaway I got from the workshop that I was to do, and I did that.
So the opportunity to have an alternate day is available if the district were to close on May 13th.
College Board.
For College
For the
Board.
College Board.
We need to talk
Right,
different.
not,
But when we had the conversation, there were other discussions that staff was supposed to look into, so that impacted that particular day for testing.
Sure, yes,
So did we do all that?
we did.
We did.
I think one of the big takeaways was around College Board.
Okay.
I think the Cambridge Challenge is something that we still cannot change. So that is still a huge concern.
Cambridge actually responded as saying they don't recognize any holidays around the world. So if they had scheduled testing, they might schedule testing if it was later in the year on Memorial Day. And we're closed on Memorial Day. They basically said they don't recognize any holidays.
Yes.
Is what's in writing. Richie Baum reached out to them.
So if the district is closed, I'm not talking about a holiday, Ms. Myrick. If we're closed on a given day, they're going to issue testing on that given day?
I'm telling you that they schedule their testing for a week or however many days, and there is no exception to when they do it. Now, my guess is they don't do it the week of Memorial Day, but for any reason, they only give you those days, and they don't have makeup days the next week or whatever. They do not do that, which is exactly what they said.
Ms. Good, that is worldwide testing, and that's
No,
why
I'm-
it's, okay.
I'm just very perplexed that we use this and the Cambridge is probably a different scenario, but the fact of the matter is the memo that we got about the religion, when we have numerous days that we close school based on religion. And so I am really at a loss for words.
Well, I think the issue, well, I think there's.
And I'm just gonna say, it's based on absences, but then you have Good Friday. I mean, honestly, there's days that we have off, and so I don't see why this could not be done. Now, the issue of Cambridge now concerns me because I thought it had been resolved with an alternate date. And everyone's telling me that has not been done. So if the district is closed on that day, every student that's supposed to take a Cambridge exam cannot take it.
That's what they said, yes.
And we got that in writing from
Yes.
them. Do we have that in writing from them?
We have in writing that they don't accept any holidays and that they don't have makeup days, is what we have in holiday.
That's not my question. Question's not of the holiday. My question is, if the school district is closed on May 13th and that's their testing day, will they provide an alternate day for Cambridge testing?
No, they said no.
I'll wait to hear from my colleagues.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Osgood.
Yeah, I have a similar concern as what Ms. Good has said, and we could spin it however we want to spin it. And I am one of those persons that observe all of the Christian holidays and will not go to work anywhere else. I choose not to because that's my preference and my choice. But as a policymaker, I want to be fair, and I'm certainly sensitive to parents that have students participating in programs that need to take tests on those days. And that puts us in a dilemma with this decision because I would not like to have a student, you know, we've got a lot of Cambridge, we even won a Cambridge Award this year. So I would not like to have our students be punished in the process with the testing, but I also feel the sensitivity and responsibility to our students that are of the Muslim community. And we can go back and forth about church and state and we can put a spin on it. But because we're people and our faith and who we are is never separated from us, and I'll tell anybody that, it's just something that we use conveniently in policy making. You know, first it started off being taxation without representation, and I can just go through a long line of history about this separation of church and state thing, and we have a tendency to find things to state a case when we don't agree with it. But if we're practicing true diversity, we would find a way to not have a parent choose between going to a religious moment with their family or going to school. We've done it for all the others. We have days off for all the others, as Ms. Good said. However, this new caveat with Cambridge, now I understand. My question was going to be, why did you only bring forth, you know, this option? You didn't address the May 13th. But now if Cambridge is saying, there is no makeup test, there is no holiday, we don't have a way of rectifying that at this moment. So I would hope as we move forward, and I can't support it just based on the principle, but I would like for us to continue to have conversation with Cambridge because it scares me now. If they pull out that they're doing a test on spring break, many families book their spring break trip in advance. They invest thousands of dollars to take kids away to college tours and other things on those dates. It could be another date that we're closed and we've calculated a way that gives staff off, and now, you know, Cambridge is saying that they're gonna do testing on this day, and then we don't have a plan now to respond to that. So I do think that it is a conversation that we may take up, you know, since the Council of Great City Schools seems to be a large, you know, association where we have a lot of our schools represented. Maybe this is an opportunity for a nationwide conversation about this Cambridge piece, and, you know, they can't just, you know, arbitrarily decide they're gonna have testing and then punish students if school districts are closed on that days or if there's not staff available to the students. I just think the overall principle of that is inappropriate in my perspective. But with this decision today, I want to be fair to those students that are a part of the Cambridge program. I don't want to disenfranchise them, but I want to be fair also to our Muslim families and our Muslim students. And this option doesn't allow me to do that, so I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. Ms. Rupert is not here, sorry. Ms. Bartleman.
Yes, I do not have a problem with the May 13th. I don't know how, last time I checked, New York was in the United States, and they were giving that day off across the state. So the argument about the federal issue, we've heard that they're giving the whole day off. But if we gave it off for attendance purposes, which we don't know what the attendance is going to be, it doesn't have to be a religious holiday. So I'm trying to get to that point.
I think that's what the memo says. It says as if there is a
Right.
non-religious reason.
How did New York get to do it, though?
Well, I understood it was just the city, not the whole state, but I don't know.
Okay, but how does a city, if it's
I don't
not,
know.
I mean, we should look into that. They have the same federal law. Okay, but here's my bigger concern. Because if the Cambridge test was not on this day, I wouldn't care. I'm giving May 13th off. Now my question is, because I tried, by the way, other school districts have much better testing. I tried to look on our school district for ACE testing dates, and I had to go to another Florida county to see all the ACE testing dates. So it says that the biology test is given on the 13th. Okay, so I have a very big concern about how we can do this, because you have to pass a certain number of tests and complete a certain number of courses to get your Cambridge diploma. If you get a Cambridge diploma, you have an automatic Bright Future Scholarship. If we do not allow students access to take the test, then those seniors who are taking the biology test will not have money for college if they can't get their diploma. Especially, let me just give you the scenario. If I'm going to Summer A at a school, and by the way, just so you know, my daughter has to come back for a Cambridge test after she graduates this year. Like, literally, all the seniors are done with school, and they have to come back. So she's like, yeah, whatever, but I'm going to force her to go back because I'm a school board member. But that's a real problem. And we were told when we signed up for Cambridge that they warned us that there was a test one time given on Thanksgiving, and that we would have no say on the holidays. So I am very torn right now, because if I am a Summer A student and we have nothing in writing to say when the test is going to be given or when we're going to do it, I will not have a Bright Future Scholarship to go to Summer A. Because, and I guess that's what I want us to find out. Because they said we can ask about the makeup day. We can ask, give us the makeup day. Is the makeup day going to be the same week? Because if the makeup day is June 30th, you're actually denying students the opportunity to get their Bright Futures to pay for college if they're going in the summer. So can we go back and ask what the makeup day, it's one exam. It's biology.
They told us there were no makeup days. Is that not what they said?
I thought they said there
Richards?
could be a makeup day when we heard the speaker today.
Well, that's what, I saw an email.
No, we don't know when the makeup day will be.
No, I saw an email that said they don't have makeup days, that they emailed to Richie Baum. I don't know about coming back in the fall and that. I don't know anything about that. But that's what I saw in the email.
Can somebody verify that there's not a makeup day? I mean, from staff?
Okay, so let's move on to that question, and we'll see if there's staff that can assist us as we continue, because we have other board members.
Okay, my next question is then, how many students do we have that are taking the biology test? And then is there a way to open up a testing center for those students? It's one test, it's biology. I have to explore every
I'm going to
option.
apologize in advance. I do not have that data. I think Richie Baum does, and I don't think he's in the building right now, so maybe we can try and get that information from him.
Okay, so.
So what I'm going to ask is, from a time frame perspective, do you need this answered today?
I do.
Okay.
Okay, so this is what I need to know, because I want to know that I have explored every option possible for this day. I think there are some of us on this board, or all of us on this board, who are interested in knowing that we looked over everything. How many kids are taking the test? Is there an opportunity to open up a testing center for those kids? Because kids go all over this county to take their SAT on Saturdays. And is there a way, I want to just know, explore it. If you say no, then no. But if I don't ask the question, then that's not right. So is there a way to open a testing center just for the kids taking the biology ACE so we can have the day off?
So I think, Ms. Bartleman, that's a much bigger question than this staff. We're talking, there's costs associated, there's transportation associated with it, then there's the monitoring of those individuals, those students. That's a big picture question.
I know, but I
mean,
think
physically someone can unlock doors.
I mean, but I think I
don't know that we can answer that right now.
But you can give me, even if there's a potential for that, I think it's just something that needs to be explored. Like
Renzi, you don't have a staff member here that's going to comprehensively answer that. So can you
No, and even if they were here, I don't know how they would come up with the costs and all the logistics. We'd have to spend time to plan that out. And it wouldn't, I can't imagine we would have everybody at one site. It'd probably be multiple sites.
Well, that's why I'm asking how many kids. It's only the ones that are taking the one ACE biology.
Well, I would just comment, Ms. Bartleman,
I looked-
they have not set their schedule. They're testing, Cambridge has not set their 2020-21 calendar. So we're basing it off of what exists for this year and making an assumption that next year is going to be identical. And what I know from AP even, they change different tests, different days, and I'm sure Cambridge might do the same thing. So the difficulty is we don't even know, potentially they might have a test at all on May 13th, but we don't know whether they're having a test or not because they haven't
You're
rated
right,
their calendar.
because it's the 21 year, and I was looking
Correct.
at the
Right.
ACE 2020
Correct.
year, which
Right.
is a testing date for biology.
Correct.
And I,
Got it,
I-
okay. I was
And
looking,
and it may help the board, I do have the correspondence from Cambridge that speaks to the fact that they do not have any makeups for, specifically they speak to religious holidays, and then they believe that the provisional testing calendar will be out in mid-May 2020 for the year 2021.
wait, mid-2020?
May of 2020
Okay,
for.
so let me ask you something. Is there a way to build in an option for the day off? I have to ask you, I know you guys don't
But
like,
Ms.
but
Bartleman,
it's
I
a
understand
fair
you want to
question.
explore everything, but the reality is you will not actually be able to explore everything.
But you can, we have adjusted the calendar by one day. And I'm saying, is there a way to explore, if there is no Cambridge testing on May 13th, that we can add a day to the end, or?
I think that would be a thing that you would have to explore when the calendar comes out.
Exactly, but that's what I'm asking. I'm asking because
Well,
right
you
now.
have changed the calendar before, so you can do that.
That's what I wanted to hear. We have changed the calendar before, correct? So if we've changed the calendar before, why can't we, you need to have these dates, put an asterisk on it, that we're looking at May 13th, and it may be a day off where we would add a day.
What does an asterisk mean, Ms.
Like on the
Bartleman?
bot, so parents understand that we're exploring the May 13th.
Okay, so are you making that amendment?
Yeah, I'll make that amendment, yes.
Is there a
Because
second?
we're going to be very upset if there is no test on May 13th.
Can she just, so you're,
My
The chair.
amendment is that we write a note at the bottom of the calendar that we would like to give May 13th off, provided there is no Cambridge testing.
Second.
Okay, so it's been motioned and second. Is there an audience input on the amendment? See, okay.
Debbie Casey Espinosa, DAC Vice Chair. If there's no testing on that day, then people could take the day off if they wanted to. It doesn't need to be a holiday. If there's no testing, you have that choice and you have that right. I'm telling you that we've gone through this at DAC. We've gone through this at South Area. People that practice this religion said they would rather send their child to school. So it's not that we haven't vetted it, it's not that we haven't explored it. I think it's something that we need to explore, but I don't think it's something that we can do this year. Also, this holiday that I'm referencing changes. It's not the same day every year. For the next 3 school years, this holiday falls in the testing calendar. New York City is it's New York City, not New York State.
Okay.
They don't do ACE, they do regions. So ACE is not impacted. Students are not impacted. Here's a list of when the holiday falls. But for the next 3 years, it falls in that window of testing. And there was even a member who practices, she's on the calendar committee, she was on the phone, so I don't know who she is. She said she practices the Muslim faith and Catholicism, and that they do this day, but her kids choose to go to school. And all that she asked was that, that we be more culturally sensitive. Maybe if it falls on a day that's not a big testing day, that teachers not do a unit test or a big test or assign projects due on those days. So it's not like people aren't looking at and exploring these options. But if we take off a holiday like this, then what's the next one we're taking off? The district needs to come up with a definition. We take this day off because it's operational. Take back Thanksgiving. I don't care. Take back winter break. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care. I'm non-practicing. So there's no relevancy to me. But until the district comes up with a clear-cut definition of we take off this day because it's a federal holiday, we take off this day because of the operational impact, then I don't think we should take any of them off. So, but it falls in testing the next 3 years, so this is going to be an issue.
Thank you. Additional audience input?
Naima Kangani, and I happen to be a member of both the Diversity and the Human Relations Committee, and those committees both support the proposal that we're presenting to you today, and I'm glad the research was done. Yes, the holiday moves up approximately 10 days every year. The ACE exam is Cambridge, it's British, and in Britain you have a very huge Muslim population. So I don't think saying now that we don't know what the calendar did not give the day off because of ACE testing would be premature, because we have no idea what the calendar for the year 2021 is. All we're asking is that whenever the day falls, and I agree with the amendment that Ms. Bartleman suggested, whenever the day falls on an instructional day, it be given as a day off, where schools and offices and administrators' offices, are closed, just like you do Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. I didn't want to go there, but I'm asking, if this had happened on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, would we be having this discussion? No. We adjusted the school board meeting when was one of those holidays. I don't remember which one, and I love my brothers and sisters from different faiths, so I'm not attacking anyone. And I really didn't want to get to this point, but it seems like I have no other option. But to say, if it is given, you adjusted your school board meeting to accommodate one of those holidays. So I'm asking, where is the equity? Where is the lack of discrimination? In policy 4000.1, the school board clearly states that you will not discriminate against religion. And I think if you don't give it a fair option, we've been passing it year after year after year with one excuse after the other. First was AP at this college board, ACE was mentioned very little, now ACE is in the forefront. I think we really need to give it a fair opportunity without knocking it down and, allowing our community, our students, to feel like they belong in this community. Because every time you come up with there's some stumbling block, you're going to always have an excuse. There are always going to be people in this community who will not agree. I'm used to that. But I'm asking this year for the third time to please entertain the thought, at least make the amendment. If it does not fall on a testing day, give the day off. Recognize it as a day off, just like you do Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Good Friday, Christmas Day, it's closed. We're giving off the Thanksgiving, the 2 days off. As a teacher, do I want that? As an individual, yeah. You close for the whole week of Thanksgiving, but when you come back, you have a whole week of catching up to do because the kids forget everything. We cringe for the long weekend because you know you have to start over when you come on a Monday or a Tuesday the next day. Thank you.
Donna?
Thank you. Additional,
Yeah.
we're going to finish audience
Oh,
input.
I'm sorry, Ms. Corn, I thought we were done.
My name is Carolyn Crone. I always believed, or at least I thought, and I asked earlier, maybe if we could look at the numbers, that the Jewish holidays were based on not just students being absent, but also teachers as well, and it affected the operation of our schools. So I always believed that was the reason that we took those days off. There should be equity. You matter just as much as anyone else. But we have to look at this in a way also that any holiday that comes up, like I mentioned before, we have Hindu holidays, we have Buddhism holidays. We have to look at all of them and be willing to say, if it's not operational, then you have to open this up to everyone. Okay? Do you really want to go there, especially with where this falls in testing? This is not fair to students. It's not fair to teachers that work all year and get compensated for what these children get on the grades for their AP and their ACE. This is bigger than just a day off because we care about the Muslim population. This really is bigger, and I don't think we're making excuses, but I would love to see those numbers in the archives that were based on the Jewish holidays and why we take those days off. I believe there were numbers that showed evidence that the operation of our schools were negatively impacted by those days when we had a lot of teachers that we would have to get substitutes for, and there were not a lot of substitutes. So I would like that revisited. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional audience input?
Natalie Lynch Walsh. Just to echo that, because we seem to be getting away from, there's a federal law that says that you don't close for religious holidays. And this definitely gets back to numbers. We're in South Florida, you have a large Jewish population. If that population has shrunk and you will no longer have a significant operational impact, then you need to revisit whether you give Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur off. But I don't know that that's true. I know in Plantation, if the schools were open, everybody would be calling in. No students would be there, and half the teachers, if not more, would be gone. So it doesn't work in Plantation, I can tell you that much. And then I guess we need to explain the Christian holidays, because if you think it's hard to find subs on Jewish holidays, I would imagine that it would be far worse if you try to be open on Good Friday or Christmas or Easter or whatever that may fall. It wouldn't be Easter because that's Sunday. But point being, you have to have subs when people call in. And if you can't get subs and everybody's calling in, you're going to have chaos, and you're going to have 3 students in a classroom or 1 or 2. It's about those numbers and the federal law. So if somebody would do an analysis and look at the numbers of students and teachers in each of these religions, then you should revisit whether the old rules still hold water or whether you need to make an adjustment now. But then you need to start counting everybody from all the different religions, because there may be a large Indian population. There certainly seems to be. It just depends on whether they celebrate Diwali or not. So this could keep going on, but it really comes back to why you're taking the days off. And it is not for religious purposes, it's for operational. And there's really no getting away from that, and it doesn't sound like you're going to solve the problem almost 12 hours into this meeting. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Any additional audience input? No.
Just-
Mr. Chisholm?
Yes. Quick question. Can we confirm, just repeat what the amendment was?
The amendment was to have an asterisk at the bottom that says May 13 may be a day off based on, depending upon the testing schedule, calendar.
No specific testing, just the testing calendar?
Yeah.
Okay. I just only wanted to just make sure we consider the fact, because the AP exam makeup would be that next week, and if we're closed on the 13th, we need to consider that the 18th could also be, let's just say, Cambridge, as well as a makeup for an AP exam. So as we navigate through the testing window, it may not just be Cambridge, it may very well as be an AP exam, that on that same day now that student is required to take 2 exams and they won't be able to do that.
Thank you. On the amendment, Ms. Bartleman?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that if it's testing week, I just want to go over this real quick. When my daughter has her testing weeks, she only goes to school a couple of those days, depending what days her tests are, and then she's not going to school the rest of the days. And a lot of kids don't go to school during the testing days because that's the way the high schools do it. Like, they don't say, all of you come in and sit while everyone takes, at least my high school,
Ms.
I may be
Bartleman,
wrong.
your own amendment, you're asking about May 13th with an asterisk.
I am, but I'm trying to point out why we could do this. That's what I'm trying to get to. If you have a kid in high school, you know how the testing calendar works, and you know they don't come the whole week. So if there happens to be no testing if we're not going to put testing on May 13th, and AP isn't going to be putting testing on May 13th, and Cambridge doesn't put testing on May 13th, if I'm a student and I don't celebrate on May 13th, I'm going to use that whole day to study. It's going to be an awesome day for me. And if I'm a teacher, I'm going to have the whole day to get whatever, I have a day off in the middle of a very high-stress period. So why don't we wait and see and then make the decision on when we find out what the Cambridge testing calendar is? Because it's not like they all have to be in school, especially if it's the testing window, because they're all not going to school anyway during that week. That was the reason for that scenario. So.
Okay, so we hear you. I'm going to take Ms. Good's comment on the amendment.
Yes, ma'am. So, Mr. Chisholm, if I'm understanding her amendment, it's merely to put an asterisk on May 13th in the event that Cambridge would not be testing that day. It could be a day off. And obviously, they would be having their testing a different day. So the issue you brought up, whether it be 2 exams in one day, we wouldn't have control over that, whether the date, May 13th, was off anyway. Because, do you see what I'm saying?
What my takeaway is that we would, Ms. Myrick, were you about to say something?
Oh, no, go ahead.
Well, my takeaway would be that we would, number one, we would have to bring the calendar back for the board approval. I think what we're saying is, in order to identify, I think there would be an asterisk that says that once we get the testing calendar, and I guess we would have that May 2020.
Right.
And what that means is I would need to bring the calendar back because we would need to add an additional day to the school year to get approval from the board. So we wouldn't have that authority. So I think the takeaway is we would get that information and then bring that back to the board because the board would have to make that decision on actually voting that on the calendar. And that's just what my takeaway is.
Okay, thank you.
That was my takeaway.
That was your, okay. Any other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. 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 Can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Aladiv? No. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes.
Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes.
Ms. Good?
Yes.
Ms. Korn?
No.
Ms. Levinson? Ms. Murray?
Yes.
Dr. Osgood?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. Passes 4-3.
It passes 4-3. I was just going to say, I'm miscounting. Okay, so the amendment passes 5-3. So the item has been amended. So the calendar now is as it is with the addition of the asterisk. So, are you done, Ms. Bartleman?
Yeah, and we'll revisit it when we get things and.
So, Ms. Levinson, do you want to make any, I thought before you were motioning that you wanted to share another comment, no? No. Okay, perfect.
I would just say, because we're going to vote on the total item now,
Well, I'm going to comment.
I'm just going to say that I won't be supporting it. I don't believe in starting school more than 2 weeks before Labor Day.
So, my concern, I have a concern about the Thanksgiving week. I do understand that we've had a lot of employees who would enjoy that day, but I think there's a much greater impact for families. And I don't think it's a good educational decision to have all of that additional time off. So I was actually willing to support it on this calendar because to see it occur for one year and then see how that plays out, it's not a long-term commitment to doing it going forward. I did not like the idea. Before moving forward on giving off a day specifically for a religious reason, which is the only thing that has been expressed as to why May 13th would be off, I would need, as a district, us to contemplate how we are starting to choose days off, because this would now not cover all of the religions. We would now be specifically selecting a religion to give a holiday off. And so if we're going to start doing that, I think we should be contemplating how we're doing that across our district, because I think there are going to be others who are going to flood the district for what their own holidays are. And we have contemplated this. That's why one of the reasons you're allowed to have an excused absence is for a religious holiday. So it isn't as if this is not covered, it is covered. It's covered in the opportunity to take that religious holiday. And if there was a day such as Good Friday and the district didn't give it off, I would make the choice as a parent to keep my child home for the opportunity of having that religious holiday. So we have given our parents that opportunity. And if we want to go this path, I think it has to be a larger, more collective conversation about how we make these decisions as a district. And I was going to support this, but with the amendment, I cannot. So with that, unless we have any additional comments, Ms. Brinkworth?
So what I will say is that, we had a lot of conversation last time about the data and the fact that we don't have data. And the only way we would be able to get data is to ask the Muslim community to not show up to school on May 13th. And so I think, if I understood correctly, that this year's calendar, May 13th of 2020, does have some significant tests scheduled for this calendar year. Is that correct?
But we're talking about the
No, I
2021
understand.
calendar.
I understand.
Oh, okay.
I understand. Is that correct?
No, I think it's the weekend. It's May 20th for 2020.
Right.
The holiday is a different day.
It's a weekend day.
Okay, so it's a weekend day. So we don't even have the opportunity to get the data for this year to inform a decision for next year. And so we're in this quandary of what does the data support? And the reality is, what does the data support on other holidays that we have? What does the data support? And if we don't know the answer to that question, we have to have a different conversation. And so it's very difficult to say, yes, we're going to give off the whole week of Thanksgiving. Do we have operational data that says that that's what we should do?
Can I just respond?
Yes, Ms. Barrett.
As we looked both at the statutes, had everybody looking at it, I asked everybody across the state, there really is no guidance in statute for days off. You can do what you want to do, except you have to have 180 days or the hours. So that's the issue. Looking back at trying to go back to see in our archives of the legal office if there are any memos or anything about when we started to take the Jewish holidays off. We have nothing. So I don't know if we have any data in the district at this point regarding when we started taking those off. Obviously, Christmas is a national holiday, so that's not an issue. The other main one would be Good Friday that we have off all the time. But we don't have the data. We really looked. And we really looked to come up with what reasons you could have. And I think that when you all went to year-round schools, it's the same issue. When we had those calendars, you made different calendars for students to go, and you have that ability to do that.
Sure.
So you have the ability. There doesn't need to be a reason to take a day off. It just can't be for religion unless there's an operational reason to do it.
So, in essence, as Ms. Bartleman stated, with regard to the stress and the pressure around that time of year, this board could decide we give a mental health day on a particular day in February, in May,
Yes.
in January. It doesn't matter.
You could have, I mean, except for families and whatever, you could do a four-day school week. There are some districts in the state of Florida that are doing that. So yes, you could have whatever days off you want.
Okay. Thank you.
And so and I know that Mrs. Good
Okay,
asked that question.
thank you.
Please, real quick.
quickly,
I
Mr.
promise you.
Chisholm.
I just want to remind us that there are days that are laid out in the collective bargaining agreements that are days off, that are paid days. Christmas is one of those days in some of the collective bargaining. So when we start making calendars, we make calendars around that information. So that is definitely a baseline, a starting point where we use that data. So it's not really random at all. We use that data to make those decisions.
Thank you. Okay, so to the amended, well, first we need to separate the items. Can I have a motion to separate I3 and I4? Moved by Ms. Good.
Second.
Second by Dr. Osgood. All those in favor of separating the items, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. So let's vote on I3 first. All those in favor of I3, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. I3 passes. And so we will now have a vote on I4. All those in favor of I4 as amended, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. No. Have a roll call, please. Mrs. Alvarez?
No. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes.
Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes.
Ms. Good? Yes. Ms. Corrin?
No.
Ms. Levinson? No. Ms. Murray?
Yes.
Dr. Osgood?
Yes.
Okay, passes 5-3. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I please have a motion and a second on I-5?
So moved.
Second.
So moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Dr. Osgood. Audience input on I-5. This movement towards the microphone? No. Okay, no audience input on I-5. Ms. Good.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So just a couple of comments. Thank you to staff for attempting to address all my concerns. Again, this item is to approve an agreement with BSO with regard to bleeding kits. And this is a one-year agreement. And so I'll just share with my colleagues just some of the issues that I wanted addressed. So on page 2, paragraphs 2 and 3 speak to the sheriff's intent on obtaining additional kits in the future. I have a concern with having in an agreement someone's intent to do something, especially when the agreement is specifically for a one-year term. There's nothing to say that that would happen. I don't have a problem in the agreement being amended. Should BSO be able to obtain additional kits to provide for our guardians? I think that's admirable. But again, to put language in an agreement that speaks to someone's intentions or future implications, I've never seen that done before. And then in that same paragraph, it says that the school board shall develop an implementation plan for the deployment of the kits. So we're going to be required to shall do something where BSO is only intending on doing something. So there's contradicting language in the same paragraph. And then number 3, again, it speaks to the sheriff's intentions to provide the school board with bleeding kits. One is that the sheriff will obtain additional kits in the future, and he'll provide the kits to the district upon receipt. But there's no specific language as to when that will occur. And then it says that the school board shall have or develop an implementation plan for these kits. And then 3, it's the one that the sheriff intends to provide bleeding kits to guardians, which is great, but doesn't mean it's going to happen. And then it says we have to have some kind of policy in place regarding the distribution of these kits. So I'm just not comfortable with having this type of language, Madam Chair. And so when appropriate, I'd like to move that these 2 paragraphs be removed from the agreement, and then in the event that the sheriff's intentions become real, then, certainly we can amend the agreement. But again, these agreements are only for 1 year. It's not even a 3-year agreement. It's only for a 1-year term. Additionally,
Is this part of the amendment as well? I thought you just made an amendment to remove those 2.
I don't know if there, I was gonna make my comments and then
Oh, I'm
hear
sorry.
from the
Okay.
rest
I
of my
thought that's what-
colleagues real
yeah, yeah,
quick, and then when appropriate.
Okay.
So the agreement's only for 1 year. This is a long-term commitment as I see it. I think it's, you know, the sheriff is using Guardian funds for the purpose of providing these bleed kits to us. You know, we don't have the ability to use Guardian funds for bleeding kits, do we? That's only done by the sheriff?
Well, it was a grant through the sheriff's office, and they went through the Aaron Feis Foundation with a grant.
So yes, to answer the question, only the sheriff can make requests through that grant.
So, so this is as I see it, it's a long-term commitment, because whether, you know, there's language in here that the sheriff shall work collaboratively with us to identify a future funding source, but the bottom line is, if that doesn't happen, we just need to understand that this is gonna be a long-term commitment, because once these bleeding kits are in our schools, we have to maintain them. And we just need to understand that. And if, you know, if we're lucky enough that we're able to get some additional funds, or the sheriff's able to get additional funds, but, you know, the fact of the matter is, it's a long-term commitment. So I didn't understand why there was no financial impact to this item. We're gonna be required to install these. There's a financial cost involved with that. The other concern I had was the commitment of having these inspected, and who is gonna be responsible for the inspection of these kits, and how are we going to log those inspections? Because if we're gonna make a commitment in this agreement that these kits be inspected, and I believe, I wanted to say somewhere it said quarterly.
Quarterly, correct.
Then we need to make sure that that's documented, and that we
Correct.
have the manpower to do it, and I know that you looked into that as well.
Yes, I did. The area managers will be doing the quarterly inspections. I've run it by Brian, and he's agreeable to that. Additionally, our fire inspectors will be doing an annual inspection,
So.
and we'll be logging the inspections.
So, and we will be logging them, so that
Yes.
will be, and they'll have the training necessary to know how to inspect these kits and know that they're functioning?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then, if a kit is used for whatever reason, or it's malfunctioning, whose responsibility is it to replace it?
Well, they'll call the risk management department, and it'll be our responsibility to replace it.
It'll be Broward County Public Schools?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so, have we procured with anyone, an entity to provide us or supply us these kits?
Yes, North American Rescue would be the company we would contact to obtain additional kits if necessary, or replacement parts.
Is that done through a procurement process, or, and are we required to do that?
Well, they're the primary company that the sheriff's office bought the kits from, so I would like to obviously replace it with the same products that are in the current kits now.
So I get that that makes sense.
Yes.
But we're a public entity, of which, you know, we may be required to do certain guidelines as far as procurement, because when this starts going and moving forward, this is gonna get bigger and bigger.
Absolutely.
And then, so Ms. Myrick, do we have that flexibility to just go with, I mean, I know that we as an entity can go and piggyback on somebody else's contract.
Right.
I don't know that the sheriff used a procurement process to select these kits.
But we would have to come up with a procurement process if we need additional kits, or if a kit is used. Now, if this is the only company, and I don't know.
Right.
We could sole source it if it was the only company that provided them. But that's all something we would have to look into.
So, so now that we all understand that, then
Mhm.
we're going to have to secure some kind of procurement process for the replacements of these kits moving forward.
Sure.
Should it not come from the sheriff. I just want to make sure that we have all our ducks in a row, so that, you know, if these kits have to be replaced, we know where to get them from,
Yes.
we're good to go. We have the inspections. So my only remaining concerns then are those two paragraphs with the future intentions. And again, you know, I appreciate this collaboration between us and BSO, but I feel that I'm hard pressed to accept an agreement that speaks to a future desire to do something with the district. So I'll make my amendments when appropriate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I also have Ms. Alhadeff and then Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What is the financial impact or the financial value of this donation from?
The product value is valued at a little over $500,000.
500,000. For me, I think that's incredible. I would like to thank Sheriff Gregory Tony for prioritizing school safety in our Broward County Public Schools. Somebody could bleed out in 5 minutes or less, and these bleeding control kits can help save their life. On February 14th, there was tourniquets used, chest seals, combat gauze, and that saved some people's lives that day. So it is so important for us to have these kits in our schools, and we are being given $500,000 worth of kits, and I say thank you. And we are empowering our teachers with training to know how to use these kits, to be the first responders before medical emergency gets there on the scene to triage the victims. And again, I'd like to thank Sheriff Gregory Tony for making it a top priority to keep our children safe in school. Thank you.
To add to that, the total price is $512,000 for all kits that are being installed in the schools, for the purchase of the kits, rather. In addition to that, Memorial Hospital has already done training for a number of our staff. Approximately about 15,000, I've been told, have been trained to date. 187 schools have been trained. So we're in the process of collecting that data.
Thank you. Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you. In our conversation, Mr. Henry and I had with regard to this item, one of the things that I mentioned, I believe my colleague Ms. Good mentioned it, was with regard to the financial impact and making sure the agenda request form actually reflects the financial impact that we are incurring, whether it's the marking of the locations, the installations of the actual kits, the monitoring of the kits, the replacement plan, anything that would be a financial burden to the district. I think it's important for us to recognize the contribution that we are making in support of having these kits within our schools as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood.
Certainly. And I have a couple of questions that I would like to have some answers to. What is our financial impact? What is it going to cost us to install the kits and to maintain the kits? I think we need to be totally transparent. Ms. Brinkworth mentioned having the financial impact stated here, but we normally get the details on other contracts, so I would like to have them on this as well. What is the cost of installation and the cost of maintaining? Because I heard Mr. Aston talk about replacing, it says something in here, if there's theft or vandalism, that we're going to replace the items. So what do we estimate that cost to be?
I'll let Maurice Wood speak to the cost of installation in regards to replacement. Right now, I know that checking into the product life expectancy, the only item within these kits that has a expiration date is the chest seal, and that chest seal expires in 5 years. Cost to replace the chest seals for all units would total around a little over $33,000.
So through the chair, Maurice Woods, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer. So specifically for the year one implementation, so we're not talking about the year two.
There's no year two.
Well, I know there was some conversation about the language that was in the contract, so I just wanted to be clear on that. So the way that we look at this is we consider it more of an incremental cost in that the way that we are rolling this out is we're using our existing staff during their existing hours. We're capturing that hours. I can tell you what that dollar amount is. But the true cost is what I call an opportunity cost. It's the cost for what we're not doing. So it's our regular maintenance, it's our regular repairs. We'll talk more about that during our workshop in January. But for this initial rollout, we're basically using our current man hours. They're capturing the data in the work orders because we want to know the information about the Stop the Bleed kits, et cetera, et cetera. With all of that said, the man hours that we're using for this initial rollout aggregates up to around $70,000 to $90,000. But again, that's being done during our normal work hours, and that's how I would respond to the question.
Okay. What about training? We normally pay for training, and I know we have to train people to know how to use these kits. And you mentioned that Memorial had done some training, and I'm gonna look. So they've already trained. Let me ask this question first. So they've already trained. You said 15,000 people, or how many thousand?
That's correct, 15,000
So
employees.
do we have these kits in schools now?
There are some kits in some schools now, yes.
So previously, there was a grant opportunity where we worked with Memorial, this is prior to my joining the district, to deploy some Stop the Bleed kits to our schools. The information that they had sent me, they distributed approximately 600 kits. It's a singular kit. Here, what we're getting is a set of kits in an actual, case that goes up on the wall, which is, again, what the schools were asking for, because the other ones were more like 1 or 2 kits per school. This is significantly more that's being invested through this. They did a round of training when they delivered those kits to the district. When the sheriff brought this forward to the superintendent and myself and explained what he was trying to accomplish with this, the focus really is on first responders. It's on making sure that if they were to respond to an event, that there are enough kits that are present in the school, training the security staff, getting them up to speed as quickly as possible, and knowing full well, as Mr. Henry mentioned, that over 15,000 school staff have already, or district staff have already been trained. We're just going to be trying to figure out how to fill in that gap and that delta. And in the agreement, BSO wants to be part of that process of actually delivering the training.
Well, I appreciate the sheriff's effort. I'm not negating that, but I'm asking the question because I had heard that we had some of these kits. So we were already doing and making an attempt to put these kits in some of our schools. So let me go back to the training now. So if we're getting a big, do we have the kit here? I have another question that I need to ask about the look of the kit, but I'll come back to that. If we have it, if somebody could get it, that would help me. Yeah. So if I had a training already on the little kit, and now I'm having a big kit, if the sheriff is giving us these, is there a different training? I know when I worked at the Red Cross, you had different levels of trainings you would take for disaster response. I don't know, I'm not a first responder, so I'm asking. So if the sheriff is giving us a kit, is there going to be a training from the sheriff's office that's attached to those kits that would then kind of negate the training that we had from Memorial, or will we use both entities to do the training? And let me just tell you why I'm asking this question. Because if we have these trainings and God forbid something happened and somebody does not respond appropriately, we've learned some lessons through the recent tragedy that we had. So that's why I'm asking about the training. I want to be very clear what we're doing with training.
Well, go ahead. The sheriff's office will be doing the training. They're going to do a 2-part training. They're going to come to the school and do a live training. There will also be a video training. That doesn't take away from what Memorial has done. These kits are pretty much the same kits.
And I'm sorry, could you pass that up here?
It's very heavy.
Well, I need to see it up close. Go ahead with what you're saying.
It doesn't take away from the training that Memorial has given to staff. What I have done is I've spoken to the sheriff's office and I've asked, will they do the training? It's in the contract that they will do the training, a 2-part training, and it should be done, they're recommending it be done on an annual basis.
Okay, are we gonna have to pay the sheriff for the training?
No.
Okay, so to be fair, if we're capturing the cost of the kits, we should also capture the cost of the free training as well.
Well, I forgot to leave out one item. One item is that they're going to do train the trainer also. So they'll come in and do the initial training, but they're also going to do train the trainer. So that our staff will be trained and be able to train others within the district.
And Mr. Katz, how are you identifying who gets trained at the school?
We haven't gotten to that stage yet.
Okay, because I think that's important. I mean, this is a big rollout. It's something that we definitely need, but we need to do it right, and we need to do it in a way that we have consistency, that we have policy attached to it, that is all spelled out.
From a consistency perspective, I mean, you hit the nail on the head when you said it before. This is nationally recognized training for, for Stop the Bleed, for bleeding control kits, which are kit agnostic. And so at the end of the day, this kit versus the next kit. I'm sure you had something you were going to.
No, what I was going to add is we want to make sure that all security personnel are trained. That's first and foremost.
Okay, and then Ms. Good made those observations in those paragraphs. So the sheriff has secured funding. Well, the governor gave this grant that allowed us to have funding to implement this, and we have an understand, gave money to the sheriff, who then approached us about putting these Stop the Bleed kits into the school. So we have a year contract, and based on what you said, the product itself lasts at least altogether for 4 or 5 years, right?
5 years. 5 years.
Okay, so.
That's just one item within the bleeding control kits. That's the chest seal, which would have to be replaced after 5 years.
Okay, so is it correct to say that the product life cycle is 5 years, a minimum of 5 years?
For one product in the kit, yes.
No, that's not the question I'm asking, and I'm asking this question specifically because if I only have a year contract, and I gotta think about replacing it at year 2 or 3, it's very different if I'm replacing it at year 2 compared to replacing it at year 5. So that's what I'm trying to resolve.
So the rest of the kit has no expiration date.
Okay.
Just that one item has the 5-year expiration
Okay.
date and needs to be changed out. And what I would say is, I'd have to go back and pull the information for when we did the memorial grant, but all the same criteria existed
Okay.
for that. And there's been reference to sort of the long-term approach, but that grant ended, memorial ended, the relationship with us for continuing to do that training. We look for the next source, and this came along to be that next source.
I just think it's important, because if I'm making a decision and I know that I have this product available to us for at least 5 years unless we have vandalism or something like that, which we talked about a way of procuring it, it's a different decision as if I'm looking to replace it, next year. And I think that that's important, even where it talks about the sheriff intent that we're, looking to remove. It makes it more feasible now that we don't have that language, and we know that if the sheriff does not fund, it might not even be a need for the sheriff to fund these Stop the Bleed kits next year or the year. We have some years to kind of go on.
So the goal, as outlined in those, and what the sheriff made clear is we believe there should be more of these in schools, right? This is what could be afforded to be done at this time based on this particular grant. The goal would be if he came back next year with the exact same amount of money and the exact same number, we'd put more up in schools because it's beneficial.
Is there any type of evidence-based research that gives an opinion on the suggested numbers that we should have? And the reason why I say that is we've gone from 0 now to at least having something. So if there's something that says the standard, or it should be at least 5 or 6, and then I think about our campuses, how we have different numbers of students in schools, the configurations of school. If I have these in a pouch and I'm on one side of Dillard and something happens on the other side, it's still not going to be available for me to access it. So I do think it's important that you have multiple on there.
I think the data just supports the more the better in the event of a catastrophe.
Ms.
Are you
Cohen, I'm
done?
done.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Levinson?
Very quickly, I just want to say, I think my colleagues have asked excellent questions. I think based on the answers, that it's 5 years, that you have to replace one piece, that's incremental. And so I want to thank the sheriff for the donation of the kits and the training.
Thank you. And I will share that I also think that this is a great opportunity to work with the sheriff's office to bring these to our schools. Obviously, any expansion we could do would be fantastic. To Ms. Good's point, if this was a longer-term contract, I would be concerned in removing them. Because they're a year, our obligation also ends at a year. So anything that this says we are going to do is over in a year's time, correct? So as much as we're talking about what, they're obligated, we're also only obligated. And my concern in modifying this now for this is just moving it forward. I think there's, at least my sense is there's support. And if there's an intent to do an addendum to this, before we do an addendum, I think in the addendum, we would address the fact that there are some additional things that we would want to consider if this becomes more than 1 year. But as it is in 1 year, our obligation ends in all of these areas. We then have to figure out what we're going to do with them, but I would rather try to move this forward and not continue the conversation back and forth with the sheriff's office, because we make an amendment, they've got to approve it, and it'll keep coming back. So, Ms. Good?
Then, and I appreciate that then, but I did want to just state under 3, it says that we're going to develop a policy to place the distribution of these kits, and I think it's more appropriate to be a procedure. So, and I don't know that it's substantial, but to have policy in there is substantial.
We've talked to the sheriffs about that. Tom has talked to the
Yes.
sheriff's lawyer, and their meeting procedure.
Okay.
They're not meeting that we have to have a policy. Their meeting procedure. So I think that if we develop a procedure that is detailed, it would not be something that would have to come before the board immediately.
And I had spoke to Mr. Cooney about it, so I would just ask that paragraph 3 be amended to delete the word policy and insert the word procedure, since that's the intent of the sheriff. They shouldn't have a problem with making that modification.
Is there a second? Second, is there any discussion from the audience on the amendment? Seeing none from my colleagues?
May I add something?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Katz?
I would just put out, to meet the deadlines that we are trying to meet to get these up is a tight time frame
Yes.
for us to hit our deadlines. If we push a contract back until we get back the fully executed contract, it won't move forward, and I don't know what impact that'll have on our schedule.
So what are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that, again, in the agreement, it is a little p policy, not a big P policy, and it doesn't make reference to school board policy.
So you're afraid this change will
saying-
keep us from moving forward?
I would defer to the general counsel's office on the materiality of it, because, again, I think as is, I don't think we're committing ourselves to anything more than we expect to be committing ourselves to.
One sec. Can Ms. Myrick?
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think we're committing ourselves. It would have to go back to the sheriff, and if the sheriff doesn't agree, I guess the sheriff doesn't agree with changing the word, then it would have to come back to the board again. I think that's what
And from the last set of changes, like related to the SRO agreement, we've still not gotten back that last signature, so it takes time, and the work doesn't start until that's done.
Okay, Ms. Levinson?
Do we think someone could call him? Because there is a very big difference in light of the MSD Commission and everything that's gone on between the word policy and procedure. So when we have the word policy in here, it means there's going to be a full-blown policy. So to me, this is not a little item.
Okay.
So is there any way we could contact him and see if we could table this and see if we could change the word instead of going back and forth so we could pass it?
So let me ask this suggestion. Is it possible, are we allowed as a board to move it forward with the amendment, with the backup that if it is not accepted, that we as a board would still accept it as policy? And I say this, again, for conversation, I don't think any of us are going to walk away from this entire contract because we do need to institute policy. So if he does say policy is necessary for them to be comfortable, I would rather us pull up one of our policies and make an amendment to a policy so that we address it as policy. Either way, I don't want to do the policy, we don't have to, so I'd rather bring it forward based on what Ms. Good has indicated. But I also want the fallback that if they say no, we at least are still moving forward to Mr. Katz's point, and then we would then need to take policy action. Is that possible, or we're not allowed
Sure,
to
I
pass
think-
something that way?
No, you can pass that. I think that you could pass it, changing the word from policy to procedure, and giving the superintendent and or superintendent and Mr. Katz, the authority to change it back to policy if necessary.
That would just be my recommendation to the amendment, if accepted.
Whatever. It's 10:30.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it shouldn't be a policy. And anytime we're implementing a policy, it's months anyway. So, and the only reason I said it is because the attorney said that that was their intent. It was procedural. So they shouldn't have an issue. That's the way it is. And my motion is to change from policy to procedure.
Okay, and it was seconded. Additional discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those not in agreement say no. It passes unanimously. So now, as the amended item, is there any public input on the amended item? Seeing none, any additional board input on the amended item? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amended I-5, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on I-7?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Dr. Osgood. I-7, surveillance camera system access agreement. Sounds like a tongue twister at this hour, but it really isn't. So, audience input on I-7? Seeing none, to my colleagues, I have I-7 for Ms. Aludek.
Thank you, and I thank you for the additional backup, and I'm going to keep perseverating on this because I think it's really important that all of our law enforcement agencies have lifetime feed access to our cameras. So going down this list, how many out of the 14 are we still missing, or we don't have signed contracts?
So, through the chair, so 7 have been approved of the 14. Today will be the 8th. We've received 2 more that will go to the January board meeting, and that leaves the balance.
And that balance would be?
4.
Okay.
And it's at various states of, town council meeting schedule, just waiting on them to do it. I think there are actually only 2 that are under legal review by their individual cities at the moment.
Right, and I would just ask my board members to please make sure that you look at this list, because there seems to be like some cities still needing to further discuss it. And I just want to make the point that it's very important that we try to expedite these as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood?
And I agree with you, Ms. Aldaff. I remember when Sheriff Israel first started this conversation, and I'm excited that Sheriff Tony, brought it to fruition and that we're moving forward with this. And I know that, some cities are going back and forth, but I think it is to, our advantage, and it helps us to have more safe and secure environments. So having conversations with different individuals on municipal governing bodies and with those chiefs of police can help us get this done quicker.
Thank you. Any additional comments? I'm sorry, Ms. Levinson.
This list that we were supplied, if the city is not listed, does that mean they've already passed it?
Which city specifically? Is there one specifically?
Well, I was
It's
looking.
not a BSO jurisdiction, the one you're talking about?
BSO
Right,
jurisdiction.
so BSO as a
All
whole, they've all
BSO.
adopted, yep. So
Okay.
these are the individual municipalities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of I-7, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. I-7 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on on J, 1, 2, and 3? Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Audience input on J, 1, 2, and 3 collectively.
Natalie Lynch Walsh. So these should be the items where we've gone from hard bid to CM at risk. And we discussed these at our last task force meeting, and we were assured that none of the design work has started on these because, of course, the reason you would use CM at risk is so that the designer and the construction company can work together so that you minimize change orders, something the district has struggled with in the past. So collectively, we were comfortable with this change. However, the timing of it is a little curious because I distinctly remember Heary discussing at a task force meeting that they would be setting aside smaller CM at risk projects in response to the disparity study so that they would increase the ability of minority construction firms to be prime contractors on CM at risk contracts because they lack the size and the experience, and that's why it's hard for them. They tend to get sub work, but not prime. That was 2016. So you want to ask yourself, who was in charge in 2016, and why are we in almost 2020 having to do this at the back end, much like a lot of things? Sort of like J5 is something you're dealing with at the back end. So the answer, of course, is that you had Leo Bobadilla in charge, not sure what he was doing besides collecting a paycheck, but that was his job to make sure. Heary knew that this was a goal. It was discussed at a meeting. They were very clear as to how they were going to do it, and yet it apparently didn't come to fruition, or not enough of them came to fruition. And then on the procurement side, who's ultimately in charge? If you have two chiefs that can't make this happen, so now everybody's got to scramble to convert them at the back end, I would say there was a leadership failure. So other than that, and time will tell what happens on these. There is room, of course, in the procurement process because these are not hard bids. They would go to QSEC in theory. So my suggestion would be to have RSM, who is auditing the program manager, or the chief auditor's office, make sure you look at these, and they should be squeaky clean in terms of how they adhere to all of the processes that are related to the procurement and execution of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Good evening, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Steve Messam, and I am one of your MWE vendors here for the school district, and we also represent the Minority Builders Coalition. We are definitely in support of all three of these items as far as making these projects that CM at risk model. There's a lot of advantages of going CM at risk, especially for firms like us who are construction managers. It allows us to compete more on our qualifications versus a number. And as you guys are seeing, with all the hard bid projects that even on today's agenda item where you get a low number and still you're approving $2 million more to get it to actually get the job done because you're giving them 100% drawings. They really don't have time to do outreach and really get the subs involved and really understanding the project to really give them the best price that's going to be more reflective of what the job is required to be. So they're just going to give you the lowest number. And then once they actually get on the site and they see some unforeseen conditions and all this stuff, oh, we need more money. But with the CM at risk model, it gives us a chance, like you've heard from the first presenter, to actually work hand in hand with the design. Actually give some value engineering options and maybe be able to look at the specs and give some ideas that may bring that budget a little bit back more into control. And then that's just what we like to do. That's what I think is a better model, especially for firms like us. I think it was the last workshop we did for MWE. think it was Mr. Woods, who actually showed some statistics that showed that the CM at risk projects that were currently out actually had a higher percentage of African-American firms, both on the prime side as well as the subcontracting side, actually being active and more participant, because that's just the model that just makes more sense. We have more time to actually work to get that project to where it needs to be. And we're just definitely excited, and hopefully that you will pass this. You'll hear from some more folks who are going to talk about maybe some restrictive things that may be in the current proposal language that we think that shouldn't be there. But all in all, the CM at risk model is definitely something that we support. You would definitely have us who will compete for it, because it's what I think that will help this district get these budgets better in control. Once you get our guaranteed maximum price, you know, that now put the risk on us as the contractor, and we're not coming back to you for more money because we've done our due diligence from pre-construction, our outreach, getting those scopes right, and getting those subs on board that's going to deliver this project on time and on budget. So again, we support this, and we hope that you guys pass these three items. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, School District, Mr. School Superintendent, and staff. My name is Wayne Messam, qualifier and partner with Messam Construction, coming before you today in support of this item in the spirit of providing opportunities for the delivery of these projects. I'm standing here our understanding of this procurement is that the awards will go to separate individual CM contractors for this project that will all submit for this project. And it is our desire that that is maintained in the solicitation documents. If there are any languages that would perhaps award all three or all four projects to one vendor, really defeats the purpose of really providing inclusion and competition for these projects. Many of your peer school districts like Miami-Dade County Public Schools and up north in Palm Beach School District have a similar process where they may bundle multiple projects under one solicitation, but then it is awarded by ranking, by dollar value to the ranking firms, and it's spread across the contractor community to provide a diversity of inclusion as well as competition. So stand here in support of this item. The CM delivery method is definitely appropriate. And I want to dispel one notion. Just because you have firms that may play into space for projects that may not be $30 million, $20 million, does not mean that they don't have experience. And because they happen to be certified as a small business and a minority business, does not mean that they don't have the technical acumen or the experience in doing the very projects that you're doing. Firms like ours every day are changing out HVAC systems, life safety systems, every day, for years. So I would just like to dispel that notion. Just because a firm may be certified as small or minority does not necessarily mean that they don't have the qualifications, because every day we're going into these existing conditions and facilities, and we know things that a program manager may not capture in an ultimate budget. The next speaker will talk about some of the dynamics in terms of not necessarily meeting the budget, but then the school district kind of suffers at the peril of change orders coming back for you all to change because of it's perceived that a certain delivery method gives the best price. And when you're dealing with existing conditions, there are a lot of unforeseen issues that may not necessarily be captured in your as-built or documented construction documents stating what has been done to a school that's 30 years old, but when you get there, it's totally different. So we support this item, and we support the spirit of ensuring that multiple CMs are awarded. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Angela Messam. I am a partner of Messam Construction, but I'm here as a community advocate for small businesses, and I will tell you why. Even if Messam Construction does not get one of these jobs, it's okay. But we want to do what you said you wanted to get the bond money for. The bond money and the disparity study was done, indicating that there is a serious disparity amongst certain populations, and it was proven. You said you would address all of those concerns, and many of those concerns address the construction community. One in particular, what I would say is this proposal tonight suggests is that, one, for the project, CM at risk, that delivery method costs money, less money than preparing an ITB. And it gives you more information when you go in to do business with Broward Schools as a CM at risk contractor, because you're partners from the beginning. Being a partner from the beginning is very important. But I will tell you, one of your statements here, it says here, the projects are in the early stage of design, which is great because you can start from the beginning together. The basis of the packaging of these projects in this matter is to attract minority contractors based on their capacity. Then you go further down in here in this same proposal that's presented here tonight, and you said this contradicts what your intent is. Should there be a failure to negotiate a GMP within the range of the Atkins estimate, the GMP will be rejected and the project will be presented to the board as an ITB hard bid. If your real intent, Madam Chair and Board and Mr. Superintendent, is really to provide a CM at risk delivery method, you will go to the next company and allow negotiations of the GMP to continue with the next company. It is proven, without a shadow of a doubt, every single bid, hard bid that has come before you based on the Atkins estimate, even tonight, has indicated with item JJ1, hard bid for Lunicon for Maplewood Schools, 1639. Atkins bid was at $2 million. The hard bid came in at $4 million. Lunicon's bid initially was $3.6 million. Second person, $4.3 million, $4.1 million on downward. But what I'm saying is if you're really, your intention is to do CM at risk, stick with it all the way through, and please try and help these companies because the Atkins estimates are not sufficient. And
Thank
it's been
you.
proven.
Any additional public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to go around the dais. I'll start with Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in reviewing the backup for these items for JJ1, and I could be completely wrong, so please correct me if I am, but it looked like the roofing and HVAC for Deerfield Beach High School is not included in this scope. Is that correct? There was no asterisk next to it.
Excuse me, that is correct. The HVAC and roofing is currently under design by another designer, and it is in the building department for permitting. So it's not part of this CMAR process.
So help me understand, didn't we award the whole design project for all of these components? Or we only awarded the roof repairs and HVAC, and we didn't, like typically when we put it out, it's for everything, it's for the scope.
Deerfield Beach High School in its initial, I think it was a year one project in the subsequent later years, so there's several of these they're in different years of the program. So you may have two designers working on the same school. One may be a year one project, another one's a year four project, like on Maplewood, but Deerfield Beach High School was separated by years.
I see that now.
Yes, it was Frank Girardi, Executive Director.
You moved the columns now, so now I have to look at this other column.
It's harder to read now.
It's harder to read.
Yes.
Okay, so that was my first question. Bless you. So I have a general question about projects for the bond. Are all projects for the bond in design at this time?
There will be come January when we approve the PSA amendments for the designers for these 8. And then we have to issue the ATP to the architect who's doing the recently approved addition at MacArthur High School.
Okay.
But other than that, according to our documents, every other project is underway.
Okay, and when did the board originally award the design contracts for these projects?
I believe it was late fall, early winter of about a year ago, late 17, early 18.
Okay, so they've been on hold for approximately a year?
About 10 months, yes,
At
ma'am.
whose direction? The board gave direction to proceed. At whose direction were they put on hold?
We were asked to put them on hold to see about converting them to the CMAR.
I know why. I said, at whose direction?
Mr. Runzie's, I guess.
Can we get a microphone for Mr. Runcie, please? I'm gonna try it now. It might be working.
Hello?
There we go.
Yeah, so as I had mentioned at the workshop, when this item came up, we've had some meetings with the MWBE community as we continue to evaluate where we were in terms of our progress in this area. We looked at these items as a kind of a last opportunity to make some adjustments to them. So I asked staff to look at it. We had some conversations with legal on this, and I think we had indicated to the school board quite some time ago that we were looking to make these modifications to these items.
Understood. So in the last 10 months to a year, have there been design contracts awarded for other SMART projects?
I'm sure there have been. For other projects, yes, ma'am.
Can
No, wait a
anybody
minute,
tell me
wait
a
minute,
number?
Wait a minute. Off the top of my head, I can't answer. These were the last group of projects that were coming through design. So there probably was not another bigger primary renovation project that would have been done, because these were the last of the ones coming through.
And why didn't you consider CMAR at the outset?
Well, we went through the process years ago when we looked at delivery methods across the board, but in light of the disparity study issues that we were hearing and the percentages that we were receiving, this was an opportunity for us to look at how we could better provide an opportunity for those small local businesses to participate in the program.
I don't think you answered my question. Why wasn't CMAR considered for these projects at the outset? Why wasn't the delivery method that we chose for these particular projects CMAR from the outset?
I don't know. When they went through the delivery methods years ago, and the CMAR was primarily set up for the bigger, more complex projects originally.
That was my understanding.
That was the intent.
Okay. Is switching to CMAR on these projects going to save the district money?
You won't know until we finish. Most of the CMAR jobs, when we have opportunities by bringing them in early to do the constructability and value engineering to help make the process go smoother. They still competitively bid the subcontractor packages, and we typically have been receiving money back when we finish our CMAR jobs, because we allocate contingency in their numbers as part of their GMP, and we've not been using that full amount, so we do get that money back.
And Ms. Brinkworth, on this point, what I had mentioned to staff is that what we've been doing historically, we've been using Atkins estimates for what this would cost, and those have been getting fairly accurate. We would use that as a measure of where we are relative to where the cost is, so we can get some sense of, your question, is this really gonna cost us more or not?
Right, and so one of the things that was commented on by public comment was what is indicated in here about what would occur if it was outside the Atkins estimate. And so I'm already incredibly frustrated about the delays that these projects have suffered because of the hold. And then if we were to get to the point where a GMP could not be negotiated in relationship to the Atkins estimate, then we would have to look at a different method, which is then going to take additional time. And we don't have additional time.
With what the comment was made, that the Atkins estimates are poor and we're still needing $2 million is totally incorrect.
I understand
All
that.
those are the original funded amounts. On these 8 projects, we are using the Atkins estimate, which has been averaging anywhere to from 10% high or 10% low. So the Atkins estimates are running very close to being correct. And on these, we've used on all the hard bids and all the other projects, we waited till we came to the board with the exact dollar amount on a bid before we asked for the funding. We're not asking for the funding here, but to make sure that the correct CMARs went after the correct projects, we didn't want them to think it was a $2 million project when their bonding capability is $3 million, but it actually is a $4 million project. So we wanted to use close to the correct estimates so they knew which ones to bid and knew that they were going to get it. Because in the past, even with the continuing CMARs and the CSMP, the estimates were 1.5 million and you can't go over 2 million, and they came in at 3.
Right, and that's an issue that I brought up to you when we had a conversation about this originally. But my question, I understand that the Atkins cost estimates that we have today have been accurate so far for what we know for the number of projects that have closed out and the bids that we have received. But my question is that it was pointed out by a public speaker, and it is in the 3rd paragraph of the general overview on the executive summary. Should there be a failure to negotiate a GMP within range of the Atkins estimate, the GMP will be rejected and the project will be presented to the board as an ITB. That, to me, makes it sound like that's going to take more time.
That was what we were asked when we were bringing these forward, to what would happen if the estimates were far off. By using the Atkins estimate, we are looking at a range of 5 to 10% either way as being a good estimate. And that's why we went with the Atkins estimate. If we went with the original funded estimate, we would be hard bidding all these because we wouldn't be anywhere close. So I feel with the Atkins estimate, I don't think that's going to be an issue. And like what was said in the public speaking, we can always go to number 2.
But that's not what this says here. And so that's why I'm asking, why does it say this?
Because we were told if it cost any more, to hard bid it by the board.
Okay, and so the question that I have then for my colleagues is, what does that, and so I'm asking you, what does that mean in terms of time? Because we all know, look, there are projects that have been out there for a long time that are CMAR, that are still in the GMP negotiation. If we get through the GMP negotiation and it's not within a reasonable range for the estimate, we're going to reject it and we're going to send it back for hard bid. What is the time frame that that's going to add? We've already delayed these projects by 10 months or a year.
So maybe Ashley Carpenter with Atkins, maybe I can contribute to this a little bit, which is that the CMAR firm is going to want to reach a negotiation. We are also going to want to reach a negotiation. We want the project to get started. I think the intent behind putting that statement is just that, you know, we are going to get to a reasonable, we want to ensure the board that we're going to get to a reasonable number with these CMARs, that it's not a blank check, it's not, you know, an opportunity for a firm to come in and the estimate to just blow up, you know, and be much higher than we anticipated. So I think that was maybe just an intent to say, like, we're going to work really hard as a team to make sure that the number that we're bringing to the board as a GMP is a fair and reasonable number to both the contractor and the district. And that's it. I mean, we should be able to negotiate. I mean, I think the chances of that not happening are so slim.
Right, but I just guess the way that it's written here, I just had a question as to why, and I don't know, Ms. Myrick, if there's a reason legally. I mean, typically, we would negotiate with the first respondent, and then we would negotiate with the second respondent, or
If
no?
it came down to that. Also with, which was also mentioned in the public speaking, these will be, when they go to CUSAC, they will be ranked. Not one firm will get all 4 projects. There'll be 4 firms ranked 1 through 4, and each firm will get one of these projects.
So each one of these items is not a package?
No. It's going out as a package, as a group of projects going out for advertisement as one package. But like we've done in the past, it'll be ranked 1 through 4, with the highest ranking getting the first project, and then they're going there forward. The only way anyone could get multiple projects is if they bid all 3 packages and get 1 in each package.
Okay. Why are they being packaged then?
For dollar values. We're looking to get all the same firms. If you notice, the first one, I believe is J1, averages $2 to $4 million. Then the next one's 5 to 6, maybe a little higher. And then the last one that's an individual is $10 million. That's the biggest one.
Okay, and again, these were not originally contemplated as CMAR because they didn't fit the reasons that we would use CMAR.
I cannot answer that because that was done well before we all took over. That was done with the previous group where everything was decided on.
Well, since you've been the executive director, how many projects have gone out as CMAR?
Just the large additions, the large projects.
Those were done early on. Everything's been hard.
Okay. I'm not pleased that these items are before us for a change, that they've been delayed by 10 months to a year. And I don't believe that, I'm very concerned about what it means to bid projects a different way than we would have, and the use of the CMAR contract in a way that I remember very distinctly when we had a conversation as the board that the CMAR contract was used for a specific type of job, and there was a reason why we would use it for those particular jobs. And I don't know that these, no one has said to me that these should be bid as CMAR other than for the reasons that the superintendent held them.
And with regards to the 10 months, we reviewed all the scheduling on these projects, and since they were the last 8 projects, we did have a large contingency or a large float in the project, and we believe that once this goes out, we get a GMP and we start construction. I don't think these should be much later than a few months.
And are the designers that were originally awarded the work the designers that are continuing to do the work?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. The next that I have.
So can I just add a point of clarification? The first meeting we had with the vendor community on this was in May of 2019. And it was about 2-3 months after that, we began to sit down to look at what was at the end of the pipeline and discuss the possibility of changing it. So we didn't have a 10-month delay to make this decision. We looked at what was available post the time that we had the conversation, and these are the 8 projects that we brought forward to the board. It wasn't like a year ago or 10 months ago. We were looking at this and decided to make an adjustment. So.
Okay, thank you. Next I have listed is Ms. Levinson.
Okay. I will say that I have concern about using this. We had a long discussion based on grand jury reports that we had before about cautioning us about using this form of delivery. We made decisions of when we would be using it. and I'm not comfortable with it. When we change, because it's just the last 8 projects that are left, that was not what we followed for the rest of it. And I think we could have we can look at other ways of looking at some of the participation we wanted. I don't think this is something to mess around with, when the district has been severely scrutinized over the past for using this type of delivery, and we were using it for very specific reasons. As far as the bids coming in 5 to 10% over and being acceptable, how far off, Ashley, have you been in total with your bids? Isn't it just a couple of percent? Okay, so to me, again, to come in 10% over, what is the amount now?
3%, I believe.
Okay, so I would expect that that's where we're going to negotiate, is at 3% if this goes through, doing it this way. To say 5, 10%, that's already adding more onto the job. So, just wanted to make those few comments about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So, we as a board have had conversations regarding the CM at risks delivery method versus hard bids, and I think we discussed, the pros and cons associated with it. And yes, there were issues long ago, but I think we've moved beyond that. The issue that I do have is the disparity study. And certainly, we thought that we'd be in a different place. I mean, our intentions were good, that, with our bond program, that we were going to get to a certain number of projects and participation, but we didn't get there. And so now we're at the end, and if there's an opportunity, and we're hearing that the opportunity is that if we use the CM at risk, it'll afford us that chance to have greater minority participation with these last projects, then I think, if staff is feeling that this type of delivery method will still get us where we need to be, and still hopefully afford us greater participation by some of our minority businesses, then I'd like to try. I mean, the fact is, these are the last projects. As Mr. Runcie indicated, they were coming. This was our last chance to do something. We said something to the public, and we can't just ignore it. And I think that it's really important that, unless staff tells me that using this method is totally, unacceptable, and I don't want to do something just to meet a number. But what I'm hearing is that it's still acceptable, and it'll provide us a greater chance of affording some of the companies the ability to participate within our bond program. What I don't want to do is end the bond program and say, oh, we didn't meet it. How did we not know? Should we have tried something different? This is our last chance to try something different. And I, for one, want to try it. And so I'll look to you all. You're the experts. Do you feel there's a higher risk in using the CM at risk service here with these projects that you have here before us?
No, I don't.
Okay.
And I was going to say, just to add to that, with regards to the comment about previous grand juries, et cetera, we've learned from those. All the project managers that have CM projects, CM at risk projects, have been given the grand jury report. They've also been given the RSM report, or Gladly back then. It wasn't RSM back then. They've been given those to read and to see what the problems were back in those days, to make sure, because I think Ms. Korn mentioned that she's afraid we're slipping back into our bad habits of CM at risk. That's why I made sure all the project managers had the grand jury report and the audit report summarizing the grand jury from Gladly to read it, So they need to know what
What went
traps
wrong.
we fell into before, because if they don't know, they could fall into the same ones, which was a concern. So we made sure they all got those reports.
Well, thank you for sharing that, and I'm supportive of these 3 items. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood?
Yes. You know, I am gonna go back, because we made a promise from the beginning of this. It's why we delayed at the beginning. We had discussion after discussion, and we added this method to our toolbox. And we instructed staff to move forward using it. Somebody changed our decision. That's how we get to where we are today. There was times when there were waivers given and projects was put out as hard bid that should have followed this process, that would have allowed our minority business owners, and I'm gonna be specific because I'm talking primarily about African-American business owners and women. And when we look at our data with our hard bids, we see we have little to no participation from those 2 groups, according to data. I read some information from the Facilities Committee and listened at some videos that I found, some recordings that I found very, very helpful. And Ms. Koger was being asked about being accused of not giving business to minorities. And she said, I didn't do anything. They were hard bids, and they didn't bid. They didn't put in a bid to be considered. They didn't bid because the risk is too high on the hard bid. And we've seen hard bid after hard bid come to us where we've had to do work orders, we've had to add all types of monies to those hard bids. And we've had conversation after conversation about the budget and being over in the budget. So now we are at the end, and we're put in a position. But it is an opportunity for us to do the right thing and give an opportunity to a part of our business owners that we committed to from the beginning. Was the reason why we had the disparity study in the very beginning. The reason why this board made a decision to go forth with the disparity study so that we could get accurate information to see what our numbers were. I know the first time I ran, I got killed on this about how Broward County Schools just didn't do business with minorities. Conversation after conversation after conversation. This board put a process in place to address that. It was not carried out with fidelity on the lower levels. If you go back and look at my reviews, evaluations of Mr. Runcie, I have continued to mention it. And I have talked about it to the extent that I got accused of practicing reverse racism. I don't care. I'm using data, and I'm bringing up issues as a leader. I would feel the same way if the numbers reflected that way for Caucasians, Hispanics, because we made a commitment to our disparity study and addressing those issues in the disparity study. When I saw this, and I saw this line that said, if there's a failure to negotiate, we're gonna take the estimate and we're gonna then come to the board for hard bid. I'm gonna use a common word today, it offended me, because that's just what happened before. We put forth the spirit of how we wanted this addressed, and somebody made a decision to do something different, and they turned it into hard bids. And those hard bids have cost us a lot. So we don't know what the cost is gonna be. When you're doing massive renovation projects, and I could go on and on about a project at BA where we got into the wall and there was something there that we wasn't anticipating, and we had to address it. We couldn't move forward. There was no way to foresee it. But this is not a new topic. It's just that for whatever reason, the way that we do things in the district, when we don't want to do them, when the board make a decision and the superintendent gives instructions that we don't want to follow, then we find a way not to do it, and we put the board in this kind of position that now we got to come to the end and try to do the best we can to clean it up and be true to the word of what we told the public we were going to do as it relates to our disparity study. So that's why we're in this predicament. And I could go through the list of people that didn't do their jobs too if I needed to. Most of them are not here, you know, they finally went on somewhere else. But that's why we're in this predicament. And when we talk about the grand jury, we talked about that previously. We talked about it when we discussed it on and on and on when we talked about going to this delivery method, and we continue to discuss it on and on and on. But we have a different board, we have different people that we're working with now, and we're trying to do the right thing. It's people that corrupt systems and processes. And that's why you get those grand juries and people go to jail from it. You know, so we can talk about grand juries on a whole bunch of other issues that this board has done a great job with cleaning up and moving forward. But this is an opportunity, in my opinion, for us to wrong or right. It is these small business owners that's gonna hire the people in our community that are on some of the lowest ends of the economic spectrum. And we made this commitment in the beginning. We've been talking on and on all throughout this process, how we want to do what we told the voters we were going to do, how we want to move forward in a way, and we want to keep our word. We don't want to change and do something different. Well, in my opinion, with this, we did, and that's why we're at this point. And Mr. Girardi wasn't in this apartment initially, but it has been a constant thing of trying to identify where the break was. And I've been constantly trying. I don't know if it was procurement, facilities, but we're at this point now. If we don't address it now, we can talk about what happened ongoingly. But if we don't take this opportunity to address it, it's our last time, our last opportunity to address it. And so I was happy to see it come forth, but I was very unhappy about a caveat. And I understand in the spirit that you meant it, because you explained what you meant when you said you wanted to give another way. But to me, that's what happened before. To make it go quicker, to just do a technical solution, we sent it out hard bid. And then we end up getting a whole bunch of work orders and costs that was very, very different with those hard bids. So what we have here before us is an opportunity to do this. Even with this process, we have an opportunity to use apply different remedies that we have, that we've developed. It even took us forever to even get the SDOP department up and running as a department, like we were serious about this. So this is something that I have been looking at. It's something that I've been fussing about, and I'm still fussing about it tonight. This is our opportunity to do it and move it forward. If I start asking for all of the change orders that came along with hard bids, I could tie us up here on and on and on. But we added this in the beginning, and it was our intent to use it for the projects that we identified. We didn't do that. Somewhere along the staff level in these departments, they changed our intent of what we set out to do. So this is an opportunity for us on the end to try to address it, to try to work again at not ending up at the same place with our disparity studies. And I don't like the line that's in here that talks about failing. If we're so sure about the estimates of Atkins, I can go with the 3% as Ms. Levinson said. I don't want to see 10 and, you know, that's what we was complaining about with the hard bids. But I don't want it to be thought that if, you know, negotiations get difficult, that we just gonna automatically go out to hard bid, because that's what we did before, and that's why we're in the predicament that we're in, I believe, budget-wise, and trying to make this remedy right tonight. When these decisions are made contrary to what the board vote on, contrary to the spirit of the superintendent's communication, this is the predicament that we get put in as a board. And it has gotten better. We're still cleaning it up. This ain't the first item or the first situation that we've been in as a result of that. But this is an opportunity to address it, at least make an attempt to address it.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, Dr. Osgood said that our hard bids have come in over because of change orders. Is that because, first of all, is that because of the needs assessment being incorrect, or is that a continuous problem in the bond? Or is that even true?
Ashley?
I'll answer it. Currently, our change orders are running at 0.1% of the active construction value, which is extremely low. I was just thinking to myself, I'd like to have a comparison between the CMAR and the hard bid to see if there's really any difference in the change orders for the delivery methods. There might be a slight difference, but we have, in the bond at least, not experienced a high level of change orders. We do have mostly hard bids, obviously. And I think, yeah, I guess maybe what Dr. Osgood is
It was
referring to is the
targeted
needs
at me, so
assessment.
I want to ask a.
Okay,
I was
one
just-
second, which is,
I'm sorry, I wasn't targeted at you, I
The
was just.
same way that you did before.
You can go
okay,
ahead.
so,
Sorry.
Ms.
She
Berman,
asked
just
me-
for a point of clarification. Dr.
Maybe I used the wrong word. All I know is we've had hard bids that we've added a whole lot of money to.
Yeah, what was happening there
So
was-
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Due to
you
the
were,
needs
you were
assessment.
talking about something different, not the
Yeah.
change orders. It was all the hard bids coming in, and even with the GMPs for the CMARs, the original funding was so low and so inaccurate that we've had to come to the board for almost every project except 2 for funding.
Yes.
And this funding was anywhere from 50% over to, Ms. Levinson, I think, mentioned a few that were 200% over. So we've had them ranging everywhere.
Okay.
But I think that's
So
what
that's what I was talking
Dr.
about, because
Osgood
Ms.
was talking
Levinson brought it
about.
up every time.
Okay,
Yes.
so I'm going to go back to Ms. Bartolome, you have the
Right,
floor still,
right,
sorry.
and that's why I wanted to get clarification, Dr. Osgood, not attacking you, I'm sorry. But that goes to the next point. So people are asserting, not Dr. Osgood, that we are so far off because of our delivery method, but quite honestly, we're far off because our needs assessment was so
Yes.
terrible. Correct. So if you look at the program overall, we are so far off because we had a really, really bad needs assessment that was inaccurate, that wasn't estimated correctly, that had nothing to do with delivery models, correct? Correct, and that's what you would testify to and all of that, because I think that's what, not, or say, swear to, whatever. Swear to, whatever you want to say. I want to make sure they're telling me you would swear to that that's what's happening.
It was some of the funding was off.
Okay, so I just want to be very clear that we're all on the same page, because, okay, so that's, you're 100%, your credentials are on that, not because of the delivery model.
Okay, but Ms.
Okay.
Bartolome.
No, I'm asking you.
We don't want to put our staff in a position where their credentials are on the.
Well, I mean,
they're
sometimes
responding
they'll-
to us based on your questions.
Okay, I understand that, but I just wanted to ask that question then. So, there hasn't been a data analysis as to whether or not then the CM projects are better delivery method than the hard bids, correct?
We have one that we discussed earlier that is coming to an end,
Okay.
that we are seeing, we don't have exact numbers, Flanagan High School. That should be getting occupancy here very
Okay.
shortly, and that's coming to an end. We know of approximately $600,000 in savings, and it could be up to $1 million.
Okay, so we have
So
one.
we get it at the back end.
But we did it at the back, we have one analysis that we're waiting for, but our hard bids are only 0.1% off in change, with the change orders. Is that what you're saying?
No, the program as a whole is 0.1% of change orders right now, so that would include all the delivery methods.
All the delivery methods, okay.
Correct.
All right, so I'm just trying to figure this all out. Here's my predicament. I want to help the minority community. I want them to get business. I want them to have opportunities to bid. However, I have a grand jury report from the past that told the board not to use this delivery method, and that we used it incorrectly. That is accurate.
That's
No, I
not,
don't think,
I'll have Mr. Moakland talk about it. That's not what the conclusion from all those reports told us.
Yeah, the latest grand jury report of 2011 represented in it, and I'm paraphrasing, that CM at risk was a legitimate delivery modality, that the way the district used it was inappropriate.
And we shouldn't use it.
Didn't say we shouldn't use it. In fact, doing some recent research, I was trying to identify the self-imposed ban and whether it was in conjunction with the grand jury report. And what staff, and I'm still researching it, but what staff indicated was that management's self-imposed ban on CM at risk came as a result of a management response to an internal audit to the TPM projects, cafeteria projects that were delivered in the mid-2000s. And as a result of one of those projects at the very end being completed through a design build bid,
Design bid.
Yes, design bid, build, modality that saved money that CM at risk wasn't willing to use, and that's when management said we would no longer use CM at risk.
Was that before the grand jury or after the grand jury?
That would have been, I don't know the timing, that's why I'm still trying to figure that out. But when I went back to look, because I thought, having been involved in the writing of the responses and the, and our correction report, I thought that we had said we would no longer use CM at risk, and we did not say that.
I thought we said that too, but okay. Then my next question is, the audit committee at some point in 2014 and 2015, we had said to them that we weren't going to use CM at risk.
Right, and that's exactly what I'm talking about, because as a result of that, that cafeteria program that we delivered, there were some concerns over the contracts, and so the audit committee had been having ongoing conversations about updating all of our delivery modality contracts, and we were lagging on CM at risk and getting that done, and that's why the audit responses, we weren't able to finalize or close out that audit, and staff had said, we're not using CM at risk, so there wasn't a sense of urgency to update that particular contract, because we had decided we weren't going to use it anymore.
So in 14 and 15, we told the audit committee we weren't going to use it. Then we did change some projects to CM at risk. But wasn't there an issue that the audit committee didn't think the contract was strong enough do you know what I'm speaking to? Because you never did
I
really
remember there was an
finalize
issue
that
in terms of the timing of those and whether or not the audit committee, because they weren't convening, and whether or not they were going to, because we had come to consensus in April of 2016 that we would start using CM at risk again, particularly for the big three, because those were very comprehensive renovations. Right. And I remember there being some dialogue because of the issue of the audit committee reviewing it, and there was a timing issue because they weren't meeting for an upcoming while, and we wanted to get them out.
Right, so we put the contracts out without the audit committee approving them, and they wanted to approve them. And since then, have we ever gone back to the audit committee to ask them if they thought the contract sufficed?
Not that I know of.
I'm not aware of that, no.
So let me just go through this. So the audit committee, they did not want us going out to CMAR. They weren't happy with the contract. We went out anyway in the summer with those contracts without the audit committee being able to approve or find the problems that they thought would exist in the contract. We never went back to the audit committee to give them the current contracts to have them review. Did we give them?
Okay.
No, I need to go through this. You're asking me to make a very, very
I understand, but
decision.
but I guess my concern is that you're delineating as if all of the items you're saying are factual, and the reality is some of them may not be exactly on point.
Okay, can you correct me what's not on point? Because I need to go through this in my head. And this is my recollection, and if I'm not on point, tell me. Because I have to make a decision. So what am I not on point about?
Legal has been involved in the development and review of all of the contracts that are part of this program.
Not legal, audit. That's what I'm asking, audit
The
committee.
contracts are prepared by legal.
That's not my question. You understand that, right? Our contracts we just had a couple of incidents where there were issues with our construction contracts prepared by legal. Am I not correct? Especially as it pertained to architects. So here's my question. The audit committee, which is the check and balance system for the board, never got to see those contracts, correct?
I can't answer that.
Can't answer that. That was all done prior.
I mean, 14, 15.
Okay, so then we just had a third-party audit of our CM at risk, correct?
The internal auditors.
Yeah.
In their group, yes.
There were almost all of it. There were exceptions to everything, just about, on every page. I mean, I can pull the audit if you want. Not following standing operating procedure. The list can go on. Is that correct?
There was an issue with a piece of paper missing with the pay application.
There was more than that. It was standard operating procedures throughout.
That was CSMPs.
Okay. So here's my predicament. The district's history with not implementing CM at risk correctly. Audit not ever reviewing those contracts. Not doing the data analysis, which would have helped. And then the third-party audit saying we were doing CM at risk. We have inconsistencies in our process already. We've already got, this is only the first audit, and we already had issues of not following standard operating procedures. So now you want me to switch this, and I'm telling you I want to do this for the minority community, but based on all of this, I feel very, very uncomfortable. And holding it, that's another question I have. I have another question about why you're going to only let one person bid on each one when all of our other projects.
We're not.
You said one vendor cannot get all 4 jobs. Did you not say that?
That is correct, because why would you want one vendor to get all 4 jobs?
What if they're able to do it and they have the best price and they can handle it?
We don't know what the price is until they come on board,
You just
design is
gave,
done.
you just gave this earlier today a ton of projects to one vendor that we've never used before. So why would you want that? Why is it okay in a hard bid to give a ton of contracts, but here we can't do that?
One contractor can get 3 on the 3 different packages. It was set up to spread the work out, not give it all to one person.
Firms.
It was set up for multiple firms.
This one.
And so their bonding capacity doesn't have to be too high.
And that good point that Ashley just brought up is one firm probably will not have the bonding capacity to do 4 of them. These are small firms that have limited bonding capacity. That's why we broke them up to projects. The first 4 projects are $2 to $4 million.
How many firms out there are gonna, do you anticipate bidding? Is there gonna be competition, or is it gonna be like the gates where the single point of entry where just one person bid on each thing?
No, the research and working with our SDOP team have identified 8 to 15 firms that are qualified to do this work, that are currently pre-qualified with the district, if not more.
Okay. Why, the other issue I have is, and it was disclosed to me when you first brought this to me in the summer, that there was a potential for this costing more than a hard bid. I was in the room with staff and that was said to me. So I have a bond that's also $432 million over budget. So what did you put in to go to hard bid as a protection for us so we can protect our budget? Is that why that was there? Or because how do you protect us? You're going to go out to bid now. We're already 10 months over. What protection do you have for me? Because once we go through this, if these come in over, and then I hear, I like Ms. Levinson's idea of 3%, I would go even lower. But there was, why wasn't that protection built in? Or it was a protection with the invitation to bid, like that was gonna be the hammer, like if you, because there is a huge potential for these to come in much more money. And so was that the protection you were giving us? Is that why that language is there?
If these were the original funded numbers, the original funding, I would be in total agreement with you that there's chances that these are gonna come in 100% over. But these are not the original funded budgets. These are the new Atkins budgets that have fallen within 3% in 80 projects bid? How many projects have been bid?
70.
70 projects bid, their estimates are off by 3%. Those, to me, are phenomenal numbers. If we did not go with the Atkins estimate and we went with the original funded estimate, I could not guarantee these don't come in 200% over. But we're very comfortable with the Atkins estimates that these should be coming in within that percentage.
And if they don't come in within that percentage?
Then we keep negotiating. Cypress Bay, a few of the other ones, took us a month of negotiations to get them down to where they needed to be.
So,
And then.
With a hard bid, the number is the number.
so why, I've been asked to change that language, that you have it reverting back to a hard bid if you don't do it.
Because at the time when this was brought forward, a guarantee was needed that it would not be costing us much more money. So we said if it came out very high, we could always revert back to the hard bid.
Okay, I think I remember that. It was a protection for the board.
Yes. And I guarantee you, if we use the original funded numbers, we would be hard bidding it because we would be nowhere near it. That's why on these 8, we went with Atkins' number. We haven't done that before.
Okay, so if the board is going to do this, for me then, if that's my protection to making sure that it stays at the numbers it's supposed to be, I wouldn't want to change that language. Because I don't know where I think most of the board is for this. I would not want to change that part of the contract then if that's my protection to making sure it stays within cost. I'm just so scared to do this. I have to be really honest with you. Nothing to do with the people in the audience. I want to give them the business. I just feel real uncomfortable with how all of this was done without the review of the contract, with the delays, with the really bad third-party audit, inside third-party audit already of just a little bit of work we've done at CM at Risk. And then if we don't do this right, this is going to be something that everyone's going to look at, and it's going to be the poster child for anything else from this point forward. And I have a lot of apprehension about doing it.
Ms. Barham,
And
do you have
so
any
I
new
guess,
comments? It's now
so Mr.
11:30
Runcie,
PM, so.
Mr. Runcie, you're recommending this because you think it's going to save us money?
Yes, that's why you have it in front of you. I'm recommending that.
And you think it's gonna, you think you're gonna be able to ensure that staff does the CM at Risk and corrects all the audit
A lot of the questions
exceptions?
you asked, I've already asked that, about making sure that we stay within a margin. Are we doing these projects, do they present greater risk or not? We've been through all of those things.
I wasn't here for that,
No, I'm just
though.
saying, we've asked all of those, you've had a chance to ask them, it's been asked numerous times today. I feel comfortable that we can manage these projects and do them within the costs that we're estimating, and I think it's something that we should certainly give a try. It's being done in other districts successfully, so I think we should try it.
Okay, well then, if we're gonna try, then I do not wanna see the language removed about reverting to the lowest bidder. I know it would take more time, but we have to have some sort of protection for the taxpayer dollars because we're trying something. And I want that protection built in. So, also, auditing it. How can you build in any protection?
The same audits that we have RSM doing, you just
Yeah,
went
we've
through a
been doing
report. Last time, they review all of the
And we'll
work that we're
review these
doing.
3 since these are the ones that are
What?
different. We'll review these 3 at the end of the project. You're asking us to do something
They're gonna review every project.
You're
Lisa.
asking us to do something different here. You're asking us to change a delivery method that I don't feel comfortable doing.
No, we're asking you to change, we're asking to change the delivery method for 8 projects at the tail end of the bond program, where the dollar amount for them is smaller than what we have typically been doing for CM at Risk. We're not asking for a method that we don't have any experience using, it's just the size of the project is different. In fact, it's smaller, so there's smaller risk involved with it.
Anything else, Ms. Bartleman?
Staff correct? Did I say anything that was
So
not
if there's
correct?
nothing
No,
new,
you're right.
we're gonna move on. I'm gonna make a couple of comments, and then I need to go back around because some of my colleagues have other things that they'd like to share. The CM at Risk is something that I've shared for a long time, was something a concern of mine. Historically, the contractors came to a couple, actually, collective meetings with the district. They gave feedback. There was discussion as to what did the grand jury actually weigh in terms of saying that the CM at Risk should not be used. That actually was not what the recommendation was, which is the reason that we said that we would entertain it again, because it was something we needed in the toolbox. With that said, At a very recent meeting, when we discussed the audit, I did share that I had concerns from some of the audit findings that we were not being as diligent as we needed to be and could easily be finding ourselves back in the place where we were before. So I appreciate that staff has taken steps to ensure that that's not the case. The reality is we cannot at any point become less cognizant of the fact that that did occur. And it is something that is a concern and should be a concern, because the last thing we want is to repeat errors that were made in the past. The accountability lies with our staff. This board cannot be in there day in and day out. So we share our concerns with you. Audit's job is to identify those. You all have to respond to them. Mr. Runcie, that's the responsibility. That's our expectation.
And we took all of those items seriously. I think last week the week before, we had staff come to cabinet and walk through how we were addressing, I think, the last outstanding item. I subsequently followed up with Juris, our internal auditor, to ensure that the processes and responses that we put in place were adequate and they were being followed. We took every one of those issues seriously, and as far as I understand, they're all closed except for one, which requires us to go into next year because we actually have to have work in place to monitor to ensure that it's been corrected. So we have our internal auditors going up on the back end to make sure that the corrections that have been put in place are being followed properly. So
Right.
we are absolutely doing that because we want to be able to bring to you audits from RSM that are clean as possible.
And one of those items was that the need for a checklist. Well, due to the
Yes.
grand jury report, soon after that, we started using that checklist in 2012. So it was being used the whole time.
But the fidelity of it is the critical part,
Right,
right?
and-
Because if we're still we're missing steps along the
Yes.
way, just having those steps doesn't help. We
Correct.
trip when we miss steps.
And we found that out because we were using one for hard bid and CMAR, which
Right.
had a lot of NAs in there. When you
And
have
that's-
NAs in there, that gets confusing and you start checking the wrong things.
So we've fixed what we've identified,
And the board has
that's
gotten
where
a
we
copy
need to
of
be.
both.
Okay.
Yes.
So, we entered into a disparity study. We have been very focused on that as a district. For us to be at this stage in the SMART bond and not to acknowledge the fact that we are trying to make strides to actually impact the disparity in this district, to me says, why did we go down the path of the disparity study if we're not going to consider it when we're making the decisions? At the same time, I'm not interested in throwing money at projects just so that we address the disparity study. So the balance has to be there. And with there being, the CM at risk cannot be something that we throw money at because we want to be able to get our numbers up on the disparity study. At the same time, I think that as long as we have safeguards in place, that the CM at risk allows us to address the construction that needs to take place, as well as to be able to address the fact that there is disparity in this district. So with that said, I'm not going to belabor the point. My colleague spoke to many of the points that I was going to discuss. I am going to support the item, but accountability remains. Not just on these, on everything that we're doing in construction, and we can't delay the process any longer. So with that said, Ms. Levinson, did you want to speak again?
I just wanted to thank my colleagues for all the good questions. I will be able to support it at this point. I feel, Dr. Osgood, listening to what you had to say had a tremendous impact. I didn't know part of what you spoke about and where we really were with some of this. So I think it's critically important that that disparity be addressed, but at the same time, making sure that it comes in along the Atkins estimates. So to me, that would be the check and balance with it. And as far as the CMAR agreement, I'm looking here at the 4th paragraph, and it speaks about everything we've done with those agreements, including the RSM comments from 2012. It was looked at in terms of other districts, there was input from our general counsel, external legal counsel, the chief auditor, and risk management. So that's correct, Mr. Girardi, right? The agreements.
It
CMAR
sounds correct,
agreements.
yes.
Okay, I mean, that's what it says here, so I want to make sure that is the case. Is that the case, Ms. Mark?
Yes.
Okay, so I will go along with this because I do believe that we need to give that opportunity, but we just need to make sure we have accountability at the same time.
Thank you. And the last on the list for the moment is Dr. Osgood.
No comment.
Okay, thank you.
Just something,
Ms. Murray?
I don't want to reiterate what everyone has said, but I feel like I'm back in the year 2008, when I first got elected, and that was when the grand jury was all aboard. Many of the issues that we've discussed tonight, whether it be the CM at risk or the hard bid, was thoroughly discussed for the board that existed at that time, and the same questions came up. Which was the better? I think, then that was before Jeff Moken's time, in the position he serves now, it was Donnie Carter back in those days, that the CM at risk was never said it wasn't a good tool. It's just we didn't work it right. And the thing is, we did not have the accountability within the system to work it. We had one contractor that had a software product that they used that was totally accountable for the whole project, and actually came in and gave us back like $2.5 million when the project was completed. So when you rational it out, the thing is that we had to take part of the fault because we weren't set up right. And talking to different contractors back in that time, it was a learning process for everybody. Unfortunately, the mistakes that were made and the errors that were created and the bad publicity we got really fell on the school board. So the hard bid was something I never agreed to. One of my last schools that was built, which was Linear James, went out on a hard bid, and I fought against that because I said we had contractors prior to that that would lowball to get the project and then come back with umpteen change orders, and it would run up into the millions. So I said, you know, it's better to go out with the CM at risk, it's a controlled amount of monies, than to allow contractors who were pretty crafty here in Broward County back in those days to take those hard bids and use them. A hard bid is good when the price tag is low, because it's pretty controlled. I mean, usually it's, I think like, didn't we use hard bid for the single point of entry?
A lot of them we did, just.
Yes, so, I mean, those are controlled, the cost was very visible. When you go into a large multi-million-dollar project, it creates all kinds of issues. So, and Robin was here too, remember when we that was batted around? So, both methods are good as long as they're used in the right spot. I really, with our big, because when we started off with the bond issue, we really didn't have big projects we were looking at until they started to roll out. CM at risk, when we go into a multi-million refurbishing or rebuilding or putting up new buildings, that's the way you want to go. I'll stand with that. And that's why as we talked tonight, you know, I felt like I was being re-educated. At that time, staff used to take the time to sit with every board member and fill us in and teach us, and so that we understood. And that was back when we were sitting on Constaldi selection committees too. Do we still use Constaldi in picking?
Ms. Murray, can we bring it back? I'm sorry, it's just so late.
You know, but I'm saying, you know, the thing is, because I've trusted the people and I've watched how this is all rolled out, that, you know, we shouldn't be making it sound like we're in threat of another judgment against us. I think that's the wrong message, because we've worked so hard to get where we are today. So I'm going to support what's going on here. And again, I think that if anybody has real doubts or questions, that they need to sit down with Frank and staff and let them work it through it so that you can see the balance and checks that are in place. Thank you.
Thank you. So all those in favor of J1, J2, Ms. Bartleman, if it's not new, we can't discuss it any further.
Are we keeping the language in that reverts it to back? Okay.
Are we keeping what language in? We didn't change, yeah, no one may amended anything.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it's
Yes,
long.
no, it's as it was brought to us, J1, J2, and J3, that's how we're voting on it.
It would revert, okay.
Okay, so, all those in favor of J1, yes, Ms. Bartleman?
The 3%, I'm sorry, this is a huge change and it's a risk for me, I feel, because I don't feel comfortable. And I want to do what's right.
Okay, finish the question.
So the 3%, because they said they were okay going over 5%, does that need to be an amendment to the item so that we can control the costs?
So I don't think anyone said they were okay with it being at 5%. I think 3% was something Ms. Levinson had said. No more than 3% was a comfort level. I think I would weigh in to say that staff has heard a message. Mr. Runcie is hearing a message that if you're in a place where you're in excess of 3% of the Atkins estimate, you're not in a comfort zone for this board.
Can I ask a question? Can I make a motion so it's cemented in so I can feel better about the vote? I mean, where would I put that in this here then? Or that would be for the, that they can't go beyond 3% when they negotiate? They're going to spend a month or 2 months negotiating.
Yes.
And if it comes back at 5%, because, and then we're going to be put in a position where we're going to have to take it because we took all that time.
Okay,
So
but
I'd rather
Parliament,
say not to
I
go.
will, I'm going to show this to your point. Whether or not it takes them a month and a half and they either come to a point of 5% or more or less than 3%, the same amount of time is going to be taken. And if they come to this board with something over 3%, to Mr. Runcie, it will be clear that you did not listen to the direction of this board. So it's not going to save us time.
These
But
are
if
much
you'd like to
smaller
make an amendment,
projects.
it's certainly your right to do so, Ms. Bartleman.
These are such smaller projects. What took us a month and a half was a $30 million project.
Okay, I'm just
Okay,
going to
but-
make a motion that you need to negotiate it within 3%.
Is there a second? Okay, so the motion dies without a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of J1, J2, and J3, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No?
Okay, so it passes 6 to 2. Am I adding right? 6 to 2, yes.
I wanted,
May I please have a motion and a second on J5?
So move.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Good. Audience input, please, on J5.
Natalie Lynch Walsh. By the way, the grand jury said go back to hard bids from pre-qualified contractors. So if you make the inference.
So, Dr. Lynch-Walsh, we have to stay on point. It's too late at night, please.
I understand that, but remember, I get 3 minutes, and we've been listening to
Dr.
everybody
Lynch-Walsh,
going all
I'm
over the
telling you at
place.
this point, that's my only warning. We need to stay on point. We're on J5.
I can't even talk. You're running down the clock. Okay.
Can you please
So-
start the clock back at 3 minutes? Thank you.
Okay, now it's just sitting there. Clock's not moving.
Start talking.
Okay. Anyway, so back to 2014, when you conducted a needs assessment and then did not do a comprehensive long-term capital facilities plan. This is why you're faced with the decision about this 1.9 million for covered walkways because of lack of planning, lack of discussion in 2014. The long-term capital, getting a capital facilities plan was struck from the piggyback contract for the needs assessment and replaced with findings. And this is why, once again, you're having back-end discussions on things that should have been decided. Because we now know that the portables at Gator Run Elementary are between 14 and 19 years old, but we still don't know exactly how they rose to the top of the list because there are tons of other schools throughout the district that also meet the SREF requirement for covered walkways. SREF doesn't specify that you only put covered walkways if they're under a certain age. SREF specifies if they've been in use for 4 years or more. So until you have a comprehensive list from staff, you don't know why you're putting the covered walkway. Yes, they're all supposed to be used for instructional purposes. But this whole thing with the cluster formation and enrollment and this, that, and the other is not an SREF. So the transition plan if you don't have the money to put covered walkways on every set of portables that have been in use for 4 years or more, you're supposed to have a transition plan. By definition, the transition plans that staff has been bringing you year after year are incomplete because they do not show all the schools that have uncovered portables and what's the plan to address those. Back in 2014, understand that this SREF requirement has been in place since at least 2007, and I've been told that it might date back to the 90s. So why it wasn't part of the bond planning discussion, because you could have paid for some of them with bond funds had you asked for more than 800 million. There should have been a discussion about things such as how you're using the school, boundaries, enrollment projections. Didn't have any of those discussions. So now, this school has risen to the top, and you just had a discussion about how tight money is. And they brought you and said, yep, this is the next one, and it's 1.9 million because of where they are and how many of them there are. But understand that you have Riverside Elementary that has portables out in the hinterlands and the Rocks trailer right next to the building, Central Park Elementary, Piper, you have all sorts of other schools that haven't been addressed. So why is this one rising to the top?
Thank you. Other public input? And to my colleagues, Ms. Alhadeff.
Can staff explain how this school is entitled to this where other schools with walkways are not having this?
Good evening, Leslie Brown, Chief Portfolio Services Officer. Thank you for the question, Ms. Alhadeff. We have been working on the transition plan for the past 4 to 5 years. In the actual SREF, Chapter 5, Section 5, there's actually a section on number 3, Site Master Plan on covered walkways. Within that section, it does say where costs preclude compliance with this requirement within stipulated time limits, a transition plan shall be included in the board's 5-year district facilities work plan. What we did is we worked with the board and we actually took a look at criteria that we've looked at every single year based on the enrollment data that comes in at the benchmark enrollment. We take a look at this and we make sure that it matches what we're seeing in the use of the relocatables for instructional purposes. That's why in the plan on page 259 of the adopted DEFP fiscal year 20, dated September 4th, 2019, you're going to see that we put an asterisk or a number 2 beside each of the schools that's within the plan as they start to come up. The data is reviewed on an annual basis. We don't make long-term decisions about the transition plan based on all of them because we have to take a look at the enrollment and different issues that come up with age as they pop up each year. So this is an annual process of a review based on the conditions that we see with the enrollment, based on the age of the relocatables, and also for efficiency and use of funding, we take a look at relocatables that are actually formed into a cluster so that when we do a covered walkway, we actually, and have the funding for it, we're actually able to provide more covered walkway for more students with each project.
And how many schools in the district do they need covered walkways?
So I don't know that number off the top of my head. I don't have that review with me, but there are a number of them, yes. And each year as we go through the DEFP and we take a look at the capital funding, there are opportunities in previous years where we have been able to include 1 or 2. The years we've had less funding, so we've only been able to include 1.
And is each year you are looking at the data to decide which schools comes up?
That's exactly correct. The particular project that's included for the 18-19 school year, that one has gone up and down over the years, and this year it hit the mark where it should be included in this project. So depending upon the data, every single year we do review it. We work with the facilities team to make sure that we're not seeing something that they may be seeing about a particular facility. And we work very closely with Bob Hamburger and John Morgan in the building department, because those inspections are done so that they help us make the decisions about which ones are satisfactory, unsatisfactory, and need to be included in the plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments by my colleagues? Ms. Bartleman?
What's the plan for
I
the
don't
other?
have you on the list. I'm sorry.
What's the plan for the other schools?
So as you see, we actually have a line in on page 259. I think it might have been included with the item. I just don't have the full item of J5 in front of me right this second. But you're going to see that it says year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5. Those are the ones that at our current review should be the next ones, okay? But what'll happen is we will review the data again, and some other school may bounce into the next cycle that may not be on this list right now. And you will see it. If you compare this particular DEFP to last year's DEFP, to the year before, you will see some shifting. And that shifting occurs because of the data that we review annually. Does that make sense?
Are all the schools on there that need covered walkways? There was discussion by Facilities Task Force about.
Ms. Bartleman, can you use your microphone?
Are all the schools on there that need covered walkways like Central Park and Plantation that was discussed?
No, they're not included in this, in how we look at the next level of funding, because they'll come up to where we see that we have funding. They'll start to come up as the data shows that they're the next 5. If we have indication that there's going to be more funds available, then we would continue the list down to more opportunities for more schools.
What are the chances that there are more funds ever?
I don't know, but that's what we plan on, is we don't make recommendations for expenditures where we don't have the resources to do it. So you're going to see, traditionally, as we've done this each year, we've got 1 or 2, well, actually only 1 for the past few years, but I think one year we were able to fund 2,
So we have a list that we don't have funding for, and if we can find funding, we maybe do 1 a year, and then you're gonna move up the other ones.
based on data on an annual basis, yes.
Okay, so I'm very torn because I don't think anyone else is going to get it based on our funding hole with the bond. So the question is, do I do it for the next neediest school and hopes, or just then nobody gets it? And that's kind of where I'm sitting right now with this.
Okay, Ms. Bartleman, do you have any other questions for staff? I know you have things to contemplate for yourself, but we have to move the question forward.
Did you guys contemplate that in the decision-making to bring this forward? That this may be the only one, or how fair it is to the other schools, or anything like that?
So again, I think the process that we use is data-driven. It's not whether someone feels like somebody gets something and somebody doesn't. We take a look at it annually, and we work with the facilities team to make sure that we're looking at everything, not to miss something when it comes to a facility issue in regards to relocatables. You're going to see in the plan also, you will see that one of the conditions that we took a look at was Westlades Middle. And because we were working with facilities that we had to move 3 relocatables that was approved to the board, you're going to see that we adjusted that year based on what facilities was also doing as far as moving those particular relocatables.
But to be equitable, I'm going to be asked, the 2 schools that did get the covered portables were Western schools. Did we do any Eastern covered walkways? I just want to hear.
Yes, we've done North Andrews Gardens. We just recently
Okay,
completed
I need to,
North
go
Andrews
ahead.
Gardens. Yeah.
Anything else?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't bring the last 4 years.
No, but I need to hear that because I'm going to get asked that question. That's why.
Okay, so we will make sure that staff, Ms. Brown, can you make sure that there's a memo sent out to to all of the board members?
Absolutely, I
About the
sure
last 5 walkways that were
Yes.
approved and completed?
Sure will. Thank you.
Is that 5?
Yeah, that
work?
would, definitely,
Okay.
definitely hearing that North Andrew Gardens, that's good. That made me feel more comfortable.
Okay. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I'm going to make this very quick. Ms. Brown goes through this every year. They shift around. She's used consistent criteria each year, the same criteria here. This was approved in the 18-19 DEFP, not even in this year's DEFP, but last year's. So it is a year till it's even come to be approved, but it was already approved in the 18-19 DEFP.
Thank you. Ms. Good?
Just very quickly, we have these conversations. This is nothing new, Ms. Bartleman. We've discussed this portable transition plan in workshops, endless hours, understanding the frustration. There isn't enough dollars to do everything that we need to do, but we go through this conversation. So, you know, I'm feeling a little frustrated, not because of the time, but it makes it seem like this is the first time we're ever talking about this, and it's not. It's not. We've been talking about this every year in order to fulfill our transition plan with our portables.
Ms. Murray?
Yeah, just a quick thing. Is it 2009, the state legislature passed that told school districts that they had to have covered walkways? Somewhere around there. So we're not even compliant with state statute as far as having walkways at our school, especially portable sites.
Well, Ms. Murray, though, to your point, Ms. Brown did mention statute, and we're compliant in that there is a provision if you don't have the funds.
Well,
I just don't want to say that we're not compliant.
okay, well,
Bless you.
it's all in the priority because the last time, when this came up before, I was a little agitated because we all have needs. And then when I look back on the history, looked at how long that these students have been in portables, so as long as the school has been built. So that, you know, it's really been the decision of the board and maybe the recommendations of staff where we go with these cover walkways. So, no, we haven't been in compliance. To say we don't have the money, we had the money back then, and we didn't do it. So, again, you know, I don't want to hear justifications why we haven't done anything. It's all in the choice. So, again, this is something, if we are able to do this now, then that's the right thing to do for our people, for our children. I mean, I've looked at my portable sites, I don't have too many big ones, but in ratio to the amount of students in the west, and it isn't an east-west problem, it's the utilization of the use of portables. And that's long overdue, so I am going to support this.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood?
Yeah, and I'm going to just echo those comments, you know, and as we continue to move forward, I will continue to say this. I think this board has done an intentional job about making sure that we address schools across the district. We have had this conversation every year. We would love to have money that we could address more schools. We have large numbers of kids out west in these portables, and we have to be fair and be right by them as well. Just as we do things on the east side, we have to do them on the west as well. And I just want to be clear, I don't want anybody's takeaway to be that there is some kind of impropriety, because we have been working this same process, I know, since I've been on the board.
Okay. Thank you. I will tell you, my child goes to a school with a whole bunch of portables. So I would love to say, well, I'm going to advocate for her school, because that's where I would like her to have a covered walkway. It isn't about that, and I would love for us to say we can make it equal across the district, but we can't. But we do need to make it equitable. And based on the criteria that Mrs. Brown shared with us, I think it is fair to tell anyone across this district that we are absolutely making these decisions with equity in mind. Yep. So with that, I see no additional discussion. All those in favor of J5, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. J5 passes unanimously. Last item for the night, unless I am incorrect, is JJ2. May I please have a motion? Moved by Ms. Good, second by?
Second.
Ms. Brinkworth. Thank you very much. Audience input on JJ2. Going once, going twice, and we're back to the board. Ms. Brinkworth.
Yeah, I looked at my note and it didn't make sense, so
So you're done? So, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of JJ2, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. So at this time, do any of my colleagues have any, oh, it passes unanimously, sorry. At this time, do any of my colleagues have any reports or items they would like to bring forward? And I know Ms. Good had one specific item. Oh.
No, I do.
Oh.
But in the interest of time, would I be able to just share it at our workshop?
Sure. Okay with me?
Okay.
Okay.
I have one as well, but do you want me to do it at the workshop as well?
What's a timeliness? Is it something that you need to say today? If not, we can do it at the workshop, which do you prefer?
It's just to point out that I want to look at what Dade County's doing and how they can make the start time change and within budget, because we have an analysis that it would be way too much money. But I'm interested to see what their plan is, because they went forward with it again today at a meeting, and I think it's something that if they can figure out how to do it without an impact to the budget, that we should, as a board, look at that. And then if we decide we don't want to do the paradigm shift, fine, but I think it's something worth looking at.
Okay, so.
We already discussed it.
Yes.
Staff is doing a review. We even have an external consultant that's working with us to go and assess this whole thing to see what it would take to change this.
I have a 3-page follow-up from my last question that said we weren't going to do it because it was cost prohibitive, and that was just given to me. So, I mean, let me get it, because, no.
Oh, wait, no, so this is what I'm gonna say is
I'm just
that.
telling you what the current status is.
Well, I'm just
So,
telling
Ms.
you what
Bartleman, right, so what you have in writing, so Mr. Runcie has just stated, and no one on the board is objecting, that staff is working on this, including information that an outside consultant is working on, and so we should be expecting something coming up as that information has been gleaned. Yes, Mr. Runcie? Yes. So, Ms. Bartleman, don't worry, because the most recent thing that's just happened is what's just been shared, okay? So, Mr. Moquin, that will be
No,
coming on a workshop at some point in the near future.
We can add it, but I was just going to say, there is one more order of business. Now that we've gone beyond the midnight hour, it's actually Dr. Wanza's birthday today, so I think we should
Happy birthday, Dr. Wanza. This scheduled order of business for the school board operational meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been complete. Seeing no obligation, any further obligation, I now adjourn this meeting. Thank you.